The Mets.
Last chance, 2 down, and Chapman.
He got him, and the Mets sweep the series and win their 7th in a row with the bases loaded. Diaz bared down and got Adames and Chapman to win the game.
That was a rough one for the Giants. Welcome in. It's the Morning Roast here on a Monday. No Spadoni. It's Mark Randy in alongside Joe Shasky here on a beautiful Monday morning on 95.7 The Game. Shasky, it's great to be with you. I wish it was under better circumstances because the Giant Shasky, they are tumbling quickly, get swept at home by the New York Mets. Good morning. How you doing, Shasky?
Quite frankly, I'm not doing great. This team, I don't even know where to begin with this team. You cannot be considered a team to be taken serious when you have played poor baseball for a month and a half. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at a team that started off great, kind of treaded water for a couple of months, and the last month and a half has proven to me they are not a good baseball team, whether it's playing fundamental defense, whether it's situational hitting, whether it's having the prerequisite depth in your starting rotation to be able to compete deep into August, deep into September, having dreams of October. This team just got swept at home by a legitimate playoff team.
Yeah, good team. But you don't get swept at home if you are also a playoff team.
Hence my
almost
conclusion.
by anybody in baseball.
And they're just
should not
good.
walk into your park and sweep you. Especially the way that it happened.
The problem right now is that this team does not have any leeway. They're not a team that hits for a considerable amount of power. They're not a team that has unbelievable contact or on-base percentage currently. They're a team that doesn't go but maybe too deep, and when one of those guys gets knocked around in the first couple innings Friday night, like that can ill afford to happen. You can't have Logan Webb Day be not just a loss, a blowout game where you're forced to use your bullpen. And look, I'm going to come down and we could argue about Bob Melvin and pitching decisions and what he is or isn't as a head coach because he doesn't inspire me with a lot of confidence. These players are not executing. What was Elliot Ramos doing on the base pass yesterday? What was that?
Bottom third. He's on second base. There's 2 outs, and it's just a runner on second. So there's not a force play. Just Ramos on second, 2 outs, a check swing roller down the third base line. Ramos commits going to third as Ronnie Mauricio, who had a hell of a game last night, fields the ball. He has no chance to make a play at first.
None.
Not even thinking about making a throw. That's how much of a swinging bunt it was. Ramos, though, commits to going to third as Mauricio picks the ball up on the bag, and he just stands there and tags Ramos out. I don't know what the hell. I don't think I've ever seen something like that, Shasky. What could he possibly have been thinking?
Well,
was it a force?
I don't think he is thinking, number one. Maybe he thought someone was behind him at first.
Yeah, maybe he thought it was a force
He's the
play?
lead runner at second, and he has to go. I don't know. But even then you go. Any ball to your right when you're at second base, so it's hit to the shortstop, it's hit to the third baseman. It's pause, wait, and see. So if the guy throws and you think you can be able to sprint, then you make a decisive decision. I'm talking about the fielder on that side of the infield. There's no excuse. I mean, we always do this thing like, it's a little league play. No, that's literally T-ball. Anything hit to your right, you do not have to go when you are the lead runner and there isn't a force in that situation. And you just watch the replay. The replay of his running there made me angrier than it did in real time. It was indecisive, not knowing the situation, not being aware of you being the lead runner with no one, forcing you into movement on that play, not reading the defense, not reading the type of ball that was hit. We could argue about Matt Williams being good or bad at third base. That was on Elliot Ramos.
Absolutely.
And somebody tweeted at me, "Hey, Joe, don't get mad at Ramos. He's conserving his energy." For the ball he inevitably misplays out in the field. And it's like, I can't really argue because right now, Elliot Ramos has been scuffling at the plate. He has not looked as good as he has, in months prior. And then defensively, he's an adventure. First play of the game, Friday night.
Yeah.
Nemo, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Nemo? Okay. Yeah. He hits a line drive, and it's a tough play. But time and time again, he has misread a ball hit right at him where he comes either flying in or takes the wrong angle on that play. And again, he takes the wrong angle coming at the ball as opposed to giving it depth, and it goes flying over his head. He had no chance at that. And so, look, Logan Webb didn't have his best stuff. That was obvious.
Absolutely
But
not.
when your defense is not helping you out at all, At all. And then in the first inning, Friday night, I believe they had second and third with one out. Devers is at second, similar to Ramos on Sunday. And he's the lead runner. Now, in this situation, you do go on the ground, but on a line drive, what do? What do you tell every 10-year-old in America?
Freeze.
You freeze on a liner. Watch the replay. Devers is so far off the bag, it's the easiest double play of all time. So, Matt Williams sucks. Bob Melvin's pitching changes. I'm here for the criticisms. Those are valid. Also, your top dogs are playing a brand of baseball that they should be ashamed of.
The reality is everything you said is right, and your players are not playing good enough baseball, and
at all.
They deserve a ton of blame for what's going wrong. But the reality is, Shasky, they're 2-7 since the All-Star break. They're 2-9 in their last 11. They're 13-21 since Devers debuted. They're 13-23 in their last 36 games. There's plenty of blame to go around for everybody. Players, coaching staff, all involved. They deserve something coming their way for how bad this team is playing.
So the season's 162. You're looking at about 40 games is about a quarter of the season. Yeah. So you're saying in about a quarter of the season, they're 13-23.
Correct.
That's what they're currently on.
Yeah. Remember, they were 41-29 after they won Game 1 in L.A. to tie the Dodgers atop the NL West. Since then, which basically coincides with acquiring Devers, they're 13-23.
I don't think it's on Devers, per se. I think that this team has way larger issues. Devers has been underwhelming, I would say.
Yes, no doubt.
And I think he was an adventure at first base, though I will defend him on a couple plays. I thought he made a really nice dig out on another play that was a Chapman throw over to him where
the
he
double
actually
play ball.
Yeah, he actually had the switch feet and whatnot. He made a couple of nice plays at first base. But overall, he's been underwhelming. But I just think when I look at this team, it's a very redundant team right now. You've got a bullpen that's leaking oil because of overuse.
Yep.
You've got a lineup right now with 4 guys on pace for 160 strikeouts. That doesn't include Pat Bailey. Ramos, Devers, Chapman, Adames, all on pace for over 160 strikeouts. They don't put the ball in play enough. Then you have other guys who just don't hit their weight enough. Whether we're talking about the second base position overall, whether that's Casey or Tyler Fitzgerald, who's been down in the minors. Brett Wisely was playing over the weekend. Whether that's, the guy behind the plate, Patrick Bailey, who he's got 2 home runs this year, and one of them's a walk-off home run off the wall. Jung-Hoo Lee, Mike Yastrzemski, these are below average baseball players right now. They just are. So this team could say that, we're going to make a move. We're in the mix. I don't think you've earned the right to make a move. Quite frankly, when you tell me you're 13-23 over your last 36, you have forfeited the right for me to sacrifice the future for the now. Because the now is telling me you smell like baby diaper. That's what you smell like. Baby diaper. All right? And as someone who slept with baby diaper last night, my son, who scratched me in the face and was punching my wife, I don't know where this punching thing started from. Yes, LJ, I'm ticked off too. This team smells like baby diaper. And I need to get the diaper genie, and we need to bottle this season up and fire it in the trash can. And you need to move off the guys. That's what they need to do. They need to move off guys, open up opportunities. That's what they should be thinking about. Not acquiring, not sacrificing the future. The cupboard's barren. They have no. We're going to see one of their guys tonight in Carson Whisenhunt, and he has not been performing well in AAA. This is not a call up because of you've earned it. This is a call up because it's situation critical. We have nothing else, And poor guy Spencer Bivens last night. Let me defend Spencer Bivens for a second. Spencer Bivens is what every team needs. A guy that will take on whatever role is asked, be the sacrificial lamb multiple times a week. My starter gets, a gunshot wound through the chest and his back explodes, and I got to go in there.
Like every game in the second half, basically.
Spencer Bivens' arm's going to fall off, and I thought he has been admirable. He has not shown any negative body language. He has said nothing negative. He's never thrown his hands up. He's got no run support. Defensively, you could point to 5 or 6 moments in his last 10 games where, guys, make a play for this man. Make a play for this man. And I thought that the coach did him wrong last night. Doing an interview, telling us mid-inning, he's kind of leaking oil here. And then what do you think happens? The guy gives up a couple runs. Everyone's crushing Spencer Bivens. No, crush the coach. Don't crush Spencer Bivens. He's giving you his heart. I'm sorry. This team is I'm on my last. And then when it coincides with the opening of pads for practice with the 49ers, I have a thing called fan width, okay? I can only dedicate so much fan width to any team at any given time. As it dissipates with Giants fan width, I am filling up and my cuppeth runneth over because I am so optimistic about the 49ers. So Giants, you're on life support at this point.
Shout out to everyone watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. You were talking about they haven't earned the right to go buy at the deadline. The deadline is coming up on Thursday.
That's my stance.
3 o'clock Pacific time on Thursday. Matt Chapman, post-game last night, Shasky had this to say about the Giants' plan of the deadline.
No, I mean, I think that, regardless of how we played, obviously that it sucks to lose 9 of 11 and, kind of slip out of the standings a little bit, but we're still right there, and we play a lot of the teams that are, right in front of us and right in the thick of it with us. So, I think that, Buster's made it clear that, we go out and get Rafi and, it makes sense to continue to try to improve this team and, for this year and the foreseeable future. So I think we expect to add and to continue to get better and to continue to make a push to make the playoffs.
Shotman says, I think we expect to add at the trade deadline, as in go out and buy talent and bring them in here and help the baseball team. I'm with you. They haven't earned the right. I mean, let me just, 888-957-9570. Is this team in a position to go out and buy? Are they a player away? Are they two players away?
A player away.
I mean, what are they, 4 players away? 5 players away?
Name their rotation.
Oh, they got 2.5 arms right now.
Every Giants fan within earshot of me understands that you have to have pitching to win in the playoffs. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You cannot be taken serious when you don't have enough pitching. Landon Roop getting injured, and they're saying, hey, it's not a big deal. Well, I think it is a big deal because he's your arguably third or second best pitcher right now in the last month. I would actually argue he's been better than Logan Webb over the last handful of starts. Is that a hot take? I think that's just reality. That's
Webb his 2 starts after the All-Star break hasn't been good.
Yeah.
Small sample, but yeah, of late.
Logan Webb's career is what it is. He's a really good player, but that's how important Landon Roop is to this team. And when he goes on the shelf and you're relying on Justin Verlander and Carson Wisenhunt, who's never thrown a pitch, and whoever, come on, who was the guy? Gage and
Matt Gage started the game last night, Shasky.
It was admirable.
Scoreless first inning, only 10 pitches.
It was admirable. Why you yank him so quick? Like when you're leaking oil, right? Like right now, Randy Rodriguez has hit a little wall. I think overall, I think that you can't even get to specific spots in the game to utilize Camilo Doval because you've been offensively inept. They're in a rough spot right now. Like they just are. It is what it is. Your body of work has not proven. Now back to the Chapman comments. On a day where this guy hit 2 home runs, you know what else he did yesterday?
What?
He struck out 3 times. You know what they did to end that game yesterday? They struck out back-to-back.
Bases loaded, 1 out, down by 2. Strikeout.
Who had a pretty good game, made a really nice play in the whole Derek Jeter style, jumping up.
Quietly has been really good defensively.
No, he's been really good. But I think that's the microcosm of my frustration of this team. They get a bases loaded situation, and you're like, here we go. Devers can endear himself. Adames can endear himself. Matt Chapman can endear himself. And Willie Adames gets strike 1 called on him. He gets out of the batter's box, and he's arguing with the ump, and I go, we're fried. We're arguing a first pitch strike. That was a strike. I mean, that was a strike, and we're arguing it. Dog, go up there looking to hit, man.
Well, and then he watches the 0-2 pitch. Perfect pitch by Diaz. 0-2, like 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the black outside, but 0-2 count. You can't be looking at that, Willie. You got to protect.
His ball, Diaz's ball, his fastball tails in so hard.
Little backdoor 2-seamer.
100%. We've talked a lot on this show about like velocity, and I try to tell everyone like velo is one thing. Is it rising? Is it running? Meaning rising going up or down? Like is the vert? Or is that ball tailing one way or the other? When you watch Diaz, now he's erratic. You saw him on Saturday.
Walk, hit by pitch walk yesterday.
Yeah, he's an erratic adventure. I think there's like 7 closers in the history of the game that are just like lights out. I trust them. Everyone else is up in the air. Like, Diaz's ball is filthy, and this team is going up there, and when you're striking out back-to-back with the bases loaded and opportunities, it's like, guys, we strike out too much. Well, I'm watching MLB.com, right, because I'm up in Auburn. We're celebrating my grandfather's 89th birthday, and I'm watching the game, and then I'm driving home, and, you go on MLB.com when you go to a gas station, and I'm trying to, like, look at some of the stuff. We're celebrating a bases-loaded one-out ground ball, which should have been a double play.
Barely beating out a double play.
A fielder's choice by Jung-Hoo Lee. And MLB.com, and I'm not mad at them, but they're like, the force out by Jung-Hoo Lee. It's a bases loaded. Can we get a base hit? It's almost impossible to go 0 for the weekend with runners in scoring position.
0 for 8 Friday, 0 for 8 Saturday, 0 for 7 yesterday, 0 for 23 on the series with runners in scoring position.
So back to Chapman.
How is that possible?
Chapman, I respect you coming out and saying, hey, we want to, I want my leaders to want their team to be bought in on. I get that. This team and your injury and your underperformance combined with the other top dogs, it's just not in the cards.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not mad at him for saying it, but it's not in the cards.
I hear what you're saying about you want your leader to say, I don't know. I kind of want my leader to be like, hell no, we got enough in this building right now. We're not playing good enough. We can be a whole lot better. We don't, obviously you always want help, and more talent is better than less talent.
Sure.
But I mean, they got a lot of talent on this team. Now, do they have issues? Yes, of course they have issues. Are they playing anywhere near their level that they need to be at? No. I kind of want my leader to say, you know what, Buster's going to do what Buster's going to do. All I know is I have to play better. Willie has to play better. Rafi has to play better. Frankly, Logan has to pitch better. I kind of want my leader to say that when he's asked that question.
That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective. I just know that in these clubhouses, it's usually like, hey, we want them to buy in on us and give us reinforcements, right? That's what every team.
But also at a certain point, if you're just going out and buying, it's a signal to the clubhouse. We don't believe in you currently.
Yes, but it's also, no, we do believe in you because we want to add to the group that we have. Look, every team that I've ever been on, we know we've got some weak spots. You're self-aware, right? You're self-aware. You always want more good players. So I understand that perspective. I just don't think they've earned the right. Straight up, this team is not good enough right now. I cannot take you serious when you have two outfielders who don't know how to play defense in Matos and Ramos. I kind of was early to this a couple weeks ago. Guys, love Ramos at the plate. He's a DH. He's not an outfielder. And on this team, we already have a DH. His name's Rafi Devers. And maybe Bryce Eldridge one day becomes that, right? I don't know. You have another DH in Wilmer Flores. I cannot have a fourth DH in Ramos who's playing left field every day. He had at least 3 questionable plays in left field over the weekend. And it feels like every single series, there are 3, 4, 5 different plays or throws or mistakes that this guy's making defensively, and it's costing you opportunities. And I look at their margin of error, they can ill afford to make these mistakes. Then you get to Yaz. Why is Yaz playing? Well, because his defense is good. Relative to Matos, relative to Ramos. Yaz is batting .230-something. He's got 8 home runs.
He has, did you know this? He has 1 RBI in his last 21 games.
Who's this?
Mike Yastrzemski. In his last 68 at-bats, 1 RBI.
Yaz is a perfect 4th outfielder. But if you want to be taken serious as a playoff team, would he be playing right now for the Mets?
No.
He'd be a defensive substitution late in games, right?
Most times,
yeah. That's what a playoff roster looks like. We're not that. They added to that. They got their reliever.
Conforto's playing a lot for the Dodgers.
But they're... we can't go off the algorithm of the Dodgers. We just can't. And Conforto stinks, and you know it too.
That's what I'm saying. They're playing an outfielder that stinks, Conforto. But they have greatness elsewhere, all over the place.
Their number 1 outfielder is playing shortstop right now, and he's not good at it, right? And so, look, the Giants, they're not good enough. And so what I would do is pretty simple. Everyone, we got to buy. No. Move Wilmer Flores to a contending team, get whatever you can for him, open up a DH spot, move him along, let him have an opportunity to compete for the playoffs, find somebody who will take Mike Yastrzemski off your hands. I would package Matos the heck on out of here. Let's get a look at Grant McCray. Let's get a look at Luciano. You owe it to yourself so that you know what you have. And if Luciano's not the guy in the cards for you, package him with Matos and get him out of here. I would even be open if I can get a cost-controlled starting pitcher. I'd be open to moving Ramos too. Like, I think this team needs a major upheaval. You've got a foundation of Adames, Chapman, and Devers, and I think the rest is to be determined.
So you think they should not fully sell, but partially sell? Not sell your Robbie Ray assets, but sell some of your other assets that are on the periphery a bit.
Yeah, the Robbie Ray thing, I think they have one of two decisions. You know what? We'll get to it on the other side. But, like, I think Robbie Ray, I view a little differently. I'm looking at opening up opportunities. Look, right now, Bryce Elgers is swinging the hottest bat in the entire organization, and he's down in AAA. I want to see him. The time is now. This team needs a jolt. Let's see the young man. I don't care if he strikes out the next 25 at-bats.
Well, the issue there is, you already laid it out, they have 4 DHs.
Which is why you need to open up opportunities for him.
All right. I mean, what should the Giants do? They've lost 3 in a row. They've lost 9 of 11, and we're approaching the trade deadline. What should the Giants do? Should they buy? Should they sell you with Shasky? Maybe it's kind of a soft sell, but only on the periphery. What should this Giants team do? You can let us know, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Safeway. We'll get into that, about Robbie Ray, and a whole lot more. The deadline is Thursday at 3 Pacific. What should the Giants do? They just got swept by the Mets at home. Matt Chapman says they're going to go out and buy. Do you buy that? We'll break it down coming up next. Back with more. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game.
Chapman sends another one deep, left center field, and it is gone! A 2-homer night for Matt Chapman.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Hey, Dunleavy, get on the phone, start making calls, dude. Why you sitting at the desk twiddling your thumbs, bro?
With Joe Spadoni.
Stop playing with your pencils and playing tic-tac-toe with yourself. Get out there and make some moves, man. Make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And Joe Shasky.
Giants, Niners, this all cracking.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, No Spadoni today. It's Grandy and Shasky with you. That might be directed towards Buster Posey now because it's trade deadline week for Major League Baseball. But you don't want Buster Posey to go out and make a crazy move, do you?
Well, look, remember how angry everybody was for years when they kept buying and buying and buying, and then we looked up and we're like, well, the cupboard's bare. We have no prospects.
Like in the Sabian era, what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Bobby Evans.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then, like, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but Farhan didn't draft well. Newsflash, we don't have anything in the cupboard.
In fact, he drafted very poorly.
Exactly. So what are you selling? This whole like buy. Okay, A, what's their biggest need right now?
Starting pitching.
Okay, what's their second biggest need?
Corner outfielder?
At least, maybe catcher.
Maybe second base, maybe.
Right? We can agree that's a minimum two needs.
Yes.
This team is not one move away. They need multiple starting pitchers currently. And we're going off of one good Verlander start. All right? So let's also remember, we're going off of one good Verlander start.
And let's remember that was still kind of a questionable start because he walked 5 dudes.
His base is loaded in the first inning. I believe with one
All
out.
via the walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm as optimistic as anyone when it comes to this team, and I'll convince myself into 50 million different scenarios. But we also have to be pragmatic about it. They have been a poor team for a quarter of the season. I would argue they've been a bad team for more than they've been a good team this year.
13-23 in their last 36. And as you said earlier, that's nearly a full quarter of a baseball season.
What are the hallmarks of great teams in baseball?
I mean, well, there's different ways to do it, but generally consistent starting pitching.
Okay.
Clutch hitting.
Okay.
Play solid defense.
Okay.
And don't commit stupid outs on the base paths.
They do all 4 of those things poorly. Right? And I'm not trying to hate on them. I'm being realistic. Let's assess what they are. Stop talking yourself into something that doesn't exist. Currently, are they, and I don't know if you watched the broadcast as closely as I did, but Richardson, who was on the Giants staff, is being credited with all these stolen bases.
Oh, the first base coach for the Mets.
Yes.
Yeah.
All these stolen bases for the Mets. And I'm thinking to myself, is this the same Richardson that oversaw the Giants when they were the worst base running team I've ever seen in my life? It's a personnel problem. We could argue about coaches all we want. Was Richardson some dynamic, great coach with the Giants?
No, it didn't strike me as that.
Very forgettable. And I'm not trying to hate on him. I'm just saying it was personnel. So we could yell about Melvin, and I don't think Melvin's the greatest. Trust me, I think he has a poor feel for the timing of the situation, the pitchers, and the personnel isn't good enough. They don't have enough starting pitching. They have a track record of not a month, not 2 months, of all season failing to get a runner home from third base with less than 2 outs, failing to get a runner over in situations, failing to come through with the big 2-out hit. That has not been a recent development. That is a season-wide, I would say decade-long issue. Right?
Yes. No, absolutely.
Okay. Defensively, they're all over the place. They just are. First base is an adventure right now. You're working in a new guy. Second base has been okay. Shortstop has been a lot better the last couple of months, but he at one point was leading baseball in errors. Matt Chapman is obviously a very good defender. Catcher. There are times Pat Bailey tantalizes you defensively, and then there are other times where he's going backhand with a runner at second or third and giving up free 90s.
Still largely been good defensively. Largely.
Okay. Have they controlled the running game, though?
I wouldn't say amazingly.
No, and that's pitchers with the high leg kick. There's a lot of reasons why. And then in your corner outfielders, Yaz is okay, but Ramos is awful. And Jung-Hoo Lee has been an adventure the last month and a half. So that is not a great defensive team. It's just not. And I look at all the things that they don't do well, and it's really costing them. And on a team that doesn't slug really well, doesn't put the ball in play, so you're not putting pressure on other defenses, their margin of error to win games is significantly thinner than some of the people around them. And they're just not dynamic on the base pass. They run into errors. This is a bad team. not a good team, not a mediocre team. So right now it's a bad team, and they need too many parts. So no, I'm not buying.
Well, do you agree with Shasky? 888-957-9570. Richie in Queens wants to weigh in. Richie, what's up? Do you feel the same way Shasky does?
Oh, my goodness. Hey, guys, you covered it, man. You guys took my thunder. You're right on. And before I get to that point, because I hate to give up on a season, but all indications are that they should. But, they do everything wrong. Even Rodriguez, who I love, they get a lead. The one thing they have, get them a lead in the 6th, 7th inning, they're going to win. They somehow blow that. Getting back to what you said, guys, that Chapman, yes, 2 home runs, 3 strikeouts. They never, ever, the last 50 games, get a big hit. Ever. They never extend a rally. They make no contact. We have no leadoff. As of right now, we have no 3. We have no 4-hitter. We have 5 6s. We have 2 40 hitters. We get nothing from second. We get nothing from the catcher. We're getting, and you can say what you want that Devers made a scoop. I can do that. I thought defensively that was one of the worst exhibitions I've ever seen. He's a ways away from that. I love Yaz. Yaz is just atrocious at this point. Ramos, is he a 260 hitter? So, but the thing too, guys, the game with Ray. How does he pitch to Vientos? You got 5 2/3. Vientos is hitting 140 against righties. Walker comes in that spot. It's a 1-1 game. How do you put Jelly in last night? I call him peanut butter and jelly. He's terrible. It's a 1-run game. You need this game. You cannot give up another run. Bring in Walker for that inning. Or bring in Duvall for that inning. He pitched him the other day, 30 pitches. And I didn't get that. So, yeah, your point being, are they bad and not having Verlander? I agree. What was Verlander? That was a good game. Okay, he had 6 walks. He got through 5 innings. I can't depend on that. No. They're saying Roop's going to come back. Webb is really – it's not 2 games, guys. It's 3. He's got an ERA of 8. So is he running out of a little gas? So other than that, but it's atrocious. There really are. They're a bad team at this point. What was that play with Ramos at third?
Oh my God, Richie! He
run into? I mean, really. And I'm going Friday. I spent $300. I'm going to the Empire Room to see them against the Mets. I'll drink myself into oblivion to get my money's worth. But do I think that this team? All right, I just end it this way. I remember the Indianapolis Colts. Let's equate it to football. When they won the Super Bowl, they had the worst defense. They said there's no chance that this team can get to the playoffs. They just turned it around for whatever reason. Can this team turn it around? How about maybe, and they don't have enough assets. I'd love to get Quan.
I would love. I think he'd be Richie.
Thanks, Richie.
Not to cut you off. I think this team has been searching for about a decade for a catalyst at the top of the order who can be a spark plug for so long. All these other kind of feast or famine players would be benefiting from a guy like Steven Kwan at the top of the lineup. Right now, I would give up a lot for him. I really would, because they need him bad. He's a local guy, plays elite defense out there in left field, has a very underrated arm, and it's the speed on the base pass mixed with his ability to put the ball in play.
It's just simple. It's just put the ball in play.
He is a guy that is exactly what the doctor ordered, because you have, again, I keep going back, this team has a lot of redundant players, and if all these guys are going to be strikeouts and, fail to put the ball in play in certain situations, you got to have a couple diverse type of at-bats out there. I was hoping Jung-Hoo Lee would give me some of the Steven Kwan stuff. He's a rollover. Like yesterday, he popped up to shortstop again. He rolled over to second base and first base again. Look at his hit charts. I'm not a big advanced analytics guy, but just look at his hit charts. He rolls over to second base and first base weekly over and over and over again. And look, right now, he's actually in one of his hotter stretches. He's batting like 270 in his last 30 games. He's actually playing much better. But do you trust him?
No, I don't know how you can at this point. No.
He's a deflating at-bat for me.
He is.
More times than not.
But like the Jung-Hoo Lee beating out the double play with the bases loaded. At least that got a run in. Like, it wasn't a strikeout. And no, I'm being serious. Your point with Stephen Kwan is put the ball in play. Good things will happen.
Yes.
That is at least better than a strikeout.
Yes.
Now, it could have easily been a double play, but at least it's better than a strikeout, and it's a big reason that you got the run in. Okay, I do want to talk about something Richie brought up, and that was the decision about Robbie Ray on Saturday. Some of these Bob Melvin things we can get into. Plus, again, we will keep debating it out. What should the Giants do at the trade deadline? Is this a team that is worth buying right now? We'll get into that. But right now, it's time for the strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, time for the Valkyries' strongest player of the game, again brought to you by El Camino Health. It was a rough day for the Valks. They got walloped by 30 at the hands of the worst team in the WNBA, the Connecticut Sun. They were led by Ileana Ruper's 13 points off the bench, punctuated by this three-pointer in the fourth quarter.
Ruper catch and shoot right wing. 3, got it. Ileana Ruper, leading scorer for the Valkyries with 13 points. And she's done it on 5 of 6, and she's now 3 for 3 from downtown.
Great Kevin Dana on the call there. A highlight of Ileana Ruper's 13 off the bench. That was the Valkyries' strongest player in the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More on this Giants loss. They get swept by the Mets. They've lost 9 of 11. They've only won 2 games in the second half after the All-Star break. What should they do at the deadline? And we got to get into some of these decisions that Bob Melvin made over the weekend. We'll do that and a whole lot more when we come back. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's and Plyce's this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Oh, heck yes.
You know, we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Duh, sure.
Sam Lubman was doing the Saturday show. Who are you doing it with?
With Dan Devone, your favorite.
That's right, Dan Devone. So we're driving around, and we left. We had to go up to Auburn and stuff. We had a big family thing, and so I was doing a lot of driving, and I got a flat tire on 80. There's a whole conversation about how 80 is the worst freeway created by man in the history of freeways. Without a doubt in my mind, it is the worst stretch. If you are taking Guru, I don't know how you do it. I tried to call him on Saturday. From Dixon through Davis through Sacramento, it is the worst freeway that has ever been constructed. I thought it was the toll plaza. There was a part of me that thought it was 101 from the Novato Straits through Petaluma, but that has now since been kind of, changed and they've made it better. 80 is the worst freeway that has ever been constructed.
You're a 77-win team. You're boring.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And there's just no other way around. Anyway, point being, we're in the car, and I'm going through Sonoma to come through, and I'm going to get over to 80. I'm taking 12, and, it's a nice, beautiful ride. And Michelle's like, oh, change the playlist. Turn the music off, right? So all right, let's listen to Lubman. It's 10:15 in the morning, Lubby Lubs is doing the 95.7 The Game Show. I'll flip it on.
Orange and Black Weekend Rap. Glad you know the name, though.
Say that again?
The Orange and Black Weekend Rap, but hey, I'm glad you're locked in and know what our show names are called.
Well, like Jay-Z, when Jay-Z drops an album, it's the new Jay-Z album. So it's the new Sam Lubman album, right? So I flip it on, and Michelle gets about 7 seconds into it, and she's like, I love you, and I love Sam, but turn this off. I go, why?
Wow.
We're not listening to sports talk on this entire drive. I go, it's not sports talk, it's Giants talk. It's Black and Orange Rap with Sam Lubman.
Weekend Rap. The Weekend Rap.
He's 0 for 2 on the name, but it's all right.
Specifically the Weekend Rap, because it happens on the weekend, Jasky.
You're like Elliot Ramos when it comes to getting this name right.
So that was my day. And then I get on to 80, right? We're smashing up 80. I'm like, yeah, we're going to make time. Boom, boom, boom. When you start whenever you plug in your map or whatever you use.
My goal is to beat that time.
Oh, it's a race. That's the way I view it. I view it as me as Jeff Gordon going to high school with Mac Dre in Vallejo. I consider myself Jeff Gordon, and I'm going to beat whatever is on that timer, right? That is my goal. We're on the freeway, and all of a sudden, I look, and the digital thing on the left-hand side of my dash is tire pressure is down. And 3940 is what you're looking for, PSI. It goes 34, 32, 28. I go, oh my God. So I go from the left lane. I got, blinker. Let's get over. But
flat.
Ran over a freaking nail. I go to put air in the tire, and I could hear the tire.
Yep.
The air coming, I go, you got to be kidding me. Well, it just so happened on this stretch of 80, because 80 is the worst freeway ever. Not only is there one, there's 4 tire shops to repair tires. They were ready and able. They're like, oh, yeah, we'll patch this up, 40 bucks, in and out. So shout out.
Know your audience.
I don't even know the name of it. The place that fixed it. What'd you say?
Said know your audience. They know their audience out there. It's a lot of flat tires, so they post up there.
It's as if someone sprinkled nails all over 80, knowing that their business would be booming.
That's a good business strategy. You don't get caught. Keep it up.
Anyway, that's my weekend in a nutshell.
Better weekend than the Giants, honestly.
Sure.
Not as bad.
Sure. I mean, I do feel like we had a nail in the tire when it came to offense. How do you go 0 for the weekend?
0 for 23.
With runners in scoring position. Yeah. It's almost mathematically impossible.
You would think that they would just luck into a hit here or there. Whether it was a bloop, whether it was an infield single, a swinging bunt. And to be fair, if Elliot Ramos, it wouldn't have resulted in a run, but if Elliot Ramos didn't make the stupidest base running decision I've seen in Major League Baseball this year, that would have been an infield hit. I think it was Adames, the swinging bunt.
Adames. He was going to be safe.
It would have been an infield hit.
I mean,
wouldn't have drove in a run, but they would have been 1 for 23.
Wilmer had a swinging bunt, and I was fist pumping. That's how bad the weekend was.
Wilmer had an infield hit. It's a miracle.
It was so bad, and there were so many little mistakes that this team has made all year. And like I go to Bob Melvin and I'm watching the ESPN broadcast yesterday. I like Carl Ravitch in the studio. I like Eduardo Perez in the studio. They're terrible on a broadcast. They're just those are professional broadcasters who are studio broadcasters, not play-by-play game broadcasters. For me, just my personal opinion. David Cohn was fine. It just felt like David Cohn was broadcasting remote. They weren't all synced up, and they kept throwing it to Buster Olney. The whole thing was bizarre. But at one point, they interview Bob Melvin, and Bivens is pitching admirably. And Bob Melvin comes out and says, yeah,
I have it. You want to hear it?
Yeah, can we hear it?
Here's Bob Melvin. This was, I think was it the 5th? Yeah. The very beginning of the 5th inning, Buster Olney is down there talking to Bob Melvin. Here's what Bob said about Bivens at that point.
Gage and Bivens, 1 run in 4 innings. What have you thought so far? How are you going to handle this going forward?
Yeah, we're going to mix and match here. He doesn't have much left here. I think his top's probably 60 pitches, so we're probably going to do something different at the top.
So Matt Gage threw the first. Bivens came in, scoreless second, third, and fourth. Great job by Bivens. And his manager says he doesn't have much left in the tank. He has 60 pitches tops. He's at 53, so he leaves him out there to begin the 5th inning, gives up a double. Then leaves him in again, gives up another double, and suddenly you give up a run, and then you pull him.
Couldn't even tell if they had someone up or not. Like, one thing I want when I watch these broadcasts is, can I just see, like, if someone gets up in the bullpen, I need to see that in the bottom right-hand corner. I need to know right away. Because these are the decisions that we talk about when we talk about management and being 2 and 3 steps ahead. Like this is the reality. Hey, go get ready. Like, the minute that someone got on base, he should have had someone jump up in the bullpen, which we don't know because of the way the broadcast was presented. And B, go out there and talk to him. How many times, guys, have I come in here and I said, can my catcher go out there and talk to him and buy some time? With the pitch clock, things move fast. And you have to be in control of the clock. You have to be in control of the pace of the game. To me, that comes from behind the dish, the catcher, and it also comes from the dugout. And you can slow the game down. You're allowed whatever. I don't know what they call it.
Disengagements?
A disengagement. Thank you. I was trying to think of what the name is. But you're also allowed a mound visit. And your catcher can go out there as a disengagement, which preempts the mound visit from a manager, because you're only allowed, once you go the second time with the same pitcher in the same inning, that guy has to be removed from the game. These are the problems. To me, this is more of an issue than the base running stuff, the defense, even the lineups. Like, I don't really fault Bob Melvin for the lineups. To me, it's the situational handling of the bullpen. Time and time again, he leaves a guy in 2-3 batters too many.
I'm with you. I don't know how you can go out and say publicly he doesn't have much left here. His tops is 7 pitches from where he is right now. And one, have him go out there for another inning, and then have him... That's one thing, but then a leadoff double and you don't take him out immediately. That makes no sense.
Or at least mound visit him.
At least.
Slow it down.
At least. I would imagine because of that, they had somebody warming up in the pen before the inning even began. But, I mean, for me, I don't even know if he should start the inning. He gave you 3 scoreless. What are you really looking for more from him? 2, a leadoff double, okay. And it was a deep shot to deep right center field. I'm taking him out immediately at that point. That wasn't the only one, though.
The ball's crushed.
Later in the game, he needed Randy Rodriguez to come in and get 2 outs of an earlier inning, so he gets 2 outs of an earlier inning, and then he allows Rodriguez to go back out there again for the following inning after Rodriguez had pitched on Saturday.
Which we had talked to Dave Fleming months ago, and he said, hey, right now, Randy Rodriguez cannot be really used in back-to-back games.
And now he's being asked to throw in back-to-back games and go nearly 2 innings in the second game.
How many times in his career has he sat down after finishing an inning and then gone back out there?
Not that often. And a surprise, a coincidence that then he gave up 2. He had given up 1 home run all year, and then he gave up 2 home runs in the 7th inning. He's your stud. He's your guy. You're going to go down with your best arms. I get it. But it just seems like you're asking for a little bit too much. And then in the 9th inning.
I would agree.
In the 9th inning, I don't understand this at all. Doval's pitched twice since after the All-Star break.
I feel like I haven't seen him at all.
He pitched Friday, and then one other time before that, after the All-Star break. So he did not pitch Saturday.
And he barely pitched in that Dodger series. I think it was Friday night Dodger series when he went through Ohtani.
Got the save.
Freeman and Betts.
Yeah, and then he's pitched twice since then, including on Friday.
It's like 2 full weeks.
Was off Saturday. You're down by 1 in the 9th inning. It's a home game.
I know.
And you put Sean Jelly out there.
Right when Jelly threw the pitch.
What are we doing?
I don't even know.
That makes zero. First of all, Jelly might be a middle reliever that you need today with Wisenhunt going.
100. That's actually a great point.
And second of all, it's a one-run game. It seems to me like you're trying to save Doval for the potential that you need him today, in the moment, tomorrow, today, Monday's game. This game isn't over.
No.
Go get to the bottom of the ninth, still down by 1. You had the bases loaded with 1 out. Now, they didn't end up scoring at all. They might have still lost. In fact, they probably would have. That's how bad this offense is right now. But keep it a one-run game. It almost feels to me you're not waving the white flag, but you're not putting your best foot forward to try to win the game tonight by putting Jelly out there in a one-run game of the ninth instead of Doval, who was rested.
Yeah, it's actually a great point right there. And let's say you do tie it up. Doval's gone multiple innings a few times this year and actually looked good in that second inning.
And you're not going to have a save situation in that game.
No,
you're
it's either win or go.
You walk off or you lose.
That's a great point.
I don't know why Doval was not using the ninth. It makes no sense to me.
But this is where, like, when I listen to these post-game pressers, does anyone ask him about that? Why he went to Jelly? I didn't see that in the post-game presser at all.
I did not see it either, but I don't know for sure.
No, yeah, Carter's putting his thumbs down. Like, I'm telling you, you guys think I'm crazy. As we're starting the NFL season, look, baseball is different than football. I agree. We all agree. But, boy, the Giants desperately on the beat need a Grant Cohn-like person asking they need someone asking these tough questions about the handling of the staff. We get these softball questions, and it does bug me as a fan of the team. Like, I want to know more about the thought process. Why Randy Rodriguez in back-to-back days? Why him a second inning? Why did you go out there with Bivens? Were you thinking about yanking him after the first at-bat? Why not Doval? He hasn't pitched for weeks on end. Hey, I've heard them explain before the back-to-back appearances for Randy Rodriguez, we haven't had opportunities to get Randy in games. So we're going to try to get more creative with how we utilize him because we've been kind of getting kicked around and we haven't been able to use him in high-leverage situations. So that makes sense to me. But in a game like yesterday where it's all hands on deck and ever this team could have used an opportunity for a jolt, it would have been we employed the opener before August 1st, and we stole a game against the Mets, right?
Yeah.
They needed it yesterday.
They did.
Just this team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The caller we took earlier, it was Richie in Queens, and he brought up Robbie Ray on Saturday. And this is another decision by Bob Melvin. And this is like a 50-50 one. Like, I get it.
I wouldn't have taken out Robbie Ray just because it's Robbie Ray and you need him to go deep. And he got kind of knocked around in the Toronto game.
I hear it. But let me just set the stage. Yeah. So it was 6th inning. Leaves Robbie Ray in with runners on 2nd and 3rd. No, it was the 5th inning, I believe. Leaves Ray in with runners on 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs. He's at 100 pitches. Right-handed hitting Vientos is up. And a right-handed pitcher, Ryan Walker, is ready in the bullpen. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. He's already at 100 pitches. For me, I get what you're saying. He's your guy. He's your ace. He was an all-star. You live and die with your best arms. Okay, it's not the end of the world, but I would have definitely considered pulling him at that point. Then Vientos, 2-run double. Essentially, the game's over, and you lose the game as a result of that moment right there. So it's a 50-50 call. Like, I understand it. My point with Bob Melvin is it seems like really often with these 50-50 calls, and maybe this is not a fair standard to hold him to, but those 50-50 calls where you could see both sides, what you laid out is totally fair. But I think the other side is also fair. He's got 100 pitches, and you've got a righty at the plate. Go to the righty in the pen. It feels like in those 50-50 calls, in those tough decisions, what Bob Melvin decides almost always proves to be the wrong decision.
I can't deny that aspect of it. I don't trust Ryan Walker right now. That's me. Now, maybe I'm too harsh, but that has been a consistent theme for me all year, and I've told Sam Lubman this ad nauseum. I don't trust Ryan Walker. I'm not going to him in that situation. That's me.
Okay.
I'm sticking with Robbie Ray. Also, Robbie Ray's had an excellent season.
He has.
In that game, I didn't feel like he was finished. After that at bat, I did feel like he was finished.
100 pitches.
So, I would have ended up being wrong on that one. But it's not about 100 pitches for me. So, not all pitches are created equal. Are they laborious, 100 pitches? Are they all breaking balls? Are you nibbling? Did I think he had his best stuff of the year? No. Was he a little erratic at times in terms of pitch? Yes. But this lineup's really difficult, right? It just is. Like, the Mets are a legitimately difficult lineup. I mean, who the hell is the guy at third base hitting a ball into the McCovey Cove as far as I've ever seen in my life?
I don't know how he kept that ball fair.
That ball was destroyed.
He almost had a cycle.
He's batting, 8th or 9th for them?
He was batting 9th last night. He had a home run.
Where would he bat in the Giants lineup?
A home run, 2 doubles, and a single. Yeah.
Where would he bat in the Giants lineup? Also, he's an adventure at third base.
I mean, if he was on the Giants today after what he did last night, he's probably batting 5th.
Come on. No, you're right. You're right. But that, we could talk ourselves into wanting to buy and buy and buy and buy. You have to be realistic, and you have to assess what they are. The jury is out on what they've been, and they've been this for a long time. They're not a good team right now. If they didn't get off to the 8-1 start at the beginning of the year, we'd be talking about this team in a totally different light.
The reverse is they're only 3 games out of a playoff spot. And you still have, 50 games left? Not the craziest thing in the world to think that they could still make the playoffs.
No, but we would all
have the opportunity to improve the roster, shouldn't you take it?
I don't think at the spot where they're at, I don't think it's smart to sacrifice what little future you have in your farm system for something for the now. I don't think they've earned the right to be bought in on. I don't think they have enough pitching. That's first. Secondarily, I don't think the top paid guys, the dogs on this team, the Adamises, Chapman, Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't think they've performed well enough to be bought in on. And I think that they need to look in the mirror and they need to play better. Had they played better the last couple of weeks leading into this moment, I'm talking like a couple of games better, then I think we would be having a different discussion. Those guys have all fallen short for me. Has Chapman had a great year?
Not great. I don't think he's been bad.
But it hasn't been good, has it? It's been very mediocre.
You probably would have been hoping for a little bit more from him at the beginning of the year. If you were to ask me, what would you expect him to be at this point in the season?
I think missing a month of the season really did him in, right? That happens. That's baseball.
Leading the team in home runs despite missing a month.
Has Adames been really good?
No, he's been really good for a month, or a little more than a month. But no, for the whole season, no. He's frankly been bad for the whole season.
There you go. How about Jung-Hoo Lee?
Kind of similar to Adames. Had a really good month. He just had it in the beginning of the year as opposed to late in the year.
All right. What we're talking about is we're talking about a bunch of guys that have had moments but haven't strung it together. When you want to be bought in on, somebody on the team, on the everyday lineup, has got to be having a career year. That's the way I view this thing in baseball. You got to have a couple of great positive stories. Look around the diamond. Don't talk about Robbie Ray. Don't talk about Logan Webb. Look around the diamond. You tell me who's having one of those kind of years this year for the Giants.
A career year.
Or just a stretch. Wilmer had a stretch early on. He has fallen on his face since then.
No, there's a number of players that have had a stretch, but nothing beyond that.
You got to be sustainable. You got to put this thing together. And what sucks right now, it does feel like Chapman's getting some semblance of what he would be determined as hot. Adames is kind of hot, and it's still not even close to enough. It's just not. Ramos has been really underwhelming overall in the last 2 months.
Been really disappointed, honestly.
Jung-Hoo Lee's picked it up a little right now, but even he has been up and down. We're trying to talk ourselves into something that we all kind of know in our hearts isn't good enough.
So you think they should trade Wilmer, trade Yaz, trade some of those...
Open up spots. It's not about acquiring talent, because those guys aren't going to get you high-level prospects. It's about opening up opportunities. I want to see what Luciano has. I want to see what Grant McCray has.
So you're more interested in information gathering as opposed to trying to win baseball games this year?
Absolutely. You got about...
Kind of sounds like you're waving the white flag on a year where they're still over 500 and 3 games out of a playoff
I don't think you're waving the white flag. Last year you brought up Fitz, and you gave Fitz an opportunity. He played great for a month, and then I really gave me optimism heading into this year. Now, we found out he played, himself back down into AAA. I think Fitz needs to come back up. Bring Fitz right back up. Let's take a look at him. Look, I have a long view approach to this. I wanted them to make the playoffs. I just don't think they're good enough. And I think that the cards have kind of spoken in the sense of your pitching is falling out. You can't trust Birdsong. You can't trust Verlander. Landon Roop's hurt. You got 2 guys to trust. That does not make a playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, if we're to, so I come from the perspective where it feels like the Giants of this year and the Giants of a couple of years ago, or the post 2021 Farhan era. So after the amazing year in 2021, 2022, 23, and 24 was honestly a very similar year to this. They were around 500. You're in a spot around the trade deadline where you could conceivably see buying, you could conceivably see selling. Generally, they would stand pat, which annoyed the hell out of me in those eras, partly because I didn't have as much belief in those teams as I do this one, because this team is a lot more talented. They have more talent.
And they're on multi-year deals. So this feels like there will be some carryover from year to year,
Yes,
whereas in those previous iterations, it was a lot of one-year deals.
I would agree. I hear you there, and I feel you there. But because this team is more talented, one, I'm more disappointed by the struggles because I had a higher expectation. But then if I were to just ignore the names on the back of the jersey, right, just look at who these players have been this year, right? I ignore the Devers on the back of the jersey. I just look at what Devers has been. I ignore Adames, and I just look at his numbers and what he has been. Same thing for Chapman. All these names that make me feel more confident in this team as opposed to, say, the 2023 Giants team. I ignore who they are, and I just look at who they have proven to me to be, and I say, well, that's not a playoff team. Not close to a playoff team. I have this belief that they could be a playoff team more so because of their track record in the bigs as opposed to who they are this season. And so when I look at who Chapman is and who Adames is and who Devers is, I feel like, yeah, okay, they could conceivably all put it together and prove that this is a playoff team. But if I'm looking at the evidence of how they've played this year, I come to a very easy conclusion, which is they are nowhere near a playoff team. They can't hit like a playoff team. They can't pitch like a playoff team. They're the worst team that runs the bases in the bigs. They can't play defense. It seems very clear that they are playing like a team that should not make the playoffs, but I can't get past the idea that, well, this is still a much more talented team than they've had in the past, and I want to see what they can be when things are going right. They just haven't gone right yet.
Yeah, but this isn't their time. I don't think, it's one thing when you buy in on a Steph Curry team. It's one thing when you buy in on a Buster Posey team. Those are like once in a generation, once in a lifetime type players, right? This team doesn't have that. Like, Chapman is a really good ball player. Adames is a good ball player, but they're not world beaters. They don't require you to be all in every year of their entire career because you're wasting something that you're never going to see again. So, I don't sense I don't get that same sense of urgency with this particular roster. To me, this is year one of what is a big facelift for this team. They've, in many ways, they're farther along in the rebuilding process, and in many ways, they still have a long way to go. And I think both of those can be true. And if you take the zoomed out approach, all right, you say to yourself, all right, guys, we have no pitching in the minors. Let's look at Robbie Ray. Could he net us something on the trade deadline? Yeah, he could. I kind of want to re-sign him. He's got 1 year after this. I would give him a 2 or 3 year deal, extend him. Now I got 2 guys at the top of the rotation for the next couple of years. Let's see Landon Roop finish the year out. The guy's never thrown more than 140 innings at any level, anywhere in his entire life.
Not 140, 107.
Yeah, but that's what you want him to do to finish off this year, right? We're in uncharted waters for him. Hayden Birdsong. Is Hayden Birdsong going to finish on a high note, or is he going to finish being a guy that probably doesn't deserve to pitch the rest of the year? I don't know. Verlander, we're probably at the end for Verlander, right?
Yes.
Then I look around the lineup. Adames, finish year one on a high note. Chapman, finish this year on a high note. We got to figure out what we're doing at second base. Is it Schmidt? Is it Fitz? What are we doing there? Can Devers go through some growing pains defensively at first base? Bring Bryce up. Give him some opportunities. Jung-Hoo Lee, what are you?
Yeah.
Right? I'm in the evaluation mode right now when it comes to the Giants. I'm not waving the white flag. There's still a lot to be learned about this team with 2 more months to go. And if they go on a little run and they prove us wrong, be the 2025 version of the Detroit Tigers. Let's finish on a high note, find our way into the playoffs, play on a one-game scenario. Sounds great. Unlikely, but that's the way I would approach this.
Well, let's see if Buster Posey approaches it that way. He was on the ESPN broadcast last night for an entire half inning. We'll hear some of the things that he had to say when we come back. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast on a Monday. Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
I'll drink myself into oblivion to get my money's worth.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Shout out, Sam. No Spadoni today. It's Grandy and Shasky with you. And, of course, we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. We're going to stick with the Giants here, Shasky. We got some comments from Buster Posey, who was on the ESPN broadcast last night. We'll get to that in a sec. But today's also a big day in the Bay, in a better, it might put us in a better mood. Pads go on for the first time at Niners camp. I know you're fired up for that. I mean, you came in wearing your Niners hat today.
I needed a break from the 49ers so bad.
Oh, heck yeah.
No, like there are certain things in life where you just kind of need a little time away.
Yeah. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Shasky.
Absolutely. And, me and my cousin Mike, for example, he was way bigger than me, even though he was younger than me. We would hang out for 4 or 5 days in a row, right, growing up, all the time. And then by that 4th, 5th day, we'd be biting each other and fighting and every single time. We need a little separation.
Yep.
And then we would come back as being best friends again. But that's kind of the way I view the Niners. The last couple of years, the offseason has been so depressing for how the year prior ended. And then all the drama and the negativity and all we talked about was money and who's angry and who wants to leave and who's getting shortchanged. And, it was just exhausting. And this year, it's such a breath of fresh air. I am so excited to talk Niner football this year.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're going to be a good team, but I'm pumped up for it. And I think that they're, I went back and I watched a bunch of games yesterday.
From last year?
Yeah.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I just wanted to get a feel for where we're at.
That team was so rough to watch last year.
I have so many thoughts, but I'll put a bookmark on it. We'll talk about it at 8.
We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. Pads going on for the first time. There are some injuries that we got to let you know about. That's all coming up in just a little bit. But Buster Posey joined the Sunday Night Baseball broadcast last night. And in fact, one of the first moments while he was on the air, Matt Chapman hit his first home run of the game to tie the game up. But he had a lot to say, Shasky, including this. Giants fans' expectations. Here's Buster Posey on ESPN last night.
It is. I mean, it's a great fan base. I know everybody says that, but the fans have been coming out this year and really supporting the team. And I'm sitting up here with you guys right now looking out into the Bay. I mean, beautiful, 65-degree summer day here. It's a great spot. And we, in the front office, know what the expectations are from our fan base. And we want to put a great product on the field. We want it to be a product that fans are excited to come and watch. They can tune in on TV and know that they're going to get to watch some of their favorite players.
I mean, they have not lived up to their expectations just yet. I will say, just based on who they put out there on the field, they have been able to draw more fans so far this year. But when you have that expectation and you fail to meet it, it becomes 10 times more frustrating.
Yeah, I understand that, and there has been a fervor for Giants baseball.
Way more than the last few years.
I'm going tonight to the game with my uncle and my cousin and my brother. I think the average fan is falling back in love with the team, but that doesn't mean they're a good team just yet. They have a lot of guys we like. They're turning this thing around. I know this is an instant gratification society. Myself is one of the biggest, victims of this. I find myself falling for the banana in the tailpipe thinking you could change things around in 1 year. But the reality is this was such a big rebuild. We had to go through some lumps again, even though we've been going through them. I know they've had one winning season since 2016. One. I don't think this year is going to be another one. All right. And that's okay. It takes time. But the fans are showing up.
They are. Yeah. Let's see. What else did Buster Posey say? He was asked on, let's see here, balancing prospects versus team needs. This is an interesting
I would love
one.
to hear this.
Here's Buster on ESPN last night.
For me, the focus is most definitely trying to put the best major league team out there on the field. But at the same time, you've got to have an eye on the future and understand that some of these players' names that will come up in trade talks or could potentially help the San Francisco Giants win a lot of baseball games in the future. So, yeah, it's a balancing act for sure.
And he's absolutely right. And I think him saying that, Shasky, is the truth of this whole situation. It's one thing if you have a farm system that is plentiful and that is deep, and you can afford to trade one of your top 5 prospects or maybe one of your most prized guys because you feel great about the 10 that are right behind him. You have one prospect that is in the top 100 across all of baseball. It's Bryce Eldridge, who is a top 20 prospect in all of baseball. Your second best prospect, who's making his debut tonight, Carson Whisenhunt, is not in the top 100 across all of baseball. And you don't have anybody else really behind him that is ready to make an impact on the big league squad within the next year. Like you do. Your next best prospects, the majority of them are in A ball. They're years away from being ready on the big league squad. Does not mean that they will not be good, but in terms of immediate impact, they're really, really far away. And generally, the guys that will get you the most in return on a trade are the guys that are, about to be promoted to AAA or have been in AAA and are one promotion away from being on the big league squad. So if the Giants are set on trying to really help this team and bringing in somebody of any kind of magnitude, everyone's first ask is going to be Eldridge. Everybody's second ask is going to be Whisenhunt. And I don't think the Giants, Shasky, are at a point where they feel comfortable saying bye to either of those guys. And as a result, I can't see them getting anybody of significance at the deadline.
People need to get it through their heads that the draft is extremely important in every sport. It's not just the NFL. And it's certainly not just the NBA. Did you see who hit his 41st home run last night?
Cal Raleigh, catcher for the Mariners.
Did you know that the Giants took 3 players before Cal Raleigh was taken off the board?
And one of them was a catcher, Joey Bart.
Yeah. Just so people understand how important the draft is. The number 1 pick of the Joey Bart draft was an all-star this year for the Detroit Tigers. Mize. All right? Then Gilbert, who's another pitcher.
Logan Gilbert.
Was drafted by the Mariners. Later on in the first round, he's been an all-star. Okay? Seattle is all in for right now. They're going to try to win. Cal Raleigh was taken in the 3rd round. He has 41 home runs this year. Okay? The Giants' top 3 guys have, I believe, 44 or 45 combined home runs.
45 now with Chapman hitting 2 last night. Yeah.
All right? So 2 players on one team that is primed to go to the playoffs out of the same draft. We could talk all we want about trading for a guy for right now, but at some point, if they cannot bear fruit from their farm tree, we are in trouble. Big trouble. I could just go through that one, and it's to 2018. We're going way back, but I think it's an important one. It takes time for these things to develop. McClanahan for the Rays is a compensatory pick in that same draft. The guy that everyone wants right now via a trade, Xavier Edwards, was drafted there. Bubic was drafted in that draft. I just go through it. Josiah Gray. All the teams you're competing with right now have someone from that class, 2018, which was 7 years ago, making huge impact right now. The starting third baseman for the Phillies, boom, was taken 1 pick after Bart. They have to not only be prudent in what they do at this deadline, they need to continue to stay the course. We have to. It sucks.
Well,
I've been waiting forever too.
Drafting is twofold because the obvious one is draft the guy who turns out to be good and he's a big leaguer for you for a decade and he's good for you.
Yes.
That's an obvious one. The other part of it, and it's what you saying Josiah Gray is what made me think about it. Has he been a good pro? No, nothing special. He was drafted by the Dodgers, traded to the Nationals, and I believe the Scherzer and Trey Turner deal at the 2021 deadline. So the other half of this, which is incredibly valuable, especially in today's day and age, Shasky, when free agents will sign 10-year deals that 5 years from now feel like losing contracts. Having a strong farm, it's, again, 1, to help your big league squad when those players get developed and get promoted and become good big leaguers. It is 2, your way to get other star players in here. It's what happened with Devers. It's what happened, again, the Dodgers trading Josiah Gray and a couple of others who were big-time prospects, part of their really strong farm system. They felt comfortable giving up on him and others because they knew they had all these other guys coming up through their system, and it got them Scherzer, and it got them Trey Turner. Did not win a World Series. Those were rentals. They beat the Giants in the 2021 playoffs because of that deal. It was Max Scherzer who got the final out in that 2021 series. So it is, again, drafting well and having a good player on your roster, but it's also drafting well enough to where you feel comfortable saying, all right, I can give up our third prospect and our fifth prospect because I know I can get Trey Turner in here as a result.
Is there a window to win right now? Be realistic, Giants fans. Like, maybe we could talk ourselves into their window to win is right now, or is there a window probably next year and beyond?
It feels likely that it's not going to happen this year. So, yeah, next year and beyond.
Okay, so then I think you need to take the zoomed-out approach. This is year one. I know we all want to be all in every single year, and this isn't the NFL. Things are it's a slow build. You've got big leaguers all around the diamond. Think about where you were last year at this time. Did you have a shortstop for the next 5 years?
No.
Okay. Did you have a first baseman / DH for the next 5+ years?
No.
All right. Even the guy who you signed, Matt Chapman, was on a 1-year deal at the time.
Yeah, didn't have the extension yet.
Right? Jung-Hoo Lee was injured for the entire year. We didn't know what we had with him. You thought Ramos might be here for 5 years. I don't know. Like,
you also didn't have a all-star year for Robbie Ray at that point.
Exactly. He was coming back from Tommy John.
Yeah.
So in many ways, and I know you don't want to hear this, they're way ahead of schedule because they've now added a bunch of like everyday players and they're now functional. Like, now you're operating like a big league team. But to go from there to the next step of like the playoffs, I got way ahead of myself. I did. I'm not the only one. A lot of Giants fans did. I thought that, the Devers deal meant, all right, we're all in for right now, and now's the window. And nah, we got to pump the brakes on that. It's wrong. We don't have enough pitching, and the rest of the team isn't good enough yet. We need more youngsters to come through and develop, and this is why I would open up opportunities to see these guys thrive or not.
Buster Posey was asked on the ESPN broadcast last night, what is the focus for you and the team at the deadline? Here's Buster.
I think we're keeping our options open. I mean, you always have an eye on pitching just because, especially in our ballpark, pitching and defense is going to win you a lot of games. Have an eye on the pitching market. Really just open mindset. But at the same time, I think, Buster, the main thing for us and our group is we like the players that we have right now. We believe that we've got a good team, and there's a lot of baseball left to go. Haven't really had the start that we wanted coming out of the break, but hopefully can get on a roll here and put some wins together.
Focused on pitching, but they also like the group that they have, apparently, according to Buster Posey.
I like their group too.
You like portions of the group.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a full group. I mean, they got 2.5 starting pitchers right now.
No, I thought you meant just like the team as a whole.
In general.
Yeah.
Probably what he meant.
Like, there's a lot of guys I like on this team, but they're still far away. You just saw what a legitimate playoff team. Go around the diamond. Let me ask you this. Go around the diamond right now. Who's having a better year this year, and who would you rather have on your team just in general? How many guys on the Mets are you taking over the Giants right now if you go around the diamond? Clearly you're taking Francisco Lindor over Adames.
Yes, you're taking Soto over whoever is playing right field, obviously. Right now you're taking Pete Alonso over Dom Smith or Wilmer Flores or even Devers, considering how Devers has played of late.
Absolutely.
But you'd have Soto play, or you'd have Alonso play first, and you'd have Devers DH.
Okay. McNeil, who's a very versatile player. You're taking him over Jung-Hoo Lee, are you not?
For this year, I mean, probably, yeah.
McNeil's probably been a better overall player over the last few years. This year isn't as good.
You're taking Brandon Nimmo over Elliot Ramos.
Yeah. Marte?
Yes.
How about Marte?
Marte DHs. I mean, I take Devers over Marte.
I like Marte, though.
He's not bad.
I really like him. No, but I'm with you.
Not by any stretch.
But this is who you're competing with. And this is what I'm talking about. These are the teams you're vying for with these last wildcard spots. They're in the, hey, let's add. We're going to win now. I mean, they're looking at guys, potentially they have 3 Hall of Famers. And Pete Alonso's coming up on most home runs ever in a Mets uniform, which is crazy. So I don't think it's our time. I wanted to believe it's our time. I wanted to talk myself into it. We're another year away. I think we need another offseason, another trade deadline, and then I think we're talking a little differently. I think another draft, too. So, another year of development.
Okay, you're talking about not going to happen this year. You want to trade some pieces away. Why don't you want to trade Robbie Ray then? Because I feel like he's the one who would fetch you the most, and not necessarily like single-A prospects, but somebody who could also help you as soon as next year, potentially.
I don't want to get rid of a high-end lefty starter. I think not signing Carlos Rodon and not signing Gausman, even though Gausman's a righty, and not signing Blake Snell long-term was a poor decision. Like, this team could use pitching. How many good players have left the building as pitchers? A lot.
Yeah, I mean, even players who didn't perform well for you.
Exactly.
I think of Sean Manaea, who's now a Met, and has been hurt all year this year, but last year was amazing.
He was really good.
Giants didn't even use him as a starter.
No, we had to keep Alex Wood. And so, which is a joke in retrospect.
Funny.
But I know it's going to cost you, but if you ask me today, I'd rather re-sign Robbie Ray and add 2 or 3 years to his deal, knowing it's a little risky for an older player.
It is risky.
Because he's a lefty. And I just, when he's on, he's filthy. And I would want him in my rotation.
You would rather, okay, so if you were asked right now, extend or trade Robbie Ray, you extend him.
I would. Yeah.
You have that much confidence in him going forward,
Excuse me?
You have that much confidence in him going forward.
I know that there's inherent risk with every pitcher that I sign, that one pitch could be their final pitch.
He'll be 34 in October.
I know. He's old.
You're talking
but
about...
But he's not 42 like Verlander.
Yes. He also doesn't have the track record that Verlander does.
Even if the guy fades a little, I think he can be a serviceable 3rd, 4th, 5th starter as time goes on. Plus, I want him in the dugout working with all my other young players. Yeah, to me, he means more to me than whatever he would fetch me on the open market. Even though that is a very fascinating sentiment, like, hey, what could you get for him? Right now, I think their bigger need is starting pitching as opposed to adding pitching depth in their farm. They just need legitimate Major League Baseball arms.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think it's also fair to say, well, he's probably not going to have as good of a season the rest of his career than he is right now.
I totally agree with that.
So you sign him coming off of this year, or right now, whenever you sign him, it's gonna cost you a good chunk of money, and you're probably not going to get ever this return once again.
There's no doubt that is definitely in play. But I'm more apt to moving Doval than I am Robbie Ray, knowing how fickle the closer position can be. Think about how you felt about Camilo Doval a year ago, and think about how you feel about him now. You know, a year ago, you were like, get him off my team. Like, that's what most Giants fans says. He is not a reliever. He's not a closer. He's regressed dramatically. I'm not even sure people like him in the dugout. That's what we were saying about Camilo Doval a year ago. Now, this year, although he's had moments where he's, frustrated you, I think overall he's been really good.
He's been a lot better this year than last year. 2 years ago when he was an all-star, he was amazing. Still wasn't always the easiest ninth inning, but that's how it is for a lot of these closers. I don't know. I mean...
So you'd move Robbie Ray?
Well, if you are coming from it at a point where, all right, your goal is to just create opportunity and to trade away some of your veteran pieces, even if it means you're getting like a single A player, and that's what you're getting for Yaz and for Flores and for guys like that. You're not getting anything that's going to help you soon. If you're willing to do that, then I don't know why you're not willing to trade away the guy that would get you the biggest return. And even someone who could get you someone as early as helping you next year.
Yeah,
to me, I feel like those thoughts kind of butt heads. Like I get what you're saying with Robbie Ray, and you need a starting pitcher for next year too. Like I know
that's kind of where I'm at.
You go into next year without Robbie Ray, suddenly you're looking at, all right, we got Logan Webb, and we hope Birdsong figures it out. You feel pretty good about Landon Roop next year, but beyond that, you're like, yeah. Okay, what else do we have? Like, I hear you, but you got a whole offseason to try to deal with that.
I think you're viewing Wilmer Flores and a Yaz, dumping, if you will, as them getting something back in return. To me, like when you flipped, Austin Slater, you just basically said, take a hike, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't about getting something back. It was about, we just need to move on. And that's kind of the way I view and I like Wilmer Flores. He's been more productive than people want to give him credit for, but it's about, we have redundant parts, and I have more parts in AAA that can offset what Yaz brings to the table. Think of what they have in AAA. McRae, Meckler, Luciano. Those are all outfielders. All of them, right? I don't have any starting pitching in the minors. Wisenhunt's coming up. He has not been good. So I think that I'm looking at what do I have a plethora of? Outfielders. What do I not have a plethora of?
But they're not
pitching?
Good.
Well, you got to give them chances. I didn't think Ramos was good. Did you?
No. I mean, he was a first-round pick.
Yeah, but he was
It took him a while to figure it out.
He was very underwhelming.
Last year surprised, I would imagine, most Giants fans.
And as frustrated as we are right now, he is a big leaguer. Like we all would acknowledge, he's a big league player.
He's got a big league bat.
Yes, absolutely.
Does not have a big league glove.
I think you could. Wilmer doesn't have a big league glove.
No, that's a different. I mean,
and
he's,
I don't
he's
think
just
Yaz has a
breaking
big league
down physically.
bat.
Yaz has a big league glove.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
As
a lot of these players have one half of their games. They're half of big leaguers.
Exactly.
But I would say the same thing is true for McRae, right? He's got a good glove and good speed. The same thing is true for Luciano. If you can even count his bat as big league ready, maybe he's not even that, but he definitely doesn't have a big league glove.
Don't you owe it to yourself to get a look at those guys? And not just like a 2-week at the end of September, like a legitimate look. Don't you owe it to yourself as an organization at some point to give these guys a chance?
Sure, if your goal for this year is not about trying to maximize your postseason chances, sure. But you just have to be true. You have to be honest with yourself about what you're trying to do here. If you're trading away Yaz and you're trading away Flores, even if they're going through slumps, and they both are, and you're saying, all right, instead of Yaz in right field every day, it's going to be Matos, or it's going to be McRae, or it's going to be whoever it is. You just have to be honest and say, our goal, we have judged our situation, and we determined it's not in our best interest to try to win baseball games this year and go to the playoffs. If that's the conclusion that you come to, then sure, go for it.
But you really
you're
think the
games
drop
out of a
off
playoff spot?
You really think the drop off from Yaz to, let's say, Grant McRae is so precipitous that it's going to change their fortunes in terms of wins and losses the remainder of the year? Because I do not.
I bet they probably feel that way.
Yeah, and I think that they're insane.
Okay, maybe they are.
I think they're insane.
But I'm just telling you, in order for them to make that decision, they have to feel like it is in our best interest to not try to win as many games as possible this year. And I don't see Buster Posey making that decision.
Yeah, I think we overvalue whatever Yaz brings to the table.
You're probably right. I'm just telling you how I think
the guy's
they
got 29
feel.
RBIs. What are we talking about? Like at a premium offensive position in baseball. What are we talking about? 29 RBIs. He's batting .230 with 8 jacks. His defense is not saving you runs that much. Like, I
will say,
I feel like we're beating our head against the wall.
I will say,
watching the same thing.
Watching Luis Matos play right field,
he's not good either.
Oh my! It does make you respect what Yaz does defensively a little bit more. The way Matos can't read a ball off the bricks, it drives me insane.
Matos isn't good either.
It drives me crazy.
But aren't you happy you've at least had a look at Matos to be able to determine whether he's good or not?
Sure, I felt like I already knew that.
Well, because you got to look at him last year.
Yeah.
I want to get looks at some of these other guys.
We got to look at McRae. We got to look at Luciano. We got to look at Meckler.
Let me ask you this question. So you would buy. You're all about buying.
I'm not trading away one of your top 2 prospects.
So then what are you getting?
Probably not much.
Okay.
You're buying a reliever. You're buying a back end of the rotation guy for someone that you don't know about in single A. You're buying a 4 starter. You're buying a 5th starter. A guy that will eat innings and will have a 4 ERA. That's what you're buying.
I think we're trying to convince ourselves this team is good and this is a win now team. If like Chapman and Adames are solid ball players. They're not Hall of Famers. These are not guys that require you to be all in, year out. And I think we use the Warrior algorithm on the Giants, and I don't think it's applicable to this situation. This team is not a win now, buy now, must be all in situation. Just because Buster said it doesn't mean it's reality. And I think that we need to be more pragmatic on this. This is a slow build. This is a crock pot build. You got to slow cook this bad boy for hours on end. This isn't a microwave deal. And I just keep coming back to, all right, if it's not a microwave deal, get rid of the old dead weight. Let's just give ourselves a look at some of the youth. They need to get more athletic. They need to see what they have in some of these younger players. Now, if that requires me then contemplating dealing Robbie Ray because I get blown away, yeah, I'll consider it. I'm just telling you, I would probably keep Robbie Ray because I've looked at their farm and they have no pitching coming through the farm. I know they have a lot of outfield prospects. I do. Now, are they good? To be determined. To be determined. But you have to have guys that can eat 175 innings. And they don't have that right now. They just don't have that.
You're right. I hear you. I wouldn't trade Robbie Ray. Now you get a Godfather offer from somebody, and you get their top prospect, who's a top 10 prospect in baseball.
Now that's
it would be tough to say no.
That's a different story. Kyle Tucker was moved because they got this third baseman, the Astros, that can't miss, and they got to get him. And Bregman left in free agency. If a situation like that arose, you owe it to yourself to consider it.
And the Astros have not missed a beat. They're leading the AL West by a pretty wide margin, I think.
Can you meet me here? It's not go time. This is not an all-in situation.
No, this is not. I'm trading. Nobody's off limits. I'm trading Bryce Eldridge. This is not a like, to use a phrase that we've used for the Warriors or for the Niners a lot lately. It's not a World Series or bust. You're not doing everything in your power to win the World Series this year.
No.
And Buster Posey is not short-sighted enough to do something like that. But I also think Buster Posey is so incredibly frustrated by how this team is playing right now, and he feels like it's his duty to make things better, and he's going to try to buy. It might not ultimately be much of buying, but I guarantee you he's going into this trade deadline Thursday at 3 thinking, all right, how can I help this team?
But we've seen this team go up against the top dogs in baseball, the Dodgers, who have been scuffling. The only bright spot for the Dodgers in the month has been against the Giants. You've seen them now against the Phillies. You've seen them against the Mets. We could pretty much say this team falls below what the playoff standard teams are in the National League. They are a click below those teams. So I think we're trying to fool ourselves into making a move. We're there. We're close. We're not close. We're actually multiple steps away. And I think it's okay to be fair. You could have a fun season and not make the playoffs. I know in the society that we live in, it's win it all or you suck. But I actually think there's something to be said for, let's get this nucleus, some young players around them. Let's have a month and a half of some fun and some success. Let's finish on a high note. We don't make the playoffs, but I kind of got a better feel, and I'm feeling really optimistic heading into the offseason. That would actually be better than going after this fake playoff run with a bunch of old guys who I know aren't in the cards for next year. So I really believe that.
You want to bring Bryce Eldridge up?
I do. I want to get a taste of him.
He had a home run yesterday. He's been their best hitter.
3 out of 4 days, I think he had a home run.
Buster Posey last night on ESPN talking about Bryce Eldridge. Here's Buster.
We're excited about Bryce. I mean, I think the key number you mentioned, that he's 20, and he's still got a lot of growth, both offensively and defensively. And one of the luxuries now with having Rafi Devers is that we're not as rushed with Bryce. And Randy Wynn and Kyle Haynes in player development, I know, feel strongly that it's important for these guys to get their reps. And we want them to beat the door down. We want them to really beat the door down to get here and be ready to make an impact when they do get here.
That doesn't sound like Buster Posey is preparing to bring up Bryce Eldridge to me. One of the nice things with Rafi Devers here is we don't have to rush Bryce Eldridge anymore. We want him to beat the door down. Beat the door down to get here. And he has been swinging the bat really, really well of late.
Might be the hottest player in the entire system.
So maybe he keeps it up for another 2 weeks, and maybe something does change at that point. But as of right now, with the trade deadline 4 days away, it does not seem like Buster Posey is getting set to promote him.
Well, and also you have to be careful with what you say, because you still have Wilmer Flores on this team, who's another DH option for them. I mean, it certainly has felt like they've realized the writing's on the wall with Wilmer.
Oh, yeah, this is his last year as a Giant. I would feel pretty confident about that.
Is this his last week?
I don't think so. I know you kind of want it to be, not because you dislike Wilmer, but because of what it signals.
It's just, I just think it's redundant. They have too many DH guys as it is.
They do.
And I know he's a guy that needs to bat 4 out of 5 days to feel comfortable. He's talked about that in the past where he got iced out and he felt like he couldn't get any rhythm. And I just think it's a really tough spot.
888-957-9570. What do you think the Giants should do with the trade deadline? I don't think they're going to do a whole lot. It might be a slight buy. Chassis is kind of selling that they should sell some of their veteran edge pieces.
The way I would put it is, I don't think this team has earned the right to be bought in on. I don't think they're good enough. So, yeah, moving some pieces that aren't in the future cards, I would be open to.
Matt Chapman, postgame last night, thinks the Giants will be buyers at the deadline. Here's Chapman postgame.
No, I mean, I think that, regardless of how we played, obviously that it sucks to lose 9 of 11 and, kind of slip out of the standings a little bit, but we're still right there, and we play a lot of the teams that are right in front of us and right in the thick of it with us. So I think that Buster's made it clear that we go out and get Rafi. It makes sense to continue to try to improve this team and for this year and the foreseeable future. So I think we expect to add and to continue to get better and to continue to make a push to make the playoffs.
I think we continue to add. Matt Chapman. And he said the signal from Buster is that he went out and got Rafi. That's who Buster is. He's always going to want to try to help this team. The only question, and you have been on top of this, Shasky, is, okay, well, at what cost? Because the only way that you can really help this team is by giving up pieces that you don't feel comfortable giving up or trading away from your big league squad. And you're not going to trade away from your big league squad to try to help your big league squad. I know you've said Elliot Ramos is one that they should not hang up the phone on if other teams ask, and I would agree with you there, but that kind of seems like a sideways move where you're losing somebody who's been one of your best hitters and trying to help the team at the big league level by getting rid of one of your best big leaguers.
I like Ramos. I think he has a spot on this team, but I also see him as someone as a tantalizing player for another team to get you that guy that they otherwise wouldn't trade you for. Right? And so, I don't think they have prospects that people are gotta have that guy. What is everybody going to ask for? They're going to ask for one of two guys, Bryce and this kid Jozar, who's their second best prospect, the shortstop. He's got a long name. It's a hyphenated name. I always screw it up. What is it? How do you say it, Sammy?
He's locked in.
Sorry, what's up? I was doing producer stuff.
What's
the question?
The shortstop, the 17-year-old who's...
like Jozar Hernandez or something like that? Let me get the name for you.
Yeah, it's a hyphenated name. He goes by 2, 3, 4 names.
De Jesus Gonzalez.
There you go. He's their second best prospect. They just signed the guy.
He's 17 years old.
That's how bad their cupboard is. Now, that guy's getting compared to Francisco Lindor or whatever. Why would you just sign a kid for lots of money in international free agency only to trade him away immediately? That feels kind of foolish. So what are you giving up? Right? You don't have a lot to give up. Nobody is valuing any of the players you have. You're not the ace. You don't have Kurtz and Brent Rooker and all of these young players and Wilson that people have been developing and are now showing tremendous promise at the big league level. That's not where you're at. You're actually in the incubation stage. So I think the only way for you to swing a deal for a difference maker pitcher would be to have to include someone like Ramos. Now, do people want to do that? Probably not. But to get, you got to give. And he's one of the few players under a cost control. He's got 2 more years left of arbitration or whatever, 4 years total of team control left under his belt. He's a guy other teams are going to want because he doesn't make a lot. And he is a big league bat. They don't want your random crap that no one, they don't want Luciano. They don't want Matos. They don't want Grant McCray. So that's the only reason why I suggest contemplating moving Ramos.
The logic is sound because you're right. You're not going to give up Bryce Eldridge, although the members of the Giants front office have said on multiple occasions, we don't like to use the word untouchable. No one is untouchable, but they're not going to trade Bryce Eldridge. I would be shocked if they were to trade Carson Whisenhunt, who's going to make his MLB debut tonight for the Giants versus the Pirates, not because he's been great at AAA, but because the Giants have nowhere else to turn to. Their number 2 prospect, as we just laid out, the guy they just signed who's playing in rookie ball, I would imagine they're not going to trade him and turn around immediately after signing him and ship him out of here. So if that's the case and you don't have a ton of other people who the opponents are viewing as valuable to be willing to trade, say someone like a Mitch Keller who's in town this weekend or this week for the Pirates, or a Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins, a former Cy Young Award winner, then how are you going to get teams to sign off on acquiring those guys? That's why I think what the Giants are going to do is just low-level buy. It's going to be back end of the starting pitching staff, and you just hope that you strike gold. Like in the 2020 or 2014 trade deadline when they acquired Jake Peavy, like in 2012 when they acquired Marco Scudero, like in 2010 when they acquired Cody Ross. Like, it's going to be small things like that, and you hope it turns out to be a move that makes a big difference. I don't see how they have another move in the cards this year. It's going to be something small scale like that.
Well, I wonder if there's not a team that they could switch parts with. Like, I look at Baltimore, and there was a big Bleacher Report article last week. I don't know. Did you check that out?
Like all the rumors.
Adley Rutschman was basically being dangled out there. Again, this is a reckless speculation, but they were saying, hey, the 27-year-old catcher who switch hitter has been injured a lot this year and has really underperformed, could be one of the guys that Baltimore might consider trading along with Austin Hearns, because they, have missed kind of their window and they're going to need to replenish. Could the Giants be in on someone like that? That would be a big get. That would be someone that I would definitely swing big on. Getting a catcher, I think, is one of their biggest needs right now.
So who would you trade?
I don't know. I don't know what they would be asking for. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. But it would start with Carson Whisenhunt plus, because they would want pitching, because Baltimore's problem right now has been their lack of pitching. They've got a lot of outfielders, and I don't think they would want any of your outfielders. I'm sure Bryce's name would be somewhere in that. That would probably be a lot. But those are the types of deals that you're looking for. Someone else who is maybe having an underperforming season, talking about reshuffling their decks.
The only way you're trading either of your young guys in Eldridge and Whisenhunt is if you're getting a young established pro already. And
under cost control, yes.
Who Adley Rutschman is a young established pro. So you're probably not even giving up Bryce, but you might consider Carson Whisenhunt. Although it's the same situation you're talking about with Robbie Ray. Your pitching staff is not a position of strength. So if you're not going to get a pitcher in return, how can you possibly stomach trading him when you have, going into next year or for the rest of this season, 2.5, 3 starting pitchers that you can rely on in the entire system? I don't know how you can stomach trading Whisenhunt unless you're getting a pitcher in return that you feel like is on a track to help the big league squad more than Whisenhunt is right now.
And that's the conundrum they find themselves in. Yeah. So right now, do you need to add to what you have in the cupboard? I'm talking about prospect-wise, or do you need to subtract from it? I don't think you can afford to subtract from it, and I don't think you have the ingredients people are looking for to swing a difference maker. They need difference makers, right?
They do.
Which sucks because they've spent a lot of money, and yet they're still really far away. It does suck.
Now, our opinion will change pretty quickly if Devers and Chapman and Flores, Adames, over the course of the next month, all hit 300. It's not out of the question.
No, it's not. I just
feel a whole lot better.
I get the sense that Devers is in kind of a lost year. You don't like hearing that?
No, I don't like hearing that.
But don't you get that sense?
He showed signs after the All-Star break on the road, but this homestand, although he hit the ball hard and they found gloves.
No doubt. And he works a good at-bat. There's no player on the team who can get 2 strikes swinging out of his shoes and then foul off 1,000,000 pitches and find a way to draw a walk like him.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, he drew the walk in the 9th inning that kept the line moving, put the tying run at second base, and he was the winning run on first, then strikeout. All right, time for the injury report. Well, the Valkyries got the worst news possible this past weekend when it was announced that forward Kayla Thornton will miss the remainder of the season. She underwent surgery after suffering a knee injury during practice last week. It is a devastating blow for the first-year franchise. Thornton was the first player to make the WNBA All-Star game on an expansion team since 2006 and was the Valkyries' only All-Star this year. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is a devastating blow to the Valkyries.
It's terrible.
And
they lost by 31 points yesterday without her.
It happened out of nowhere at practice. So
after
bizarre.
The All-Star break.
So bizarre. And then all of a sudden, boom, had the surgery right away. Gosh, I feel so bad. They were one of the best stories in sports.
Now, we'll see if they could pick it up and continue without her. They got to win Friday without her. They lost yesterday without her. They play again, I think, coming up on Tuesday tomorrow. But yeah, tough blow for the Valkyries, indeed. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The Pads go on in Santa Clara today. We got some Niners camp to talk about. We'll get to that when we come back. It's the Morning Roast. Chasky and Grandy with you. Niners football is back. We're back with that next on 95.7 The Game.
Look. Listen.
I mean, bring it on, man.
Dude,
it is the morning roast. No Spadoni, though. It's Grandy and Shasky here on a Monday. We've been down in the dumps talking about the Giants for a couple of hours. But as I look at the hat you're wearing, Shasky, we've got something to get our spirits up a lot higher. And that's because pads go on in Santa Clara for the first time in training camp.
Real football, baby!
Let's go!
Oh, I'm so excited.
Training camp. Real training camp is here. Not this fake walk-through 11 on 11 crap where you don't have pads. Actual pads, dudes hitting each other. George Kittle will tell you this is when camp really begins.
George Kittle. Oh, man, dude. George Kittle. I'm so pumped. So I went down the rabbit hole and I watched, I know, you're going to call me a sicko. I watched the first 4.5, because I got through the 5th game, 5 games, if you will, of last year.
You are a sicko. I already knew that about you, but
Playing
yes.
sicko mode back
and
here.
they have them condensed. They're like 45 minutes. You can watch like a 12-minute kind of highlight package.
Yeah.
But there's like 46-minute, 45-minute, depending on the game, condensed versions that you can watch. And I was watching them all because there's a lot that I forgot. I don't know if people know this. We could talk about defensive coordinator till we're blue in the face. The Niners had the worst special teams I've ever seen in my life last year.
By a mile.
So as we talk about the pads coming on, you know whose pads I want to see the most of?
Who?
Special teamers. That's who's returning kicks for the Niners? Who is the punter? Who is the kicker?
Thomas Morstead is the punter.
Great.
That's the guarantee. That's like the only guarantee you have on special teams.
Who is going to be my gunners? Who are going to be my gunners? This team, in the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, I forgot how awful. In the Viking game, they had a punt blocked. In the Rams game.
The Rams game was the worst.
They had a fake punt. They were up 14-0. 14-0. And it was like at the 40, 45-yard line, going the other way, okay? Not even on the other side of the 50. And they went for it. So I in my mind, it was like, oh, dude, it was all the defensive coordinator's fault. Like, that's the way I remember last year.
The Rams game also had the Rams' big punt return to set up the game-winning score.
At the end of the game, with a Jake Moody up 7 points in the fourth quarter, miss. A Jake Moody miss that would have basically won the game. They would have been up 10. The game would have been over. I know that I remembered it. It's funny how, like, what do they call that thing where you remember things wrong in your head? There's like a whole, like,
the Mandela effect.
What is it?
I think it's called like the Mandela effect.
I think
where
you're
we
right.
like are all convinced like something happened when it was really something else that happened.
Look, Ronnie Bell dropped balls in that game, in that Rams game.
Yes.
And I'm not here to like make excuses. He dropped a huge ball. The Rams still had timeouts. The Rams might have won that game even if the Niners kick a field goal. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But in my mind, it was like, oh, dude, Ronnie Bell totally ruined that game. Purdy won great in that game. In the second half.
Well, that was the game, right, where Debo was out, Kittle was out,
Yes.
a bunch of... You just had Jawan.
Exactly.
Basically, that was it.
And
he was amazing.
A bunch of guys dropped balls in that game. The point that I'm getting at is that it's so funny how we ended last year, and in my mind, it was like defensive coordinator was awful. And look, he was. I'm not here to say that Sorensen was good. The best thing that the Niners could have done was blow out 5 or 7 of those guys on defense. Their personnel was so bad. So bad. There's not a chance in hell these rookies could be any worse than what George Odom was, Devondre Campbell was, and Isaac Yiadom. Go back and watch. I'm telling you, Isaac Yiadom, or whatever, however you pronounce his name,
You're right.
and
Yep.
Rock Sim were not just bad. They were some of the worst cornerback play I have ever seen in my life. And Devondre Campbell is getting picked on left and right. So as we get excited and I'm pumped up and I'm super, like, everyone's like, hey, pump the brakes. They got a bunch of rookies. I will guarantee you one thing. The rookies might start slow, and that might definitely happen. There is not a chance in hell this defense has not upgraded their personnel, because looking at it on paper, and I wrote it down in my notes, looking at it on paper, there's going to be 5 to 7 new starters, okay?
Yep.
You might miss Leonard Floyd a little. You might, all right? You might miss Malik Collins a little at some point. There's not a chance in hell you're going to miss Devondre Campbell, Isaac Yiadom, all right? And let's call it what it is. George Odom, and at times, Jair Brown's safety play was so bad.
Well, Jair
so
Brown
bad.
might still start.
No, he might. And Malik Mustafa, who was a rookie last year, made a lot of mistakes early on. He's hurt right now.
ACL surgery, going to come back. The Niners said hopefully the first half of the year.
The only guys this defense is going to need are the guys that are returners. Jordan Elliott, he'll be in the mix somewhere as a D tackle. Bosa, obviously they need him. And I think we've misremembered. Bosa started off the year really good. He was much better in the rewatches than I remember last year. I remember being very disappointed as the season went on. It all happened after he got hurt. And then Deommodore Lenoir and Fred Warner are outstanding. They needed 7 new starters. So as we get excited and pumped up for training camp, there are 2 players that I am identifying. And everyone's going to talk to the rookies and, the defensive line. And I hear you on the defensive line. Nick Martin and D. Winters. One of you has got to step up and seize this linebacker spot, and I think it starts today.
Yeah, Nick Martin, rookie out of Oklahoma State, and then D. Winters now has been here for a couple of years. D. Winters, I would imagine, has the leg up because he's been here, but Nick Martin, keep an eye on him. You're going to need one of those guys to you got a stud at every level. You got Nick Bosa on one, you've got Fred Warner in the linebacker core, and then you've got Lenoir in the defensive back group. You're just going to need a group of others to step up alongside those guys. You have the workings of a quality defense. Again, you have a stud at all 3 levels. I think Lenoir is on that level. He's not as good as Fred is. He's not as good as Bosa is, but he's a top 15, 10 corner in the league. I really do feel that way. Deommodore Lenoir is one of my favorite Niners. You're just going to need a player or 2 alongside each of those guys at each level to step up. We don't really know who that's going to be just yet. Can Mykel Williams be that guy opposite Nick Bosa? He might move inside more often than not. We'll see there. And then again, it's you laid out Winters or Nick Martin. And then in the defensive back group, Renardo Green is also dealing with an injury now, and Malik Mustafa is going to be out for a number of weeks going to the beginning of the season. Who is going to be your other corner? Who are going to be your 2 safeties? You do have lots of questions all over the defense, but there is reason to be confident, too.
Apologies. I think Pinnock's going to start at safety on one side, and I don't know who's going to start at the other one. I don't know. It might be the guy Grant that they brought in. I really think that it's open competition on that back end. I really worry about the back end, the Renardo Green injury, which you referenced. Forget the secondary as a whole for a second.
Okay.
One of the silver linings of how bad last year was that I walked away thinking they had a pretty good draft class. I felt pretty high on Ricky Pearsall after I got a chance to see him.
They definitely had a good draft class.
I thought Dominic Pooney was the best rookie offensive lineman in the league. Now, I know there are others that do a lot of evaluations and scouts. He has an argument that he was the best lineman on the Niners last year.
Probably was.
Trent Williams was so out of shape in the first 4 games.
And he missed 7 games.
He looked terrible. He honestly looked terrible. So it's good that he's, ready and rocking and ready to roll. But that draft class was the silver lining for how I felt last year, and it made me very optimistic about the draft class that they did this year. But with Renardo Green's injury and Malik Mustafa's injury and Ricky Pearsall now being activated and him being in full pads today, I think is going to be a big push forward. I just wonder, as time goes on, how good really was that rookie class from last year? As in the guys that are now in their second year. Was it a really good class, or was it a 1 or 2 player deep class in Dominic Pooney? I think that's a big, if we want to talk about the Niners this year being a playoff team, all those guys that are in year 2, Renardo Green,
Malik
Mustafa. I guess D. Winters was the year before, but he's technically in year 2 in terms of importance because he didn't play at all his rookie year.
But second year, third year, similar story.
Yeah. We need all those guys to take leaps forward. We could talk about Mykel Williams and this kid that they drafted from Texas, who's a monster, and West, who they drafted after him. And those guys are going to have to be impact players. But if Ricky Pearsall is a bona fide 750 to 1,100 yard receiver, and if Dominic Pooney builds off last year, and Renardo Green is just serviceable in the secondary, now we're starting to cook. And then I haven't even brought in the kid who at times flashed, but he was injured a lot and made a big fumble on special teams early on in my rewatches of last year. Isaac Guerrero, who I think that they're going to need something from this year. So I look at these rookies that everyone's hyped up about this year, but I look at the class last year and the class the year before, and I say those are the guys I'm actually more interested in seeing take a big leap forward in training camp.
Okay, well, really quick, and you can let us know what you're excited for in training camp, 888-957-9570. Pads go on today. What are you most looking forward to, excited to see? Who are you eager to learn about? I mean, who's the most important player? Like, other than the key guys, other than the stars, right, the future Hall of Famers potentially, who are the most important Niners, and who do you want to learn about here in training camp? Let us know at 888-957-9570. Just to set the stage a little bit, Shasky, some of the injuries that we got from Kyle Shanahan yesterday. Jacob Cowing, second-year wide receiver, Renardo Green, both did not practice with hamstring injuries. The aim for both of those guys is to return the week of their August 16th preseason game versus the Raiders. So maybe 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, those guys miss, which is a big deal. Juwan Jennings also left practice midway through yesterday with a calf injury. Little concerning because he also dealt with the calf similar thing during OTAs over the spring.
And this team referenced the Greenlaw injury as a calf injury before he blew his Achilles out. And
McCaffrey last offseason.
McCaffrey's calf, like the same thing. So, yeah, I get a little PTSD regarding calf injuries.
Yes, and then the good news injury-wise was yesterday Ricky Pearsall was activated from the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list, and he looked really good. He had a touchdown on 11 versus 11. We'll see how he performs today with pads going on. But there's just the quick injury updates. Juwan Jennings leaves practice, and then again, both Jacob Cowing and Renardo Green are going to miss at least a couple of weeks as they try to get ready early in the preseason slate. When it comes to last year's rookie class, the group that's going now into their second year, this was something that we were talking about on our show call yesterday. I wonder, maybe I'd have to go back and watch like you did. I wonder if part of the reason why we're so high on the rookie class is because there was nothing else from last year to be confident in or to be happy about, and you were just maybe. Is there a possibility we overestimated how good some of those guys were just because we were looking for anything positive and there was nothing else to go off of?
I think, obviously, I brought up the special teams and how poor they were, and they were awful. Their personnel on defense was worse than I remember. And I remember it being bad, but I don't remember it being that bad. I mean, like, Fred Warner, had he not been one of the greatest players I've ever seen through a 4-game stretch defensively in terms of miraculous turnovers.
There was some talk that he was in the MVP race through 4 weeks. I remember that last year.
He hit Stevenson from the Patriots in the first.
Ramondre, yeah.
He just absolutely obliterated him. Obliterated him.
That Vikings game might have been the best Fred Warner game I've ever seen in my life.
The interception he made on Darnold was incredible. He was outstanding. They were terrible. Terrible. They desperately needed to get younger, faster, and more explosive. The amount of quarterbacks, Jacoby Brissett was targeting Isaac Yiadom and Devondre Campbell over and over and over and over. Jacoby Brissett with no wide receivers. Some guy, Polk, who was the third for Washington a couple of years ago. The Washington Huskies.
Jalen Polk, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, that's how bad it was. So this team desperately needed to have that youth infusion, hence why we were so optimistic about a Renardo Green. Now, they're going to miss Trevarius Ward. I think that's the one of the veteran guys that they're absolutely going to miss. I don't think they're going to miss Hargrave. I don't think they're going to miss Malik Collins. I don't think they're going to miss Leonard Floyd as much as others think. Leonard Floyd flashed in the Jets game, and that was really about it. We need to see this team stop the run. That is the number one thing that I'm looking for from these youngsters. Mykel Williams, West, Alfred Moore, all these guys. I want to see them stop the run.
I'm so excited to see Mykel Williams.
Absolutely.
Maybe this is just me buying into that classic rookie first-round pick hype, and maybe I'm setting myself up to be disappointed for having my expectations so high. But everyone that I trust that's out there at camp and has seen him all through camp so far, they've had, 4 practices? Today is the 5th, and today's the 1st with pads on. They're talking about Mykel Williams as if he's got this all-pro potential in him. And the way he's dominated inside is so encouraging. He was drafted as a DN, as a pass rusher, and I think the plan generally was he's going on passing downs. he's going, or on running downs, he's going to be on the outside. Early in downs, like first down, second down, he'll be on the outside. Passing downs, on third downs, he'll move inside, and Bryce Huff takes his spot on the outside. There might be a chance that he plays inside, not exclusively, but more often than we were expecting, because he has been so dominant inside. And one thing that you lay out that is very true is they have to stop the run, and you need a good D tackle or two to stop the run. And that's why the Niners were so bad stopping the runs the last couple of years, was because you don't have Armstead anymore. And Armstead was your run stopper. You need someone to fill in the interior. And what did Trent Williams say about Mykel Williams last week? He reminds me of DeForest Buckner. If DeForest Buckner was on the outside, DeForest always played inside with the Niners. And if Mykel Williams plays inside, according to Trent Williams, he's like a DeForest Buckner. That is the biggest compliment Trent Williams, of all people, Trent Williams can pay to a rookie defensive lineman. He looks like DeForest Buckner. I'm so eager to watch Mykel Williams, because if he's good, Shasky, this defensive line goes from being like a one-man unit to legitimately being an incredibly difficult unit to deal with.
I don't think it can be overstated how poor their defense was last year. No, it really can't. Like, we could point the finger at individual players and an individual play caller in Nick Sorensen or like Nick Bosa, for example. Yeah. We can point the finger all we want. But I'm telling you, defenses that have multiple weaknesses, the other team, no matter how poor they are, like the Patriots, where no one could identify a playmaker on that team, they will tell you what the weakness is, and they will attack it over and over and over and over again. I misremembered, even in the Jets game, week 1, where they were in full control, Aaron Rodgers was picking them apart in the middle of the field. And Wilson was making plays. Now, it was after the Niners had kind of built up a lead.
I remember Alan Lazard had a couple of touchdowns,
had two big plays and had a touchdown. They were picking them apart. And so the reason why I keep coming back to linebacker and secondary is because even if you can stop the run, we know that the league, they'll spread you out and they will throw at you. Naylor in the Viking game destroyed them.
I forgot about that.
Destroyed them. And Darnold made a lot of plays. So, yeah, their defense needs to be shored up. I think Robert Saleh coming in is just a huge acquisition.
The Vikings had the 99-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson. Do you remember that?
The Niners went for it on fourth down. Purdy was late throwing into the little out route to the little quick in and out to Jennings, and it got batted at the line. Yep. So they turned the ball over on downs. On second down, Darnold climbed up into the pocket and made probably the best throw he'll ever make in his life to Justin Jefferson, and it was. Odom was the safety. It was just awful. He ran right by him. And then I believe it was Matt Leinart on the call, was like, I just can't believe you can't get a hand on him. Like, how do you let Justin Jefferson just run freely? It's a great question. Darnold was so much better than we remember in that game. He was awesome.
He was amazing for the majority of the regular season. He was great.
He threw a pick that Fred Warner is going to be on, like, if he goes to the Hall of Fame, it'll be on his highlight tape. They also fumbled on the 1-yard line on an Aaron Jones screen, which was like the perfect play call because Diamondor Lenore was blitzing on the side. So reason I bring up all these things from last year is because I wanted a refresher of what was this team. Like in years past, wow, they were so good. This is what happened. And, I needed a kind of like a remembering of how bad it was. The other thing that I think that they really missed last year, God, they missed CMC.
Oh, of course.
Jordan Mason was awesome, but they missed this playmaker in the passing game. And Mason made a couple of plays in the passing game in the first quarter of the season, but he hurt his shoulder and he never was the same. He wasn't as decisive. He didn't run through tackles as well. I thought the offensive line was poor at best. I thought Trent Williams was poor, and Aaron Banks wasn't great. So, left guard is an opening on offense right now. Deebo Samuel didn't look great except for week 1 against the Jets. So I think there's 2 spots on offense that are going to be up for grabs, wide receiver and left guard. And then I look at 5 to 7 spots open on defense. That's why training camp to me is going to be exciting because they needed an infusion of some new.
They did. And I think if I was to identify like one reason why I'm confident in this group or At least more so than last year, and it's pretty simple. And I think we kind of been beating around the bush. It's the small things for me. You have a better defensive coordinator. You got Robert Saleh in here. You got a better special teams coordinator. You got Brant Boyer in here who came over from the Jets. You don't have Sorensen at DC. You don't have Schneider at special teams defense or special teams coordinator anymore.
Did he get picked up anywhere? I know Sorensen is a special teams guy somewhere, but
the Cowboys is where Sorensen is.
That's where. Okay,
I don't know about Schneider.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure.
Watching it back, I was like, yeah, we should have fired him after the Rams game.
Absolutely, it was the best thing that they could have done. Just like you could have just benched Devondre Campbell after week 3 too, and you probably would have been better for it. You kind of got lucky that he ultimately quit on you because he was not good.
You know what was another
you guys talking about Brian
Schneider,
kind of right?
Yes, Brian Schneider.
Yeah, he is in his second year now as the 49ers special teams coordinator.
He's not Niners special teams coordinator.
They have a new
anymore.
guy.
Brant Boyer is the Niners special teams coordinator.
Oh, it is Brian. Yeah, never mind. All right, let me find out where he's at then.
Yeah.
Hold on.
One thing that I actually was reminded of watching it, they were one of the worst red zone teams I've ever seen. It was so frustrating, the amount of field goals that they settled for in the red zone. And I think that's where CMC's absence was sorely missed. They really missed just the way that defenses play him and how he can break a tackle, how you can utilize him in the passing game. They were extremely stale and predictable. So I go to Shanahan and I'm like, all right, what do you have cooked up this year in the red zone? I think that is a big... I'm looking at Shanahan, not about game clock management, because looking back, he did a really good job at the end of halves, at the beginning of the third quarter. I actually thought they did some good things. The offense stalled out in the red zone over and over and over and over again. They should have beat the Jets by 50. They kicked 6 field goals.
I think the thing that McCaffrey gives us that maybe it's when you don't have it is not immediately obvious because the replacement still will get like 12 yards. Like,
oh, Mason was a good back.
Mason, yeah, but so there's a play and it's whether it's a quick catch or it's a run between the tackles or whatever it is, Mason gets 12 yards. And you're like, all right, like great run.
Yeah.
McCaffrey gets 37 yards on that play.
He has the breakaway speed.
Yes.
And I think also as a check down option, he opens up the middle of the field and the intermediate routes for others. That was just, you don't honor Mason in the passing game that way.
And it's similar to like the Steph Curry gravity that he has on a basketball court.
Exactly.
It's it's the same when Debo was Debo at his best is what Debo did too. But when you have McCaffrey who can beat you on the ground and through the air, and even if he's not getting the ball, you have to have a guy, 2 guys that are shaded his way. It opens everything else up for everybody else.
The other element that I'm interested to see is, you know, this offensive line I thought didn't do a lot of favors for Brock Purdy last year, but I also think that we could talk about separation for receivers, and that's obvious, right? Purdy, I didn't think trusted a lot of what he saw downfield. He held the ball. His best attribute, rewatching the games, his legs were hands down better than his decision making, better than his accuracy. His legs were his best weapon for the first 5 weeks, without a doubt in my mind. But I did think he held the ball a little long, and he threw up a lot of 50-50 balls into traffic that, hey, when you come down with him, and Jawan Jennings, you know, Moss is a guy,
Yep.
It looks really cool, but you're also like, you threw that into triple coverage. So as we talk about training camp and everything, this secondary isn't great for the Niners. No. I want to see Brock and the wide receivers build rapport in the intermediate and downfield passing game that I just felt they were a tick off all of last year.
Niners pads going on for the first time all year. What are you most excited to see at training camp when preseason games roll around? Who are you circling? What position battles? Who do you need to have a good camp? You can let us know, 888-957-9570. It's Shasky and Grandy with you here on the Morning Roast. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Safeway. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game. Heard the reviews, not so good.
I don't.
Oh, what
get
a
it.
shock!
Did you watch it, Sam?
I refuse to watch it. There's no point to. Like there's a list of movies, however long, that don't need sequels. Happy Gilmore is on that list. The fact that they're trying to do a Happy Gilmore 2, no, I will not fall for the banana on the tailpipe. You will not bait me into that. I'm not in. I'm not watching that. I refuse.
Caddyshack came out 45 years ago to the day Happy Gilmore 2 came out. Now, Caddyshack is one of the all-time great movies, period. Sports or not sports. And you have three of the greatest comedians of their generation, Rodney Dangerfield, Chevy Chase, Bill Murray. Like, it is an all-time cast, okay? Judge Smails, I consider one of the greatest characters of all time. Happy Gilmore 2 is nowhere near Caddyshack 1. It's bad. But this is the way I now do movies. How quickly do I open my phone? If I open my phone within the first minute and a half,
you're over. It's done.
You're just,
go back to Giants baseball.
It's bad. It's bad. And I wanted to like it. Now, there is a shirtless Travis Kelce in the movie who is a waiter. I'm not giving away any of the plot. I don't know if you've seen George Kittle with his shirt off. George Kittle he looks like a G.I. Joe character. Why are we laughing? What are you making fun of me?
What? He just played the Bonte drop.
Oh,
so.
well.
There's a shirtless Travis Kelce.
He plays a role in it. Was it Bad Bunny? Bad Bunny's in it. It's a who's who of golfers and athletes and celebrities. Post Malone's in it. Basically, the way I view it, look, it's mindless. I'm not outraged in any way. It's one of those ones you could fall asleep for an hour, wake up, and you miss nothing. You've literally missed nothing. And it felt like they were trying to jam-pack as many celebrities in there as possible.
Sounds like a ringing endorsement.
Kelsey Plum's in it.
Is she?
Oh, yeah, she is. She's in it. She's when he goes to the public golf course, she's like in there. I'm not giving away anything, so don't worry. But
you could probably describe the entire plot of the movie and still not give anything away.
Because nothing happens.
You really can't. And then Adam Sandler's two daughters are in it as well, which I didn't know they were his daughters.
And his wife.
Oh, that's his wife?
Yeah, not the blonde girl, the other one.
No, I know, yeah, not the Modern Family wife. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Huh. So for like an hour and a half just to like mindlessly see, oh, that's that celebrity. Oh, that's that celebrity. It's whatever.
It's an Adam Sandler movie. It's basically just him and his best friends just doing whatever on a movie set, and they just happen to be doing a golf theme movie.
He has some great movies. This is not one of his. It's not one of his best.
Anyway.
Sorry.
You're good. You want to get fired up about football?
Well, I was thinking about Travis Kelce and how washed he looked in the thing. Like, now you're at the acting portion of your career, and I was like, George Kittle's still out here playing at a prime level.
Okay, wait, hold on. Was he playing? So he wasn't playing himself, Travis Kelce.
He was playing a waiter. No, he was not playing himself.
Okay. Because oftentimes these athletes are in movies playing themselves. That's not acting.
Everybody was
yourself.
playing. Everybody who was in the movie as a celebrity was playing some version of something else, except for the golfers.
What golfers were in it?
Oh, it was a who's who. Xander Schauffele was in it. Jordan Spieth was in it.
Was Bryson in it?
Bryson was in it.
Scotty,
Brooks, Rory, and they were awful. Just horrible. Scotty gets arrested in it. It's pretty funny there.
Is there nothing we can do about it?
What's his face is Jack Nicklaus is in it.
Oh, wow.
Fred Couples is in it. They play kind of the old guys.
Is there anybody in this movie that's not a crazy celebrity?
Well, the guy who I think is the star of it is Will Zalatoris, who is a Giants fan.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's in it. He plays a joking version of the caddy from the original Happy Gilmore.
Huh. Okay. I'll probably watch it at some point. I'm not
It was
that
a
excited,
total cash grab.
Did you see what happened between Diamador Lenore and Juwan Jennings on Friday?
Well, I didn't
did you hear
see
about
it, but I heard about it.
They got into a little bit of a fight. They got into a scuffle, and neither of those guys talked post-practice on Friday, and they were off Saturday. They practiced Sunday, and Diamador Lenore talked for the first time after that fight he had with Juwan Jennings on the practice field. Here's what Lenore had to say about that fight with Juwan.
No, that's just how we greet each other. That was our first day being able to see each other, full tilt. Of course, we wasn't in pass, but that's just how we greet each other.
A fight between Lenore and Juwan, and he says that's just how we greet each other. As if anything wrong there between you guys? No, that's just how we say hi. We fight each other. We're football players. This is camp. We're punching. We're swinging. We're trying to shove you over. I love that from Diamondo Lenore.
I said that my MVP of enthusiasm in terms of causing fights this year at the camp was going to be Diamondo Lenore.
Absolutely.
And through a week, I feel vindicated.
Yeah, that sounds like a win to me already.
Yeah. He's just a feisty guy. The last couple of years, I know Juwan has been intense, but prior to that, Ayuk was by far and away the guy that stirred the pot the most.
Instigator.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you need those kind of guys in training camp. They keep it interesting. They
Absolutely.
raise the intensity level for everyone involved.
And when we're talking about, like, okay, let me ask you this, and you guys can all weigh in, 888-957-9570. Other than the core, right, which is Purdy, it's McCaffrey, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. That group, we know who that group is, and obviously Purdy's in there because he's your quarterback, and he's been pretty good for a couple of years.
And he welcomed a baby girl over the weekend.
Purdy?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
He announced it about a half hour ago.
Yeah. So on Insta?
On Insta.
That's why he wasn't there at practice on Friday.
Congratulations,
okay, that makes
Brock.
sense. Congratulations. So Brock and Christian McCaffrey, both new dads.
Yeah.
Because Christian's wife had a kid like 2 weeks ago.
And I think George is set to be one soon. Is that correct?
I do not know about that.
Okay.
But you could be right. I didn't know about Brock. So
well, welcome to it, because last night I couldn't put my kid to bed, and we were like, all right, just bring him into the bedroom. And next thing you know, he's punching mommy and scratching daddy. And
that sounds fun.
Oh, yeah. He's in a punching phase right now. I don't know. It came out of nowhere. He's the sweetest little boy. And out of nowhere now, and no one's taught him to punch. Out of nowhere, he's punching her square in the face.
Hey, you got a mark on your left cheek there.
And he scratched the side of the eye. It hurt. And I was like, don't you love daddy? No.
Come on, LJ. But other than that group, which is like the who's who of this Niner team, Purdy, McCaffrey, Trent, Kittle, Bosa, and Warner, who do you think is the most important Niner? What's the group below those studs, most important Niner for this coming season? I think there's like a group of 4 or 5 that you could pick. I think for me, it might be Diamondo Lenore. I think it is Diamondo Lenore, considering how unproven that defensive back group is. You need Lenore to legitimately be a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, and if he's not, then you might have serious problems in that defensive backfield.
Well, and also they like to pick on like whoever your weak link is, because last year they had Ward and Diamondo Lenore,
yes,
and they were playing okay, and they just kept picking on whoever that third corner was. So that's a good one. I think the guy who plays opposite Fred Warner is extremely important. So whether that's Nick Martin, whether that's D. Winters, they're going to need whoever it is, that second guy, to just be better than Devondre Campbell. I cannot.
That's a low bar.
I cannot tell you how bad he was. So bad. So bad.
I don't know how he plays. He's so slow.
I know. And then I think left guard's extremely important. Aaron Banks, though not the greatest player in the world, was pretty solid. I'd just say solid, not like he wasn't awful. He wasn't great. Just
Packers overpaid for him.
Yes. I wouldn't have given him that money.
I agree, but you have a step down.
Yeah,
now.
And we'll see about Ben Barch. Like, we'll see, and then Colton McKivitz, I think, is an extremely important person. There were 2 or 3 plays, I did a big rewatch yesterday of the first 5 games of the year, 2 or 3 plays where he just got destroyed. There was one where the Niners were about to score before the end of half, and Byron Young went flying around Colton McKivitz and caused a Brock Purdy strip sack, which can wreck a game, can wreck a drive, can wreck a moment for a team.
Wreck a season.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Cole McKivitz is extremely important, but he wasn't as bad in the rewatch as maybe I thought he was.
Another one that's in that group for me, and a lot of this has to do with your other receivers. Ayuk going to miss, who knows, maybe half of a year. We'll find out. Jawan has the contract question right now, and also now has a calf injury that has kind of been bothering him for the majority of the offseason. I think Ricky Pearsall is one of the most important Niners for this season, too.
Oh, hands down.
He's got to, 1, be healthy. He's got to, 2, be the player that he was the final 3 weeks of last year. Otherwise, you're going to have to overly rely on George Kittle to the point where you might wear him down because you don't have anyone else that you can rely on to catch balls.
And the backup tight end that they signed, Luke Farrell, to just block,
yes, has
yet to record a catch in any of the 11-on-11s.
And
so we'll see about that.
He's into block.
Yeah,
that's
100%. So
it might free up Kittle for a few more routes.
Yeah,
but
no, that's a good point. Getting back to Ricky Pearsall, I just think we're all like quick to write him off. I don't think I'm as concerned with the injury stuff as anyone. But when he's played, he's good. Like, I don't know how good. We'll see. He gets open. He has good hands. He's a good route runner. I think he'll be a solid player. Will he be, live up to the first round tag? I don't know. Time will tell. I know he doesn't stink. Like Solomon Thomas stunk.
Yeah.
He stunk. He just, he's not a starter.
Yeah.
I don't think Ricky Pearsall stinks. He had more yards last year than Jawan Jennings had the year prior, which is kind of crazy. Now Jawan was the 3. Jawan's big game where he scored the 3 touchdowns against the Rams, no Debo, no Kittle that day. So he went into that game being the number 2 and having more expectation. He had a monster game.
Probably the number 1 because at that point Ayuk was still trying to work his way back.
Ayuk didn't look good. I rewatching it, I think the team set him up for failure, signing him so late in the process. If you were going to keep him, you needed to bring him in earlier. He was totally out of sync. I'm not taking anything away from the criticisms that he's received. I am retconning my own frustration with the organization. I think that they drug their feet too long. And once we hit a certain spot, either you were going to keep him or you're going to trade him away. And if you were going to keep him, you did yourself no favors by signing him so late in the process because he came into camp not ready to go. Same with Trent Williams. What did you expect was going to happen? So they need Pearsall to be good.
Absolutely. Kyle Shanahan talking yesterday on the receivers as a whole. Here's Shanahan.
They're spinning right now. Once you think you got it, it gets a lot worse the next day. So today was our first call-it period, which means it wasn't scripted, and I think so they have no idea what's coming, and I think that showed a little bit of rust. I think they're in their playbooks, but they definitely can't be content with it. They got to get in it more. They got to get more of these reps, and we got to keep challenging them.
And then Shanahan specifically on having Ricky Pearsall available for essentially all of training camp. He was activated off of PUP yesterday. Here's Shanahan on Ricky.
Anybody who can make it through camp and doesn't have setbacks, it's gonna always put them in a much better position. That's what working and practicing things get you better. And when you're hurt, you can't. It's frustrating for guys. But he overcame that last year. If things happen this year, he'll overcome that too. But that's why he's prepared so hard for this, to try to get his body in a position to be able to make it through camp. And I know he had a setback in OTAs with his hamstring, but he's worked as hard as anyone this offseason and hopefully have some better luck.
And again, activated off of the PUP list, physically unable to perform yesterday and is ready to go. Pads will be on today, and Ricky Pearsall will be participating. If he happens to miss a game or two early in the year, and you don't have Ayuk back then, which you won't, I would imagine, for at least like the first 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 weeks, you're going to be relying on Jawan and Demarcus Robinson and Jacob Cowing. No, you're right. Demarcus Robinson might also be suspended, not officially yet, but he might miss 3 games.
And Cowing's hurt right now.
You might have to go with undrafted rookies as your wide receiver 3, potentially.
I do want to hear from people that have boots on the ground, like, what does Jordan Watkins look like? What does this kid Isaiah Nair look like, who's getting a lot of praise? Like, it's one thing to win some routes in shorts. It's another thing to do it in shells. And I think as we get to 11 on 11, like being a contested ball catcher is extremely important in the NFL. The margin for what's open versus college, what's open is just totally different. Having a step and a tiny window is wide open in the NFL.
Yeah.
Whereas in college, it feels like 4 or 5 steps is wide open. So someone's going to have to step forward. And then, like, which one of those guys can be a punt returner? I think that's a huge thing. Like, Ray McLeod stayed on this team because he could return kicks. Why did they always have this fascination with Trent Taylor? Oh, he returned kicks. Who's going to be their punt and kick returner?
Yeah.
Have we even talked about that?
I don't think so.
I haven't heard them address it. Does anyone know? Who's catching them on the jugs machine? That's something that I'm monitoring as well, because I think that's going to give a leg up to all these other random receivers. If one of those guys can just be serviceable there, like, that's a role for you.
I would guess, and this is just a guess, assuming health, Garendo is going to be a kick returner and Cowing is going to be a punt returner. But I think we've seen both those guys fumble punts and kicks last year. So I don't know how comfortable Shanahan feels about that. That would be my guess. Ricky Pearsall, I think Ricky Pearsall returned some punts last year, didn't he?
He was doing practice actually last week.
He was.
And he changed from 14 to number 1. Is that official?
He did. Yeah, he's wearing number 1. The number that Debo wore last year. But I think if I'm Shanahan, and I know how important Ricky Pearsall is for my wide receiver room, I don't think I want Ricky doing anything else.
I kind of agree with you on that one.
Especially considering that he has dealt with some injuries.
Yeah.
I don't want to put him through anything more than just running routes.
No, he's a situational returner when I need a little juice.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
In the second half of a game. That's what they do with Debo at times. He was a situational kick returner.
Just to clear up here, so Pearsall worked, this is according to Nick Wagner, worked in punt returning alongside rookies Junior Bergen and Jordan Watkins on,
So Jordan
I think,
Watkins
Friday.
is, okay. So there you go. Junior Bergen, where's he out of?
I'll find out for you.
Yeah.
Junior Bergen is
He was
a
the
rookie
seventh
out of
rounder?
Montana, seventh round pick. Yeah. And then Jordan Watkins was also the rookie that they drafted out of Ole Miss in the 4th round. Jordan Watkins has been getting some praise in the offseason. But then the name that you mentioned, Isaiah Nayor, the undrafted
Am
rookie.
I mispronouncing it?
How did you pronounce it?
Nair?
I don't know.
Okay. You said Nayor. I was thinking maybe.
I might be wrong.
Okay.
Rookie out of Nebraska. Who did not get drafted but is making a lot of noise as well. So, I mean, those are all rookies, and one of them is a 7th round pick, and one of them was undrafted, so I would not expect all that much from any of them. But we might get to a point if you do not have a lot of luck in your wide receiver room where those guys are forced to make an impact and forced to play.
I believe Ayuk and Debo both had over 700 yards as rookies and didn't play every single game. You know, when their first full season as wide receivers in this system. Is that a good number for Ricky Pearsall?
700?
Like, if I were to give you an over-under, what would you put it at?
Oh, I would feel very disappointed if he only has 700 yards.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's going to be wide receiver 2 for at least, you think, like 6-7 weeks.
You know,
and even when Ayuk comes back, I mean, how long is it going to take Ayuk to get like fully acclimated back? I don't know. Ricky Pearsall should have like 800 or more yards, I think.
All right. I know how they want to play football, and throwing for 3,500 to 4,000 yards is kind of what they're going to do, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to throw for 5,000. So if Kittle gets 1,000, right, and your other 2 wide receivers, starting wide receivers, somehow split up another 1,800 yards, right? And then McCaffrey gets his 500 to 600. That's what you're hoping. And then you throw Juice some balls, maybe your backup tight end, and then another receiver. I don't think it's that crazy of a number, 700, 750.
Let's see. I'm trying to find this online where it might have it listed. I'm seeing 750.5 is the over-under.
See? And this is off the top of my head.
You're pretty spot on. I don't know if I would feel great taking the over because that would rely on him staying healthy. If he's healthy for like misses a game or 2 here and there, and he doesn't go above that, I'd feel disappointed.
He had, what did he play, 6 games last year, and he had 400 yards, like almost on the dot.
I'll find it for you. I remember the Lions game at the very tail end of the year last year. He had
the really big touchdown where he broke away Bucks game.
He played 11 games and had 400 yards.
How many did he start? It should say GS.
Doesn't show me here. I'm on ESPN. I got to go somewhere else. Hold on.
No, Pearsall we're talking about here, Carter.
I will find it for
you.
He
had 400 and he
had 400 yards and 3 touchdowns.
And 37 catches?
31. 11 games, 4 starts.
4 starts.
Yes. And his best game was that Lions game towards the end of the year when he had 10 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown. That was the Monday night meaningless Lions game.
It wasn't meaningless. Yes, meaningless in the sense of standings, but I thought they were
Moody
fighting.
missed like 3 kicks.
That was like the last stand game. Like, this is the last game we're going to be going all out for. And
that safety for Detroit, I know their defense was awful last year. He made some plays in that game. Some plays.
They picked off Brock Purdy a couple times over the middle. I remember that.
The fourth quarter, he was terrible. Was it Branch?
Brian Branch.
Yeah.
Out of Alabama. Yeah. But I think Ricky Pearsall, if he's not healthy, I am seriously concerned about the offense because I have my concerns about the offensive line, as I think a lot of Niners fans do.
Which are fair.
If you are not allowing Brock Purdy to get the ball out quick consistently, that's what Ricky Pearsall can do with those short routes and his burst and athleticism. If he's not healthy, I don't see a lot of ways other than just spamming the ball to McCaffrey every single time. I don't see a lot of ways for you to protect Brock Purdy. And that's why Debo was so valuable, because you could just give him the ball on a quick throw or on a screen or on a handoff, and you kind of hide the deficiencies of the offensive line. But if Ricky Pearsall isn't available and you have to wait for Jawan to go out and get open, or wait for Kittle down the field to go out and get open, I think it's going to be rough. So Ricky Pearsall, for me, is one of the most important players on the team.
It sounds like they were using him yesterday in a Debo-like role, too. And they're not allowed to say specifics, some of the beat writers, but it sounded like he was catching balls behind the line of scrimmage, in motion, down the field, and then in a lot of like bubble or tunnel screens. So Debo's so unique, no one's going to be able to replicate exactly what he brought to the table.
Well, ball in your hands, Debo will just run through you. Like, Ricky's never doing that.
Absolutely, a monster. But I thought at times last year, and you could see it in the Viking game and the Rams game when they, well, not a Rams game, but the Viking game and the Viking game prior, and he got hurt, missed a couple of, whatever the fifth game was. They were like force feeding him very predictable screens, and teams were all over it. In the Viking one, they threw a backwards pass to him that got stuffed and should have been intercepted for a pick six at like basically on the 1 yard line. Yeah. So I think they needed to remove Debo from the situation just to force Shanahan into more creativity. I thought he got really stale.
He did rely on Debo a lot, and it kind of felt like it was his safety blanket.
He was trying to prove something.
And was he trying to allow Debo to prove something?
I think he really likes Debo, and I think that he was trying to prove that he still had it.
Yeah, I mean...
And I think with no McCaffrey, it seemed like defenses knew, he's going in motion, ball's going to him, let's triple team that. They were all over him all year.
I think part of the reason why I feel confident in this year, and not that I think that they're necessarily going to be the 1 seed in the NFC and win the Super Bowl, just in general, confidence in the team is, I think Kyle Shanahan is going to be in a spot now where he can focus so much more of his energy on doing what you're talking about and being more aggressive and being more creative and finding ways to beat defenses just with play calls himself because of what happened last year. And he was talking about this on the TK show last week, the Tim Kawakami podcast you can find it on the free Odyssey app. He was asked essentially about Robert Saleh being back, and he went on to explain, I give all of my assistant coaches full responsibility to do their entire job. I don't ask, because you're Robert Saleh and you've been here before, I don't give you more responsibility than, say, a guy what I gave Nick Sorensen last year. I gave both those guys the same responsibilities. But what he said is, when you are not doing your job as well as I would like you to do, I have to go over and make sure, no, I want it this way, X, Y, and Z. You're doing this. You should be doing this. It just seemed, when Kyle was explaining it, it seemed to me like there was so much of his energy and his resources were spent on making sure everybody else was doing their job. And I think with Robert Saleh in here, with a new special teams coordinator in here, he can just be so much more hands-off, and that's not what he's good at. But I think he is going to be able to feel better about being hands-off, and it's going to allow him to really sink his teeth into what he does best. And it's getting back to calling those plays where it leaves our jaws on the floor afterwards. I always think back to that game. It was Brock's second ever start in Seattle Thursday night a couple of years ago, where they faked the quick throw left, faked a quick throw right, and then Kittle is wide open down the middle, and it's a walk-in touchdown. I don't think we saw any of that from Shanahan last year. So much of my confidence in the Niners is just Shanahan getting back to, I think, who he is as a play caller, and I think Robert Saleh will allow him to do that.
One of the most creative plays in the first 5 games when I rewatched it was a Debo Samuel jet sweep at the goal line where he had to break 4 tackles against the Jets. And I think he got blasted on that play and really got hurt, legitimately. He wasn't the same. They were terrible. Okay. So there's 2 sides to this. You're saying that he spent a lot of his time and his energy on defense.
Yes.
Because
and special teams.
Well, that's his, I hate to say it, it's your fault. You hired Sorensen.
Yes.
I'm not trying to
this on himself.
That might also it's true. I'm sure he did spend a lot of time looking over that guy's shoulder. But that's what happens when you make the wrong hire. Yep. And you did it 2 years in a row. You did it with Steve Wilkes, and then you did it with Sorensen, and somehow you downgraded each time. So I hear you. He is going to be judged, though, by his baby, and his baby is the offense.
Yep.
And I think that really takes the heat off of him for red zone And I do think there was player execution issues in the red zone, stale play calling in the red zone, and a failure for them to just execute the basics. I'm telling you, man, it was so bad in the red zone. The amount of times in the first 5 games, Jake Moody is lining up a field goal from the 4, from the 6, from the 9.
So
it's just
frustrating.
Oh, my God. I wrote it down. I mean, the first game, 6 field goals, a 31, a 23, a 31. I mean, like, just go back and look. There's so many different red zone field goals, and I'm talking low red zone, like inside the 10. And then also the other thing was a lot of penalties. When you rewatch the game, the amount of 2nd and 25s, 3rd and 23s, it's alarming. Their pre-snap execution was really bad.
Another reason why I think the Niners will be a whole lot better this year than last is what you're laying out. I don't know how they can be worse in the margins everywhere.
Fundamentally, they were terrible.
So bad at all of the small stuff. All of the other things. Like, they move the ball well. Honestly, they move the ball really well. Like, in terms of yards per play, they are still one of the top teams in the NFL. You're right about the red zone. They were terrible in that regard.
I forgot how bad they were. Like, it was so bad.
Penalties offensively and defensively, they were bad at. The turnover battle, they were bad at that. Just the simple execution of that special teams play, whether it was a field goal or whether it was covering a kick, whether it's a kickoff or a punt. They were bad at those things. And maybe it's simple and maybe it's not the smartest thing for me just to assume they will be better at that. I have a hard time believing they will be worse. They could possibly be worse in those things. So one of the ways in which they will be better is just simply not being as boneheaded in all those areas.
I forget what game it was, but they ran a Kittle, kind of like a Travis Kelce play for Kittle, where they threw like a little like
shovel pass?
Yeah, flippy shovel type.
Yeah.
It was a short one. I don't even know if he shoveled it. He might have but it was similar to that kind of design.
Catch it behind the line of scrimmage and then you just dive forward.
Yeah, he kind of slipped past everybody and then boom, and then got in. That's what they need.
Yep.
They need to split out George Kittle wide and throw him. Now, one of his best catches was the Patriot game where Purdy threw a 50-50 ball and just lobbed it up. Now, he also threw a terrible red zone interception in that game. But a 50-50 lob pass,
which was
corner
of the end zone.
Maybe the best catch of Kittle's entire career. We need more of that. Split him out wide and use him as an apex, player.
Kittle was so good. He was so good last year.
He also battled injury, too, which I kind of forgot about.
He played 15 games, but he had 78 catches for 1,106 yards and 8 touchdowns. He was amazing. It's incredible that you got that from Kittle and you only won 6 games. That just goes to show how bad everything else was.
I was going to say the other thing, like they were a 6-win team. Watching it back, I was like, okay, you get penalized a lot. You're horrific on special teams, and your defensive personnel is atrocious. They were a 6-win team.
Oh, not saying they deserved otherwise, but it's incredible that Kittle was as good as he was, and they still were that bad.
Yeah, that I agree with.
I don't know.
Trent was terrible. Ayuk wasn't good.
McCaffrey
CMC was nowhere to be found.
games.
Yeah, like Debo wasn't good. Like there were a lot of bad. And then Fred Warner looked completely different after the injury, and so did Bosa. I think I was a little too harsh early on. He hurt the obliques.
Oh, that's right.
When he landed on one guy, he hurt the other oblique and got up and couldn't move. He was actually very tenacious in the Rams game.
And then Fred fractured his ankle against the Patriots and still played the whole year.
Wasn't the same.
What a freak.
He wasn't the same. He was. Those 4 games at the beginning of the year were as good as any 4 games I've seen from a linebacker ever.
He was amazing. Legitimately, he was in the MVP race.
100%.
It's 4 weeks, so...
No, he was amazing. He made Breece Hall fumble on the first possession of the year for the Jets.
God, he was amazing. I can't wait to watch him play football again today, and I can imagine he's one of the guys that is foaming at the mouth to get pads on today.
Did you know that the kid who's the D tackle from Texas...
Alfred Collins?
Is cousins with Trent Brown?
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. I found that out over the weekend. Isn't that that's interesting, right? 2 of the largest human beings.
I was going to say, it's a big family.
That gene pool. Could you imagine what it looks like at dinner time at that house?
Oh my God. They eat 4 plates.
I mean.
No, just big, Carter. Just big.
Trent Brown was one of the largest human beings I've ever seen in my life.
How tall was he? Like 6'7"?
He's like 6'7", 6'8", but he was a full 340.
He's so small compared to Jokic's brother.
For real?
So small, I can't even tell you.
That's who we need to sign in the offseason, Jokic's brother?
Did you see Nikola Jokic? I think in Serbia, I would imagine, celebrate his horse won a race or something.
No, I missed
and
it.
He was like in tears.
Yeah, they put it side by side with him winning the NBA
It was more
championship.
emotional
No way.
with his horse winning a
Kyle
race.
Mai winning it all? That's a Tony Soprano cut.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. But yeah, pads going on today. We'll keep an eye on that, of course, all week long here on the Morning Road to 95.7 The Game. Pads on today. We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan and a whole lot more throughout the week. Hopefully we get good injury news for the Niners the rest of the week. They've already had a number of guys go down with injury, but we're going to need the Niners to keep our spirits high, Shasky, because the way this Giants team is playing right now, it is difficult to be excited about them in this moment.
One last thing on the Niners before I forget, because the Giants did a little something over the weekend. They unveiled it's an old logo, but they put the Giants on the front of the hat. I can't remember them ever wearing just Giants on the front of the hat.
They never have worn that logo on a hat before.
Ever. Now, they had the G way back in the day as a batting practice hat.
Yes.
And they've worn the ones this year, which are the 80s Giants attitude, curvy Giants on the front, but not that logo from the late 60s, early 70s.
Orange baseball, black Giant script across the top of the orange baseball.
Which you will see like that and Hum Baby written in the center field area. If there's like a light up thing that has it. Anyway, point being is I like that hat. That hat was cool. I really enjoyed that. I know that all of Major League Baseball did some odd hat thing over the weekend. I'm not sure exactly what it was called. It was like retro something.
For the Hall of Fame weekend.
So what was it called?
I'm not sure. Let me get the name for it. But yeah, it was in celebration of the Hall of Fame.
Gotcha.
Every team was doing a throwback logo for it. What was really frustrating, guys, is I went walk around the ballpark this weekend trying to find that hat. And it was really hard to find. The dugout store had like one little shelf of the hats, but they're all like the smaller sizes. So
and
hopefully
they get
with
all the hair you have.
Exactly. I need to go a size up actually on my hat now with all this hair. So it was tough for us big-headed people to find a hat. So hopefully the Giants can rectify that.
Well, it's one of the few times where Major League Baseball has added a hat to the rotation that I've actually it's a good hat. You know what I mean? Like it was. It's a good look. It's a good hat. And I really liked it on Friday night when they wore the orange cursive, jersey to kind of match it. That being said, I think it's today. I thought it was August 28th. But the Niners are going to unveil some new rival jersey. Just please don't be some awful black jersey. The Niners.
It is August 28th.
So
it's a month from now.
It's not July 28th.
It's not.
Okay.
They posted on Twitter a couple of days ago, Nike rivalries 8/28/25. So coming out in a month.
Okay. I just want everyone to understand.
Cannot wait for this or that the next day after that one.
This is the real. The Niners have glorious jerseys. Similar to like the Yankees, right? There are certain teams, the Lakers I would throw in there. There are certain teams in sports that have glorious uniforms. And you might have a couple, versions, but less is more in the case of the Yankees. I would even throw the Red Sox in there, right? The Chicago Cubs. Now, they've got a variety of jerseys, but like the pinstripes do look really, really, really cool. In football, the Packers, the Steelers, the Raiders, the Niners, right? These teams don't need 17 different jerseys. They have the 94, a.k.a. throwbacks to way back in the day with the white pants. What are they called?
I'm saying I love them. They're great.
I do too. I don't know if I love them as their everyday or every game in, game out. Like I love the gold pants. Don't mess this up. That's where I'm coming at. Just don't mess this up. Don't overthink it. Don't let Nike screw up what you have going right now. Your jerseys are fine. No one's like opining for these black, what I call knockoff jerseys. The ones that they wore in 2017, those are knockoff jerseys. That has liquor store written all over it. What I call, like, we would go back in the 90s, that's like a Chinatown jersey.
Those are so ugly.
It's a knockoff jersey that doesn't look real. The black with the red lettering and no, outlining. They were awful. They were terrible. Your uniform should not be black. That's the Raiders. That's the Steelers. Those are specific iconic brands. You're red and gold and white. You can have a little black trim. I'm open to that. Don't mess this up, Niners. I know I'm a uniform snob. I get it.
You are.
People think I'm crazy, but there are certain teams that don't need to have crazy uniforms. If you're the Diamondbacks and you have a 30-year history and you don't have glorious old school uniforms, dude, have at it. Have a million different jerseys. If you're the Arizona Cardinals, you want to go black helmets, black jerseys, black pants, have at it. Your jerseys suck anyway. No one cares. When you're the Niners and you're an iconic brand, you don't need to ruin it. So I'm really worried about what's going to get dropped.
The Color Rush jerseys from, what was it, 2017? Whatever it was, like the Chip Kelly era.
I call it the Brian Hoyers.
Those were so bad because it was all black, and then it was red lettering, and as you said, there's no border.
You couldn't read the jerseys when you're in the stadium.
But also, there was literally no gold in the jersey, and you wear your normal helmet, which is the gold helmet. It looks like you mismatched. Like, it looks like you're not wearing a thing from the same set. You're wearing your same helmet, which is the classic Niner helmet, which is great, gold with the white and red stripe over the middle, and then the SF logo on either side. So, but the majority of the helmet is gold, and then you have the jersey, which is all black and red, no gold at all, with all black pants and red socks. The helmet does not fit. The jersey itself is ugly, but at least have a helmet that fits alongside it. It looks terrible together.
It's just, I don't understand.
So I'm with you. It better not be similar to what the Color Rush was a decade ago.
It's the same thing I said about the San Francisco Giants. Like, the San Francisco Giants, they don't need a City Connect. They've got glorious, sweet uniforms. Do the A's. Like, look, we could argue about the A's.
Oh, the Kelly green is beautiful.
No, but they don't have a bad jersey.
No, they don't.
They don't have a bad jersey.
No.
They don't need a black on black jersey. They don't need that. The green and yellow, and there's a dark green, and then there's the Kelly green. They have great uniforms, whether it's the cut sleeves of the 70s and the 60s, the all yellow, the pullovers. They're great. Certain brands don't need to be tinkered with that much. And I think this is a problem in the NBA. There's too many jerseys. And I'm seeing it now in the NFL. I'm like, hey, look, hear me out on this. You don't need all black uniforms. So please, just don't do it.
Well, we'll find out in about a month what the Niners are going to do there with their rival jerseys. We got a break coming up in a couple of minutes, but first, Sam, what do we got coming up for This or That today?
Yeah, so today's This or That. Carter and I were working furiously here in the lab trying to figure out what we're going to do, and we're sorry you get back onto baseball with us with this one. It's simple. It's not should the Giants buy or sell. The question today is, do you want the Giants to be buyers, yes or no? That's simple.
You want them to be buyers, yes or no? All right, so that's what's coming up on This or That in just a little bit. If you want to get in on that now, feel free at 888-957-9570. But yeah, Shasky, when we come back, we got to get back to the Giants because as excited as we are about the 49ers, the Giants are the only team that actually played a game yesterday, and they got swept by the Mets. They've lost 9 of their last 11 games, and they're only 2 games above 500 now, Shasky. 2 games.
All while the Dodgers feel like they're having their worst month in years.
The Dodgers can't win.
In years.
And they've still extended the lead to 7 games over the Giants.
I mean, the Reds have passed you in the wild cards. It's just...
They're 2 games ahead of you. 2.
Bad. I mean, Arizona's selling... let's talk about it on the other side.
All right. We'll get into it all when we come back. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you. Plenty more when we return. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You can weigh in on anything you want, Giants related. Should they buy? Should they sell? What should they do? Is this a postseason team in your mind? 888-957-9570. All that and more coming up when we return right here on The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You're going to call me a sicko. I watched the first 4.5, because I got through to the 5th game. 5 games, if you will, of last year.
You are a sicko. I already knew that about you.
Well,
Sports, man.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the Morning Roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
No, Spadoni, it's Shasky and Grandy with you. Only you would be at home on a Sunday while the Giants are playing Sunday Night Baseball, and you're going to watch 5 games from the Niners year the previous year.
Me and LJ. Look at Brock Purdy's footwork.
oh, heck yeah.
By the way, Sicko Mode, the song that you're playing right now, I actually think the better version of the beat is the beginning, not when it like comes down and Travis Scott starts playing.
Sure.
You disagree? Sun is out, freezing cold. That's how we already know. And it's here. My dog will probably do it for a Louis belt. That's all they know. He don't know nothing else. I tried to show him. Am I wrong?
Oh, who cares?
Oh, come on.
Anyway, we got this or that going on right now. And Sam, how exactly did you phrase this for this or that? Do you want the Giants to buy or sell? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes, not forget should the Giants be buying or sellers, not do you think they're going to be buyers or sellers, just you as a Giants fan, do you want them to be buyers at the deadline this Thursday?
What do you think, Shasky? Do you want the Giants to be buyers?
Well, first we got to play the open.
We got to play the open,
you're
doggy. Right. Rookie.
All right, Shasky, do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline on Thursday?
Well, I want Carter to meet me in the middle and start singing the track with me so he can be my background vocalist on this Drake banger that I'm remixing.
Drake?
Here's what I would say to you. What?
Not Drake.
What?
It is Drake.
It is Drake. What are you talking about? It's Travis Scott and Drake. Drake's the guy at the beginning, correct?
Oh, I thought I was thinking of the Travis Scott part.
You stay in your lane over there. Why don't you stay in your lane over there? Leave the pop culture references to me, all right?
Do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline?
I want them to buy, but I don't think they should buy. I do want them to buy because the fan in me doesn't care about the future till we're there and we're in the present. And then I'm pissed off that we did something retroactively that screws up the present. So, yeah, of course I want them to buy. I want the team to be in the mix and I want them to always be swinging big. That's what I want. But I also know it's not the pragmatic, logical thing to do right now. But yes, I want them to trade. I will admit I'm contradicting myself all over the place this morning. But the sports fan in me always wants my teams to be in buy mode.
888-957-9570.
Come on.
Do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline? I'm with you. Like, if we're just talking about this in a vacuum and we're forgetting about the price and what it's going to cost and everything else, yeah, I want them to buy. Bring me more talent. Go get me Mitch Keller, and let's ride this thing into October. Let's see how it works out. Now, is that going to be, in the long haul, the smartest decision? Who knows? Maybe not. But I want this. I am a very now person. I want the Giants to be as good as possible right now. So, yes, I would like them to buy. Now, as you said, are they going to? To that degree, I would be shocked. But, of course, I want them to.
Have they earned the right through their performance from this year to warrant being buyers?
I don't think so.
I'm asking you.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they've performed well enough.
Okay.
But that's not how Buster Posey views it, I don't think.
Did you see? Okay, well, let me play the other side of this. Had they won 5 in a row right now, how would the tenor be different?
There would be more of a desire to buy and more of a, if you don't buy, you're making a mistake.
Gotcha.
Because the team is in a better spot, is showing more promise, and you get to a point where you win 5 games in a row instead of being, 2 games over, you're, I don't know, however many that would be when you take out the losses, like 8, 9, 10 games over. If you're that going into the trade deadline, yeah, you're like, all right, we're a good team, we're a playoff team right now. Get another piece in here, and we can win a couple of series if we catch fire.
Because they beat the Braves, and I remember everyone's like, oh, here you go, Shasky.
They're back.
And I was like, you got to do this for like a week or two. You can't just go one series at a time against a team that has no pitching. I mean, now we all like see with Atlanta, like, ooh, You don't pitch, you're done. I don't care how good your lineup looks. They had no pitching. That's why they are, whatever, a 60 loss. I think they're 46-60 or something like that, Atlanta is. They're awful.
They might be sellers.
No, they should be sellers because they have a lot of expensive parts and they can kind of retinker on the fly. So, man, the Giants, you get swept at home to the Mets and you could have won both games, Sunday and Saturday.
Absolutely.
But it's all the little stuff that they failed to do all year is slowly starting to rear its head down the stretch, and it's telling me there's enough data. You're not a good team. You don't play situational offense. You don't do the small things on the base pass really well. You don't have enough pitching. Your management of the bullpen arms that you have has been spotty at best. You know, how do you go 0 for the weekend? With runners in scoring position.
0 for 23 over 3 games. That's so hard to do.
And then like the Ramos base running mistake from second to third, it's those are the little plays to me that tell me you have no business pretending like you're a contender. You're just not.
So despite all of that, do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline? Deadline is Thursday at 3 o'clock Pacific. 888-957-9570. Dave is in Fremont and wants to weigh in. Dave, what do you got? Should they buy?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Great discussions today. I agree with Shasky, yeah. I definitely want them to buy. But the problem is, what are they going to deal? I think we can all agree 3 pieces in the farm system are Eldridge, Wisenhunt, and Keaton Wynn. Do we still have him?
Yeah, he's somewhere in there.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, we just draft picks aren't valued in baseball like they are in other sports. We don't really have anybody on the big league roster to trade, and I don't know. I think that they definitely need to try to get creative and try to find another starting pitcher, and they need to try to find either a 4th or a 3rd outfield.
All right, thank you, Dave. Oh, yeah, appreciate it, Dave. Ideally, that's what they'd be able to go out and do, but as Dave said at the very beginning of his call, Shasky, I don't know what they're going to trade away in order to get somebody like that in. So, I think you laid it out perfectly. As a fan of this team that always wants them to win as many baseball games as possible, yeah, buy. Like, we could just throw caution to the wind, go out and buy. But the reality is what Buster and the front office have to balance is this a positive of enough move in the moment? And is the team around this move good enough to warrant the future long-term risk that we would be running by doing something like that?
When someone tells you what they are, you need to listen. Give me their record over the last 36 games.
They are 13-23 in their last 36.
So you're 10 games under.
10 games under in 36 games. You were 41-29, tied atop the NOS with the Dodgers. Since then, you've gone 13-23 and are now 7 games back. And you should be like 14 games back.
A quarter of the way through the season.
Yes. That's essentially a quarters of a season's worth of games.
See, like, they're telling us who they are. They're not good enough, and it's not their time. I want it to be. I wish it was. I can talk myself into it if they win a couple of games, but I know deep down in my soul, it's not the time. This team has too many holes. They need multiple starting pitchers. They need multiple outfielders. They need a second baseman. They need a catcher. Like, that's too many positions.
Yeah,
to be taken serious.
We're gonna get the update from the YouTube chat on the this or that coming up in just a sec. But first, we got another call to get to, and you can weigh in 888-957-9570. Do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline? Up next is Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo Cookie?
Cook? Hey, what up, fellas? Thanks for taking my phone call. Remember, this is coming from a non-Giants fan. The Giants are right there. Just a couple games out, Cincinnati, you got to go for it, man. You got to buy. So when I say buy, you guys need a big bopper right in the middle of your lineup. What are you going to give us for Kurtz?
Why would the A's trade him?
I'll give you Eldridge for Kurtz.
I don't want Eldridge, man. I want some pitching. I want some young pitching.
I'll give you Wisenhunt for Kurtz. Let's do it right now.
The A's are always selling, bro. And it just comes with the territory. In Billy we trust. Kurtz is a monster, man. What will he do out there in San Francisco in the middle of your lineup?
I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal right now. Wiz and Hunt for Kurtz. Come on, let's get it done.
Negative.
Well, I don't know what else the Giants have to entice.
I would give up the Giants
A's.
like top 5 pitching prospects to get Nick Kurtz. Did you guys obviously redundant question, but like we all saw what he did Friday night, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, absolutely ridiculous.
Why don't you tell the audience that didn't watch?
So Nick Kurtz, let me pull up the box score here. He went 6 for 6 with 4 home runs
and a double.
And I think he had 6 runs, 8 RBIs,
Correct.
19 total bases. He basically had the greatest offensive game by a baseball player maybe ever.
You could make the argument it was the best offensive game ever. Yes.
It was an MLB The Show, create a player, road to the show type of performance.
It was where you get frustrated. You turn all the sliders up to 99 overall,
Yes.
so you hit a home run every at-bat.
What is more likely to happen? Someone repeating that again or a team going 0 for 23 over the weekend? No, I'm dead serious.
What was the bigger anomaly?
What is more of an outlier? I'm dead serious on that.
I mean, if we take the Giants out of the equation, I feel like the Nick Kurtz thing feels more likely, right?
It does. But
actually, no. The real answer is 0 for 23 because it's only the second time in baseball history that someone had a line like Nick Kurtz. The other being Sean Green in 2003.
Well, famously, Willie Mays hit 4 home runs in a game that went into extra innings, but didn't have the.
I'm talking about the overall stat line.
Yes,
the Giants went 0 for 19 with runners in scoring position in a 2019 series. So what Nick Kurtz did is way more rare.
Oh my God!
So the official stat line for Kurtz: 6 for 6, 6 runs, 8 RBIs.
And, this brings up a point we haven't even gotten to today. The amount of whining I saw from Giants fans, and specifically the nerd portion of Giants fans, about the dimensions. Okay, the dimensions of the ballpark. God, shut up. If this team had a bunch of road splits where guys were hitting 25 jacks on the road every single year and their numbers were through the roof, and you go to their home splits and you're like, oh my God, they're just not hitting it home, and what is going on? And yeah, I'd start to listen to the ballpark dimensions thing. I would. What do we get? What we talk? You watch every night. Yeah. I watch every night. What are we talking about? 5 to 10 maybe home runs a year that we argue about. Maybe it's 5 to 10. What do you think?
I think it's probably more than that.
Okay.
But
overall, we're talking about the totality of a season, not an individual player.
Yeah, no, I think it's quite a bit more than that, but it's relatively split between Giants players and the opponents.
100%.
So it's relatively even. You might have a little bit of luck one way or another, but mostly even.
It is gone.
It is the lowest hanging fruit argument about the Giants that honestly takes all of the credence off the players and the personnel and the team that was constructed. The dimensions are not the reason that the team went 0 for 23 with runners in scoring position. They're just not. They're not. All right? How many guys have come to this ballpark, and forget the opponents. I don't care about the opponents. I'm talking about our team. Hunter Pence didn't have a problem hitting really well in this ballpark. Pablo didn't have a problem hitting well in this ballpark. Melky Cabrera's tiny little season, he was killing it in this ballpark. All right? Good hitters find a way. Good hitters adjust. Now, are there some quirks to this ballpark that don't exist in others? Absolutely. The Jung-Hoo Lee ball, which was hit off the wall, yeah, it's a home run in a million other ballparks. Have you seen Fenway? Fenway's got this weird center field thing with a garage door that rolls up. They've got this short wall that curves in. Dodger Stadium has it as well. Those are iconic venues, and they've got some weird quirks that I am sure bug some of their fans from time to time, but it goes both ways. I am tired of hearing the excuse that this guy that hit 21 home runs, he'd be a 35 home run a year guy if we just moved the fences in. Yeah, what would that do to your pitching staff? Because you've benefited for 25 years from this pitching staff being able to pitch in this ballpark. I understand there's a weather element, there's a wind element, there is a marine layer element, an altitude element that you want to, and then the dimensions themselves. Yeah, it's funky. You know what we didn't talk about when that ball, and you and I talked about it before the show, that Jung-Hoo Lee hit off the wall? How properly Juan Soto played that off the wall.
Like he's been playing that right field for 10 years.
That's the baseball conversation I want to have, is a guy who played in San Diego for 1 year and in Washington a couple years prior knew exactly how to play that ball off the wall. ball.
And if Luis Matos was defending that ball, it might have been an inside the park home run. Honestly, it would at least been a triple.
1,000%. I am so tired of hearing about the argument about the dimensions and everything. They brought center field in. Yeah, triples alley. It giveth and it taketh away. And there are times where it frustrates me. There's no doubt about it. You know what frustrates me way more? Like when I look at Minute Maid Park or whatever the hell it's called now, Enron or, the Houston field. The Crawford
Park.
boxes, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well, that's where Nick Kurtz hit at least one of his home runs on Friday was a Crawford box home run.
Which is fine. Look, it's fine for them.
Should we not count it? Only a 3 home run day?
No, but I'm just saying, like, every ballpark has its quirks. That's the beauty of baseball, is that the dimensions of the outfield wall can be whatever you want them to be. And both teams get to play under those circumstances. So I get a headache when I hear people complain about the fences. No one was complaining when it gave us the most exciting play of the year with Bailey off the wall, which turned into an inside the park home run. Now, it would have been a home run. They would have won anyway. Yeah, but how much more exciting was it that it bounced around? It's like it giveth and it taketh away. I'm tired of hearing about it.
The idea also, I don't have a problem with maybe thinking that the dimension should be changed just for the sake of entertainment. Maybe attracting hitters. Like, I don't have a problem with that necessarily because I think that is a real thing. But when someone says the dimensions need to be moved because it hurts the Giants and these other teams, they come in and they can hit for power, no problem. The Giants can't. That's where you lose me. How about this? Numbers at Oracle Park since 2022. So after 2021 when they had that crazy year. The ball seemed to carry a lot.
Are these the Giants numbers or are these the opponents and the Giants?
Opponents and Giants. I have them split by Giants and by opponents. Giants hit 240. Opponents hit 247. Giants on base 312. Opponents on base 306. Giants slugging 385. Opponents slugging 376. So the Giants, average-wise, a worse hitting team, but power-wise, more powerful team than their opponents at Oracle Park since 2022.
So the park's been more neutral than we all want to admit.
It's been pretty damn neutral down the middle.
That's my point.
What you should expect, these teams are playing in the same games on the same nights in the same ballpark. It's going to be the same.
100%. Again, this is the beauty of baseball. Like basketball has all the same dimensions. Football has all the same dimensions. Baseball, the ballparks have quirks and intricacies. And, like it is what it is. So I'm tired of hearing about it. I think it's one of the dumbest arguments of all time. It's like, dude, how many times this year? How many times has there been a runner at third base and the fences have played no factor in the Giants' inability to get a runner over with less than 2 outs?
The fence has
50?
nothing to do with
50?
it. Oh, God, it might be more.
Right?
75? I don't know.
Okay. Jung-Hoo Lee comes up to the bat. Bases loaded, 1 out. Okay?
He tries to bunt, first of all.
Which I actually wasn't mad at.
But that's just the state of affairs that we're living through right now.
What did the dimensions have to do with him rolling one over and it should have been a double play? Like,
and he got an RBI.
I'm tired of hearing about it, man.
Got an RBI.
I'm tired of hearing about it.
I hear you.
Chapman hit 2 bombs yesterday.
He did.
And they were like, you earn it. Like, okay, our ballpark, you actually earn it. I would rather it be that way than a bandbox. That's how I like baseball. I prefer it the way it is. We won 3 championships there. We've had the most success outside of like the 70s. Since the 70s, excuse me. We've had the most success in this ballpark than at any other 10 to 20 year period that they've ever had. They've won there. They're fine.
I agree with you. On the other hand, if this is the reality of the Giants Park, and I'm not saying it favors the Giants or favors opponents or whatever.
No, build a team that actually plays to the park's strengths.
Exactly. And they've spent this entire season telling us, and Posey said it as much on ESPN yesterday, we're a pitching and defense team. No, you're not.
Yeah, I know.
You're not. Well, quit kidding yourself. You are not a defense team. You're not a base running team. You're not a small ball team.
No.
You're not a power team. You're not an average team. You were a pitching team, but now you're not. I don't know what you are anymore. You're not any of those things.
You don't put the ball in play. If you look at it, Bailey, I'll rattle them off again. Bailey, Yaz, Ramos, Devers, Chapman, Adames. That's 6 guys who play almost every day, are all and did I say Ramos? Are all on pace for 150 plus strikeouts. So you want to say we're a defensive team, we pitch, we put the ball in play? No, you literally don't.
You don't.
You're looking at 1,000 strikeouts amongst those 6 guys.
Oh, God.
It's not good.
No.
That's not good.
It's not.
The good teams put the ball in play and put pressure on the other defenses, and they run the bases better. So, and this is why I think there's a Ramos question. Long term, what's his fit? If you have Devers at DH and you have Bryce Eldridge coming up and he's going to play first and DH, what is the role for Ramos if he's going to be a poor defender? Can you afford to have a guy who doesn't run the bases and is a poor defender being out there striking out that much? Not that he's not a good player. He is a good player. But is he a redundant player based on the other guys that you've extended for the amount of money that you have? Chapman, Adames, Devers. There's a lot of money involved in those guys. Is Ramos' skill set a little redundant, considering those guys have already had financial commitments afforded to them?
Yeah. We got off track a little bit, Sam, but do you want to bring us home? YouTube comments on the this or that. Do you want the Giants to buy at the deadline? What does the YouTube think?
Yeah, so a couple comments from the YouTube chat here. Pierce Hev Evans, who, by the way, is a Dodger fan, so take his comments with a grain of salt.
Pierce.
If I'm a Giants fan, absolutely not. But he's a Dodger fan, so I don't really care what he has to say. No says buy, add, and then come November, spend. I like that energy. Estimated Eyes says we need to buy an ace, and then later says, and a new manager. So, and as for the overall poll results, guys, this one's kind of neck and neck right now. It is going back and forth between 51-49 and 50-50 on this poll right now. So half of Giants fans in this poll do not want to see the Giants buy.
Let me ask you this, Shasky. If your answer to that question is no, I don't want the Giants to buy, is that the same as saying yes, I want them to sell? Is it either buy or sell, or is it okay to just hang out in the middle and not do much of anything?
It's a good question.
You could stand pat, I guess.
Yeah, but what's the benefit in standing pat?
Yeah, that's what if I knew Wilmer was on a multi-year deal, and I was like, I got to figure it out. He's not going to be here next year. I think you owe it to him to put him on the right team where he can play every day. I think, Mike Yastrzemski's not going to be here next year. You would think. I think you owe it to him to move him. It's not about what you get back. It's about opening up opportunities for some of your young players just to get a look at them. I don't think Luis Matos is any good, but I also think there's a fair argument of has he ever really been given 3 weeks? Just 3 weeks. Here you go. Here's your 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
He had a really good 3-week stretch last year.
He won NL Player of the Week once, didn't he?
Guys, he had that 7 RBI game and didn't play the next day. I remember it distinctively. He didn't play the next day.
Let me look.
You're laughing, but it's true. He won Player of the Week.
Fair.
And the day after he had 7 RBIs, he didn't play the next day.
Well, look it up. Hold on.
Has he ever played 3 straight weeks? Is that what you're looking up?
I'm trying to find.
I don't think he has. I think he's had a 2-week run. We would have never had got opportunity with Ramos had there weren't other injuries. They were a week away from cutting him.
He played essentially from the
late July.
Last year, beginning in May.
Oh, that much.
Beginning in the middle of May, not every single day, but the vast majority of games through late July. He played almost 2 straight months. Yeah, last year.
Okay, how many of those games?
Games?
Was it every day?
Let's see. He played over the course.
How many games were there total, and how many games did he end up playing? Again, I'm not here to say that he's a great player, but there is something to be said for not being yo-yoed in and out of the lineup every 2 out of 3 days.
Over the course of essentially 60 games, he played 40 games.
So he's playing 2 out of 3 days.
He played 2 of every 3. Yeah. Not every single day, but that's a good. You're playing 2 of every 3 games in every series.
It's way more than he's ever been afforded.
Yeah.
But they were down because of injuries. Look, man, I was just watching Yaz yesterday. Yaz is a solid player. I'm just done with it.
888-957-9570. Do you want to see the Giants buy at the deadline? Doug in Berkeley is up next. What's up, Doug?
Hey, guys. I can't say I'm doing that great this morning, having watched the Giants this weekend.
They're just not good.
Honestly. And in answer to the question that you're asking, I think that I would like him to sell because this team is constructed isn't going to do it. But the reason I called and the thing I really want to say is, and I really like the guy. I really think he's competent. But these little things the Giants aren't doing, bringing guys in with, runners in scoring position, the outfield miscues, there are some drills that just aren't happening. And the same thing was true with the A's when Bob Melvin managed them. I really think that the manager and the coaching staff have a lot to do with this. I really do. I think that as long as Melvin's the coach, as manager, we're not gonna. Look, we got quality players. There's 3 or 4 quality players in the middle of the lineup, but things just aren't happening. So I think that we gotta tell it like it is. It's not all on the players. They're not being drilled on hard enough on what to do. 0 for 23 for the whole weekend is inexcusable. So I'd sell right now, but I think and I like the guy. He's competent. But I think I'd also sell the manager.
He looks exhausted, doesn't he?
Thanks, Doug. Bob Melvin looks exhausted.
Yeah.
He seems tired of the way that they're playing, for sure.
Can you play the audio of him? I can't get over it. I'm sitting there. We had our phone call. We usually have our phone calls before the Giants games. And we have our phone call. We're yapping. I'm sitting there. I'm feeding LJ a banana. And I go, did Bob Melvin just say that the pitcher has nothing left?
Yeah, here it is.
As a double is literally happening on the field?
Here it is. As the 5th inning is beginning, Buster Olney of ESPN catching up with Bob Melvin asks him about Spencer Bivens.
Gage and Bivens, 1 run in 4 innings. What have you thought so far? How are you going to handle this going forward?
Yeah, we're going to mix and match here. He doesn't have much left here. I think his top's probably 60 pitches, so we're probably going to do something different at the top.
Doesn't have much left here. Tops is probably 60 pitches. He was sitting at 53 pitches and then double. And then you already give up a run and you got to make a move.
I mean, it's just
I don't get that.
Who says it out loud? Yeah, he's kind of running on fumes here. We're trying to duct tape this one.
Well, he said he had a couple pitches left. A couple could mean
Clearly he had
1 or
none
5.
left.
To me, that sounds like you are in the game until you let a runner get on base.
Yes.
And the first guy doubled. You take him out.
Yes.
And then another double. And at that point, it's too late.
Was that more egregious, or was the 9th inning selection more egregious? Going to Jelly. Why you don't go to Duvall was just beyond me.
Makes no sense. It's one thing if Duvall pitched the other day, but he did not. He's pitched twice since the All-Star break. Pitched Friday, did not pitch Saturday. He's available Sunday. It's a home game. It's the 9th inning. It's not going to be a save situation. You might need Jelly today because you have a rookie making his debut. You use Jelly, and he was not good. Gives up a run. It's a 2-run game, and who knows? You might have won the game if it's a 1-run game going into the 9th.
It was like that, and then letting Randy Rodriguez go back in for a 2nd inning 2 days in a row. That wasn't smart either. I don't know, man. I go back and forth on Melvin in the sense of this. I don't think he's great with the pitching staff, but I could probably pick apart every manager in baseball on that stuff, right? That, if I'm being fair to him. But the execution, so great example, on the base pass yesterday when you have Elliot Ramos. Oh, God. Matt Williams is like, what are you doing? Matt Williams literally put his hands up, looked at the dugout like, what's he doing? What's he doing? Is that on, honest to God, is that on management or is that on Elliot?
No, that's on Elliot.
I agree. Okay, runners in scoring position. It's the bottom of the 9th inning last night. Adames gets a strike on him. He's irate that a borderline pitch is called a strike. Swing the bat, doggy. And he strikes out swinging. Or I guess, no, he didn't strike out swinging. Chapman struck out swinging after him. He struck out looking. Is that on Melvin? To put the ball in play?
That's on the veteran Adames to know better with 2 strikes. Yes, and the 925 on the Boxer and Gersten work injury attorneys text line, Melvin isn't out there taking at bats. These are MLB players supposed to be the best in the world. Give me a break. These guys need to figure it out. Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of lean in that direction.
Absolutely. But Bob Melvin is not completely free from blame for specifically last night and the season as a whole. There's no doubt.
It's well said. I agree with that. I think one of the biggest problems on this team right now is that I think that we all thought Jung Hoo Lee could be that top of the order catalyst. And that is their biggest need right now. Top of the order, energizer bunny, trendsetter, guy who's going to get a trendsetting in the sense of get on base, slap the ball, speed demon, just really spark the top of this lineup.
His on base is 319.
They don't have that guy.
319.
And I think part of why there's been so much lineup fluctuation is you don't have a traditional leadoff hitter. I really think Melvin's job would be a lot easier on a day-to-day basis in terms of lineup if they had one guy at the top of the order who could be the catalyst.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm not even going to get hopeful about it because that just sets me up for disappointment. God, Stephen Kwan would be so perfect. I know it's not going to happen.
It's the guy I've been wanting for a while.
It's not going to happen.
Xavier Edwards, why would the Marlins give him up? They feel like they're closer than the Giants.
They might be.
I mean, look, you're 3 games out of the Padres right now. Are you better than the Padres, Giants fans? Look in the mirror. Do you really think you're better than the Padres?
Believe it or not, the Giants have scored more runs than the Padres this year. Does that surprise you?
Are you a believer that the Giants are better than the Padres?
Can I keep dodging the question? Probably not, no.
That sucks.
Yeah.
That's the self-assessment I'm not sure they're willing to make right now.
The Padres are going to be weird at the deadline where they might trade Dylan Cease to get help elsewhere. They're going to trade from their big league squad to get help elsewhere.
I don't trust the Padres either, which is like an ironic statement because I don't trust the Giants to catch the Padres, but I think the Padres are multiple pieces away too.
Do you think the Giants are better than the Reds? Because the schedule, right?
I mean, the last time I saw the Reds closely was months ago, so I don't think I have a good feel for what the Reds have been doing. I know they got that Raceway game coming up here. Is it today?
Oh, where are they playing? I forget
in
exactly
like a
where it
speedway
is.
somewhere,
Yeah.
and they've got these like checkered jerseys.
But the Reds are now 2 games ahead of the Giants in the wild card standings.
One thing I have to give the Arizona Diamondbacks credit is once Corbin Burns went down, they tried to fight hard. And they kind of said, no, this isn't our year. And they traded Naylor, and they traded, what's the other guy that they just
Grishik.
Thank you.
To the Royals. Royals aren't buying, but I guess maybe they are. And the Royals just extended, what's his name? Veteran starting pitcher.
Yes.
It happened yesterday.
Seth Lugo.
Yeah, Seth Lugo.
Thank you.
So the Royals are out of the playoffs. They're not making it this year, but they're already kind of
setting themselves up
for next year.
Which I respect.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah, I respect that. So I don't know. There's something to be said for the Diamondbacks accepting their fate and making their moves now. I mean, Zach Gallen could be dealt. Merrill Kelly could be dealt.
Eugenio Suarez is going to be dealt.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
And they could set themselves up. And they still have a very nice nucleus.
They do, with Corbin Carroll and a number of others. We'll see what the Giants do.
What could Marte fetch them if they ever dangled him out?
Oh, Marte.
How many teams would love to have
Every
him?
team.
How many teams?
He's amazing.
Like 12?
Best
playoff level
hitting
teams.
second baseman in baseball.
Right?
By a mile. God. He's amazing. Yeah. Ketel Marte would be great everywhere. All right. We'll see what the Giants do ahead of the trade deadline, which is Thursday at 3 o'clock. Right now, though, it's time for Fast Five. What do you got, Shasky?
My final thought is this. Look, I'm a sucker for the Hall of Fame, and Billy Wagner is one of my faves. Just love him. Absolutely love him. And his story is just such a great one. Ichiro. Does anyone have a negative thing to say about Ichiro? His approval rating might be outside of Mariano Rivera. I can't think of anyone who comes close to the two of them in terms of no one. You're not allowed to hate them. Are you?
No. Did you hear what Ichiro said as part of his speech yesterday?
That he didn't even know that the Marlins existed?
Yes.
It's great.
He was thanking a couple of people from the Marlins organization for showing up, and he said, when you called me, I didn't even know your organization existed.
Yeah, so good. Obviously, CC Sabathia and what he means to this region. And just as an ambassador of baseball, I don't think we have enough people in the game like CC who just clearly are a joy. They're just a joy. And everything that they're involved in, I want to watch and consume and be a part of. And then Dave Parker's son going out there and giving the speech that he did, just beautiful. I'm a sucker for the Hall of Fame and everything that's involved. And it's just a shame that I have so much anger wrapped up toward it because what it represents is really cool. And one of the teams that I coached for a long time is in Cooperstown right now playing in the 12U tournament. And so I hope to go there one day with my son and my brother's kids and my cousin's kids because they're all going to be about the same age playing ball. And just really cool. I'm a sucker for the Hall of Fame.
I agree. And the Baseball Hall of Fame, I don't know if I am a huge fan of the fact that it's so difficult to get in and all that, but it does feel like it's truly the best of the best that are like the NBA Hall of Fame, for example, way different
It's
than
not.
the,
It's
than
a
the MLB
basketball
Hall of Fame. Basketball Hall of Fame.
I know, but
Whatever.
that's what they'll.
The
I know.
Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
It's different. It's different.
Yeah, I get it. I'll go next. My final thought. I am so excited about Michael Williams. I can't. I'm going to try to not be terribly excited to set myself up for disappointment, but I think this is going to be a Niner starter on defense for like the next decade. I'm sold. I can't wait to watch him play with pads on today, to watch him in preseason games, and I can't wait for week 1. Michael Williams is circled for me all training camp long. What about you guys back there?
Guys, I got some NBA offseason grades for you.
Oh.
ESPN released their grade sheet, and they got the Warriors, and of course, Jonathan Kuminga is part of the grade, which means...
Kuminga crisis.
Hey, wait, you guys
Is that
ready?
the first time you've heard that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible.
You guys ready to hear the Warriors offseason grade so far? It is incomplete.
Yeah, I was going to say incomplete.
So this is per Kevin Pelton, merely adding a pair of picks, Will Richard and Alex Tui. The Warriors are impossible to evaluate until they figure out the status of restricted free agent Jonathan Kuminga. If Golden State signs Al Horford and brings back DeAnthony Melton, as Anthony Slater said is possible, that would be a solid summer to build on last season's strong finish after the Jimmy Butler trade. But for now, all of that remains on hold.
That sounds like me talking to the therapist. I'm incomplete. I'm impossible to evaluate.
All right. What's up,
my
Carter?
final thought of the day is a little trivia for you both. Madden released their 99 Club today, and there are 7 players. Who do you
Fred
think those
Warner.
7 players are?
No, not Fred Warner.
Okay.
Lamar Jackson.
Saquon Barkley.
Josh Allen. Saquon Barkley. Jamar Chase. Justin Jefferson. That's 5.
Jalen Carter.
No. Landon Dickerson. There's got to be a Philly offensive lineman there.
Last 2, yes, correct. Lane Johnson is 1,
Lane Johnson.
and who we wanted, Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
All right.
Really quick
$7.99.
before we say goodbye here, Mark, quick breaking news in baseball. Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase placed on disciplinary paid leave as part of an MLB sports betting investigation.
Oh.
So he went full Shohei.
Clase is one of the guys that might be moved at the deadline. So this is going to throw a wrench into everybody's plans there. Interesting.
He does like to be dealt.
That was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. The Evan Giddings Show featuring Steiny or Goo. Are Steiny and Goo here? Are they both back?
Steiny is out.
Steiny is out. So it's Goo and Ev that's coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Thanks for listening. We're back tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, everyone. Giddings and Guru today. Steiny hoping to be back tomorrow. Feeling a little bit under the weather. But
Steiny, call Shasky and let him know why you're off, because we got people that's not staying in their lane, playing federally and doing the time off police. My boy Butch called. Hell, good morning. Called me last night to check on me. My aunt passed, and then I get a knife in the back as soon as I get in the studio about him checking everybody for their time off. Stay in your lane and make sure your show is healthy. How about that?
You know, a little piece of advice on a Monday morning: don't poke the bear early. Goose back in the building. You got a little time off from LA.
I don't like that stuff, Evan.
Look, I'm sorry. Obviously, family stuff happens, and condolences to you and your family about your aunt.
No, I walk in on a mid-conversation and he checking somebody else about whose time is off. Who are you? Do what you were just off Friday. Do what you do. Let Nahegan handle that and Lucas. When did you get the assistant PD Joe Shasky? I didn't know. Congrats. How you doing, buddy?
I'm fantastic. I actually had a great weekend. But I think
the Giants didn't.
Well, I was going to say, speaking of time off, yeah, are the Giants going to get back? Are they going to get time back?
Evan, what is happening right before our eyes?
So that's what I feel like you were the hottest coming in this morning. Because look, last 3 days, last time you and I and Steiny were all three together, you were about to take a victory lap because first base was supposed to be where this season was going to take a turn for the better. However, since then has been bad news bears because the Giants just got swept this weekend by the Mets. So look, we got training camp coming up. Pads are on.
Yeah, we do.
We got to get into some of the Warriors offseason stuff as well, but the Giants are down bad.
Listen, Evan, I've asked the question and I've pondered and I've thought while I'm driving, like, I'm about passion. Shocker. And I'm like, you know what? I'm looking at Bo Mail. That's who I got on my dartboard for the Giants. And this was weeks ago. But, Evan, he's not on the dartboard. You know who's on the dartboard now? The Giants offense as a collective. Buster Posey delivered one of the most shocking, surprising, biggest trades early on this season, and the Giants have done nothing with it. I have no answers. You played college ball, but to go 0 for 23 in a 3-game set against the New York Mets, and I don't care how good the Mets are because I'm hearing a lot of that in Giantville. Oh, this happened. This didn't happen. It was against a good team, going back to the Toronto series. But, Evan, 0 for 23 with runners in scoring position, and you were at the game? And I'm going to say this, the microcosm of the Giant ineptitude in regard to their offense was Chappie. He has a great game, hits 2 out, and he's up with bases loaded in the 9th. And he just got mowed down, and so did Adames, your 2 best hitters. So I'm just blown away collectively that they can't hit when it's money time.
I mean, that's what's confounding. And it's kind of happened all year, but 0 for 23 is hard to do. I mean,
they haven't done it since 1931, I believe.
I was going to say, there's been a world war since then, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Giants did something that has not been done in damn near a century. And that's what it feels like every weekend we're finding out. There was a stretch of 16 games in a row where they scored 4 runs or less. That hadn't happened since the 50s or something.
Yeah.
There's every single weekend we're turning up at the Giants are doing something that we thought impossible. And the funny part is they actually would have gone 1 for 23 with runners in scoring position if Elliot Ramos hadn't made the most boneheaded base running decision I think I've seen this season by any baseball team.
Evan, where was he going? And I'm getting nervous for it. Well, right, or to the dugout.
He was trying to get to third.
But Evan, what's going on there? Because again, I'm no manager, but I told you and Steiny and the listeners last time we got down on the mic, I said, you know what? You might have to send, this was with the glove, Ramos a message in regard to it's not okay when you're having these lapses. But that just, for a team that's hemorrhaging offensively, Evan, where were you going? And I watched it over and over again. It's just more maddening. So I say this, and I said it to you in the green room. You buck back, Evan, young buck. But Evan, do you sit them down to send a message like, I don't know what's going on. You're hitting 270. A lot of people ready to give up on Ramos. I think he's something that you don't have a lot of. But Evan, at some point, Melvin or you got to send a message to tell the children you're on restriction, maybe just for 3 innings, 1 game, but you can't continue just to run them out there when he did that on national TV last night to run you out of an inning.
You know what it feels like? We're kind of changing our tune every week as to who we're handing the baton to that we're going to get the GOAT for this situation. Not the good GOAT, the scapegoat. This week it's Ramos. Before the All-Star break, it was Devers. Earlier this season, it was Adames. Jung-Hoo Lee's had the baton at points. Patrick Bailey's been on the chopping block. Every single week we come in asking what's wrong with this individual player. And after that weekend, I can understand why you say it's Ramos. And in a perfect world, Goo, I would say, yeah, maybe we should give him a day off. But who else can hit on this team? Who else can do anything with the bat? And they don't have, like, in a way, the Giants are built with a bunch of specialists. They got a lot of two-tool players. Ramos can hit, and he can hit for power.
Yeah,
but he can't play defense, and he can't run the base paths. Jung-Hoo Lee can play center field, but he's been starting to hit a little bit better.
Yeah.
They got a lot of two-tool guys.
Tried to bunt with bases loaded. We'll get into that on Saturday. What was that about?
I don't know. That couldn't have been the green light from the coach. I mean, they're doing so many. They actually executed a beautiful hit and run yesterday, and then they left them on base.
Oh,
I mean, it's frustrating watching a team kind of fall off the wagon in real time. Like, they're 2 games above 500. Look, they're 3 games out of the wild card. Things are not done yet. And they got a couple more days until the trade deadline to do some stuff.
You got the lowly Pirates in.
Yeah, you got Pirates for 3 days. Carson Whisenhunt is going to make his Major League Baseball debut tonight, which is exciting. But it's almost an indication that they're looking for anyone to come in and try and give them some boost.
No doubt. And, Evan, I don't know. We're grasping at straws right now if it's a mental boost. Because, I fought tooth and nail with Steiny all day, every day, and I still believe the math is there. But, Evan, we have to find out why, as a collective, this team cannot hit with runners in scoring position. This was before the 0 for 20, the 0 for Michael Jordan. Think about that, and you're at home. So just think about that, E. What that Evan gave me a 4, but what do you do? How do you fix that? Because nobody can call or text or type and say, Goo, this is just who the Giants are. They're underperforming, Evan.
Well, they're starting to get hit by a bunch of stuff. Like, let me, 888-957-9570. And again, we're going to get into 49ers training camp. First day of pads.
Football.
In a lot of people's mind, this is when football season really starts. Beginning on Thursday, we got football for the next several months. So we are going to get into the 49ers, but we have to start today with the San Francisco Giants. So my first question is, what's going on? Like, what is going on, Goo, right now with this team that has them not be able to, feels like, win a series that isn't being gifted to them? Like, the Pirates now, look, that's a squad it feels like
5
they
or
should
6, they swept the Tigers.
They did sweep the Tigers.
Diamondbacks have quit. I don't know if you watched them. They lost 2 or 3 to the Pirates.
Well,
but
what if I told you the Giants are closer in the standings to the Diamondbacks than they are to the Padres?
It would make it more whatever's good. Like, I'm concerned, man. I just am. I'm out of answers. And, Evan, I got to throw this to you as you look at me like, you crazy. You know what? So they scored 9 runs back-to-back in Atlanta, hot Atlanta.
Last time we saw you.
So the weather was different. And then this is how desperate I am for Giant fan. Do you make a correlation that when you come home, it's foggy, under sea level, damp, more? Like, it's not 90 degrees, so we saw them get 18 runs in 2 games in Atlanta. I'm reaching here, but I'm starting to wonder, and I hope Steiny's not listening, get better. Evan, could it be the park?
You
or
can't
what did
blame
you say?
The park.
Soto with Oppo.
I mean,
Mauricio hit one in the water.
Yes, he did, but also, all right, Jeff McNeil hit a ball 410 yesterday. That was a 2-bagger. I mean, the ballparks, it is what it is, but your ace on Friday night got absolutely rocked. I mean, even before the run started pouring in for the Mets, from that very first inning, the ball was getting touched up. It was getting barreled. And Logan Webb has looked mortal for 3 starts now.
He has to me, real quick on Webb, he has a bank account of, I can stink for the next 3, we can't afford it, but I can stink for the next 3 to 5 starts, and y'all still owe me how phenomenal I've been for us to even be here. And now if I slip up or I'm tired and my arm is barking, you were talking to some people at the park who were nameless, but if it's, you know what I'm saying, if he takes a step back, Evan, we can't come in on Webb and say, oh my gosh, it was to be expected, but that's why your teammates and your offense is there to pick you up.
But that's where they have fallen short, is the starting staff has done so much this season that the strength of their team, or one of which, including the bullpen, I would also say that that's beginning to break down. And so, like, what is going on?
Where was Doval yesterday? Is that fair to even bring up?
He was in the bullpen. He was hanging out. He was hanging out in the bullpen.
But Rodriguez, why did you have to send him out there for 2?
Yes.
I'm asking, Evan.
He hadn't given up a run in 2 months at home. He hadn't given up a single home run at Oracle Park this entire season.
So how
And he
does
gave up
Jelly
2.
get the ball over Doval, I'm asking?
Well, that's a good question.
Okay.
And then again, there's a lot of questions we can ask right now, and 888-957-9570 is the number to get in on the conversation. What's going on right now with the San Francisco Giants? They are almost at the trade deadline. How are people feeling? Do they feel like the season has already gotten away? Like it's in the process of getting away, that they can steer the ship correctly? Giddings in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, who's back, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by carsforkid.org.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stay hot. Stay hot. Stay hot. You know what might have been the coolest thing that happened this weekend, at the ballpark?
Tell me.
Somebody put a hot tub in a boat and put it in McCovey Cove.
Wow. We just saw it, man.
One of my friends was out. They rented paddle boards and were out there. They got in like the second inning, third inning on Friday night. It was cold as hell. But they were out there, and I get a text because I'm sitting near the right field foul pole and says, look behind you. And so I'm looking for a couple of my buddies, and they go, no. Look at what is in the bay right now. There was a hot tub over this weekend.
How sick is that, E? And I was looking to see if they had an adult beverage or a couple cans.
Yeah,
I ain't snitching.
Little libations.
Yeah.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Gerald the Guru Johnson with you as always. Get you going on a Monday. We got training camp news coming up as the 49ers get ready to practice with pads. Robert Saleh says this is where the season really starts. Also got some Warriors news to update you on.
Not that news.
Well, no, not any great news.
It's a great easy once said. Quiet on the set with Kuminga.
Yeah, exactly. Although, no, there's something I think is going to rally you. But I want to save it for a little bit later.
All
right. What's going on, Goo? Seriously, what is going on with the San Francisco Giants route? And after watching since the All-Star break, if you want to go back before then, and then this weekend, the Mets are a good team. The Dodgers before the break are a good team. The Blue Jays after the break are a good team. But they can't find their footing. What do you think is happening with this team right now?
Evan, you asked me, so I'm going to give it to you raw and uncut. And it's not politically incorrect. It's just my answer. A million words to answer the question. But, Evan, it's pressure. It has to be pressure. And, again, I know there are problems with the rotation. Roop out of nowhere has inflammation of the elbow, so he needs to be replaced. But even yesterday, with what they tried to do, I didn't look at that game ever and say, "Oh my gosh, they don't have a chance." It was the fact that the offense just couldn't get it going. And Evan, they're 2-7 since the All-Star break, 2-9 over their last 11, and 13-21 since the acquisition of Devers. And you know, I don't have that answer that you posed to me, but it's concerning. And to watch them now in the wild card standings, only it's like a bank account, a bad gambler. I've been there, and it's just depleting. And then you go negative years ago, Evan. But there are only 2 games over 500, 3 out. I don't know what to say. Something has to be. Bring a chicken in there. There has to be a sacrifice. Something needs to be done. I'm going to movie Major League because your boy doesn't have the answers. But when you do go, again, for Michael Jordan with runners in scoring position, that's just, you shouldn't win a game. You should get swept.
And they still almost won a couple of those games. They had the lead in the 7th inning on Sunday when Juan Soto and preceded by Mauriciano took Randy Rodriguez deep. They had a chance to win on Saturday.
Put that in
Jung-Hoo Lee was 10 feet away from tying the ball game, but they could not get it done. What I think we're learning about the Giants is that our expectation of them being a World Series contender, or I would say just a contender in general, after they acquired Devers, that expectation was too high. To me, they were a team that was...
What did we miss? Why was it too high? Yeah.
Because... What was leading them is now what's fallen apart, which is their pitching staff. Their offense has always been kind of mediocre, and they're certainly in a
Evan, they scored 5 runs in 3 games again.
Well, but that's the thing. They've kind of done that all year, right? Again, they had a 16-game stretch where they scored 4 runs or less. This is an offense that's been deplorable at times this year, but their pitching staff has always been able to keep them upright. Webb, your ace, gets banged on Friday. Your bullpen, your best pitcher, your all-star, Randy Rodriguez, gets nailed by the Mets for a couple of home runs.
In the 2nd inning of work. But go ahead, I got you.
Well, but, okay, this is another thing we have to dispel.
Evan,
this is another thing we have to dispel. No, because I got a lot of people telling me on Sunday that he's not a 2-inning pitcher. The only times he's thrown 2 innings this year, he hasn't given up a run. Also, too, you're gonna let him only throw 2/3 of an inning and then take him out?
No,
he didn't get through a full inning in his first frame, and it was a bullpen game. Like if you want to throw Sean Jelly at me in the ninth, why was Tristan Beck out there in a close game on a one run? I'll hear that. But to me, leaning into your best pitcher in your bullpen for an extra inning of work in a game where your pen and your staff is absolutely taxed, that's not one I'm coming down Melvin's road for.
No, I hear it. And again, you asked me, Evan, and when you don't have the answers and things are going the wrong way, you grasp at straws. But right now, I hear what you're saying about Webb. And it started that Friday night. We were at the game against the Dodgers when he had a 7-run lead, and they got him out of there. And you're like, man, we're not used to this. So you could have saw, okay, man, this guy needs rest or whatnot. But, man, to be 2-9 since the 2-7 since the All-Star break and just played bad baseball since Buster Posey said it's go time, and the gift it was, the early Christmas for the Giants. Evan, I'm going to stand on business when I say we were joined by the great Jim Bowden, and he was talking about the expectations or just the possibilities of this Giant team as a collective. And, Evan, you know what we did? We all assumed that the pitching would stand still and maintain. It hasn't. But we also fantasized, I did, and that's too strong of a word, but it was a baseball version of it, of what Ralphie Devers could mean to this lineup. And they don't got bums in the lineup, E. I mean, Chappie, like, again, I keep saying that was a microcosm of the Giants season. He has 2 home runs, then he's up in the big, situation in the ninth, strikeout. Adames, the ball looks like a beach ball to him right now, but gets mowed down. And I'm like, that's not Melvin or Burrow's fault, right? So I don't know where to turn or what to do, but I'm hearing a lot of, oh, this is the year before the year. Ask the Niners how that worked out after they lost the Super Bowl. And, I assumed they would be right back. Things change, but I am scratching my head as to why this team cannot be productive with runners on. And I'm just keeping it right now. I'm a one-trick pony, and the pitching's real. It's a problem too. But the hitting, why has it not manifested?
Going 0 for 23 is something I don't think I've ever seen before over a 3-game weekend. Like, you go 0 for 8, like I think they did on Saturday. There's bad games. There's no doubt about that. But 0 for 23, like and it's something we've known all year. It's a problem. I think they're 24th this year with runners in scoring position in terms of batting average. A team, and I don't know how
23rd
teams
in runs.
Well, for example, like the Padres are 29th, but they have found a way to overcome their issues with runners in scoring position. The Giants, my biggest problem with them is they don't do the little things correctly.
Man.
They don't consistently play great defense. They don't consistently run the bases well. I think they've only attempted, by the way, it's less than 5 stolen bases this month. They don't steal bases. They're not dynamic offensively unless they're hitting the ball out of the ballpark, which they don't do very often. And the guy that they've gotten to come here, Ralphie Devers, or traded for and acquired, he's starting to heat up, but he is not enough to get this offense up off the canvas where they've been for the majority of this year.
If he's not enough, then what are you telling myself and Giant fans about what's the fix then, E? Yaz has 1 RBI in his last 68 at-bats. Just think about that. You hit 2 home runs, you gotten past that. But 1 RBI in his last 68 at-bats, it's like everybody stabbing each other in the back just from a fan perspective and what I'm reading and the reporters. Somebody's got to be Lee Majors, the old school bionic man, the fall guy. Like, who does that fall on? Because we can't sit here and say all these 9 guys just stink at hitting.
Not all of them do. Well, no, not all of them do. But there is something about those, and I would honestly point to, for example, yesterday. The difference is you're facing a premier closer,
right?
But I can't explain why you can't get runners in scoring position in the 5th or the 6th inning against some of those bullpen guys. The Mets have a good team. Like the Mets I think they actually are now a game better than the Dodgers. They're a quality club. They're in first place in their division. That's a team that is, if you give them a chance, they're going to put you away like they did.
Yeah.
But the Giants have not, I would say over the last month and a half, maybe 2 months, been able to beat better than 500 teams. And that's where they're showing their true colors. I don't think this season's over, but the Giants are and have been showing us, oddly enough, since they've acquired Devers, that they're a second-tier team.
Wow.
They're not among the elite in the NL, and that's something where even though about a third of the way through the season. They were 12 games above 500. We should have known better. We should have. To me, Goo, the goal was always to fight for the postseason. And that's, to be honest, where they are right now.
But the half of the National League makes the playoffs. So if somehow they don't, and this thing keeps teetering, Evan, you tell me if it's too strong for you early, but it's more disappointing. It's more like, had they not made the Devers move, I could understand, okay, you know what? You got to, something's going on. We got to do better. But what's maddening to me, this guy, your boy, is you went and got a bopper, and he hadn't technically, and he's heating up, he hadn't technically bopped, and I got to go Ice Cube on you, Evan. Friday night, it felt like Rafi he wasn't horrible at first, but I'm saying to myself, this is your version of a pennant race. We're having tryouts at first. And then he patted the ball to himself. Like stuff you see in the ball. Like, Evan, I couldn't believe that the stakes are this high. You're playing bad baseball. There were a couple plays where, maybe, who am I talking about? Brandon Belt turns a double play and gets him out the inning. And there was a little fumble with the exchange. Robbie Ray, and it was just like, we're doing this late in the game. I get it. It's not why you lost. But, Evan, there's a stench coming out of to me, which reads, what the hell is going on?
It's not all about this year is what's going on.
Evan, all right, so what's the Jay-Z?
They've
what's
been a
the
500
blueprint?
team the last 3 years. And look, they're 2 games above 500 right now. But again,
that bad boy was at 12.
It was, but to me, they were playing ahead of their skis, and they're playing behind them right now. They're not playing good baseball right now, but they're 3 games out of the wild card. If you look at this baseball, they're one of those squads that's going to have to fight and scrap for the opportunity to chase the wild card and the postseason come September and October. Like, that's where they're at. That's who they are. And to me, that's who they've always been. But they they hoodwinked us,
and that's okay,
by winning a lot of close games with pitching, with great bullpens,
phenomenal pitching,
phenomenal bullpen appearances, and they're beginning to slip a little bit, and that's where their strength hasn't been able to basically drag an offense, which has been largely dormant this entire season, to where it needs to be.
Nah, Evan, that's real, and I appreciate you saying us. Because if you were a doctor, a clinical doctor, and Giant fans were lined up to come see you, it sounds like you wouldn't laugh at us for taking the bait in regard to Devers comes. You expect Devers to do Dever things, not just for himself, for this entirety of the offense. And then if there is slippage that we've seen from the pitching staff, your offense would be the best deodorant. And it's kind of like you got the Ferrari, but there's a problem with the engine. But I appreciate, if I'm hearing you correctly, Evan, you kind of understood why people got excited.
Oh, 100%. I said at the time, you should be ecstatic. But that move was for this year and future years, not just for this season. Devers is not a rental. It's why come deadline in a couple days, I don't think the Giants are going to be in on any player that's going to be a 2-month rental. Posey's trying to build something beyond this season. It's his first year as the president of baseball operations. That doesn't mean you just wholesale turn this team over into a World Series contender overnight, when a lot of the pieces that are still on this team are from a group that's been 500 for 3 years. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done with this team, and I appreciate how well they played at the beginning of the season, but to me, some of those weaknesses which were present, they're beginning to catch up with them. That's the way that I kind of look at it. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Oakland and talk to Kevin. Wants to talk about the Giants. Kevin, good morning, man. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. First of all, Evan, you just touched on the point that I wanted to make, was that, I think we came in early in the season, or we're seeing how hot the Giants got, and we're saying, man, they're turning it around this year. This is going to be it. And then, we get Devers, total stud, and we think, okay, that's the final piece. But reality is setting in, and I think, as you said, this team is a work in progress still, with Posey first as coming in as a GM. He's putting together the team that needs to be competing for the coming years. And I think we need to just bump our brakes as fans and not expect them to immediately turn into not just a World Series competitor, but just like someone who's competing for just from the playoffs, period. I think we got to remember who this team has been for the past couple seasons now. On paper, yeah, we look like we're going to be making a run for the playoffs, but that's on paper. Let's be real about it. And let's see how the teams are playing. You know, not to be like that guy who's saying, look at the championship teams of 2010, 12, 14. You know, they were playing pitching, and they had pitching and defense as their strengths, right? And our pitching this year has been phenomenal, but you still got to score runs. And on paper, we got that. We've got an offense, we've got a lineup, but they're just not putting it together. And you mentioned earlier about they're not playing good ball right now. That's been the problem, I think, this season, is that they haven't consistently played fundamental baseball. How many times have we seen guys just get caught on base, get picked off at first, getting picked off, not running the bases smart, not running smart, not smart base running, not just timely hitting. Those are the little things that historically we have seen make a big difference, right? And that's not what we're doing this year. Again, we've got the horses on paper, but we're not piecing it together still. And I still think we're another season away from being true competitors for the playoff. We're only 3 games out of the wild card right now, thank God, because other teams are slipping. But we're not cashing in on that either. We're falling behind, and we're not doing the things that have made us start off strong. I think the Giants are finally kind of coming back to being who we are supposed to be this season.
Thanks, Kev. Appreciate the call. Again, I don't want to make it out to seem like this season is over. But to me,
good. Okay,
but
I hear you. It's going the wrong way.
The strength of this team has been breaking down for some time, and that's why we're seeing hopefully a rising prospect like Carson Whisenhunt tonight. Landon Roop is up against his career innings limit.
Yeah,
his elbow's beginning to bark. I was talking to some people this weekend at the ballpark.
Bloop.
Logan Webb. That arm is not 100% right now, but he's battling through some stuff, and he's leaving the ball over the middle of the plate. Justin Verlander is beginning to get right, hopefully, but you can't rely on a 42-year-old.
No doubt.
You traded away some of your depth, granted, to get a bopper, but that is going to come back to bite you a little bit. The strength of this team the entire season has been its pitching staff. And to me, I think I saw it on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, the 408, I think puts it very well. Pitchers propping up a team that cannot hit. Now the pitching is tired.
Yeah, no, Evan, and I hope the words that are coming out of my mouth is I understand that. And that's why I believe Buster Posey made the move for Devers, because he wanted more balance. He knew to just be a one-trick pony and think that this bullpen, which was phenomenal and had been, and this rotation could keep this up for 162, that was fool's gold. So again, I'm just doubling back and asking the question, why hasn't the offense as a whole gotten better since you got Devers? Because let me tell you something, Evan, Devers didn't get added to the rotation. That's like adding another horse to the rotation and then the rotation go the wrong way. We're seeing that with the bats, and that's why it's disappointing the way, and I know Rodriguez is filthy, but the way that game ended last night, you got 2 arguably your best hitters up with bases loaded, and you didn't get it done. I know it happens, but I'm going to throw this to you because I've heard Shasky mention it, and I love you, Butch, but the bottom line is he might be over Ramos. I'm like, the dude just made the All-Star game. Who's safe on this team? Yes, that experience might be over, but Evan, I guess I'm asking, and shout out, what's my boy's name? The actor Happy Gilmore, the replacements. Who are replacing those? Who am I talking about?
Adam Sandler?
Yeah, Adam Sandler. You see the replacements?
I thought that was Keanu Reeves.
And you know what? You're right. It was Keanu Reeves, right. He won on Goo, but you get my drift. Who's safe offensively? And you talked about it. We brought it up. 13-21 with Devers. I'm going to just throw this to you, Evan, because I got to get it out. With this team, is it fair to even ask, would this same team be 13-21 if Bruce Bochy was at the helm?
I mean, the Texas Rangers aren't too hot right now.
They've been playing better baseball, but that's neither here nor there.
You know why? Because they got good pitchers. Eovaldi's starting to get healthy. DeGrom's having a great year. Jack Leader, their young stud, is starting to turn it up.
And they're starting to hit better.
They are starting to hit a little bit better.
Yeah.
But Well, Seager's been incredible,
Yeah.
but their offense in general has been disappointing. My team is, would they be better with Bochy? Perhaps. Would they be a couple games better? Perhaps. I'll give you that. But this team would not be challenging the Dodgers for the division. To me, they would not be in position to have us thinking they are 100% going to make the playoffs as a wild card team, because this team still is a work in progress. But you know what the biggest issue last night, and this is how you know they're a work in progress.
Give it to 'em.
The biggest difference last night on Sunday Night Baseball in front of God and everyone was the last 4 hitters of the Mets lineup.
There you go, man.
Guys that I'm not talking about, and he did hit a game go ahead home run. I'm not talking about Soto. I'm not talking about Alonso, who did not hit well in this series. Lindor was not great in this series at the plate. Brandon Nimmo was not great in this series at the plate.
But he hit one over Ramos's head.
He sure did. He also hit one over Jungle Lee's head. I'm talking about starting Marte, Brett Beatty, Francisco Alvarez, and Ronnie Mauriciano.
Yeah.
Those are the guys at the bottom of the order that killed you yesterday and accounted, I think, for 9 of their 12 hits. Meanwhile, the Giants' bottom of the lineup, Yaz, Dom Smith, who eventually got pinch hit for, Pat Bailey, Brett Wisely, those guys have not been able. The bottom of the Giants' order has been an absolute black hole.
But yet, Evan, again, I hear you, and I'm giving you the point. But the bottom line is those 4 you just mentioned were not up to bat with the bases loaded last night in the 9th inning. You know who was up? And you do. Chapman and Adames. So at some point, I get what you're saying. The bottom of the lineup killed the Giants for the Mets. But
I'm saying it's killed them all season. That's something that Devers can't come in and change. He can take one guy out of the lineup, but he can't take 3 or 4. And again, this is not to me, yes, they're at the deadline, but this is not to me the point where the season spirals. Like that, you have to wait for August and September to determine if this team is done.
What do you do by the first if Evan was running it?
If I was running it,
if you were Buster,
I would try and go get somebody.
Man, me too, Evan. And
I think that's what he's going to do.
Okay,
but I'm just confused as to why everybody believes they need to, first of all, you need something to sell. Like the players that you would sell, and we can talk about it on the other side, to me are not good enough to get off of at this point in the season. You're 3 games back of the wild card. Things are dire, but it is not. They're not completely dead.
Yeah, you're right. The math is there.
Well,
shout out Steiny.
Yeah, I hate saying that, but it is. You're right. I see you, Rich and Hayward. I see you, Nick and Berkeley. Pardon me. We got to get to a break though. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's going on right now? Are you complete? Are you done with this team yet? Really, on July 28th? Are you done with them? I know it's been a bad couple of weeks. I know it was a rough weekend, but are you done with them yet? I don't think I am. And of course, we got 49ers training camp coming up today. Pads are on. We're going to spend a lot of the show talking about the Niners, but I do want to wrap up our Giants conversation on the other side. And of course, that's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, at least the Giants don't have that going for them.
Which is?
2 pitchers that can't stay away from the bookie.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Clase is under investigation for gambling. Like, is this where sports are going, Goo?
Oh, no. Like, how much is not enough? That's what I asked you during the break. Like, if you're getting a chicken that I think your boy's a bad boy, how do you just say,
he's also
Nancy
on the trade
Reagan,
block.
just say no? You know, in my rapping days, rest in peace to Pete Rose, but I used to say I was the Black Pete Rose.
Why?
I like to gamble and hustle.
Charlie Hustle.
No, Charlie, just gamble and hustle. Carter, that's a 4. That's a bar. Real quick, you caught me. My movie knowledge was off after a long weekend.
It happens.
My boy Reg B's like, he's really butthurt that I got. All right, it was Keanu Reeves. Relax.
Wait, did I meet Reg B at the
Yeah, you did.
reunion?
Yeah, he was talking to you.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. No, I remember. So Silk Basie was the
That's
one who
it.
had seen every single television show.
He said, all I do is watch movies. I said, that's my dude.
Oh man, that man's.
Okay, I got it wrong, but you
Entertainment
knew
knowledge is
what
incredible.
you knew what I was talking about. I just had to act it wrong.
Well, yeah, you haven't seen Happy Gilmore 2 yet. We can get into that. I
How
thought
was it? Give me a letter grade.
Well, apparently it was a sin because I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was like a C plus B minus.
So
I don't think it ruined the first one.
So the streets are saying it wasn't any good?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like it.
What do they like, Evan? Nobody likes anybody.
Well, not the Giants right now.
Yeah.
So, again, what are we doing with this thing? To me, they've already told you what they're going to do. If they have the opportunity to buy, they're going to buy. But this is not a team, as much as a lot of people might, look at, hey, Doval's a piece that you could move. Robbie Ray has only a year left after this season.
Uh-huh.
Those are valuable pieces.
Yeah, no doubt.
I do not believe that Buster Posey is going to sell. And Matt Chapman, to me, said as much. I was in the locker room yesterday, said it to everybody.
Look at E.
But he, as much as the team was down, and again, they're spiraling right now. They have not played well since the All-Star break, 2 of 7. They have not played well since they got Rafael Devers. I think they're 6 or 7 games below 500.
That's the man.
But when they acquired him, they told you that they were going to be aggressive. And this is not a team, to me, that under Buster Posey is looking to sell pieces in his first season at the deadline.
No. And you know what, Evan? If they do somehow sell or a soft sale, we'll be able to sniff it out. But that would make the acquisition to me in year one or half a year of Devers that much more disappointing, is you had to play that much bad baseball for you to detour the course. And for all these so-called experts out there, Evan, you haven't said it. Oh, next year will be the year. Are we so sure? And I'm in on this one.
Could be the
year.
You
Yaz might not be on the team. I'm hearing people say Ramos might not be on the team. The dude's batting 270 with his flaws. Just a quick question about Ramos and the outfielders. At home, when did all of a sudden getting balls, carry them off the wall at your spot become like a ride at the carnival?
Like Matos?
Matos. And it's even It's like, and even Yaz, like, dude, this is your home park. Am I being too critical, or am I noticing I'm hearing Kipe on the call, runners, and then the ball just goes under it's still rolling. I'm like, what are we doing?
Well, Soto looked like he knew how to play the brick on Saturday.
Wow. And he knew how to hit Oppo.
Yeah.
He crushed it.
He's killed the Giants every year. One of my roommates is a big Giants fan, not Grandy, but I get home last night and he was at the game and he says, dude, that's Soto. Hey, I love him, but I hate him. He's hit home runs off the Giants. Last year, remember, it was on a Sunday for the Yankees.
Yes.
Off of Doval, go-ahead shot. He's hit home runs when he was on the Padres and even going back to the Nationals.
It's what
he kills
does,
the Giants.
Evan. Look at his paycheck. That's why he gets paid the big bread.
$750 million.
But, Evan, I do like the antics when he looks back at Bob Gibson would throw at his head, but when he looks at the picture, all that stuff, but he backs it up. And I'll say this to that. The Reds, the Padres, they both have warts. So, Evan, it's not over. It's just it's like your girl coming home late 2 weeks. Oh, we're working late on a project at work. Okay, 2 weeks in a row.
But I'm going to need you to trust her.
Yeah, Evan,
if you have a loving relationship, you got to believe that she's not cheating on you.
Bringing back some memories.
You got to believe she's not.
Evan, if you don't sweep the Pirates, you have to sweep them.
Well, you don't. But I would believe that the Giants should win this series. The Pirates are playing better baseball recently. They've won 5 of 6, but they're one of the worst road teams in baseball, and
one
they
of the
don't have
worst
schemes
offenses in the game
going in this series.
Yeah.
You should win 2 out of 3.
Yeah, and you got 6 with them because you play them not in the near future in Pittsburgh.
Yep, they do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Hayward and talk to Rich. He's been hanging on patiently. Rich, good morning. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I was at yesterday's game, because I do like a timeshare thing. I go to all the games, but we got the season tickets for a 4-pack. And LB 126, and I'm there right now. Yeah. Usually, now Warriors, I got the season tickets, for myself. But this, I had some family and friends. Come in, and because they're Mets fans, they're just, oh man, Soto is the real deal. You see his thighs on him. I went out there to see him, and Chappie, he had 2 home runs. I was like, oh, we got y'all, and I was talking smack. Then all of a sudden, Soto came up and hit that go ahead, and then my boys struck out Adames and with bases loaded. And I was like, wow. And I'll always be a Giants fan, but we need Yaz. He's a great guy and everything else, but he's like 30 something. He's like, come on now, we I don't say we need to do a big trade or anything because Devers was 0-4 with 1 walk, and I was like, after that, I had to go up there. Let's go get another drink. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to do something here. Like Adamas says, the energy, because Tappy did all 3 runs, all 2 home runs. Come on now, it's crazy.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call. Yeah, his first multi-home run game of the season, and unfortunately for not.
Man, and
needed one more.
What do you think if we just focus in on because I didn't get a chance with you hardly last week, but Adames saying, I'm not making Bo Mail. I know Bo Mail's not hitting. He's not, Evan, but I'm gonna still stand on. I would like some more energy, but when you hear Adames say, our energy is not on point, is that the player's job or does that come from up top or?
Well, the energy was great at the beginning of the season. Is that because of Bob Melvin or the players? I would argue it's on both of them. Last night, I didn't know why Sean Jelly was pitching in the 9th inning in a 1-run game.
Man.
You could have kept Tyler Rogers out there, who got the last out of the inning prior, or he went from Rogers to Beck.
Yeah.
Once that lead flipped in the 7th, then it's almost like the game plan completely changed. And to me, that was a game, not that the Giants had to have, but you were in a position to salvage that series. And it felt like Melvin kind of pulled the plug on it. And that was confusing to me. I don't have any issue with the Rodriguez going out for a second inning. To me, that's just one where a guy who's had a subatomic ERA gets tagged by a couple of players who are great. Well, maybe not Mauriciano, but certainly Soto. And that was a great pitch that he tagged the opposite way for a home run. You got to tip your cap. But then it's almost like the moment that the Mets got the lead, all the energy was zapped from the Giants, and it was like you sent a message to the fans that the game wasn't worth chasing at that point. And that's what kind of hurt.
That's interesting, and I kind of feel like that would have more validity, Evan, until the 9th inning theatrics start happening. We saw Ramos get hit. Like, that's a gift from the baseball gods. Devers walks, bases loaded. And I'm thinking about the Devers walk. I hope, Evan, come remove me from the studio or take my mic. I know he's starting to do better at the plate. This is not about him being atrocious at the plate. I see gains, even in Atlanta. But the bottom line is, tell me if I'm wrong, Evan, we are still waiting for the welcome to the Bay moment for Devers. And I feel like there's been 4 or 5 scripts to where, man, and last night you walked, no harm, no foul. But, man, it was on national TV. Everybody was waiting for, and I go, dude, if he gets challenged with a fastball night, and he walked, Evan. So it ain't on him. but you got the bases loaded and that old juju. I thought that old giant 10, 12, 14 magic was happening, and then 2-hitter strikeout.
Well, you're right that he hasn't had a welcome to San Francisco moment, but he had a welcome to Atlanta moment. And that's where everyone was hoping the jumping off point would be.
I was too, E.
Couple of home runs, finally playing first base now. But I'm kind of with you. Like you hit me with that one this morning when you said, why are they having tryouts at first base?
What? I can't.
And the only explanation I can come up with is because that has to be his position. If this team is going to have its best bats in the order, he has to play first base. Like again, yesterday, Flores can't be in the lineup because Dom Smith is playing first and Devers is DHing.
Oh, E.
He's got to be a first baseman. And the first couple of games, it was funny. So he goes to first, and then they come back at home, and we're watching I think it was the Dodgers series, and it's like, you know, he quietly hasn't really gotten that many ground balls. Like I don't think I've seen him over at first base. And over this weekend, it's like the Mets and every single lefty decided to put one on the ground.
Oh, E.
And it was an adventure. He made a couple nice plays.
No doubt, and a nice scoop. So it wasn't an F by any stretch, but if you just take a step back, it's like the Giants are hemorrhaging and they're having tryouts. That's what it felt like to me. Evan, and then there was one play, he got the out, but he kind of batted the ball to himself. He was patting the ball like, I go, oh my God. Like, this is what they're doing.
You mean when he walked the dog to first base?
That's what that was. And then Ray
got the out.
But what about the one he didn't get where Ray was like, dude, you came too far off first, get back. And it wasn't, the runner was safe, but it's the little things, Evan. And when you're going bad, they fester. But I guess right now, and I left you and Steiny with this, if this was NASDAQ and they were stock, who would buy right now?
Who would buy stock
in the Giants now? I have not given up, E. I can't wait for Willard and Dibs. But, man, who would buy right now? You're too over.
It's cheap. It's the cheap. You know what? It's the cheapest stock has been for the Giants since they were 3-1. And actually, to me, that's a credit for them. Credit to them. They have been above 500 virtually every game this season. But they haven't been this close to 500 since the very beginning of the year. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD World San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Getting in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. Let's go to Berkeley and talk to Nick. Nick, welcome to the conversation. What's going on, man?
Hey, man, I was at the game on Saturday night from the Curry bobblehead dog. My daughter surprised me with tickets, and me and her boyfriend went. And let me tell you something, man. That game was a battle, bro. First of all, the Mets were having the top 5 Mets batters were hitting batting practice. They were finishing up, and they were having their own personal home run derby contest, and they were launching balls in the upper rows of the outfield. It was ridiculous. I was like, dang. But Robbie Ray, he was shutting them down, bro. And we couldn't get a 2-out hit to save our ass. I mean, man, we got to get off of Devers, okay? Even though he's over there playing with a solid rubber glove and there's no string on the ball because he was definitely trying to play dice with the ball and shoot past the first base and pick it up. Dude, he even stretched with his right leg and had his left leg on the base, and he's right-handed, and he did that great scoop when Chapman. But the Giants infielders were hot, and they were pulling him off the bag the whole game, and it wasn't like he could even says he was jumping out of the way. And that one that he jumped and the dude slid in. I'm not sure if they scored or run that inning, but man, the Giants pitchers got out of a lot of jams. We out hit the Mets on Saturday night. It was a great game as far as the baseball game goes. And that first baseman, man, someone call the police because he straight up burglarized my boy up there. My boy, who? He was killing it. Who needs to be leading off? You know what I'm saying? And then Helios needs to be batting second, and then you throw in Chapman in front of Devers because he's a more veteran hitter. So they don't want to go at him instead of face Devers with more runners on base. But I'm saying you put them 4 right there, man, because we got 7 batters right now that are under 200 or under 200. And my boy, whatchamacallit, man, my boy, what's his name? Not Matos, but the other dude, what's his name?
Ramos.
I can't remember his name right now. No, Matos. He's
Oh, sorry, Nick. You're kind of breaking up there. Appreciate the call, though.
He did like the Giants faded a little bit.
Well, he
said Dice. I got to give him that because Dice are whitey. Well, they can be different.
Said my boy who.
Yeah.
I was like, who? Oh, Jung-Hoo.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, no, look, the Giants, but again, their offense has been, if you want to call it a problem, that for some time. The biggest issue this weekend is they were able to set the table. They just had nobody come in and clean it.
Man, and I believe it was Willard yesterday. Congratulations on the wedding. Who tweeted, Evan? It was frustrating. Just one word: frustrating. And you talked about it. There's ways, and I'm not saying I prefer this, but as a fan, I think I do. Beat me over the head, Evan. 5-1, we didn't have a chance. But the Giants draw you in and continuously to where you're thinking, okay, we might pull this thing off. And ninth inning, Exhibit A, and it goes the other way. But I got to say this. Adames is hot, Evan. He's been hot, and I'll stand on that all day. He got mowed down fast, quick, and in a hurry in that ninth inning at bat.
You know what that?
Oh, Evan, that's the whoa! Like it was heat rocks. he was just heat rocks.
Well, the Giants built a dynasty on this word, but to me, the ninth inning last night, that's torture.
Yeah.
What the Giants have been playing, this is torture baseball. Like torture to me, I know that games were close in 2010, 2012, 14, but they found a way to pull them out. They always made you sweat. But torture is getting to the finish line and having the rug yanked out from under you. Having Diaz effectively walk the bases loaded, set up for maybe your two hottest hitters, Adames and Chapman, and fan both of them down and leave you wanting, oh my gosh. We got our hopes up just to get absolutely eviscerated by a premier closer. That ninth inning was torture baseball. And that's where the Giants have kind of been stuck, it feels like, for the last couple weeks.
Oh, Evan, that's a great point. And as your boys over here, I'm getting older, I'm going through memory loss. It's happening. But the stuff I don't
Steiny's
forget,
rubbing off on you.
Brett Wisely getting picked off at third against the White Sox. That's torture baseball when you're like, this is a dump truck team, let's go. And then a guy gets picked off at third, Evan. So I'll say this to that. You just are not in on sending Ramos just for this exercise a message about that base. Let's just say you lose the game. Evan, there's still lessons. There's still penalties that need to be had, and you can't just be a slave to, well, we got nobody better. So I'm watching this, and you could, Guru, come on. But there is something, because I've been lobbying for this when he's had lapses before. Steiny, Evan, send a message. Just keep him out the lineup one game. Forget the result. And you could say, Goo, you can't afford it. But there has to be a cost to what he did last night, Evan. And it keeps happening. And I'm wondering, if you don't discipline him, then maybe that's why it keeps being redundant.
That was one of the most boneheaded base running decisions I've ever seen.
What was it?
But the consequence, or the cost, is you costing your team. Like me penalizing him for making an awful decision, to me that doesn't do anything. Especially because he is one of your better hitters. But like penalizing a player in that fashion, to me, that's what you do in high school or college. Like, this is the pros, man. You're getting paid millions of dollars. Run the damn bases correctly, or you're going to cost your team games. And at the end of the year, when the Giants look up and see that they missed the playoffs by a couple of games, that's the cost, is Wisely getting picked off late. Fitzgerald, I believe, got picked off late in a ball game earlier this year. Ramos making a base running error. Guys having flubs in the outfield. All of those are going to cost you when it counts. When you're sitting on the couch in October and a team that you feel like you're better than gets your spot in the wild card, that's the cost.
Yeah, Estimated Eyes agrees with you. Thank you, Evan. So that means he doesn't agree with me or she doesn't. But the bottom line is, Evan, I saw this and you could say, Goo, wake up. You can't discipline, you said this, your children the same as you could in my era in the 70s and 80s. But the great Andrew Jones, great center fielder, loafed on a ball in Atlanta. Bobby Cox was the manager. Just let it drop. You know what Bobby Cox did? Stopped the game, got his ass out the game. He had the walk of shame, Evan. And he didn't get him when he came in the clubhouse. They went inside the clubhouse. You couldn't see. But I said, I guess, Evan, I know it's not those times, but that's the accountability I'm talking about. And you are right. Amongst his peers, he's got to wear that. But, Evan, I do wonder, if today's lineup card comes out and Ramos knows he's not in because we can't have you continuously making bonehead mistakes like that, if a guy gets it better than that. And I know that was Bobby Cox years ago, but Evan, I guess that's just the cloth I'm from.
I mean, that team also had, Fred McGriff, Chipper Jones.
I get it, but Evan, forget who they had. Just that dude got his ass out of there.
And then what happened?
The video went off. But no, but you get my drift. Accountability, and I feel like you're like, Goo, we got games to try to win.
I'm sorry. I'm not yanking out Ramos and throwing Matos in and costing myself a potential game, if that's what it comes down to. Let's go out to San Francisco and talk to T. Wants to get into the Giants' chemistry. T, what's going on, man? Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
You guys pretty much covered everything about the state of the Giants. It's just one little thing I wanted to input, and it's about the chemistry. Before we got Rafael Devers, hell of a player, I've been following his career for a while. I was enjoying watching the Giants. I felt like they was a little scrappy, and they took on some of the better teams that they knew that, on paper was just a little bit better. What the Giants had to offer was great pitching, so they were in a lot of games. But it just seemed like when we got Devers, it threw the chemistry off because everybody was questioning, where's this guy going to play at? Chapman was hurt. Flores, he play every now and then, but he's a true DH. He was hot at the time. This guy just comes out of nowhere, and I know Buster Posey is trying to make the team stronger because he's seen he noticed we haven't hit in woes. So, that's his job. But it just seemed like it threw the chemistry off. And then Bob Melvin, he started playing with the lineup. I kind of felt like he made the decision that Lee was going to be leading off or somewhere up there. And then all of a sudden he started, hitting somewhere else because he sustained a little injury. But it just seemed like the chemistry is off. I don't like watching this team as much as I did before the trade. And it just seemed like some individual players, like the bottom of the lineup, every good team in the major leagues that's at the top, they don't have holes in their lineup. And some of these guys we throw out there, I just felt like I don't care about that hot streak Tyler Fitzgerald went on last year. He just played way too much. He showed that he wasn't that good. He shouldn't have kept getting through out there, and then Patrick Bailey. I mean, if this guy wasn't throwing people out all the time, wouldn't we be on him a little bit more? I mean, this guy, he's down as a switch hitter, but I swear to God, every time he hits left, he just seems like he swings the bat funny, like he can't really hit from that side. And then he has this look on his face going back to the dugout like, oh, I missed it again. Yeah, you're always missing stuff, man. That's why your batting average is so low. I mean, to compete with the top guys, it just showed. I'm glad it brought a real light to the Giants right before the All-Star break. We played some good teams, the Dodgers, Phillies. Then we came back with the Mets. It showed, hey, you guys are not there. These teams, they don't have holes in their lineup. Even when they're pitching not good, they're going to win from their hitting. They just got too much. And for us to compete, we're going to have to be great at something. The pitching is going to just have to be spectacular like it was because we're just not that team can get it done from both sides.
I got you, T. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah,
and something you touched on, I do want to carry over to the other side as far as what the Giants are missing right now. He talked about chemistry, but to me there's a glaring hole right now that this team is beginning to suffer from, Goo. And I want to talk to you about on the other side. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you good. I see you, Bobby. I see you, Mona. We got calls coming in. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is going on with the San Francisco Giants? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this.
I would run around the studio naked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Look, even if they sweep the Pirates, that can't happen.
I was talking to Lubman during the break. He kind of assumed it. I didn't tell him he said it, but he's doing what I'm doing. They are hapless at the plate, the Bucks, the Pirates. But I did this with the White Sox, and they took 2 or 3 from the Giants. The Marlins came in here and swept the Giants. So how can I say the Giants are going to just sweep the Pirates with Keller going? Yeah.
Well, every time it feels like the Giants have hit rock bottom, they tend to turn it around.
But have they really? Because I think we're getting to that
large period of time.
I think we're getting to that territory. If they go under, or by the weekend we're at the cafeteria and let's just say they're 2 under, then I'm upset. Then all hell breaks loose.
I don't think they've had an above 500 month since, I want to say, April. April they went 16-11, and since then 13-14 in May, 13-14 in June, and they're 9-12 after getting swept by the Mets here in the month of July. So, yeah, they got some work to do. But my point is, I don't think that this Giants team is built like the ones of old. To me, this is the starting point. And if they're a team that is in the mix for a potential wild card spot, I know things don't look good now.
Got you.
But that's a much better place to be than where you've been the last few years, where you're scraping to get back to 500.
Evan, I got to be honest. I feel like this year right now is playing out like it did under Kapler. And like I would always personally bite on they're going to be that third wild card. So
last year though, it was a struggle for them to get to 500. Now it feels like they're hanging on to it. Again, they have been 500 ever since they started out 2-1.
Right.
They have been above 500 virtually every single day of this season. That to me is a far different barometer than the one that we've been measuring them with the last couple seasons.
Because now I feel like Giant fan has the license to be upset. Regardless, we need answers, Allen Iverson, on why this offense is putrid with Ralphie Devers. We need answers. And who was the last gentleman? He let it all out, talked about the bottom part of the order or the automatic outs, basically saying, I wanted to jump in, Evan, I didn't. I get accused of doing that a lot. But I wanted to say, are you saying when you thought Ralphie Devers could possibly be a Giant, you would have said, don't come here because you're going to mess up the apple cart? No way. There's not a walking soul that said, Ralph, we don't need him. We got something good here. So now I feel like this Giant team as a whole, looking macro, this thing's a bigger fix. This is not just a quick fix, Evan.
But was it going to be? I mean, seriously, they have been a middling franchise for the most part since 2017. This wasn't going to be a quick fix. That's all that I'm saying. And I still don't think that they're dead, even though they look lifeless. I think at the deadline, that's why we're not hearing them talk about selling, and maybe I'm wrong for believing that. But I do want to get to some of our callers because a lot of people feel strongly about the current state of the 2025 team. Let's go to Pacifica and talk to Mona. Evan in for Steiny with Guru. Mona, how you doing? Good morning.
Hi, Evan. Hi, Guru. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Awesome. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I just wanted to, talk about just the lack of discipline. I think Guru talked about that before you guys went into the break. This team could have higher numbers if they weren't shooting themselves in the foot. If we look at last night's game in particular, the pitcher hit one of the players, then he walks two. So then my whole thing is the bases are loaded. Why are you going up to the plate swinging at anything that he's pitching? If it's a good pitch coming in, absolutely, you swing at it. But he's already proven that he was not in control. So you stand there and you take pitches. But no, what do they get up there and do? They start swinging at the first pitch, swinging at pitches that are not even around the plate. I mean, I think they were probably in Oakland somewhere, and they're swinging at these pitches. So you go from bases loaded, where you thought you were hopeful, because we were all hopeful. We were like, yes, bases loaded. And then just to get sucker punched and to lose a game that they should not have lost. Somebody mentioned, Bob Melvin earlier, if Bochy was there. Bochy did a way better job at disciplining his players. You didn't see those bonehead mistakes on the bases. You didn't see them just going up there, just swinging at anything that pitchers are doing. So for me, that would be the difference between Melvin and Bochy. And even if you just look at the body language of the players, even when they go up to the plate and they strike out or they hit a fly ball and it's caught in the, an outfield, they walk back to the dugout like, oh, well, maybe I'll get it next time. Maybe I don't. There doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency with this team. And for anyone within the sound of my voice right now who really believes in your heart of hearts that they might be 3 under at the wild card, they're not going to get there. And if they do get there, they're not coming out of the first round. This team is mediocre at best. And for us to continue to act like, things are good, it's almost like you're in a relationship. You know that relationship is going bad, but just stick it out because you're hopeful. We can be hopeful, but they ain't going anywhere. So thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Evan, always love when you're on. I enjoy you on Saturdays as well. Guru, you too. But you guys have a great rest of your day.
You too, Mona.
You too, Mona. That's a nice cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Now.
You got a little more love than me, but I love Mona.
Mona's kind. So.
My type of gal.
But if we're going to take relationships, this is the way that I would look at it, because now that Posey's at the helm, I know that some of the players, a lot of the team is kind of left over from the last few seasons, but instead of a relationship that is like, that's going to end, I would look at it as a relationship that's just starting. Like, this is the infancy of your relationship, and you got to have a little faith, because I'm not looking at it as just this season. I think the Giants can compete. They might not get to the wild card, but for a lot of these players, just being in the hunt is a completely different place than where they've been the past few years, and that to me is immensely valuable. Playing meaningful baseball, to take a turn from Steph, playing meaningful basketball down the stretch of the season is where this Giants team has to be for me. If they're not, then I would consider that a disaster and a failure based on what they've acquired, the kind of money on their roster. But if they're playing meaningful games in the month of September, that to me is right where this group, in the infancy of the Buster Posey and Giants relationship, that's where they're supposed to be.
But, Evan, I'll just say this to that, and I hear you. I mean, Chapman's not 21 years old. Either is Logan Webb. My question to you is, where are the answers coming from, and how soon is this going to be ready to eat? I mean, what are you telling fans? How are you going to solve, who's our guy from, I think it was Nick in Berkeley or what have you, the 4 automatic outs? That's a plethora of stuff that if you go that route, that you need to replace and hope it works. So I'm saying, are we wasting the best years? Like, put a timestamp on what you're saying, this experience for some of the guys that might not even be in a Giant uniform, it sounds like, from some, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, but if Yaz isn't in a Giants uniform after beyond this season, I'm sorry, that's not going to kill me. Yaz has been here. How long do you think Mike Yastrzemski has been a San Francisco Giant?
Damn, I kind of, Evan, I ain't cheating, but I'm gonna say 7 years.
I think it is about 7 seasons. Right. He's 34 years old.
Man.
Yastrzemski is one of the longest tenured Giants. He's been here this is his 7th season.
Yeah, no shame on him.
Nothing wrong with that.
We haven't jettisoned him. We haven't did anything to replenish or do something. Even the last regime, to where we all kind of took Yaz for granted, but he's had ample opportunities to be a fixture, and now he's a fixture without giving you the dividends. So I say that to say, Evan, okay, you jettison him. Okay, what are you replacing him with?
With something new, ideally with something better. Or something internal in your system. Maybe next year, Matos is ready to take a step. Maybe Ramos isn't as horrific defensively, and you find a different position. Like, to me, that's where the Giants are looking at filling these holes. I don't have all the answers right now, but Wilmer Flores has also been here for 6 seasons. Yeah. That's someone I'm ready to jettison, to find someone else,
Evan,
that can give you some sort of dynamic ability beyond just dinking and dunking. And Flores has been a good Giant.
Right.
But you need to find the next. And that's where I think they've been forced to keep a lot of these guys the past few seasons, because they've had no answers. That's where I believe Posey can be different than his predecessor, is finding guys to take over, especially in the lineup, the positions of basically the platoon era of the San Francisco Giants.
Got it. Now, I give you a 10. A 1 through a 10, I give you a 10 on that. But I just would like to ask you, the guy that's running the Giants, president of baseball ops, that's been more successful than the manager himself, I'm asking you, Evan, and the people like you that are saying, hey, Goo, this is not the year. Okay, I go back to Mona's call. 1, Evan, where are the standards? And then 2, when the Giants were up and playing and looked the best version of themselves, went out and made this move, I have to believe Buster's disappointed with what has transpired since with every facet of his team. Would that be fair? Or would you say, Goo, no? Because I think Buster might have been planning for the chickens to come home to roost in regard to we're going to come down to earth. I feel like he's more disappointed because he played the game and he made that move to get a shot in the arm so we could keep traction and stay afloat, which technically they are. But now 2 games over feels like 2 under with what I'm looking and how they're playing.
I do think that Posey's been disappointed since they've acquired Devers. But I think part of that is his starting pitching has, and his bullpen for that matter, it's eroded over the course of this year. Like the strength of this team has, either because of injury or lack of productivity, maybe they're tired, they've gotten worse and they've broken down to the point where basically your biggest improvement in terms of your pitching staff, your best player, Landon Roop, is now on the IL and is going to miss some starts. Verlander has been a disappointment largely this season. Webb is starting to show signs of fatigue. Ray even has not been as dominant as he was in the first couple of months. The strength of your team has not been able to carry you so far for 110 games, the last 30 of them, and the offense hasn't been good enough to step. So it's disappointing, but I think Posey's also evaluating this squad and looking at and seeing, all right, what do I need to go get? I sacrificed some pitching depth in Harrison and Hicks to go out and get a bopper. All right.
Who hasn't? Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Well, he hasn't, but you do that trade 10 times out of 10.
All day.
Now, next season, all right, I need to find more pitching. I need to find more guys on the back end of my staff because injuries are going to happen. Guys are going to get sore. Elbows are up and down. These things you have to prepare for. And I think Posey, to be fair, it's his first year on the job in any capacity in a front office fashion. And I think he is learning, by failure in some ways, what he needs to go out and identify. All right, let's go to Los Altos and bring on Bobby. He's been hanging on for a while. Bobby, thank you patiently for waiting there. What's going on, man? How are you?
Yeah, no worries. Hey, Goo, I'm heading up to your hood. I think you're somewhere in Sac. I'm headed to East Sac. So presently in Stockton, driving up towards your neighborhood. But listen, here's my feelings and Giddings. I feel like you've worked every day in July, Giddings, but I appreciate your baseball knowledge, of course. Look, I think the Giants are who we think they are. I mean, the fact is they're not going to be sellers and they can't be buyers because they got nothing to sell. And anything worth selling would be a zero-sum game. So I think, any success this team has for the rest of the year is just gravy. I have zero expectations for this team. If they happen to even win one playoff game, that's great. But I just don't think that this is a team I can really get too excited about. Of course, I want them to do well, but they are who they are, and you just kind of got to look towards next year. My biggest thing is I want Jung-Hoo Lee to stop, swinging under the balls, quit popping up. And I want him to stay as a leadoff hitter instead of trying to figure out every day where he is in the batting order. And then we got to acquire some better pitching. I mean, you guys said it. I mean, we've all known it. The strength of this team or of this stadium or of this sea-level stadium that we have is to have great pitching. That's what sustained us for the first part of the year. We knew there's no way we were going to be the best bullpen for the whole year. And now, we're kind of reverting to the mean. But it's not the bats. It's going to be pitching that's going to make this team great because that's the advantage we have in this stadium. So I wish we would just kind of focus on that.
Bobby, real quick. Bobby, real quick. I hear what you're saying in the theme, but I just want your response real quick on your way to Sac. 0 for 23 with runners in scoring position. Wake up, man. Look at what's in front of you. They're impotent. Quit calling the show and saying that the bats don't matter. 0 for 23, Bobby. What's that mean to you, man? You know the game of baseball. Don't let nobody off the hook. They stink with runners in scoring position.
All you're doing is stating facts. So give me a solution. Give me a solution.
Hey, don't use hey, Bobby, that was nice. Hey, no, that's Buster's job.
Thanks, Bobby.
But the solution, Evan, is don't call me and act like we knew 0 for 23 was coming. We didn't.
No, we didn't.
This is maddening. This is frustrating. This should cost somebody their gig, not the manager. Oh, Guru, you can't look at the hitting coach. But are you going to tell me there's not better instruction that would get better results from these giant hitters for the last 90 days? I believe, I'm not Pete Rose, rest in peace. I believe better instruction, like the great Mona that just called Bobby, we would have some better results. And if you're not, Evan, scared to bench Ramos because you don't have anybody else, well, just let them the cycle's going to repeat. Bust your ass, play fundamentally sound baseball, and if you don't get the results, that's one thing. But when you're booting the ball around, running like you're on the Bad News Bears, and somebody's above getting sat down, then you got a problem.
But if you're benching Ramos, then bats don't matter because he's one of your few good ones.
No, I'm benching him about his base running. That's part of the game, too.
But then you're taking a bat out of the lineup, which is what the Giants have really struggled to get anything out of.
You went 0 for 23. Are we really taking a bat out of the lineup, Evan? You went 0 for 23. He's been slumping for Lord knows how long. How much of a bat are we? It's not Willie Mays is what I'm saying. And I feel like you're acting like he is.
No,
his ass can sit with the rest of them.
His ass can sit, and then you're getting another 0 for 4 from the guy behind him.
You don't know that. But my point is, Evan, it's not about the production. It's the message that you seem to not care about. No. If it were my team, Evan, and you were Ramos, you would be out of the lineup today.
Well, but then you're taking a guy out of the lineup, it feels like every single day.
I'm punishing my children when they do something wrong. And that's what I think is skating free right now. Like, what's her... what's the Newark Memorial?
Who's skating free? Okay,
Karaguchi. What's
who's on first? All right, good.
Carter ain't listening.
All right, so this is it. But I think you're also onto something too with maybe you have to look at the mirror. If you're a parent, and I'm not one, at least I know, and you got a bunch of problem children, don't you have to look in the mirror too instead of punishing them all the time and say, what am I? Like, that's why I think it's on both of them. Yeah, I don't think that Melvin is above reproach. I don't think that he's above criticism.
Has he disciplined anybody, Evan?
He's taking guys out of the lineup.
Real quick, you said who's he taking out of the lineup?
Jung-Hoo Lee.
No, I'm saying for bad play or bonehead play. Jung-Hoo Lee, to me, was just because you're not doing it or getting it done.
Wisely or Fitzgerald or some of the guys that aren't integral to your team. And I realize that watching Ramos run himself out of an inning is a horrible look.
And the bad routes on the ball.
I still need him tonight against Mitch Keller. I do. I just do. And like, to me, if the Giants were 10 games above 500 or they were 10 games below 500 and they weren't fighting for their lives, then we might have a conversation about who needs a day off and who doesn't. But they're not in a position to actively to intentionally subtract something from subtract one of the few guys.
So you're so desperate that you're so desperate that we're going to hold off on disciplinary action.
The one disciplinary thing that they've done lately is send Birdsong down to AAA. And that took him 7 starts.
Well, yeah, but he didn't do anything but
he came undone.
That was bad play. I'm talking about, Evan, dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Like that play, Ramos ran him out of an inning. There's got to be a penalty to me for that.
But this ain't high school, Goo.
He was acting like he was in high school yesterday. So, again, it was Christy Yamaguchi, 1992 Olympic figure skating champion from Fremont.
Appreciate it.
Bottom line, Evan, is I'm shocked that you played the game that you feel like there's no, like Ramos is above, like I can't even sit him out because of the bonehead move. I know it's not Little League, but if you think that stuff doesn't matter, I disagree. I think it does.
No,
and
I'm
I think we're past the point of Melvin just being asleep at the wheel. Send a message. And it might be, hey, you might lose the game, but you still galvanize. I mean, come on, man. But Ramos needs to know what he's doing. He's out of control.
But benching him is not going to make him make one of the blunderous, if that's even a word, decisions on the base paths. It's not going to help him catch a fly ball to left field, which he clearly hasn't been able to do, with with any sort of consistency. Like, benching guys to me is a way to appease the masses as opposed to actually help your team. If it helped your team, if you're telling me that benching Ramos could help him go 10 for 16 over the next week and is going to help him make a diving catch in left field and is going to help him steal second base, then I'm all for it. But to me, it's an oversimplification of the Giants' larger issues. But I hear the frustration.
And Evan, I get what you're saying, but it's not to get him out of a funk. It's to let him know this is, when you put on the black and orange, this is unacceptable. I haven't been a stickler for the rules, but the way you've been going, and yesterday on national TV, it's like Kaminga, and I'm pointing them out, or any Warrior player. Evan, when they do something and you do something that's, come sit down for a little bit.
I got
And
you.
I feel like that could happen. Not that he's going to do it because he'll get out his slump.
I got you. Well, let's go out to Berkeley and talk to Shaka about this. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny along with Goo. Shaka, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man?
Hey.
How y'all doing, man? Y'all got to fired up for the Giants baseball, man. I don't think Melvin is really Posey's guy. I think Posey just got hired, so we might be looking for some additions at the end of the season. I guess it's a lack of discipline really got to go to the top of the chain. That's the manager usually gets that, but I don't know. I hope they. I still think they got it in a man. Guru. I think they can win 10 in a row.
I have it, yeah.
I got you, Shaka.
Yeah.
Thanks, Shaka. Well, so,
I didn't say they were done, Shaka.
No, I know, but Shaka, you wanted to talk. Oh, I guess we lost him. Sorry about that. I was coming through a little bit choppy. So, yeah, I'm not saying that you believe that they're done, but I'm hearing that from a lot of people that pulling the plug on the season, which there is an opportunity technically to do so this week, is the way that they would lean. Is that the way that you feel about it, Goo? Because to me, I would much rather have them stand pat and do nothing than sell what they have.
Again, who called Bobby? I don't believe they have a lot to sell, but I would stand pat. And the reason I would do that, the theme behind that, Evan, is we have been so unproductive with runners in scoring position. What if that changes tonight at home against the Pirates? Highly unlikely. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, I feel like that's a component to our team to where we can fix. Janet Jackson, we control that. We got to do better at the plate. 0 for 23, and Bobby calling me, telling me it's not the bats? Get out of here with that.
Well, it's a part of it. You score 5 runs in 3 games, you're probably not going to win a lot of them. But you also have to play better defense. You have to pitch better. And they were in a position to win a couple of those games. In fact, on Saturday I was thinking this is lining up to look like a quintessential Giants win at home.
I was ready to text you, thinking they did it,
Almost throwing the live money line. I was thinking about it in that 9th inning.
Oh, man.
Let's go out to Milwaukee, talk to Jimbo. Let's sneak Jimbo in here before the break. Jimbo, what's up, man? How we doing?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Thank God for the Odyssey app. I get to still listen to you guys.
I got you.
Just moved out here recently, but
What do you got, Jimbo?
I think one of the things that kind of hurt us is that the acquisition of Devers, because we finally did get a bat, but Wilmer was our bat. Like, before that trade, he was in the top 10 in RBIs. He had some good clutch hits. And, of course, you're not expecting that throughout the whole season, but he was a guy for us. And I think, like you said, there's just so many holes. We don't have any table setters. We don't have speed. We have a lot of guys that are just trying to hit for the home run, but they're all mediocre. They're like in the middle of the pack in the National League for home runs, and we're paying these guys, and we don't have the home runs that they're supposed to be making, the money that they're making. We traded. Who's not going to trade for Devers to give up pitching? We're going to do that in a heartbeat. Now we just have too many holes, but I still want them to get somebody for pitching because we're there. We're 3 games out. The wild card, anything can happen in baseball. Look like in the 2010. We just went out on a run, just to make the playoffs. So I think, because we do have a good 1-2 punch, we just need another person. And then hopefully our bats come alive, because August is coming around. And usually August, September, the bats start living up, getting more lived up.
Right on.
So I hope they do get something.
I got you. Thanks, Jimbo. No, I'm right. I'm right there with you. They're not
56.
dead
I
yet.
got you, Evan. The map, 56 games left.
There's a lot of baseball to be played, but I understand the frustration after the weekend. And I wonder where everyone is at right now. We still got some calls coming in. We want to clean them up before we eventually transition to Niners training camp. Where are you at with the Giants right now? What is going on with this team, and do you feel like they have the ability to right the ship at the trade deadline, with the trade deadline, around the trade deadline? What's going on here? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny alongside you. We're back after this.
You're gonna have to work on your little advertisement with new vodka.
Why? Oh boy.
You do not sound happy, bro.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, it's I love it. It's great, Mark. Very cool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's an all-timer.
That is the Hall of Fame of you don't sound happy. Oh, that was pretty good.
If I could take you behind the scenes, too.
That was pretty good, Mike.
I think it might have been Thursday. You were in L.A., and the commercial, they come right on, right? You go to break 95.7, and then the new vodka commercial comes on, and Steiny gets up and just goes, oh, man, that's just... Like I gotta do better. And I feel like he was talking to Phil Mike.
Doubt. Mike, oh, that was beautiful, man.
Oh,
Phil,
God.
that was one of the greats, man.
Yeah, no, the best part was when he was like, please tune in for my live read here coming up at the break.
As I text Donnie to check on it, he texts back to let him know it's all
He
good.
stepped up, too. He was pretty good. He's going to be back tomorrow. He's been a little bit under the weather. So.
And, Evan, this is when, when you do what we do, and sometimes you're just misunderstood, I stand for something, and I'm not going to run from that. And I know everybody's not going to do. Thank you. Everybody's going to agree. But this is a Parts Cannon Garage. Run 50 laps around the field because you guys suck. Guru. Basically saying, don't laugh. I'm not saying there's just got to be some accountability. Vernon Davis and Mike Singletary. Forget how that worked out for Mike Singletary. But you know what I'm saying, Evan. I like Ramos. He's one of my favorites. I don't think he's going anywhere. And he's out of control right now with what you always send on the text thread and before every show. Lock in.
Well, that actually does remind me. Yeah, that didn't age too well for Singletary, huh?
No.
Vernon Davis helped him go pretty far after he left. Can't win with him? Well,
yeah.
Actually, history shows a little bit different.
That's not how you do it.
We'll find out if the Giants can win some games with Ramos this year. Let's go out to Jan in Mountain View. Wants to get in on the Ramos conversation. Jan, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning to both of you. There are a couple of things I want to bring up, and I think I brought them up on another show. But when these players are, they've been up like once or twice in the batting order, and they haven't, been able to get the big hit or anything. For heaven's sakes, and you see we have runners in scoring position. Do something to make contact, to make, to get advance the runner instead of hitting into a double play or striking out. I mean, you should know better, and you should, take a good assessment before you get up at the plate to see what, I haven't done so great. I think I need to do my job and try to advance that runner any way I can and stop making the excuses. I mean, Bochy wouldn't have stood for this. He would have probably, with Ramos doing what he's been doing and, and other players are as guilty as he is in running the bases. He would have maybe set him out for one or two games and, had somebody else, take that place, kind of like what they're doing in 49er camp now. Okay, you have to prove yourself, and maybe it needs to prove yourself all over again. You're getting a little too sloppy. It's a long season, I know, but you should be able to, be a little more focused and know what your job is to do. I mean, Melvin can't tell them how to, the player should have the responsibility. But again, if they're making these erroneous mistakes and everything, Bochy wouldn't have stood for this. I'll tell you, because we wouldn't have made it if the team we had back in 2010 and 2012 did this. I don't think we would have made it to the World Series. That's all. Thank you.
No, I love it, Jan. Old school like your boy, Evan.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm from a new school.
And I'm not just blaming him for what ails the team. I'm not. I just feel like you can't sacrifice for wins and losses times to send a message to the team. And you I can't wait again for Willard and Dibs because they might be like, "Goo, those days are over." It ain't even about the message to the team. It's about to Ramos. But I think he feels like, you know what? Not that he's doing it on purpose, Evan, but there is a lack of accountability. That, if we watched it over and over, I kept like, what are you doing, son? And I can't blame Matt Williams on that one. Remember, I tried to run Matt Williams at like, oh, it's Matt Williams' fault. But nah. That's on Ramos.
No,
man.
that's 100% on
Terrible.
him. But I also think and we were talking about this earlier, I think that he right now has become, he's the guy on the dartboard. And that picture that we've been posting up and throwing darts at for the Giants has changed a lot this year. At the beginning of the season, it was Adames. Since he got acquired, first 20 games were not good. It was Devers. We looked at some guys on the pitching staff. Jung-Hoo Lee is there. Patrick Bailey's been there. And to me, it's Elliot Ramos's turn to be the face on the dartboard for fans. And I guess I'm not one to throw it at him if I'm on the staff. Like if I'm on the team, I would prefer for the rest of those guys to basically try and huddle around him and say, look, it's unacceptable what happened. You know that. You're a professional. This is how we do things in the show. But we need you to get to the plate tomorrow and act like that didn't happen yesterday. Because in baseball, you got 162. It's not like you can just send him to the bench for a day or two to get his mind right. I need Elliot Ramos to be the best version of himself tonight, especially if I want to try and beat the lowly Pirates.
Yeah.
But one other big part of this game, Goo, since we're
here we go.
Looking at it with a little glass half full.
We used to do it.
Carson Wisenhunt's making his debut tonight. And it almost gets lost in how much the Giants are kind of reeling right now that this might be one of the most anticipated rookie debuts for the Giants, I would say, in recent memory.
I'm with you.
I'm trying to think about rookies that we knew about that we were promised. Wisenhunt is a top 100 prospect. He's the top pitching prospect for the San Francisco Giants.
I think of Joey Bart.
Honestly,
when that finally happened.
It might be. This might be the most anticipated rookie debut for a San Francisco Giant since Joey Bart. And that's an indication of kind of how much the farm system has struggled. But until Bryce Eldridge gets here, this guy he's got a lot more on his shoulders than perhaps we thought earlier this year because they had to rush him.
Yeah, and the game means something. So it's not like they're 25 games out. Number 3 prospect for the Giants. Evan, what do you expect? And I don't want to take anything from this kid because, again, when I talk about debuts just bigger than the Bay Area, I think of Strasburg. I just happened to be watching that game, struck out 14 Pirates, and it's like, oh, man, that dude's supposed to be it. And for a little bit he was. But that debut, nobody can take from him. I guess I'm asking you, did he earn this or is it more by default because of where this rotation is at?
Well, this was going to happen one way or another. But again, and we talked about this a couple months ago, and I'm still in the same boat, which is the way that we were going to see these prospects this year is that the season wasn't going in a great direction. And one of the reasons it's not going great for the staff is because they're hurt. I wouldn't be surprised if Wisenhunt makes a couple of starts. If he doesn't do well, returns to Sacramento. But you needed to send Birdsong down. You need a replacement for Roop. You can't be bullpenning every other night. Otherwise, you're going to run into games like last night, which completely tax your relieving corps. So Carson Wisenhunt, yes, it's a position where they need him, but this was going to happen one way or another at some point this year. And I'm excited to see for a guy who is advertised to have a plus changeup, sits low to mid-90s, as a big frame this year.
6'3".
He's thrown 100 innings thereabouts the last couple seasons. He seems to be someone who isn't injury prone, at least for now. And he's the most exciting part of the Giants pitching staff right now because Webb's on the mend, essentially. He's not looking great. Robbie Ray has still been a stud. Verlander has not been impressive. Roop's hurt. Carson Wisenhunt, I think, has an opportunity to give this staff a jolt.
Yeah, and Evan, with everything you just described, again, I'm being proactive. It kind of feels like you just described staying power. Like if this dude were to have let's just say a pretty damn good start, there's no reason he's on anything back towards Sacramento. Like who's to say, you don't finish the season? And I'm being real proactive on the big club. with all that ails, especially the question mark, because it's not physicality with Verlander, it's just the Ronnie Lott, 42 years old, and, not pitching his best. I know he just got a win in Atlanta, a lot of pitches. But, man, it's set up for this kid, Evan. If he's up for it, I mean, he could stay up here for a little while.
I think that he's going to get an extended run. And that's another thing that I believe, well, maybe not all top prospects, but a lot of guys should get. Like, the moment the Giants turn to Carson Whisenhunt, in a perfect world, he should be here to stay. He's promised as a highly touted prospect. He is a guy that's got, from everything we've been told, pretty good stuff. He's got a 4.42 ERA in Sacramento this season, but he's thrown almost 100 innings. He doesn't walk guys. He's able to miss some barrels, and he's someone that you can envision being a part of your pitching staff for the foreseeable future. So same with Eldridge. Like, you have to be kind of purposeful with when you call these guys up. Yeah. And depending on how this season continues to not go, you might see Eldridge sooner rather than later.
Didn't he hit a walk-off last few days in sack, Eldridge?
He did. Yeah. He's been hitting for power. He hasn't really been hitting for average. I think he's around 230 right now. But
he'll fit right in. Yeah.
Exactly. But when you bring these guys up, you better be damn sure that they're ready. And I know that Whisenhunt was here because some guys fell off.
Gotcha.
But I also felt like this was just a matter of time. It might have happened in late July. It might have happened in August or in September. But Whisenhunt has been promised for some time now. And so I'm excited to see him get some extended rope, because I think that this dude can legitimately help this pitching staff.
No doubt. And that's the beauty of sports. You never see where and when it's coming. And who saw Roop going out with whatever's ailing him, his elbow inflammation. So I'm excited. And, Evan, I'm being real. I got to be careful because I keep going to the White Sox and Marlins series like they were just the carcass of those teams. Oh, the Giants will sweep both series. That didn't happen. But I couldn't think of a better – the Pirates or the anti-Dodgers or any good lineup out there. So I'm almost like, damn, Carson, if I could just talk to you on the side. I know they're major league hitters, quote unquote, but, man, you got a team that's not really that good at hitting the ball. They're major leaguers, so maybe that'll bode well for them, and we see 6 innings of one-run baseball or less.
Well, it turns out to be a soft landing, right? You got the Pirates tonight, who aren't a great team. You're pitching at Oracle, which is a pitcher's park, and that's another part, too. It's like the ERA has been a bit inflated in AAA, but the Pacific Coast League is a really tough place to pitch. I think that Whisenhunt is going to have an opportunity to show why he belongs in the bigs. Again, he's a top 100 prospect across baseball. He's the Giants' #1 pitching prospect. These are the guys that Buster Posey, I think when he took the job of president of baseball operations, is imagining being the future leaders of his team. Yes, he went out and acquired Adames. He traded for Devers. He extended Chapman. Those guys are going to be here for the next few seasons and hopefully are going to be producing. But Posey, to me, is about homegrown talent. And of the guys that are talented and that are, supposed to be dudes, this is the first one that we're getting to see. And so I don't think that...
See, I thought Harrison met those metrics, too. I thought he was going to not be the next Evan, but I thought, oh, man, I'll never forget.
That's a good point.
And it didn't happen for him here, but if he got ample opportunity, I believe. You got to wish you had him. But still... I can't sit here in front like I didn't have that, what I'm feeling now for Whisenhunt. But this is like, I feel like when Harrison had his start, it was like, forget the standings, we're out of it. Like, Evan, this is a big deal for the young kid, for him personally and the team, and to see if he can, I feel like the ingredients are there, Evan, for him to stick around the whole season.
I'm with you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station at home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow, just a little under the weather. Daryl the Guru Johnson holding it back, as always. To me, it's like, I do believe because of the Harrisons, or maybe because the Giants have just been spiraling lately, there's not a lot of hype around this game. And I guess I kind of wonder why. Anytime we hear about a big rookie or just a big prospect who's going to make their debut, there's generally a lot of juice behind it. And it could be because the Giants' younger players have largely not panned out to the extent that we were promised. You could say Luciano is in that group
Keep
too.
going, yeah.
Kyle Harrison.
Matos.
Matos, exactly. But this guy is supposed to be a dude. So I'm excited to see him pitch tonight against your Pirates.
Yeah.
It might be in the house tonight. Who knows?
Yeah, no doubt. And Evan, I'll say this. Nothing, tell me if I'm wrong or you disagree, because you have all day. There is nothing more important than the win tonight with where the Giants are at. But obviously, you can look at that two ways, right?
Most important game of the season?
Until tomorrow.
Okay.
But his development, and you want him to win, but I just can't ignore that they got swept, man, and they're hemorrhaging since the All-Star break, 2-9. I mean, just think about where they're at if that thing was 9-2. But I just feel like there's a lot of people, going the other way, not standing on what their expectations because, the Giants can't hit. You're a dummy. You should have known that. Nah, this team was 12 over, and they were the talk of the town. And we had Bowden on, former GM, talking about this team might make a run to the World Series, which is still technically, Evan, on the table. But, boy, this is a bigger project than I thought Buster had on his hands. And it's kind of funny now. I want to know where, I'm recency bias, Evan. What's Farhan doing? Is he laughing now? Like, where's he at about, you guys wanted to run me out of town because you thought it was me? Shout out Belle Biv DeVoe. But I'm looking at the Giants now, and I'm being told from everybody, a lot of people, not you, Evan, they just can't hit. You should have saw it. I'm talking to Bobby.
Well, I don't know if it's you should have saw it. Like being, to use a word out of your lexicon, impotent is. That's something that I at least thought they would be able to turn around a bit. Like the biggest issue is their starting pitching and their bullpen started out this season as damn near immaculate, and they've come back down to earth. Meanwhile, the offense, which has been impotent and started off that way, hasn't regressed in a positive fashion to the mean. They haven't gotten any better. The offense has stayed exactly the same, flat. The pitching, meanwhile,
which is my new, I hate that word, but go ahead.
It's come back down to earth, and that's why they've been kind of hovering around 500 for a few months.
Evan, tell me if I need new glasses or contacts.
You don't have
wear
any.
either. Yeah, but this series that just culminated in the Giants getting swept at home in a series, and you could say recency bias, that the bats collectively go 0 for 23. I can make an easy argument that that's not why you got swept. I'm not saying the pitching was pretty.
I'm actually with you here.
Like, Evan, that's what's got me so, I'm really focused on the bats. Like, hey, I get it, guys. We got problems, but the dam has not busted open to the point to where they're giving up 12 and 13 runs. It was on display yesterday just in the 9th inning alone. And I guess that's why I'm holding on like Jeff Van Gundy to Zoe Mornin's ankle, because Ramos, the way we're hitting, let's just say if that had been another Giant, you can't do that and give them that out in an inning where we need every at-bat that we can, man.
This is my last thing on the Ramos.
Go ahead.
For the Boxer and Grusin work. Return his text line, 925. Do the Warriors sit Curry down when he throws the ball around?
No. Oh, my gosh. But I feel like that's the worst analogy.
What?
Ramos and Curry. That's an oxymoron. What are we doing here?
Do they sit Draymond down?
No, that's another oxymoron. Ramos is a young player.
Do they sit Pods down when he throws the ball around?
Now that is, I got you. I got you. Carter was looking at me like, Carter, I didn't like that one. Ramos.
They don't sit Pods down for anything.
Oh my God. Oh man.
He doesn't even sit down at Valkyrie's games. I'm just thinking about this.
Speaking of the Vows, I got the shirt on. Kayla, that was a crusher, E.
That sucked.
And they got their brains beat out yesterday by 2 wins to
Gotta win Friday.
Sun. They did. Against the Sky at home. But that was a killer, man. She got hurt in practice, I guess.
Yeah, she's their lone all-star. She's been their best player this season. Got hurt last week early in practice. Had knee surgery on Friday, I believe, and she's going to miss the remainder of the season.
Evan, I'm all over. #random jukebox. Can I just get a mini gripe off about what transpired in this series?
Do we have enough time?
No, we don't need to play the bid. Yeah, we got enough time.
Okay, all right.
Nemo hit a ball that hit off the wall.
Nemo.
Oh my God. Hey, and what's my guy? Who else hit the other one that it would have went out? Bailey.
Sure did.
No, it was Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee.
Well, Jeff McNeil also hit one to right center that would have got out.
And Jung-Hoo Lee hit one.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
people doing the broadcast, it didn't go out. We know it would have went out everywhere else. That's how the park is built. I don't need every second to be reminded it would have went out, Evan and Dre. Well, guess what? We're in San Francisco, 3rd and King. I don't need to know it would have went out everywhere. That's obvious when I sit down to tune in and watch the game. Like, Evan, just the disappointment that it didn't go out. This is how they built the park. Deal with it is all I'm saying. I just heard too much about it, Evan.
You know the one thing that always it frustrates me all the time is when they use the shout out ESPN 30 for 30. It would have been gone in all 30 ballparks. It's like, I don't care. If it's gone, it's gone.
Right.
And if it's not, it's not.
Especially if you're a Giant fan. Now I know my boy McNeil hit it off there too, but damn, we get it, Evan.
Also, can we pump the brakes on changing the ballpark? Like, every time a ball is hit the triples alley, we don't have to say the ballpark needs to be changed. You cannot say in one breath it is the most beautiful ballpark in the country,
right.
Which it very may well be. And also, well, we got to change the dimensions because our guys can't hit here.
I'm going to say this to you real quick, a little right on the table. I know we're up against it. Evan, do you look into that this offseason? If you
changing the ballpark?
Yeah, if you to the dimensions for the hitter, if you truly believe you got an issue here.
No. Well, unless you need more room. Like if you need some more seats and you want to
not for the money, just for the runs.
No. Because one of the strengths of this team is
lower the rim to 8 feet.
Okay, you know what? Bring the fences in and get Chapman an extra 5 to 10 home runs. You're also going to add an extra half run to your entire pitching staff, or maybe a full run. Because it works both ways.
Did you work harder? Am I the only one that thought Chappie was going to go yard for the 3rd time or Gapper?
Yes, you were the only person.
Did you really believe like he used up all his coins or tokens? Come on, tell me I'm not the only one.
I was hoping.
Dude.
Well, now I'll say this. I did think he was going to hit the ball.
Okay. All right. There you go.
I mean, for him to go to the plate and
I
not.
got you. Because all it would have took was a hit to tie it.
Yeah, but how do you go from swinging he was swinging one of those little league triple barrel bats, and then he goes up against Diaz, and it's like he's got a broomstick.
That dude gassed Adames, where I'll never forget, Evan. That was like no chance. Man.
Well, that's what was frustrating is the whole time I'm thinking, all right, he's walking everyone. And then I realized, okay, well, at the end of the day, he's still unhittable because no one on this team can make contact.
Mona did bring that up, like, why? But you got to be ready to go.
Well, he's putting 99 on the paint.
Man.
He is one of the best closers in baseball, but it's frustrating again. That is torture baseball. Torture baseball is not winning by a run.
That's interesting.
It's getting the winning run in scoring position or the tying run in scoring position with less than 2 outs and not being able to put the ball in play. That was torture last night. But speaking of positions, Giants got a lot open. So do the 49ers. You want to do some football next?
Let's do it with 2 hours of the Giants.
I know. Yeah. People have been hot about them. But it is time to get into the San Francisco 49ers. Training camp pads are on as we speak. And apparently Ricky Pearsall looks kind of good for some reports coming out from camp today. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. We're back after this.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes. Let them feel you.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in
That's
for Matt
great.
Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Steiny's going to be back tomorrow.
Feel better.
Having a lot of fun here on a Monday.
Yeah. What did I miss last week?
What'd you miss last
So
week?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Well, Giants lost a few games.
Cafeteria Friday or no? Is water wet?
Does a bear...
Hey, don't talk about that. Hey, Evan, real quick, in front of me, it's ready. I could milk it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great.
Shout out, Steiny.
I got some love or support.
Well,
from,
you usually do.
Bear Johnson, too, no relation. Guru, I agree. Bench Ramos. Evan Giddings is just the new generation of... I wouldn't have read it had I knew the ending had this. I need my readers that I don't own.
Do I want to hear it?
No, the new generation of soft people. That's us. Evan, that's all. I know we differ on that, but I got what you were putting down, but I don't feel like you were feeling what I was putting down. Just sometimes you got to sit one of these youngsters down. And he ain't Steph. That's all.
No, he's not. But again, if you had someone to put in front of him,
right.
I would say let's get it done. But to me, you're gonna have to live and die.
Right.
All right, Goop. 49ers training camp. In a way, I know it's the second week of training camp, which is technically, I guess, what you missed last week. This is the real week. Pads are on. According to Robert Saleh, I remember he was asked, I think it was during OTAs, someone asked Robert Saleh, well, how you feeling about the defense? Did you have sort of
What'd
one
he
way?
say?
He said, we'll see when the pads are on. Well, the pads are on today. And in fact, I believe they just wrapped up their first official padded practice.
What if I told you, Evan?
What are you feeling about the Niners?
Yeah, I'm about to tell you. Evan, this is the first time in the last 5 to 7 years I have no clue of what they can possibly do. And I'm a romantic. I'm a sports romantic. And I feel like, even with Jimmy, they built something that was so fundamentally sound and strong and nasty on both sides of the line. Evan, I don't know. And the one thing that I came down Steiny's road last year at this time was his declaration that he wanted to see Brock Purdy without his weaponry. And when I first processed that thought, I thought it was crazy and sinister, and why would you? But we did kind of see that play out. And I'm not all out on Brock, but Evan, I did feel like along with the team, he might take a step back, but he earned his money. The bottom line is health is wealth. I don't know how McCaffrey is going to hold up, Trent Williams, and I do know this. Ayuk won't be out there week 1 at Seattle. Debo, who used to be all your offense, is gone. I get it. I understand it. Juwan Jennings allegedly, Evan, wanted to trade. I'm learning he didn't want that. It's neither here nor there. He wants some new chicken. And the defense just has more question marks than the Riddler's costume on Batman. But I don't know. So Mikael Williams?
Yeah.
Okay. He was from Georgia. Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin on line 1. Evan, they are dependent. Salah's unit is going to be dependent on a lot of youngsters. So until I actually see it materialize, I don't know where the Niners are. I just feel this to my core. And I hate that I just mentioned the rookies, but Evan, sometimes in life, you have an opportunity, a window to take advantage of something great. And the Niners built something great. I stand on that. I got to the Super Bowl twice and multiple NFC championship games. And for whatever reason, this ain't about the blame game, they didn't get it done. So naturally in sports, sometimes you got to do a soft reset. Sometimes it's hard. I don't know what that 6-11 was indicative of in regard to what the Niners are going to be moving forward. So what if I told you, as sinister and crazy as this sounds, I'm so excited about the unknown with this team that you could tell me they go to the offs, win a couple games, and back in the NFC Championship game, or Evan, I don't want to hear this, that they might miss the playoffs because they need more. But I got myself on it could go either way.
Well, and that's why I find it interesting that I think you're 100% right. The expectation of the 49ers,
yeah, go ahead.
the expectations for the 49ers are as wide-ranging as ever during the Kyle Shanahan era. But it's been the first summer since I can't remember when there's been no drama. They got the quarterback done early. They gave the extensions to Fred and to Kittle. Juwan Jennings even, it looks like it's going to be rectified, his contract situation pretty soon. This has been as close to a drama-free offseason maybe since Kyle Shanahan took over, but certainly since they've been competing and bidding for the playoffs. And yet, we have no clue what they're going to be as a team this year. And it's because my biggest question is, I think they're going to be young this year. There's no doubt about that. They're going to be young.
Okay, gotcha.
But can they be exciting? Because all of the players that I'm the most excited about are the veterans. I don't know much about Mykal Williams.
What about
I think he's going to be
Pearsall?
good. Pearsall, his rookie season got derailed for a lot of reasons. And he's back at practice today.
Won the Super Bowl in life.
Yeah, well, exactly. But he's back at practice. Looked good on Sunday. Caught another touchdown today, according to reports from beat writers. So all things are good. But how's that hamstring going to continue to play?
That bothers me.
He's also got to be one of the top 2 wide receivers come week 1 for this football team. And I would, even though he's not a rookie, in many ways, this is kind of like his rookie season all over again because he only got to play down the stretch of last year.
Evan, that was well said. You were right. And again, I want to be proactive and I want to be positive, but Evan, what we haven't talked about is the division. I think Seattle's improved. They got to, Geno Smith is no longer there. He's in Vegas. I feel like Darnold and company, they might have some action. You talk about Arizona getting off the mat, allegedly had a good drive, filled some holes. Kyler Murray, we'll see. And the Rams. Stafford's almost like telling you, I don't need training camp just to wake me up week 1. But I said the Rams at the summit. Remember, Shasky laughed at me. And where did they end up? A couple yards from going to the NFC Championship game. So just with that alone, 6 games of your 17, I deem are going to be tough. And what does old Bonte say? Nothing like divisional games, but that is the right on the table. The first one of the day brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Evan, we can sit here and laugh and say the Niners got a soft schedule, but can we really, when I deem 6 of your games of the 17 are going to be, those are the tough ones. They might be the toughest. I think there's Chicago.
Having
who knows
faith
what they're
in the
going to
Niners
be?
Because of the schedule is one thing, but I'm hearing, and I don't know why it irks me, Goo. Like
needed that.
Having faith in a team just because of their schedule to me it's almost telling me you don't have faith in the team.
And Evan, now you preaching.
Like you believe that their opponents are inferior, but you're not telling me the 49ers are superior. If I was to power rank the NFC West right now, the Niners would not be number 1. If I'm looking at the NFC, I think the Niners are a fringe playoff team as things currently stand. I don't know what they got at wide receiver. I don't know what they're going to do with their left guard. They have an open competition for safety right now, and guys who start week 1 I may have not even heard of before. Their kicker to me is a question mark. Their off-ball linebacker is a question mark. Their defensive tackle and that rotation is going to be a question mark. They have their slot corner. Renardo Green is down with a hamstring injury now. That's now a question. They have to figure this all out before the beginning of the season, and that's why as much as I believe that they'll be better than they were last year, I think they'll have better injury luck, I think they stripped a lot of necessary fat, it's hard for me to look at this team and say they're going to do a 180 and just jump right back into contention. Man. I think it's going to take a little time.
No, Evan, that's phenomenal, and I'm putting money into the donation plate if I was at your church and you were preaching that sermon, because to me, Evan, there is a chance the Niners could be who they're laughing at, who you're pointing out or picking and choosing on your schedule after you winning 6 wins. And we know you were injured and a lot of things happen, but every team has a story. How dare you say, oh, that's who we want to play. We got it easy. So we'll see. You tell me if I'm out of the ballpark on this. I remember the Niners going, 4-12 when they were still playing 16 games, turned that around, went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy on the first one.
2018 and 2019.
Thank you, Evan. I'm ready to say, with all these question marks at the Goo, I'm with third person, and Evan just put out there, and they're legit. Just read anything about the Niners, anybody covering the team, it's fair. Evan, if somehow Kyle can get his team, this team in the playoffs, I could say this might be the best season that he's had, because I can't take credit from what you built, but when you built it, it was so dominant, we knew you were going to make the playoffs. But, Evan, if you do this recipe and make the best spaghetti in the world with what we don't know if it's nice, celery and pepper and all that stuff, sausage, I mean, this might be some of his best work, regular season work.
It could be. And I do think that this is a good football team. For every position of question, the ones that I just went down, I do think that they have a certainty at other positions, right? George Kittle, to me, is the most certain player on their roster. I feel like I know what I'm going to get 11 to 1,300 yards from him, 10 touchdowns, and an all-pro season from George Kittle. Trent Williams, though he's older, he's a certainty at the left tackle spot. I'd like to believe Christian McCaffrey is a certainty at running back.
Yeah.
Injury is the only thing that, to me, is going to plague a potential bounce-back season from him. From there, Fred Warner is a certainty. Bosa is a certainty.
Yeah.
Demo, I'll put him in the certain category. So they have 7 or 8. Purdy, I think, is as certain as you could have for a quarterback position, though you don't know if he's going to be the guy who's closer to the MVP he was 2 years ago or the quarterback he was last year. My point is, they got certainties and cemented spots, but it's like, what am I going to get every single week from these guys? And maybe that's where the schedule comes in to help. But to me, just assuming the Niners are going to be back, that's wishful thinking, but I can't honestly sit here and say I expect that to happen.
Yeah.
If they do, I would be impressed as all outdoors, but I guess I gotta wait and see what Kyle Shanahan does with this team, because I do think that they're looking to usher in a new window. I just don't know if they're going to be able to crack that window open yet.
No doubt about it. I love it. You got me fired up. And I'll say this. Well, I think we're 6 days away from a football game. But, Evan, Steiny always, I'll say, teased me about me saying, when Debo was Debo, the Niner weaponry with Kittle, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Purdy. I mean, watch out, 94 Niners. I'm just saying this right now, and you tell me where I'm at. If I'm a defensive coordinator and I'm coming into a game against the Niners, I'm trying to take away McCaffrey. So we're going to stuff, try to take the run away, right? Load the box. But does McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings, Pearsall, and Kittle scare you? And Purdy, I don't know if that scares me. So it used to, the Niner weaponry, but Evan, those are question marks too, to where just for the meantime, because we know Ayuk and Debo, he's in the nation's capital, not Zach. So we know he's not going to be there. Evan, does that scare you, though? When I say Pearsall, basically in year 2, but year 1, Jennings is the one, and Kittle and McCaffrey, and I don't know.
Well, and let me answer it like this.
Yeah.
It's an answer without an answer, but I think it's reflective of just how people feel about him. It might scare me because I don't want to rob Pearsall of his first-round potential to become a good wide receiver. I just haven't seen it yet. I think that Pearsall can be good, but he's got to go prove it. In a way, I would argue that McCaffrey has to prove that he's still the same running back or close to from a couple of years.
And stay healthy, yes.
He's almost 29 years old if he's not there already. I don't know. In a way, Trent Williams, whose last year was kind of knocked off by injury, he's got to prove it again. The Niners have gone from the hunters to the hunted. And that's because I think the Rams are positioned much better than them in their own division. So just assuming they're going to win the division and get back to the playoffs, I think I got to see that happen first. And if it does, I will be impressed. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. How are you feeling about the Niners as they begin, let's call it the first real week of training camp? Pads are on. 12 days away from their first preseason game against the Denver Broncos. They do have a scrimmage also against, I believe, Denver coming up soon. But this is where football season starts. We get the Hall of Fame game on Thursday. For the next 6 months, we got ball every single weekend.
Wow.
In some way, shape, or form. Let's go to Jose, who's in Morgan Hill. Seems to be excited about the Niners. Jose, what's going on, man? How you doing?
And not much. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I'm a little bit more optimistic, and I think it's just because I feel more confident with Robert Saleh as a DC, and I think he's bringing in a breath of fresh air with a new talent. I think he saw the gaps, he saw the holes. We all know that Bosa hasn't been the same since he signed that big contract. There's a letdown there, so there's a lot of guys trying to prove their worth. I'm not worried about the defense because I think that youth is going to make a difference with speed. One of the things that made the Niners cool and tough and fun to watch was toughness and speed, and I think Saleh brings that back. I think in the end, once you have the team and you see what it's like at the third or fourth week of preseason, I think we might have a better idea how things may play out. But I'm still excited about the team because there's still a lot of weaponry. And the last thing is, it didn't matter who you had on offense. We still didn't win. We didn't win the big game. So right now there's a chance to readjust, refocus, re-energize on what will work so that you can take it to the next level. I don't think that'll happen this year. I think the window's closed for the last team, but I think we're on the border of a new window with Salah and some of these young guys that bring a lot of energy to the team. So I'm still optimistic.
No, that's good.
Thanks,
That's
Jose.
how you should feel.
I mean, I also think the Niners feel that way too. Not that they, you want to be as competitive as possible and you want to challenge for a Super Bowl. But I do think that Shanahan and Lynch and maybe multiple members of that brain trust, they're tempering expectations because they have so much youth on this team. They could be exciting. They could be a team that's ahead of schedule. But it also might mean that they're further away than they thought. Like, getting rid of, the amount of players. Debo, Hufanga, Greenlaw, Charvarius Ward, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins. I know all of those guys weren't at their best last season, but they still started at different periods of time and have had good years under their belt already.
Yeah, and no matter what you say, to the caller's point, I love that he's excited. He should be. But either another rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. What are we going to get from number 97? I know it's unfair, but depending on who you talk to, the Baldies of the world, I saw him on NFL Network doing a good job. They were inside training camp everywhere. Evan, sometimes when you're that big of a dog like Bosa, some people don't like the notion that the big dog needs help. You're supposed to be the help and some. So I just say that to say a big part of what Robert Saleh is going to be able to do, because I even think Robert would off air say, hey, Evan and Guru, boy, I don't got the dogs I had with last time I was in town, but I'm still going to make them bark with what you got. So you still got Warner, as you mentioned. You still got Bosa. But, Evan, I just want to see the dominant Bosa that we seen a couple years ago.
Well, and I think you're not going to see that player until the rest of the line proves that it's also up to the challenge. Now, I think Bosa can be better. There's no doubt about that. But he's still one of the top 5 pass edge rushers in football. But I got questions about every other position. Michael Williams, is he going to be someone who is adequate enough on the opposite side? Is Bryce Huff in pass rush situations going to be able to help Bosa? Is it going to be Kevin Givens, Alfred Collins? Who's going to be on the interior part of that line to take some pressure off of him and let Bosa eat as much as possible? Like, I mean, Bosa was at his best when he was working with Eric Armstead and other veteran members along that defensive line. So, Bosa's got to be better. There's no doubt about that. But the rest of that line, it's going to be a bunch of young guys, or it's going to be a lot of rotational players. So, again, they have questions to me on that side of the football. This is from the 925 of the Boxer and Gerson working to return his text line. This was about your question on, well, how are you looking at the weaponry? 100% with Goo. Laying out the offensive starters in McCaffrey made me notice something. This 49ers offensive weaponry is almost near to what McCaffrey had when he was in Carolina. An aging former great tight end, a bunch of young receivers that flash but no one really knows about. I do think that the biggest question mark for me on offense are their wide receivers. And
that's fair.
Ayuk's going to be hurt for optimistically half the season. Jawan Jennings is going to have to lead this core again. Pearsall is going to have to be better. And from that point on, is it Jordan Watkins, a rookie, who's starting at the third spot? Jacob Cowan's got a hamstring injury, and he's going to be out until mid-August. I don't know who Brock Purdy's going to be throwing the ball to outside of George Kittle. And that is something that does scare me, knowing that Brock Purdy is a quarterback I believe to have limitations.
And I'll say this to that, and that was great, E. The bottom line is, I sat up here and my fat mouth said, I felt like Purdy regressed a bit last year, but let's be honest. Shout out Morris Day. He did not have the same time that he had in years past. So outside of Trent bouncing back, Evan, that's another big part of this. How much time? I mean, are you going to have dudes shoved in his space to where, hey, why does Brock look like Mike Vick? Well, now I think we found out, Evan, a lot of that was not by design. It was by default. He had to get up out of Dodge because guys weren't holding their blocks. But I'll say this about Bosa and what you mentioned with these youngsters on the defensive side. I saw Bonte tweet, who was at practice a couple days last week and over the weekend, and he talked about the girth, the size of some of these youngsters. So, Evan, we'll see if the Williams and guys like that, they got the structure and the girth, can add some beef to that D-line that'll help Bosa, like when he had Armstead, who I took for granted, and other guys like that.
Well, that's a good point from our YouTube chat. Thinking about forgot about Demarcus Robinson. And
there's a suspension. Well, I got to be careful.
We don't know that yet.
Okay.
We don't know for how long or if he's going to be suspended. But, yeah, he might have to miss some time, too.
Yeah.
And so that's, again, I'm wondering where Brock Purdy is going to go with the ball when he needs to. And to me, it's going to be a wait-and-see type of season. Hopefully the schedule should help them. But, I'm looking at a team with a lot of question marks.
Yeah, week 1 at Seattle was never easy. At Seattle was never easy. I know it's been kind of, but still, we were last year that wasn't an easy game.
And Sam Darnold beat you last year,
man,
when he was with the Vikings.
No, I can't believe he's on a new team.
That's a
Evan,
team.
Those last 2 games of him, I'm like, is that the real Sam Darnold?
Yeah, it might be. It might be. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan and for Steiny with Guru. When you're looking at the Niners, like where is it the biggest question? The positions that you're curious about. To me, the wide receiving position is one. It looks like Barch is going to be the left guard for them, but the offensive line was shaky to say the least last year. Safety is a position that, according to Robert Saleh, is completely open. I think the kicker. I got some questions about Moody.
Can you believe Hufanga is no longer here? Like, has that settled in? I'm not saying he was Ronnie Lott by any stretch, but Evan, he was on his way, I thought. Before he got hurt, I thought they had one.
Who?
Hufanga.
Hufanga?
Yeah. I thought he was on his way.
Well, he was an all-pro, but then he got hurt. And now
he started taking angles like Ramos, too.
Yeah.
No, that's a 1.
No, I'll give you 3. I'll give you 3 here on a Monday. But again, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers begin week 2 of training camp. First day of pads is in the books. Brock Purdy, from all accounts, looks pretty good. Pearsall, after the first couple of days of practice, his first one in pads, caught a touchdown today. He looks good. The defense has got, I think, a lot of guys that are bidding for positions. And is there one that necessarily stands out to you, or are you looking at them as a whole? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. A reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the River Islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We'll be back after this. That segment brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. We haven't role played in a while.
All right, acting.
Who's this guy? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, we've been pretty cordial today.
Yeah, a little Post Malone.
Now,
why are you laughing?
I don't want to be
You're
that guy.
smirking.
Simmer. You just asked who it was.
Did you hear me ask?
Yeah, of course.
That was my inside voice.
I hear everything.
Oh, boy. So now you just put me on blast in front of everyone. I didn't know who it was.
Well, I don't know a lot of artists that you guys bring up, but I just tell you that. That's why you got Shazam.
Shazam?
Oh, yeah, it's an app.
I know what it is. You still use that?
If I need to. If I don't know what the song is.
Shazam.
I don't know what the song is.
I think of Shaq's movie. That was a bad one. Shazam. He was the genie.
I thought that was Kazam.
What? Hey, Ken, speak.
That's what it was. He's
don't
right.
Say it like another Airbud.
I am Kazam, dude. Come on.
Kazam. I'm looking it up.
I know.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
My man.
Hey,
now
easy
people
for
like
the
my
925.
Ramos Hufanga comp. Somebody gave me a 10.
Well, it was good. I gave you a 5.
Yeah.
That was solid. Routes like Ramos. All right. So, Giants are taking on the Pirates tonight. Carson Whisenhunt is making his Major League Baseball debut on the bump, and the 49ers are beginning their second week of training camp.
Man.
So, first of all, I'm happy that we get to be talking about real football stuff as opposed. Like, do you remember this time last year? What training camp was all about?
I do, but I feel like I never told you. I've been holding on to this. I think you and Steiny
What?
Yeah, you put too much on.
On what?
Oh, they're holding out. It's going to ruin the season. It's when you put on the pads and make them pop and you go hit somebody. It's football. Boom, pow. That's my Madden. It ain't about what Evan was trying to get. Like that stuff is, I believe, separate. So that's just me. I'm different. But Evan, if you and Steiny are right, then they're going to go undefeated this year because there's been no paperwork drama.
Yeah, and that's why I'm rethinking whether I want the victory lap for last year because
that was injury. Stop.
Well, it snowballed last year. It started with the contract stuff and players not being in camp, and then I think it contributed maybe to some of the injuries.
Oh,
but
man.
There was also a lot of off the field stuff that happened. Pearsall, Charvarius Ward, Trent Williams. There's a lot of tragedies too. I don't think all that stuff is hopefully not going to happen this year, but. I guess that's why I'm reluctant to take the lap because I'm kind of with you. The biggest reason why I would be maybe not concerned, but again, sort of like apprehensive about the Niners is I question how much talent they have on their team, and injuries could certainly hit them again.
Man, let's hope not, but I hear you.
But in a way, I think that they're better prepared because they're deeper than last year, but I don't know if those guys are going to be good enough.
And that's what it all boils down to. And that's why you're excited. I can feel it oozing off you. I'm excited. But man, Evan, would you say since Lynch and Kyle have built this machine that was the 49ers for the last 5 to 6 years, you got to believe this is the one to where they'll never say it into a microphone, but they got to even be questioning, we're going to see what we got, and it might take us far, or we might find out, like the Giants' bats, that we're more than just one bat away, per se.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're trying to kickstart this thing. The one thing that I'm curious about, and maybe some folks can help us at 888-957-9570, is how much time they think they have to deal with. Back in 2020 and even 2018, like they get the jobs, first couple of years don't go well, but you're going to have time to fail. That's to me the biggest difference between 2018 and now 2025 is I'm not sure they have the time to fail. If the Niners season doesn't go the right way, people are going to start really questioning, well, should you have given Brock Purdy this big contract? Should you have not chosen to bring back some of the guys you already did? Should you have leaned so heavily into a larger rookie and sophomore class because you weren't sure if those guys could play in the first place? I think last year gave ample opportunity to a good rookie class or a solid rookie class to give you a ton of playing time, valuable reps, but we don't know if those guys are going to be good. I think that Ricky Pearsall is going to be good. I think that probably the brightest guy of last year's class is probably Renardo Green. I think those guys are going to be good, but I don't know.
Yeah, Florida State's own.
Exactly. I don't know if they have another gem hidden in the 5th round the way they did back when Kyle and John were kind of pulling this thing out from the depths.
Now, what if I said to you, to what you just said, and I don't disagree with anything you said, Evan, but the bottom line is, if I'm Kyle, I could care what Shasky, Spadoni, Goo, Evan, Steiny, Willard, Dibs, Carter, Ken, like the last thing and I'm not saying you said it, but the last thing they should be concerned about is what the streets are saying once we see something, and maybe it's not, we identify, oh boy, you haven't replaced Greenlaw. Oh boy, you haven't replaced the losses in the secondary. But, they got to continue to try and develop, but also to identify, Evan. You talk about the watch. How long do you give one or a player or players time to pan out? When do you say, okay, Evan's not getting it done, or this new linebacker or whoever we got is not getting it done? How soon do you pull the plug? Or is this one of those, well, you'd be stupid, Goo, to pull the plug. They're young. We're going to give them a year or two. That's when you talk about, redefining who you are and how far you can go, and if you made the right draft choices.
Well, I don't think you're going to know if you made the right draft choices for a couple of years. I mean, you get an idea, right? If a player pops his first year, then you look like you got something. But I think a few of those guys, either because the Niners were so decimated last year that even players that got chances to fill in, I didn't get the sense that they were in positions to really succeed. You know what I mean? And even I forgot, I left out Mustafa, who was awesome last year, but then
Malik,
he gets hurt.
Yeah.
And you're not going to see him for probably some games into the season. That's why both safety positions are wide open right now for the Niners. And, I think this is going to be a very important training camp because there's going to be a ton of guys battling for spots.
No doubt.
But it also means that we're probably going to see a whole host of different starters, is more on defense than offense, throughout this season. I mean, the Niners, I don't want to say they got to figure it out fast, Goo, but if they got off to a slow start, there's going to be some noise about, well, did you make the right decision in releasing, trading, or just moving off of some of these old veterans?
No, it's everything. And I'll say this because we talked about the other side of the ball offensively, but defensively, and I stand on this, Evan. I mean, the last 5 years, the 49ers' physicality, again, they don't have a Super Bowl ring to show for it. But I know, the world, the streets, everywhere was talking about just how physical this defense was. It got DeMeco Ryans a job. It got Saleh a head coaching job. Shout out to them. They were a part of it. But the 97% of it, Evan, was the dogs that they both had to work with. And when you played the Niners, you felt it. They were punishing. And I haven't really shared with you, and I'll do it now, and with the masses, Evan, I really was uncomfortable just from a fan standpoint of watching other teams run the ball, or what I deem run the ball down the Niners' throats. Guys having, the Tampa Bay game on line one where I felt like Baker had all the time in the world and they kind of blew that game and the Niners were lucky to win. I feel like Tampa Bay met the Niners' physicality then, and I kind of said, okay, it's just one game, they'll get back. But they really, on the defensive side of the ball, never captured that again. I went to the Dallas game, and I think of Dallas like I do my lowly Pirates, and Dallas had the ball with an opportunity to win that game that Sunday night. You and Lo Neal did the pre- and post-game show in the rain. So, Evan, that's a big deal for me to see how they respond, and if the team in the red and gold still has that Mike Tyson, what I deem that one uppercut that could just end the fight. And that's why I guess I was holding on to what Greenlaw could have been and what he was, Evan, before he got hurt. Have they replaced him? So the only way we're going to get the answers to those questions is the actual season starting. But I'll say this, because, you're a stout when it comes to watching sports. We'll be able to identify and see if they made progress in those areas. I mean, come Sunday against Seattle.
Well, that's why we started this conversation with what are your expectations for the Niners, right? Training camp wraps up today, first day of the second week. Pads are on. Really, I would say this is where the season before the season starts. They got 12 days between now and their first preseason game against the Broncos. A lot to evaluate from this team. Couple of updates. Renardo Green is out with a hamstring, got hurt last week. Jacob Cowing the same. Green might not be back until mid-August.
Oh, damn.
Jawan Jennings re-aggravated his calf that he hurt in OTAs and is amidst contract talks right now. Ayuk is obviously on the PUP list. Mustafa, even Barch, who's supposed to be their left guard this year. Dillard, who's a swing tackle for them. They have a lot of guys that, like most teams, are kind of getting banged up. But the more that I guess I see someone pop up with a calf or a hamstring, I do wonder just how they're going to kind of cobble together the beginning of this season when the majority of their guys that were hurt from last year, or maybe even some that get tagged in camp, how they can survive the early portion of the season. Like last year, remember, we were looking at those first 5 games as an opportunity for them to go like 4-1. And they didn't, but that was a soft portion of their schedule, and last year was the toughest in the NFL. But in a way, I think if they can survive the first 5 games of this season, then I would feel good about them, as opposed to, well, they got to go 4-1.
Yeah, Evan, I hear you loud and clear. My God, I couldn't believe your mouth kept going with names. I'm asking you, is it strange because the victory lap I took, let me bring it back up, felt like the Olympics, and I wasn't happy I was right, was when we initially got the report like you just talked about with Jennings and a calf with McCaffrey. And what did that end up turning into? Evan, I guess I'm just having a hard time of NFL players, and maybe I'm just wrong and this happens in every market and every team, having the offseason, because you guys told us that the one benefit, the one silver lining in not making the playoffs we'll come back healthy and we didn't have to go 15 rounds, and we'll use that as fuel and we'll be ready to go. Evan, I guess I'm asking, how could Jennings and Pearsall and other guys have hammies when it was the offseason? Like, make that make sense to me.
When it was the offseason?
Yes. How are you reporting from the offseason out the gate with a hamstring or calf issue?
Probably soft tissue injuries.
No, I know what it is, but how? What are you doing to not be in tip-top shape?
Well, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're all coming into camp in good shape. But again,
so I'm looking at this wrong. Okay, I get
guys
that.
get dinged up, guys get hurt. I mean, it does suck that hamstring issues are hitting the Niners. But again, to me, as long as you're getting through camp mostly healthy, that's the goal. You're trying to break your team in, trying to break your guys in.
So no tears
and
or
survive
things like
the
that.
preseason. Right. No tears yet.
So I'm doing too much. You think just like the calf and because now you're putting on the pads. I get it. Your body's not used to that. But I guess, Evan, if you're saying just goo is nothing now, and I keep bringing up the McCaffrey comp, which I know is just kind of, a one-off. But damn, I'm just thinking like Pearsall. What do you mean you're hammy? You're young as all outdoors. You should be running beaches, doing whatever, staying in shape and attacking OTAs, but you show up with old dudes do that.
You're saying the 49ers are injury prone already?
I don't know what's going on
July
with
28th.
I'm hearing too much. I feel like I'm at Subway. Give me some ham. I'm hearing too much hammy. Like, what is it? Like, you don't find that odd, huh? Or is that just the norm everywhere? With young guys, that's strange. You named off quite a few.
Yeah, Renardo Green's a second-year player.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a hamstring.
Okay.
Ricky Pearsall just came back from a hamstring injury. He's in his second season. Yeah, youth is – just because you're young doesn't mean you can avoid injury. But that's another part that's a little – I guess I'm feeling fragile about the Niners is if your younger guys are getting dinged up from time, what happens when – Trent Williams has to miss a game or two because he's 37, or McCaffrey has to miss a little bit of time. That's where you're hoping that the repetitions from last season that, to be fair, didn't amount to much and turned into a 6-11 season, those younger guys are ready to do more when their number's called because they're going to be called. Whether it's because McCaffrey needs to rest, I think they're going to have to think about load managing him this season. I think they're going to have to consider McCaffrey's workload in both preseason, but also during the regular season. I think you're going to have to, even when Brandon Ayuk comes back, you're going to have him on a snap count because he's coming off an ACL and an MCL tear.
Man.
There are players on this team that they're going to have to manage more, and I wonder if they have the depth to do it.
That's deep. So you wouldn't have a problem with I or anybody basically saying right now, Evan, if I go up to the whiteboard on my concerns, and you could put this on all other 31 other cities, but with what the Niners experienced last year, because that's all that matters is how was your team impacted by the injury bug. Evan, I got to say health is at the top of my list for this Niner team.
Oh, 100%, because a couple of their best players are older,
man,
or are seasoned veterans. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And that's one of the reasons why if I'm looking at this division, not that the Niners can't win it, but I got to give the Rams the nod at the top right now because they're a team that is a bit more complimented in terms of their veteran core and their youth. I think they got better this offseason than the San Francisco 49ers did because the Niners lost a lot of players. And we're going to find out if their draft from this year and your draft from last year can take the necessary steps to close that gap. That's what I think.
Evan, if that answer somehow happens to be, and the reason I bring this up, because you said that, it sparked this. I mentioned soft reset, full reset. But Evan, if you find out the batch of cookies in the oven you don't like how they taste, you know what you then got to do, Evan, is go back to the drawing board and get some more cookie dough and start over. So let's hope that these rookies answer the questions and they're part of what the Niners need them to be for the future. But if not, and it's kind of musical chairs and you're waiting like some teams do, and you kind of look at this cycle and this duration that the Niners had a great chance, opportunity, overtime in the Super Bowl, almost beat the Chiefs in 19, like those things don't go away. You don't want to get further from qualifying to get back to that, to rectify that. But, man, this is going to be an interesting season for the Niners.
Well, and before I throw the question out, congratulations to Brock Purdy. He and his wife brought a baby girl into the world, so congratulations to them. That was why he was not absent at practice this weekend.
All right, baby girl.
Yeah,
we know her name.
I don't want to.
That's TMI, or is that weird? Is it weird?
No, I think Millie is. I don't want to butcher it, basically.
Okay, I got
but
you.
But yeah, they welcome the baby girl.
Like I
into
did Nemo, saving Nemo.
Nemo. Just
kidding.
I'll leave that alone.
I got you.
So now I'm going to ask you this. What is your expectation for him at the start of training camp going into his first season where he technically isn't making the money yet, but he just got the biggest contract in franchise history? Is it also kind of up in the air, much like the rest of the team?
No, listen. I'm a guy that says he's already earned every coin of that contract that you just reminded me, Evan, and I know hasn't kicked in. But the bottom line is this is your team now. And fair or foul, or you don't like it, this comes with the game, Evan. This is pro sports. And you shocked the world. Mr. Irrelevant came out of nowhere, played in the Super Bowl, and almost won one. So the bottom line, Evan, is now those things that I shouldn't say should occupy Brock Purdy because I think they don't, and players listen how much I don't know, but, they're not robots. But, Evan, I believe that's the last thing Brock should be worried about. You are the leader, and to me, I don't need a C on your uniform. You're the captain now of that offense, and we'll see if last year was just a blip and if you can get back to what you were. And when I say what you were, it was damn near perfect 2 years ago. Up into that Christmas game against Lamar a couple years ago.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that we're going to see that level of play from maybe not that level of play, but those statistics from Brock Purdy, because that team was just an absolute powerhouse. That team, that offense was geared to score. It felt like every single drive. And now, in a way, like Brock Purdy can't just be a a guy who rides the bus with the rest of the squad.
Man,
Brock Purdy has to be more responsible for driving the bus of this offense. Again, because I think at the beginning of the season, he's not going to have his full cast of characters. Ayuk's not going to be present. DeMarcus Robinson might not be present because of what he's going through off the field.
Yeah, that's a pretty good bet. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's going to be Jawan Jennings, maybe Robinson, Pearsall, and others. Brock Purdy's going to have to shoulder more of the load. And I do think because now he's got the price tag on his back, he's going to shoulder more of the blame. And people are going to be calling for him to elevate his play.
And we do it with every quarterback, since the beginning of time. So now I don't think – I'm interrupting you, my bad. But I don't think it's foul or if this is the first time it's ever happened. It's just the natural progression of, okay, now you're getting the chips. Let's see if you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we do to every single athlete.
Right, and now his team around him, you can make a case Evan is not what it was in regard to richness.
Not even close. I don't think.
Man.
I do not think, like, that's why.
That's scary, though,
Last season, yes, you could say that going into the year, we thought that they had a chance to win a Super Bowl.
I did. No doubt. I
think most people did. Most people thought that team was going to be right back, if not in the Super Bowl, certainly in the playoffs.
Yes.
And they missed it to the point where they were.
Look at Willard.
Oh, he's back.
My bad.
No,
Stop to be like, what are you doing?
But now expectations are so wide for this team that I'm looking at Purdy and in a way it's like we need him. The Niners need him to be better than he was a couple of years ago with less around him.
Man,
and I don't know how that's going to happen.
Yeah. What if I told you to surmise that? Because I'm feeling it. Like, I don't know how many times the person in that situation comes up roses. How about that? That are put in a situation.
Josh Allen.
Has he won it all?
No, but I think he's been a better quarterback
right,
since he lost some of his better players.
Yeah. I was looking more towards Kobe when Shaq left, and he proved to the world I could win with, Lamar Odom on line one, but, Andrew Bynum or whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm just wondering, damn, Evan, because it is true the way you laid it out, what Brock Purdy we see? Like, will he be a Pro Bowl type of guy, or will he just be an average guy that had his best years of his career, the first two cracks at it?
Yeah, and in a way, I got to see the way that his offense is also constructed, too. I mean, I'm curious how Kyle Shanahan's gonna call this offense that is a lot different from the ones that he's had just in terms of his roster than years past. I mean, Deebo Samuel was always a focal point of his offense. Deebo Samuel is now gone. Brandon Ayuk for the last couple of years has been their number one wide receiver, their number one target before he got hurt, and he's not going to be available to you. So what does this team look like offensively? And combined with the fact that there's some questions on the opposite side of the ball, the Niners to me are going to try to use the schedule to stay afloat. But I do wonder week to week how much we're going to be looking at them like, all right, this is how good they really are.
Evan,
or this is how bad they really are.
But I don't want to speak for our guy that's not in. He'll be in tomorrow, Steiny. When you heard him last summer say, Goo, I want to see him, because I didn't process it right initially. But he was spot on. I want to see Purdy without his weapons. Like, what does that say to you? So wasn't Steiny ahead of the curve? Or even if Purdy was Dan Marino, when you want to see a person without their security blanket.
Yeah, I mean,
is that fair?
Yes and no. I mean, I also think you don't want to see any quarterback without their weapons. You don't want to see it. There are probably, I would say, 3 to 4 quarterbacks in the league that with nothing around them can legitimately turn an offense up to a different level.
Mahomes. Who's your other two? Go ahead.
Allen, Jackson, Burrow.
Okay.
But even Burrow's been playing with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I think he'd be good enough to do it. My point is, there's only a few guys in the league that if you strip them of weapons are still able to keep their teams at a competitive level.
Lamar Jackson stinks.
No, he doesn't, Steiny. Although you and 49er Frankie kind of got into it at the cafeteria.
I'm done with 49er Frankie.
What? Why?
Yeah, I get a text thread with him and Bonte on it, and I text something about the Giant game. Bonte goes, Frankie texted me that on our personal thread. I'm over him.
Does Frankie know that?
He traded in, I told him you traded in Brian Gumble for Greg Gumble.
Wow.
Since Bonte's on TV, just did away with radio not enough for him anymore.
Sports, man.
R.I.P.
I lost my buddy.
R.I.P. Gumble. I know. He'll be back around. He'll be back around in 12
the gates
days
are
when preseason
closed. No,
starts.
it's a wrap. You got a new Betsy.
Well, we also got to get to a break
All right,
here.
my bad.
All right, a reminder that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Half hour away from the crossover. Mark Willard's back in the house with Dan Dibley. Coming up next, we are going to wrap up this Niners conversation and then also touch on a couple of things that Goo wasn't here for last 3 days. Got to get some takes off.
It was vacation, Chasky.
Yeah.
Vacation, buddy.
Oh, I'm sure he knows. Well,
he wasn't here Friday.
Well, he's counting.
That's
true.
figure.
He's counting. He's counting pockets. That's for sure.
You guys are the best.
All right, we'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you what my new name is. Jawan Jennings. Trade me or pay me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You kind of missed the guy when he's gone.
Is that why Steiny's off today?
Nah, he ain't feeling well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's down. He'll be back tomorrow.
And
neither's happened.
Well,
he hasn't been traded. He didn't ask for a trade, to be fair. He was at practice and then re-aggravated his calf.
Wink, wink, Evan. Come on. That's like the Kaminga camp. We're here now. We're closer to getting that new chicken. No, we didn't ask for a trade. Okay. Come on. You've been around the business.
But it also means the Niners probably going to break him off a little.
Yeah, no doubt. They can't afford not to.
Yeah, well, now that...
I was going to say you could run routes, but the streets told me you were playing kickball over the weekend. How'd that go?
Dude, I'm not an athlete anymore.
What?
My days of being an athlete are officially dead.
Steiny rubbing off on you.
No, I pulled a hamstring playing kickball this weekend. I'm done.
It's funny.
Okay, kid, it's not.
Ass.
You're like 18.
I'm 30.
But that's 18 to me. You pulled a hammy kicking the kickball?
Yes.
You stay in the gym.
I do, and I lifted that morning, and I still hurt myself doing a non-athletic activity.
Evan, do you work legs?
I literally did. Yes, I squatted that morning, went to the park to play some kickball, and pulled my hamstring running to second base.
Did you feel the twinge, as they say? You can feel it?
Oh, like I got shot by an arrow from 60 yards. It was horrible.
Dude, the Niners need you. I mean, what are you putting on it? Anything?
Yeah, I'm icing it. I'm putting heat on it. I'm trying to get back off the game.
Evan, I'm laughing, but I'm really blown. I thought, dude,
I'm
you
on
have
the
no
15
body
day.
fat.
No, I'm on the 15 day.
Maybe that's it. You're too tight.
Too light?
No, too tight.
You calling me skinny?
Yeah.
No, you
got some muscle.
I know. I need to stretch more. See, the thing is, you can't show and go in life. That's what I'm starting to learn, Goo. And everyone's probably going to say, well,
that kind of was profound. I'm like, you can't show and go.
I kind of do that from time to time. But it applies to everything. You cannot show and go when you're playing kickball at the park, and you can't show and go at work. You can't show and go in relationships.
Well,
you cannot show and go. And that is what I learned this weekend.
I'm shocked and a little bit, you're not going to like it, a little disappointed. So what, you'll be back about a week or two?
I'm still going to go to the gym today. I just can't really move my leg.
Yeah. But there should be a sign on you, bad hammies, and people looking at it, that dude's in shape. He just messed his hammy up playing kickball.
I think I could play for the 49ers.
Dude, that's bothering me, but we'll get to it.
What?
Yeah. Just the fact that these young guys are showing up banged up.
Renardo
like Ricky
Green.
Pearsall. Now,
Pearsall.
Back me up on this.
Okay.
The great Herm Edwards playoffs. Was that him?
Playoffs?
No, that
Jim
was
Mora.
one.
Jim
Yeah.
Mora.
But what did Herm say? You play to win the game.
He also said Ricky Pearsall
That's what
sometimes goes a little bit too hard in practice.
See, Evan, I'm like, we're laughing, but I don't like that. I don't like that he showed up, when you should be at your best, feeling light as a feather with a hamstring issue at that age. That's all.
Well, that's the issue, is you probably do feel the best you ever have when you get to camp, and then you're on that first sprint, and then you feel something a little tighten a little bit.
Yeah, no. Well, I wouldn't know, but yeah. Well, I had a knee issue.
Yeah, but this is what frustrates me is I assume you don't show and go. You work on yourself, you get to the gym. But I cannot imagine myself playing basketball in 10 years when you and I eventually,
Oh, it's
going to
happen. Yeah.
No, I'm retiring soon. You and I will.
This is not shtick. It's just real life. It's just I would get in trouble, but I'm getting mad at you
for now.
Just you would know how to play. Let's play.
I got nicks and bruises
and bad memories. It feels like.
Well,
the Steiny has bad memories. He'll never.
Right now.
That's why he gets mad at me.
That's why he gets mad at everybody. Yeah, Steiny's chair is transferring his vibes into you. Not quite yet. Steiny knows himself. He would never do what I did this week.
So you drove Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah. So he was in the he said over here or here.
Yeah, he was in I don't want to say a better mood, but he was in a different mood.
Somebody snitching telling me, okay.
There's a lot of pressure.
Well, Fridays are his best day. If we did Steiny Analytics, Friday,
I wonder why.
Dude, he's special.
Friday is the best day of the week. Even better than Saturday, I think.
So you're going against Bonte Bonte, if you're listening,
with all due
nobody
respect,
believes that Monday's your
nobody's
favorite.
buying. Like, okay, we make all
We
jokes.
gotta call them out. We don't see them but one day a week now.
We make jokes all the time about how there's bits on this show. That's a bit.
Bonte, call us and tell us that was a bit.
Monday's your
Who
favorite
likes
day of the week?
Mondays?
Nobody. Unless you're playing on Monday Night Football.
there
That's
you
the
go.
only time
There you go.
that Monday is the best day of the week.
V Hill.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. I think he's out of training camp.
Yeah, he had some good videos, but nothing like him and Shasky after the Trey Lance first practice.
You know what? That actually is something
That's the best thing ever in radio.
I want to bring to Steiny and you tomorrow is,
Oh, boy, Shasky.
you think we could recreate that video for Brock Purdy or for Mac Jones? Who would be the equivalent this year? Trey Lance is kind of tough to top because he was a big
Yeah,
deal. But
gotcha.
like for Michael Williams, maybe you and Steiny can make a video tomorrow about what you think that Michael Williams is going to turn into by just seeing him run two snaps.
Yeah, he's got a body, though. He's a big boy. So you talked about Bosa and that. I'm just saying, girth-wise, they got some, not the old commercial, where's the beef? They got it.
Well, so he's supposed to be the opposite DN, right? But he actually he reminds me of Eric Armstead a lot, which is why I'm high on him, because he's really good against the run, and I think they can also put him inside late in pass rush situations. Because at least from what I've been reading, I don't know how great of a pass rusher he is. I don't know if he can get to 10, 12 sacks, but he's a force who can set the edge.
What a word.
Great against the run.
Yeah.
And to me, that's kind of where Eric Armstead was so valuable for this team. And I do think they missed him last year.
And I took him for granted. I didn't think you want me to take a pay cut. I'm out of here. Kudos to him. But I really believed, that he was replaceable. And I found out, oh my gosh, a guy like that is what Bosa missed. If you're into that, and Bosa can do it by himself. I get all that. But a line is dependent to, if you got more, it helps.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago, their defensive line looked, again, it was set. Their defensive line was set, and then they added to it at the trade deadline with, who was our guy, Chase?
Chase Young.
Chase Young. So they added to an already set defensive line. This D-line this year, I mean, you're hoping Michael Williams, he'll be your starter,
Right.
and you're hoping that he can be good. Your D-tackle spots are a little bit up in the air, but you're hoping Collins, your rookie, can step in. Givens probably has the inroad to a starting spot. And then opposite Bosa. Like, Bosa's the only set player on, assuming they're in a 4-3, their four-man front. And that's why, again, if they're in the process, like me and Steiny were kicking this around last week, and I'll throw it at you. Do you think they're closer to being a contender or in a rebuild?
Man, fans are going to come for me, but it wouldn't be the first time. I'm going to go with the latter.
I'm with you.
Until I see otherwise. I'm just being real. And to keep it all the way.
Oh, boy. It's like my hamstring on Saturday.
You can't have those moments back. But to keep it all the way real, shout out Dave Fleming, they didn't make the playoffs last year, So there's a litany of reasons, but they didn't qualify. So would you get mad at, well, you said you agree. Would anybody get mad at me? Because I basically would have to give the Niners, and I understand it, the benefit of the doubt to become what you were the year before the last year. Last year you didn't qualify. And I get it if you want to say injuries and this and that, but you didn't. It was a shocker. Up into watching that game in the snow Sunday night when McCaffrey was coming back, I'm thinking, okay, they still got action doing what I've done the last 4 years with the Giants. And this one hits different, but now that you got Devers, but that's a whole nother story. So that's a provocative question, E. And what did Steiny answer?
I think Steiny was more optimistic than me. I felt like they were closer to a rebuild. Again, it doesn't mean that they can't make the playoffs or sneak
not
in.
Saying that, but boy.
if you're asking me, I think that there's a pretty big gap between the top of each conference and the teams in that second tier. I would put the Niners in that second tier. If I'm looking at the NFC, Philadelphia, Detroit, those are the squads that I'm looking at. If you want to say
Washington, yeah.
Washington
I think
proved a lot
Dallas is
last
going to
year.
be better, and that ain't got nothing to do with, like, I believe that, E. It's going to be a bear. The Rams, you talked about it. What about Seattle? I'm just saying, man.
Seattle should be better, but I am not a big Sam Darnold believer. Even though he was great in the regular season.
You kept saying it all year, And boy, those were two stinkers.
But they won 14, 15 games last year with him as the quarterback. So, yeah, I have reason to believe that Seattle can absolutely be better this year.
Real quick, Evan, give me the top four. Honestly, it doesn't matter offense, defense. The best four players on the Niners to Evan Giddings right now on this Monday.
The best four players.
Yes. And I want them, but like one means the best.
Number one is Fred Warner. Number two is George Kittle. Number three is Christian McCaffrey. And I would say number four is Trent Williams.
Wow, like you didn't say Bosa.
Bosa and Purdy would be rounding out my top five.
Damn, but it ain't top five. It's four. Like, no, it's okay. But
and I guess I'm assuming that McCaffrey is at his best.
Yeah, I am too.
And Trent is at his best.
And I didn't hear Brock. Like, Evan, you could be right, but I think those answers could be wrong if that's how it. Like, you need Bosa and Brock to be two of the four. Or play like it for this team to have success or maximize its potential.
You do. Oh, and I do want to sneak this call in. Daniel is in the Union, but I do want to get back to that in just a moment. Right. Daniel is in the Union's been hanging on patiently. Sorry about that, Daniel. What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, what's happening, Evan? What's up, Guru?
Hey, Yoon, baby, you got it.
What's happening, guys? Listen, so I'm calling in first time. Guru knows me. We go way back. I mean, he went to school with my younger brother. My younger brother ended up being a principal at Logan for like 23 years. So me and Guru go way back.
There you go.
I'm really glad, guys. You know what, man? This right here, man, I always listen to you guys. I'm sorry about Steiny. I hope he feels better. I was hoping Steiny would be there because I got a lot for him. You know that, Guru. But you guys are awesome, man. And my question to you is from my dad, 92 years old, big Niner fan.
Wow.
Took me to the first game back in 1967 at Kezar Stadium. And I went with him to a game. It was just me and Dad. First time I saw the Niners play. And then I became a Raider fan. The only reason why I became a Raider fan is because Dad was like, Alfred, you're a Raider fan? I said, yeah, Dad. He goes, you're not my son. I go, yes, I am. But we love sports. And my dad's question to you guys is, he is worried about the defense stopping anything going on. That's what he's worried about. He's not worried about Brock. He's not worried about the offense. I know all his guys are gone, but my dad right now is like, man, it's the defense he's worried about. What do you guys take on that? What do you guys think? Do you think the defense is really going to step up this year? It's kind of hard for me to call it, man, because a lot of changes going on.
I appreciate it. And say what's up to your pops. Evan, I think that if we had to take a staple, and we're going to have a show meeting, you, Kenny, and I in a minute here. Evan, that's what we've been talking about, the question marks on how can I or anybody, the biggest Niner fan, just be 100% committed on our defense is our staple like it used to be. That's what frightens me. And I think real quick, that's had a lot to, we say injuries, but are we really masking how bad this defense was last year?
Well, the defense, and this is really the biggest issue that I had last year with the Niners is between the 20s on both sides of the ball, I actually felt like they were pretty good. But for whatever reason, when they got in the gold area, they got in the money zone, they couldn't score touchdowns, and it felt like when they needed to, they couldn't prevent touchdowns. Man. And I think that's because, and why, again, to get back to the whole rebuild thing, I don't think they're in a rebuild, but they're absolutely rebuilding, to me, the foundation of what made them great. And that was a dominant defensive line. And even to some extent, a quality offensive line. I know that they didn't have the biggest names outside of Trent Williams, but when they needed to get yards on the ground, between 2019 and 2023, it felt like they could give the ball to whoever was in the backfield and chew up yards. They were in short yardage situations. They were able to get yards when they needed to. They were able to run inside the 20-yard line. Last year, they couldn't do that. And I know that McCaffrey was out for a big portion of it, and people tried to make it out to be him. But I thought Jordan Mason did a pretty good job of filling in for him last year. He could not score in the red zone when they gave him the ball. And so now I'm wondering what is going to change with that, because their D-line, again, is very young outside of Bosa. It's inexperienced.
Yes.
Their offensive line is relatively inexperienced. You lost Aaron Banks, who, yes, wasn't a massive player, but Banks was a starter for his time in San Francisco. I mean, it is going to take some time, to me, for the offensive and defensive line, for the trenches, what made them great, to be built back up again. And I don't know if they can do it in one season.
But I will say this to that, Evan, and thanks for the call, D, but I'm more worried about the D-line, and it sounds like you might, than the O-line. Is that fair, or is that more than fair? Because I believe the conversation we've had all day, Evan, is the question marks are where the rookies are going to make the defensive side of the ball, or where you're asking the rookies, are you ready to go? But if that answer is, I don't know, maybe, I think I am, but we're not, then, Evan, I could just see Arizona handing the ball off to Connor, running roughshod, like other teams, the Rams, like that's what happened last year. So I don't have the answer, but it's imperative, to his dad's point at 93, I get under or doubting the Niners' defensive line right now. I'm more scared of that than the secondary.
Well, outside of the two positions, you have no clue who are going to play there, which is your safety spot. Yeah, I'm largely with you. This is from the 707, the Boxer Gerson work injury attorneys text line. I think the Niners are rebuilding some key parts of their team, but if you look at it, none of the players that they let go played a major role in last year. So in my mind, they cut dead weight, replacing it with youth.
But, Evan, they went 6-11 last year. So maybe now with a healthy Greenlaw, if he's healthy for Denver, maybe if you had him on your team, you would be closer to what you were a couple of years ago. But the fact that he's not even an option, that's what's scary. Like, I don't feel better about Greenlaw being gone because we went 6-11, and most of that was without him. I'm just saying he wasn't there. That's on him. But for him not to be right next to Warner, that wall that you had here in the Bay, that wall is different.
Well, they tried to bring him back, and for some reason they couldn't. But let me ask you this. Would you feel drastically different about the defense if Dre Greenlaw was still on the team?
Oh, Evan, I would.
Really? Yeah, one player?
Oh, yeah. I feel like the way he plays and what he brings, I'm going on and off the field, to me, Evan, was enough of 2.5. Like, they made magic, and I took him for granted.
Yeah, see, I mean, don't get me wrong, they would be better, and they got to figure out if someone opposite Fred is going to be good for him this season. But I mean, Dre Greenlaw, he's not going to make your entire defense better in my mind. Like, they had studs at every single level 2 years ago, and Dre Greenlaw was certainly one of them.
But the run defense, Evan, he was having them two back there. My gosh.
But they were still getting gashed in the playoffs.
Well, yeah,
during that playoff run, really after the Baltimore game. And who knows? They might have won that Super Bowl if he'd been able to stay healthy.
I really believe that.
But I guess 2 years later, I'm looking at Dre Greenlaw, and
you've moved on.
I don't think that it's going to be that big of a hit. Like, if you're telling me that Greenlaw is the player from 3 years ago, perhaps, and even minus the injury, like, I don't know, maybe I'm undervaluing.
No, I hear you. And I appreciate the honesty. Let me just throw this to you about him. Let's just call him, outside of that Rams game, a 0 last year. Would you say not having him at all was a big reason that their defense took a step back?
Who?
Greenlaw. Let's just call him a 0. He didn't play at all last year. I mentioned that Thursday night game against the Rams.
First half.
Yeah, first half.
The one half. The one half he played well.
Okay, but would you say, hey, Goo, they took a step back because they didn't have him? His fault. He's not out there. That happened. But I looked at that team like they miss him, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think they also took a step back because Eric Armstead wasn't there. They took a step back because Hargrave wasn't as good, because Charvarius Ward was dealing with a lot of stuff off the field that didn't allow him to play at his best, because Hufanga wasn't the same Hufanga coming back he was before his injury. There were a lot of reasons the defense took a step back, and I guess that's what I'm looking at Greenlaw like. He was a reason why the defense wasn't as good, but his presence alone wasn't going to save them from turning out the way it happened.
He is he was, for Denver, Evan, if you allow me to say this, how whack did that then you allow me to say? He was the Draymond Green of the 49er defense. Like, that means a lot. Like, I'm on Dre, and I rip him, but it's always on how he's treating his teammates, but never what's on the court, Evan. So just be careful because it's hard, and I don't believe they really wanted him out of here, and I don't think they saw, Denver coming with the chicken. But, man, Evan, I believe he will be missed. Greenlaw.
I think he will be, for sure. We got a couple of minutes today before the crossover. Willard's back, and Dibley's here as always. You see, so we did have a little nugget drop today from the Kuminga camp. So
I missed it.
Happened last week, all the stuff that went down with him saying he's not interested in signing a contract right now with the Warriors. But it was just announced that Kuminga is set to represent the Democratic Republic of the Congo at Afrobasket. So he is going to be playing some basketball this summer. It starts August 12th.
Now, I'm not Dr. Phil.
Mm-hmm.
I got all my hair still a little bit. Evan, I got to say, do you think in a perfect world, had he been packaged, signed, sealed, and delivered, knowing he's coming back to play for the Dubs in a role that he likes, do you kind of think he wouldn't be playing? I don't know why when you read that, I'm feeling like y'all can't control what I'm doing. I'm going to play on Mars. I don't care what y'all think. Obviously, he don't want to get hurt. But, Evan, when you hear me question, I wonder if he would have said he could play had everything been rosy and peaches and cream with the Dubs. You say what to that?
You mean if he was locked up for like 5 years now and everything was going good, would he play?
Yes. I got to believe
I mean, Curry played in the Olympics.
That did happen.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That is, God, you're next level.
No, I'm not, because, hey, Ken, while you're chewing, you need to be doing, crack your mic, and I just want to do this while Steiny's out. When people come from Reading, PA, or anywhere in Pennsylvania, and Steiny jumps in, hey, stops the whole show, hey, you're next in. And I love it, because I'm that dude. Yeah. I just want to know why, when my guy called from the Union, the looks you and Evan gave me, just please explain what those look, because there were rolls of the eyes from both. I felt uncomfortable and I wasn't going to bring it up, but today I'm on one.
Ken, you stepped in it.
Yeah, Ken, you just saw guy. Here
I don't
we
know
go
what you're
again.
talking about, first of
When
all.
my guy said he was from the Union, I looked up like I wanted to go double thumbs.
We go way back for 23 years. Why? You were scoffing at that.
No, Evan rolled his eyes as if here we go again. Did I read that wrong?
I mean, it just seems like you know everybody.
Oh,
That's what it seemed like.
Oh, I'm mad at
Like,
both.
here we go.
I didn't feel the love there, guys. I don't want it to happen again.
No,
Evan, you were just in the unit at the reunion.
I didn't see Daniel. I didn't see him there.
Oh, I didn't like it. I'm just letting Daniel know I didn't like it.
I met everybody else, but I did not meet Daniel.
Kid, I looked up, kid, like, hey, whoa. Doesn't happen much on this show.
What?
The Union, showing up for me. They called.
What are you talking about? You're on a thread with them the whole show.
Well, they don't call. Mail called. He got through it. But, yeah.
That took a lot of them, by the way.
No doubt.
He said he still hasn't forgiven Steinmetz for the parade.
That's what you guys just did. But Kuminga,
go
have fun.
What, did he have fun in Congo?
No.
Or Afro
or him just playing.
Basket?
Him just playing.
Well, don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Don't get hurt.
Still quiet on the set with him. Dude, he don't want to. Hey, I'm going mad.
It's the last time
I'm not going to be in.
Willard got married, went to wherever he went to, came back, and nothing still happened.
You're right.
So we got to talk about that along with a lot of other stuff. I wonder how he's feeling about the Giants. We got the crossover coming up next. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, Goo, and Evan in for Steiner are going to be back after this. And that segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I wish I didn't. All right, we got Mark Willard back in the house. Dan Dibley, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan in for Steiny. Are you Rasta now or what? What's up, man?
Hold on. Yeah.
Come on.
You have something Kyle Shanahan does not have, and that's a ring, baby.
That's right there.
Yeah, flash it. Yeah,
That's right
look
there.
at him.
I was right there.
Look at him.
Hold on. I got to make sure I hold up the correct finger.
Look at him.
I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
Congratulations
Dibs
to you
and
and the
I are
lovely
twins,
Christy.
Valkyries.
Yeah, let's go,
I
twin.
got beat by 40. What happened?
You know, and Mark said this in the green room. I don't want to I don't want to out Mark, but this season it's kind of like Saran. Unfortunately, it's a wrap.
Evan was asking me where was I at on the season. You think that was a big blow?
It's been amazing, but you lose your all-star, and you've already kind of been, not smoke and mirrors, but you've been better than most people thought, and now you lose your best player. Like, what happened when the Warriors lost Steph?
I got you. They got a lottery pick. His name was James Wiseman.
That's right. So, there you go.
Yeah.
But
It's a house money thing.
Yeah. It still hurts a little bit. And we don't know if it's house money yet. They still can make it. But
it is.
Connecticut 2 wins.
You know what I mean? Like, I always look at this that way in sports when I don't think you can remove the human element. It's kind of like I've always, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but I've always sort of said it this way. If you don't eat for 7 hours, you're hungry.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm starving. Well, you're not hungrier than somebody who doesn't have access to food, right? And so it's kind of like that. When you've got teams or players that have been wanting something forever, and they're going to go after it, and expectations are surrounding them and all of that. The Valkyries came out, and it was like within 16 games, we're like, well, that was it. That's all you needed to achieve this year. And then you lose your best player.
Man,
I just think
practice.
it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to kind of just be like, we're good.
Yeah.
Anyway, how y'all been?
Fantastic.
Better than the Giants. We got to get to it, man.
For a second, I thought Dibs was talking about the Giants when he said, it's a wrap, Saran. I couldn't tell.
Well, not quite yet, but
I don't think so. Not yet.
They're not yet, but when you look at what's gone on, and forget what is it, 0-23?
For Michael Jordan.
I heard you.
For Michael Jordan.
For Michael Jordan.
Is there time for a rant? I don't need the sounder. And then you kind of went off from there, and I was like, man, he's not wrong. But I look at everything as a collective where pitching and defense, well, you don't have pitching right now because your ace is throwing balls in the middle of the square, as he said, and the rest of your rotation is either hurt or demoted or both. Tonight's going to be exciting, but we all need to have reasonable expectations. Your defense is quietly, for me, the biggest problem. You've got 4 DHs who are all playing in the field. When Wilmer's out there and you've got Matos and Ramos and Devers, you got a bunch of DHs trying to play defense, and that's a problem. And then you're hitting, you touched on it, 0 for Michael Jordan with runners in scoring position. It's just not good enough. So it's not a wrap, but this thing is it's tenuous.
What do y'all think that is? What is it that when you're like, we can get a hit, but not them?
I told Evan he asked.
Over and over and over and over and over again.
Well, I think it's pressure. I told Evan, it's got to be that, right?
Pressure, yeah.
I don't know.
It's arrived at, to me, just odd. It's like somebody would accidentally hit the ball. You accidentally will hit the ball once out of 23 at bats.
Well, Evan pointed out they
would have been 1 for 23, but Ramos ran him out of an inning.
That was incredible. Damn, you got to be out the lineup tonight.
Well, I heard that, and
I'm sorry. We'll just welcome back.
You guys had a great debate about that, and I was more on Team Evan for 2 reasons.
A lot of people were.
One, it's not high school, but the bigger part for me is who you got to replace him with. He's one of the few guys who actually can put some thump into it. And yes, he made a mistake. And if you want to run him out of the lineup every time he does something like that, think about his defense with misplays and overruns and
Friday
overthrows.
Night, how about the overthrow from somebody who was 4 feet from him?
That was a
what
dumbass.
the hell was that?
I can't believe it.
I saw very little on the vacation, but I saw that. I think that's why I left. I'm like, I can't. What on earth? Like, they're little league players that are like, well, what the hell's the matter with Ramos?
Yeah, that might be harder to do than 0 for 23.
What the hell was that?
Man.
It's been one of those moments like every night. And that's why I completely hear that, like, if this team was maybe someone can get them more buttoned up, and you got to try and do something to, I don't know, just inject a little bit of energy into a team that's felt lifeless, especially since the All-Star break. But I'm sorry, there's something every night that I look at and realize, like, I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Can I attach this to, so you say pressure?
I believe.
Okay, I'm so glad that you just said I believe, because what I want to say is I don't think they do.
Is that why Jung-Hoo Lee bunted with the bases loaded?
He admitted it.
Yes, he did.
He admitted it. He said, and again, it's through a translator, and I'm paraphrasing, but he essentially, they asked him, why'd you bunt? He said, because I thought I didn't want to ground into a double play. Now,
not hit a double or a grand slam.
Dibs, golfs, you do not stand over the par 3 over water and think to yourself, I'm going to hit it in the water, unless you plan on hitting it in the water. That like visualization in sports, especially at a high level, is a huge thing.
You know what that is, right?
It's a visualization. Wow. It's a sensation. I'm out of practice. But anyway, this guy basically went to the plate and told himself, I'm going to roll over a ball to the second baseman. So how about if we bunt instead? Man. That's a complete give up. And so I don't think that they believe in themselves.
So who was that on, though? This is $1 million to you three. Who was that on?
It's on Jung-Hoo
Lee. I don't think it was called. I'm quite confident it wasn't called.
No, not that it was called the bunt. The mindset, if how many giant hitters are feeling like that.
I think it's because they're completely overthinking everything. Like if you're he's trying to do the right thing, which is get a run in with less than 2 outs, and his version of execution is to bunt the ball. Instead of, well, I can just put the ball in the air, or how about, hey, I'm fast. Actually, I could put the ball on the ground and beat it out.
And he did.
And he ended up doing just that. Which is hilarious. And it's like, but the fact that you're thinking about a bunt means just you're in your own head. And I think that's where too many of those players are. They're in their dome. Ramos, the only way I can explain him running to third base half-heartedly with 2 outs is because he was in his head. He completely lost track of what was happening on the field. Maybe did or didn't see the play, had a brain fart, boom, inning over, and you're left wondering, and you can see it, even Matt Williams, who's the first time this year doesn't feel like it's his fault at third for something, is looking at him like,
it was bad.
I got nothing for this guy.
Right.
What are you doing?
But to Guru's point, like, where do you then lay the blame? Overall, is it the hitting coach? You love to blame Pat Burrell.
I kind of like he's dead. I ain't said his name today because this is so outrageous. I don't know where to start.
Well, it's also the skipper. It's all the coaches. And, yes, the players need to know the situations. And, bases loaded and you're bunting on your own, that is an individual confidence issue, but it's also an overarching, I think, coaching staff and a team right now that is – they're struggling. So I don't know what it is. They had the players-only meeting, or they had the team meeting about a week and a half ago, and, that worked for a minute, and then it didn't work. So I don't know what it is, Goo, and you talked about, like, just benching Elliot Ramos. I'm going to pull you out, or are you going to flip a spread, or are you going to get thrown out, or whatever you need to do, whatever is going to work, you got to do something, because this thing is in free-fall mode right now.
And I'll say this to that, like, you tell me what you think, because I'm just being myself. But when I saw Melvin leave Rodriguez in there for 2 innings, I thought to myself, before the bad stuff happened, and I've been real with Evan, like, where was Doval at? I'm just asking the question.
Well, where was Doval when they brought in Jelly? No. I wasn't mad about leaving your all-star in there, but you got a 1-run game in the 9th?
A game you need.
Jelly?
A game you need.
I was like, right away, I'm like, how is that who you're going to? And then 2 batters later, now it's 5-3.
Jelly's also in Sacramento now.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the one who got taken off the 40-man. Do we know that yet? Or
let me see if I can find it.
Because I'm not sure if that move has officially been announced yet. Grandy and I were talking about it last week. If they did bring up Whisenhunt, who would it be? And you've got, Murphy, the catcher, who hasn't played in 15 months, and Encarnacion, who, basically is no longer necessary. I don't know if that move's actually been made yet, or if they have to make the move, but That's the one I was wondering about.
Yeah,
Now-
the corresponding choice was jelly down. But I'm kind of, at first I thought I was like, does this mean they traded Doval?
Man.
Because he's not out there, it would be a spot for him. And it felt like, I told Gu this, but it just wasn't a game worth chasing almost.
Now, I will say this. I tricked you 3. I forgot what I initially was going to say, so I was thinking, oh, my God. I went there where I wanted to go was you score 9 runs back-to-back in Hotlanta, and thank God Steiny's not here. But I'm reaching right now for Giant fans, and your ballpark is damp. It's moist most nights, sea level. And is there anything – I'm finally like, is it the ballpark? Is there something finally with the ballpark as opposed to score 18 runs in 2 games in Hotlanta, and then you come here, Dibs, you got the fog, whatever.
Right.
We know it's not ideal hitting conditions. For the first time ever, as ludicrous as this sounds, I'm starting to wonder, could it be that with this batch of hitters? Maybe that's why Devers ain't Devers all the way?
I don't know. The Mets got here and scored 8 runs the first time.
They hit it in the water.
Yeah, they walked in and just scored 8 runs. Right, on a Friday night,
What's
right?
my guy from the Mets, the Daryl Strawberry lookalike, that hit it in?
Oh, Mauriciano?
Yeah, he crushed
he got a splash
he's
hit.
having no problem.
No,
Mauricio.
I'm
Grandy this morning in for Spadoni did a full deep dive breakdown on the numbers since 2021 here at the park. Giants versus their opponents.
Tell me, Dibs.
The Giants batting average, their OPS, their slugging is all slightly better than the teams that they actually face.
Well, there it is.
So it's actually not the ballpark. The Giants actually do as well, if not a little bit better, than the other teams that come into this park.
And it taketh away it giveth. I mean, like Jung-Hoo Lee hits the ball that would have been a homer everywhere else, right? And then the very next night, yesterday, McNeil did the exact same thing. And then there's everybody go, that would have been a homer in 29 other parks.
Evan loves this.
But not this one. So, the only way that
can't stand StatCast.
I heard you earlier. I'm like, ooh.
Oh, you don't hear. You want a human way to do it? You don't need StatCast. Just look at the face of the dude that's at second base.
Oh, man.
At McNeil, you could see it. He started whispering to Dom Smith when he got to second base last night. And it's like I feel like I know what he said. He looked at the Giant left-handed hitter and went, "Are you bleeping kidding me?
No, man.
You play here? That's the farthest I can hit the baseball. And it's not a homer? What are we doing out here?"
Well, Jung-Hoo Lee on Saturday.
Same thing.
He hits the ball.
Crushed it.
And immediately he is sprinting out of the box.
Because he
Even though
knows.
He hit that thing probably 470.
Right.
And whatever.
So that's the thing for me. It's not like it's unfair toward the Giants.
Man.
I wonder from a baseball standpoint, is it unfair to baseball? Like, I look at it that way. When a player hits a ball like that, do they deserve a home run? It's not about Jung-Hoo did it and it was the 9th
This
inning
is
and they could have
different,
won.
Will, but I'm thinking of Fenway and everything with that. It never got to that point to where that wasn't, you know what I mean? You wanted to change it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. The thing about the ballpark factor that I find very frustrating is it's only based on how far the ball goes. It's not, for example, I think there was a ball yesterday to left center field. I forget who hit it, but it was 0 out of 30 ballparks, and it traveled, I don't know, like 380 to left center because there's a lot of deep parks out there.
Yep.
I'm sorry, that ball is gone in Colorado. Like, it just is. The air is thinner there. That ball is going 420 feet. So the amount of ballpark stuff that I kind of hate how much people will throw out. I was joking around today. The 30 for 30. It's gone in all 30 ballparks. If it's a home run, it's a home run. Yeah. And if not, you just got to live with that.
No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. But Triples Alley is...
Or doubles if you're Devers.
Whatever. Well, McNeil only got a double out of it too. But again, that's why I say, fine, let's humanize it. Just look at the shock and awe on the face of the player when they get to second or third base. And they cannot believe that what they just did was not a home run because they play baseball for a living, and they're like, baseball players know what homers feel like. Like Tatis, he pimped that ball earlier this year.
Oh, he thought
it was an out. Yep. He didn't even get a double out of it. It just was a catch. So that's what I think about. I don't think about it whether it's fair to the Giants or not because they play 81 games there.
But it's the least of their problems as a collective.
Yeah.
Why they Dibs?
I'm like, is
you
this
got
baseball?
a guy that hit 2 home runs, Chappie, comes up, you're like, this is who we wanted to plate. All you needed was a hit. But I'm thinking to myself, and I told Evan, that's a microcosm of their season. When you need it most, you always need it, you strike out.
Yeah.
And then Adames, I haven't seen a guy get blown away. He's hitting, but my gosh, he got blew away quick, fast, and in a hurry.
And those were both strikes.
No doubt about
That's
it.
like the other side of the box on TV is it really hurts when your player is arguing and you're like,
that's what I was like,
dude,
oh boy.
pipe down.
Yeah.
That was in the zone.
In 99,
on the
he's
black.
one of the best closers in baseball
Totally.
for a reason. He's going to throw 99 on the black, and you're going to take it, and it's a strike, and it's a bummer.
What are
I
you
mean,
gonna do? Yeah.
it'd be better if you kind of actually went after it and swung at it. The thing that you said, Evan, is something that will never change about this ballpark, and it's a 3-letter word: air. The air. You talked about the air in Colorado, altitude. 5,280 feet, mile high. The air up there is thin, and the air here is always going to be cold, wet, damp, and heavy, especially in this quote-unquote
This summer. This summer, yeah.
Please.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Island boy. You have no idea what we
He got
gone
a
through.
tan.
Dude,
Look at
it's
him.
been parka weather here.
Yeah, man.
Even in the East Bay, brother, it's been like brutal.
Yeah, it's been cold. And this is the thing too. It's you look at this series. The reason why the Mets were able to generate more offense because the guys, the bottom 4 parts of the lineup, they can hit the ball. I mean, yesterday Pete Alonso was a no-show this weekend at the plate, but no one cares because Mauricio, Beatty, Marte, all these guys at the bottom of your order are producing so that when your big boys aren't having a great game, you only need really one big hit, and yesterday that was from Juan Soto.
But your big boys they had the opportunity to get that hit. Not your lower guy, your big guys.
They hit 2 homers. They were both big at the time.
Yeah.
They were huge. We flipped the game on the second one.
You're right. You're right.
You
I
know?
got to
You're
say
all-star.
this. We got to get into this right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. When I left here last week, I wanted to see Devers in the field.
You did.
I'm not
you
mad.
still?
Somebody called and said it looked like he was rolling dice at first base. And I said, that's how I felt. He made some good plays, maybe
Some
double play.
scoops. He had some scoops.
But I
Yep.
said, are the Giants really seeing the visual of, and Robbie Ray had an out and that went bad. Are they really doing this hemorrhaging with the season still there? I don't know if this is the time to play around with it. That's all.
It's a fair question because, how many times have you heard the Giants of the 3 world titles say, hey, sometimes it's okay if your team doesn't have a bunch of big boppers because what actually wins the World Series is pitching and defense. So my response to that was, do you realize that you don't have a good defensive team?
Man.
You don't. Like Adames has figured it out. So your left side of the infield is wonderful. I know that you've got a good defensive catcher. Casey over at second base, fine, whatever. And depending on who's in right field, that's a maybe. Center field is fine, but you've got a couple spots on your diamond for sure where you are subpar defensively. And so now what are you? If you're based on pitching and defense, and that's what they've become. They're just based on pitching. And that's too much pressure. Logan Webb has a couple bad starts and everybody's like, well, Logan's dead. It's like, well, yeah, this is going to happen. Logan Webb's having an all-star year. You can't be perfect, and they're asking their pitching staff to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, some of their guys, it's like they just need them to be adequate.
Right. Man.
You just need to be an adequate defensive player, but when you have a massive hole in left field, and on some nights, if you want to say floors, you could throw them in there too, a hole at first base, and sometimes a hole in other, then, yeah, we're going to notice when guys are making terrible plays. Same at the plate. And I think Ramos is probably the guy that's carrying it now because of his errors defensively and on the base pass, but we're just swapping out dudes whose faces we're throwing darts at in the middle of this order. It's been Adames at the beginning of the year. It's been Jung-Hoo Lee at times. It's been Patrick Bailey. It's been Devers even, his first 20 games. And it feels like Ramos is now the kind of the scapegoat for what's going wrong now. Maybe not because he's not hitting, but because he's making all these very glaring errors, and they just need their players to be adequate. at different spots, and they haven't been able to do
Yaz
it.
has 1 RBI in his last 68
Lost,
at-bats.
yeah, lost.
Dibs, how? You almost, I'm just like, I didn't even notice in real time,
Right,
but I'm like,
right.
whoa.
Well, and
I'm so conditioned.
If you look at what they've been since May 1st as an offense, they are 5th to last in baseball in runs scored. And that's now May, June, and almost all of July. 3 months, they're only ahead of 4 other teams, including the Pirates. Shout out Pittsburgh coming to town tonight. And the Guardians are one. I can't remember the other two. But the offense has been bad. And so if you have an offense that's not good, pitching and defense, like Mark said, and you don't have the defense because you've got a couple of guys out there who can't really field. It reminds me a little bit, Evan, of the Warriors of last year where you had 3 or 4 guys on defense who were really good, but they weren't good on offense, and you had 3 or 4 guys on offense who weren't really good on defense, and so you couldn't put together that perfect two-way lineup of, actual two-way guys, and that's kind of where the Giants are. You can play Dom Smith at first. Well, that means no Flores or no Devers, and you could play Yaz and Wright, and 1 run batted in a month, and so, you lose a bat there, and you can have, Elliot Ramos DH, but you've got a whole team full of DHs. You don't have enough two-way guys right now.
So what do you do by the first if you're Posey?
Well,
I still think you got to try.
To me, and there's plenty of a debate here. I don't think anybody's crazy for any answer to that question. But to me, the second you get Devers, you are pot committed.
There we go.
That's it.
Yeah.
You are pot committed. You are. So anybody who wants the Giants to sell, my response, and
Please.
I think Buster Posey's response, we are pot committed.
The bar has been set.
I'm sorry. So you can make a smart case that would be the right thing to do, but they're not going to do it. And they are pot committed. When you get Rafi Devers for 8 years, you are committing to going for it. That's what you're doing.
Well, that's like the biggest difference between them and the Diamondbacks, who are they're sellers.
Yep.
And technically, right now, as it stands, they're closer to the Diamondbacks and the Padres in the standings. But the Diamondbacks don't want to pay any of the guys that they're trying to trade. The Giants, if they traded Yaz or maybe Flores, maybe I could understand that. But they have too much invested in the players that are worth something. And to me, it's worth trying to bring back Ray for another year. And if things go wrong, you could always trade him next season.
Where are we at now in regard to what are things going right now? Because 2 games over feels like 2 under for me. I told it, this is getting bad, and you better sweep Pittsburgh.
Well, just
or
take
should
2
I
or
have
3.
learned my lesson from the White Sox and the Marlins?
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't ever assume
I'm being
a sweep.
real. Wow.
Sweep like that's, you know what I mean? They don't even look. They're pitching someone tonight who's never pitched before.
Ever.
Oh, he's going to be great.
Dude. He might, but
Great
he's never
changeup.
played Major League Baseball before.
Great changeup.
So you can't just assume a win. You're like, the Pirates aren't good. Well, the Giants starting pitcher has never played baseball before. So,
damn.
I don't know.
Yeah. I do think that what Evan said, maybe it was earlier today or last week, about it's kind of the year before the year, and Mark's right, I believe, about them being pot committed. No matter what happens this year, you have everybody back next year, including Robbie Ray, which would be his walk year, and you've got all your young bullpen arms who are not even arbitration eligible yet. So, Yaz will be gone, Wilmer will be gone.
What are you getting back? That's what I asked Evan. What's coming back to the replacements?
Well, you got free agency.
Keanu Reeves. Yeah,
you thank you.
Yeah.
You have a chance of 2. You have a chance to go out there and actually, get something in free agency like you did this year with Adames. And so I do think
you go shopping, you're saying.
You go shopping, and also I think that this year, playoffs or not, is about seeing what you have with, Wisenhunt. Maybe he gets 10 starts and you get an actual look at what he is, and you already know your bullpen's good, and so you start to take a look at, who you have going into next year.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you.
Well, you are, because I took your point and I just regurgitated it.
Yeah, well,
it was a regurgitation
Last thing
sensation.
before we get out of here,
was.
Evan's word of the day has been torture baseball, because you tweeted last night. I saw frustrating.
Oh, just the first word.
Losing 5-1 is different than what the Giants do, right?
Wait, what's
losing
that?
the way you lose last night
to
when
me,
you
that's
bring them
torture.
back in.
That's what real torture is.
Yeah.
You put frustrating. It's like you had Ramos, the bonehead move. You're having chances to do something. It's different than when you're just getting smoked.
Totally. Yeah, the Giants, every night.
That's why the feeling's different.
It's a nightly tease. It's a nightly tease, which is frustrating. It's very, very, very frustrating. They're right there. It's a one-run game. It's this, that, or the other.
Batters walking them.
Right. So, and by the way, that's the danger zone because you come out of those games and everything always sounds woulda, coulda, shoulda. Right? Every interview is going to be like, well, if Patrick Bailey's line drive was 3 inches farther than the right, then this. Well, that gets dangerous because here you want a stat. In May they were 23rd in baseball in runs. In June they were 25th, and in July they were 22nd. That's consistency. Wow, that's not bad luck. That is a poor offensive baseball team.
Well, we're glad to have you back.
I'm glad to be
back. A lot of vitamin D coming up from 2 to 6. Right. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley. Stay, keep it locked here on 95.7 The Game.
That's a stat. Look that up.
All right, let's go. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Dan Dibley.
For what?
Thank you. Thank you for holding down the fort, dude. I feel like I've been gone for forever.
I haven't seen you in literally 2 weeks because I was in Vegas with Grandy. And I'll just say this about Grandy. He's awesome.
Of course he is.
Like our Vegas time, he was producing and, we hung out a little bit and then we came back here and we did, I think, 8 shows together while you were gone. And
you hung out together in Vegas?
Briefly.
Okay, I was going to say, should I be offended? Because when Cash Creek show ended, I wonder if our listeners know this. I never saw you again.
No.
That was the end. And in fact, you did see me and didn't even tell me that you saw me.
Yeah.
So I didn't see you.
I hugged your fiance. You and I dabbed it up real quick.
No
and
longer
I
a
was
fiance.
Gone. But at the time, it was straight fiance. Yeah. And same thing with Grandy. Like, we hung out a little bit. It was like, all right, Grandy, I'll see you later. See you on the flight. And I actually got on the plane first, and I sat in almost the back row, and I saw him end up sitting like a row in front of me and like on the other side of the aisle. No conversation. No eye contact.
So you didn't see him in the aisles?
No, I actually saw him in the aisles, but I didn't talk to him in the aisles. But it's been 2 weeks since you and I have actually seen literally eye to eye. And man, I hate to say this, but
I'm going to say it too, so go ahead and say it.
I'm happy to see you.
Yeah, I missed you guys. I missed all you. Too. Hang on, because I mean it this time. Oh my God, like that.
He's drinking again. Love to hear it.
Dude, I've never had that many drinks in my life.
Really?
Well, but it's all spread out.
Sure.
It's all spread out. Can we for 60 seconds?
Please.
Because we'll do the sports. But I've
got honeymoon envy because I didn't get a honeymoon in my last marriage because we had a baby.
Never give up. Don't ever give up.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time.
I'm going to catch you.
Sorry,
I'm going to get there.
No, yeah, you got it. Now, have y'all ever done all-inclusive?
Oh, yeah.
Have y'all done this before? I've never done this before.
Pretty fun.
Have you ever done this before? It's the greatest thing on planet Earth. It's the greatest thing on planet Earth. We never left. People are like, did you fly all the way to Jamaica? Did you see? I did not see the island. I saw the road that went from the airport to the resort. And then I saw the road again that went from the resort to the airport. Beach, drink, pool, eat, drink,
nap,
pool, nap.
Yep.
Beach, drink, beach, eat, drink. There's one part I left out, but you get the idea.
I think Mike Breen was probably involved doing the play-by-play.
Pay the over.
Whatever. You missed me. You missed my irreverent sense of humor. And yes, it's your honeymoon.
Yeah, bro.
I would anticipate Mike Breen was on the call a time or two.
Oh, brother.
Even though you are 50. still,
hang in there.
No, it's great.
Your boy's doing all right.
So happy for you.
Yeah,
it's just great.
It was phenomenal. But I appreciate all of the well wishes, whether it be on social media platforms or even just the YouTube feed right now. Moments ago, I really did. I missed everybody. I tell you what, I did not miss. I did not miss watching the San Francisco Giants lose baseball games. And I don't know exactly how to phrase this. First of all, I think it's too easy on trade deadline week to be like, buy or sell. They're not going to sell. I think that an intelligent person can sit here and go, well, here's why they should. Like, your farm system is not good. It is not in good shape at all. You've already made a blockbuster deal. It has not paid any dividends. In fact, you've gotten worse. Oh, by the way, speaking of the farm system, the guy who directs the whole damn thing goes by the name of Kyle Haynes. He'll be on our show in 42 minutes. Carson Whisenhunt is about to make his major league debut. We're going to talk this out and talk about some of the other things that are and are not happening down on the farm. So we're going to get to all of that with Kyle Haynes. Excited to talk with him. But again, I think an intelligent person could sit here and make a whole spreadsheet about why the Giants should sell. Doesn't matter. Won't do it. Pot committed. Those days are gone. You can sit here until you're blue in the face and tell us why the Giants are chasing ghosts and that they're not good enough and they're not going to this, they're not going to that. And you may well be right, and I will respond to all of it with, doesn't matter. It's too late. It's too late. You're pot committed. So remember when Buster Posey was like, it's time to go, and everybody loved it because they went, and then they stopped.
Yep.
I'm sorry. It's still time to go. It's still time to go. Like, the playoffs are right there, and yes, something can look one way, and then the next day suddenly it looks completely different. And so that particular question, we can all talk it out. That's kind of my answer. Like, this team will buy. They should buy.
Well,
they are pot committed, and that's the way it goes.
I don't know how much they will buy or would buy or should buy. I was saying to Grandy last week that for me, it feels a much more of a small incremental thing. It's not going to be a frontline starter in exchange for a couple of your top minor league prospects. I don't think that they'll do that. If they are going to buy, I would imagine that they're going to buy a back end of the rotation starter, somebody who is more of a seasoned veteran, somebody who you can actually pitch and kind of depend on. Because right now you've got Logan Webb, who's struggling, 3 starts in a row. Robbie Ray, who is still rock solid. Roop is hurt with an elbow issue, and that always makes you kind of hold your breath.
Scary.
And, you've got Birdsong, who is probably... He's long gone. I think Birdsong's gone for the... I don't think he comes back.
I don't think you can afford it.
And then, Verlander, I do think he's still kind of on the cusp of maybe figuring it out. But, I mean, if he figures it out, is he your number 4, your number 5? Right now, your rotation went from an area of strength to... Now we're having bullpen games. So I think that if you look to buy, it would be something small at the back end of the rotation, because I do think what you're saying is mostly right about them being pot committed. Like, you've got all these guys with long-term deals. You're not going to trade any of them.
No.
The one I do think that it might be interesting is Doval, because if you're an acquiring team, you've got, a couple more years before he goes to arbitration. And, if you're the Giants and you can actually get some real farm prospects for Doval, you've got Rodriguez, who you could throw right in as your closer and hope that works. And, for me, Doval is about the only thing you could look at trading that might get you something in return.
I hear you. I guess the only kind of pushback I'd give on that, twofold maybe, is that, I don't know that Randy Rodriguez can be a closer when they have basically said we're very hesitant to pitch him on back-to-back days. A closer needs to go on back-to-back days, number one. Number two, Camilo Doval is very cheap for at least 2 more years. Like, he does not hit unrestricted free agency until 2028. So, like, I don't know. I guess I don't know what would be the motivation behind getting rid of him, unless what you're saying is you want to, like, bolster up your farm system. And I just I don't think that's where their heads are at. I get the idea of being hesitant to strip the farm system further, by giving up guys down there because you just don't have that many.
Right.
But to rebolster it with somebody who is effective and cheap for 2 more seasons after this one, I don't know. Like, to me, that's too valuable.
It could be. It is valuable. I do think that you look at your bullpen and you think that you could have replacement level players already on hand, and you look at the farm and you think that you do need some help, because right now you've got Whisenhunt, who seems major league ready. We're going to find out here in about 4.5 hours, right?
See.
4 hours or so. Yeah. And you've got Bryce Eldridge, who recently hit a walk-off, I think, over the weekend. So
ran into him during my vacation.
No way.
Yeah. I'll tell you about that in a little bit.
Physically, you just bumped into him?
Not like I didn't touch. There was no touch.
Okay.
No foul.
But you look over and you're like, you're 6'7".
15 feet away.
With like some gigantic human being with a bat in his hand?
No, I actually got I got a text from a friend that tipped me to where Bryce was, and I happened to be driving by. So I'm like, well, I'm going to pop out of the car and take a little look-see.
Okay.
I'll tell you about it in a little bit,
No, that's a great tease right there.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, not much of a role, but other than Eldridge and Whisenhunt, who we're going to see tonight for the first time, I don't know who else you have that is on the cusp or like ready to roll. So if you can get something for Doval, and if you look at your bullpen and think, you know what, we could probably withstand that. Maybe it's Walker or Rodriguez or, I don't know, Frisbee guy who's done a little bit of closing in his time. It might be something that you can actually sell and start to recoup this farm.
I don't disagree with you, provided that what you're getting back is also Major League ready. Like, I could see the Giants doing that if they were to give up someone like that, and then you're going to get even more in return or something that more fills an area of need. I just don't think the Giants are in the mood right now to take people on the Major League roster and turn them into prospects. And by the way, like, as much as I know that it's a negative thought, and you're not wrong. If people are like, this is stupid, where's this going? Give up on the year and fill up the farm system so that we can have a better farm system. Be realistic. I get it. You might be right, but you know what I can't stand? I don't like dealing for prospects, because that's all they are. They're just a big bunch of maybes. And sometimes it works out. I mean, sometimes it really works out. Like, if you want to study some of the, like, ooh, that actually worked out, go look at what Washington got when they traded Juan Soto. I mean, actually, y'all know some of the players. I mean, they're like in the All-Star game now and stuff like that. Like, sometimes those guys really do work out when you get people's top-level prospects. But even the top-level ones, hey, Giants fans, you don't need to be told. You don't need to be told that the guys that you were told in recent years are can't miss. Yes, they can. Marco Luciano can miss, or Kyle Harrison can have a bumpy start to his career or whatever. I don't want prospects. Just so your Baseball America ranking goes up, forget that. Forget that. So that's where I stand on the whole deadline thing. I want you to be smart about it, but yeah, go for it. Go for it. I don't need to get a bunch of prospects in return. What does that do for anybody right now?
Well, it might do more than what this Major League club is doing, which is losing. And, you go 2-7, and it looks like rotation-wise and defensively, it looks like you are a team that is kind of reeling a little bit.
I think there's a much bigger issue for the Giants that we need to discuss. We will next. And I'll tell you about running into Bryce Eldridge while I was on vacation. We're sponsored by carsforkids.org. So thrilled to be back. 888-957-957 is the number. Love to hear from you. Kyle Haynes, player personnel, directs basically the farm for the Giants, is going to join us in about a half hour. And this is Willard and Dibs.
95.7 The Game congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million.
Gage and Bivens, 1 run in 4 innings. What have you thought so far? How are you going to handle this going forward?
Yeah, we're going to mix and match here. He doesn't have much left here. I think his top's probably 60 pitches, so we're probably going to do something different at the top.
Alvarez, right center field. It's going to get down. Yastrzemski will chase it, and so will Lee. And Alvarez will go into second. That one was up from Bivens, and a double for Francisco Alvarez. He's 2 for 2 tonight. That's hit hard, fair ball. It'll ricochet off the wall. That's an advantage. Yastrzemski falls in right field, and back-to-back doubles for the New York Mets.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, gosh.
Fun times.
Yeah, that was from ESPN last night. And, boy, I would hate to be a baseball manager. There's so much crap that's sort of like out of your control, right? It's no different than any head coach, right? We do this. Remember, like, the conversation we've had 1,000 times about Steve Kerr trying to predict who's going to be on and who's going to be off on that. Oh, there's rotations, a stupid idiot. So this is not to absolve anybody from responsibility because that's the job. But that was a funny piece of sound when Bomel is like, he doesn't have a whole lot left. And so we'll probably do something different soon. And then he pauses, and all you hear is whack. The ball is just like, wow. It's like, I don't know, Bob, maybe go get him. And Bob got caught last night trying to squeeze the orange twice. He tried to squeeze the orange with Spencer Bivens, and he lost the lead. And then the Giants got it back, and he tried to squeeze the orange with Randy Rodriguez, and they lost the lead again. And this time they never got it back. So, look, it's a tough job. That's his job, though. And, then I would also take issue even with him selecting Sean Jelly to go out there in the 9th, and whack, he gives up a run right away with a couple of loud doubles. And so, not Bob Melvin's resume night as far as handling the bullpen.
And we have a bullpen game, and I think this was the first real bullpen game of the year.
Might have been.
And, they've had other guys who are spot starters and guys who you could throw out there and actually have him, take a turn. But that might be the thing that I would take the most issue with is why not just, go with Bivens to start or go with Jelly and let them actually start the game. They both started games before. Instead, you go with Gage, and he's been great.
And he went 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's been great in his brief stint. But once you go to Gage and now you're into a bullpen game and you give Bivens a real chance and he goes 3 innings and he's up against that limit. Yeah. I think Bob said about 60 pitches, and that was pitch number 58, and thwack. Yeah, and so the damage is done, and I don't know if this bullpen is built for a bullpen game. This bullpen is built for, we have the lead after 6, and we are really, really good, and we're going to beat you.
I don't like bullpen games at all. Right. I just don't like them. What I appreciate about this regime is they're only using them out of total necessity. Like, you ended up in a really bad spot. And here's where I'll have the Giants back on their rotation. You trade Kyle Harrison because your thought is we're actually bolstered up pretty good. And this isn't about Verlander, even though he got his first win. But what you could not have known when you traded Kyle Harrison was that A, Roop was going to get hurt, and B, Hayden Birdsong was just going to lose his marbles. He went into a mental thing. And I don't want to make light of that. I don't know what's going on, but it's really scary. It's really scary for Hayden Birdsong because we have seen guys in baseball go into a space like that and not come out. Rick Ankiel, Chuck Knobloch, if you've been around long enough in baseball, you know that sometimes this stuff happens. It happens in golf, too. Was it Ian Baker Finch? Was that who it was?
Yep.
Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, sometimes you just lose it, and you don't get it back. So I'm not going to do that to Hayden because he's still a pup.
Yep.
But it's really scary that they worked him out on the side and thought he had it back, and then they put him in a game, and it lasted 6 batters. And, in fact, things got so bad with the 6 batters that Bob Melvin didn't take him out because he couldn't find the strike zone. He took him out because he was going to kill someone. He literally has that little of an idea right now of where the ball's going. And that's after on a bullpen session, everything looked great. So that's really scary. And the Giants could not have known that. So now you're in this desperate situation. We'll see if Whisenhunt can help. And I would hope that the trade deadline helps. I'm with you. I don't think there's any more big swings left. Like, this is very reminiscent to me when Warrior fans were like, get Giannis. You made your big deal.
Right.
You made your big deal. And so did the Giants. But there are little deals to be made. And they need to go get another starting pitcher. There's no question.
Perhaps. I mean, we'll see what happens tonight with Carson Whisenhunt. And even if he pitches well and he looks like he is the real deal, well, now you only have one spot you need to fill. And Landon Roop is going to miss 2 weeks, you hope. And with that sort of an elbow issue, and I was actually doing the research last week, he had an elbow issue last year as well. A slightly different problem with the same elbow, but he ended up missing a month in Sacramento, and then he was able to come back and pitch with the big club here. And so it's something that makes you kind of hold your breath. And if you figure that Birdsong is not coming back, and I don't know if he is this year, unless he really turns the whole thing around. Right. And if Roop is gone for more than 2 weeks, then yeah, you need another starter, even if Whisenhunt is a guy who can stick, and unless you want to go to Mason Black or Carson Seymour and double up your Carsons in your rotation. But at that point, you're looking at relying on a couple of different rookies to hold it together.
I'm gonna go get another one anyway, just because I think you need 6 or 7 or whatever, because who knows what other injury is coming around the bend, or just because Justin Verlander got a win against a bad team, let's not act like that's been figured out. Didn't he walk 5 in his 5 innings where he got the win? He walked 5. I think 2 or 3 of them were in the first inning. So let's not act like that was clean. You know what I mean? You need 6, 7, 8, 9 starters in a baseball season. And in theory, if this team were to rally and get into the postseason, I would not want Justin Verlander to take a role higher than 4th, maybe 5th. In other words, bullpen. Like, we're not having you start a game unless it's one of those, 7-game series, and maybe you can slide in and do game 4 and give us 4 innings kind of a situation, maybe. But love that there's Webb and Ray and Roop, but I don't know what Whisenhunt is going to do, and you need reinforcements. And if you end up with too many, great. Stick him in the bullpen and don't ever let Sean Jelly back on the squad. How about that?
Well, you already had too many, and you dealt your too many thinking that you had too many. Yeah. And since that trade...
I'd do it again, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean,
It's interesting that we're a month into our 8 years, and you're already you did a Steve Kerr. Do you like the deal? I do.
I do. I mean, Devers has not been terrific, and you traded Harrison and Hicks, and Roop got hurt, and Birdsong is lost. So where you had strength, you now have weakness, and the other part of it is, all right, Rafi Devers, he's been all right. I mean,
but he's Rafi Devers.
It's early.
Do you know what I mean?
Fine. Yeah, and I do believe that he can be better than he has been. But right now, in early returns, the deal is a bad one. Early returns. Because you depleted your pitching, and you traded 2 starters, and you lost 2 starters, and now you have 3 starters.
I don't know that I can do it's a bad deal when that has to mean that the other guys are doing amazing in Boston. I don't think Kyle Harrison's even in Boston.
No.
Has he ever? He hasn't pitched for the Red Sox yet, has he?
Of course not.
Okay, and what's Hicks doing?
Probably about the same.
You know what I mean? And the rest of the guys are minor leaguers. I mean, Tibbs was a nice prospect.
Yep, up to Double-A.
Yeah, very, very
struggling
early.
in Portland.
Yeah, so I'm not even ready to call it a bad deal yet. You got Rafi Devers, dude. I know, we all know who he is, and I'm mindful of something that Jim Bowden said a few weeks ago to Steiny and Guru when he was talking about major acquisitions, whether it be free agency or trades, and the fact that sometimes it takes all the way to the second year when you really start to see the dividends. Because for whatever reason, because, by the way, I don't know if you know this, I've never been a Major League Baseball player.
Right.
I don't know what goes into that. Here's a new uniform, new teammates, and a new ballpark. It must be harder than it seems.
Sure.
We all
new league, new pitchers to face, all that. And now he's playing first base.
It must be a thing. You know what I mean? I can't relate Like, we look at it and go, there's a ball and there's a bat. Like, go do what you do. It must be a thing. But doesn't Willie Adames look like a different player all of a sudden? Once we got halfway through the year, Willie Adames looks like Willie Adames. And so, for whatever reason, maybe the same thing happens with Rafi Devers. I actually could look at, if you look at those two guys, to me, Devers gets maybe even more patience than Adames, because Adames did it in the offseason and didn't switch leagues. Like Rafi Devers, and I know everybody plays everybody now, but Devers is the one who grew up in that organization, switched coasts, had no idea it was coming in theory, and now has to get used to a completely different league and surroundings and all of that. I don't know. I'm gonna do the long play with Rafi Devers. I know who that guy is. He's been that guy his whole life. I don't know why it would suddenly just be gone forever.
Well, it shouldn't be at this age too. I mean, he's not even over the hill yet. Like, you look at
not even close.
You look at the back end of the contract, and you could think, okay, those last couple 2-3 years, they might be a little bit odd or a little bit awkward, but right now, of course not. He should be better than what he's been. And I'm just grading the trade on the past 7 weeks since June 15th, and what you now have pitching wise is not good enough, and you traded two of them. One got hurt and one got lost, and so your area of depth is no longer an area of depth. And so Devers, it'd be great if he could, step up and be a part of an offense that can carry you through these times where your pitching is not as good as it was a month ago.
Yeah. All right. Palate cleanser. By the way, Jordan Hicks in Boston so far, 8 games, 7 innings, 5 runs, 2 of them earned. Technically, ERA 2.57, but 5 runs, 2 earned in 7 innings as a Red Sox.
Okay. Out of the pen?
Yeah. And Kyle Harrison is in the minors.
Right.
With the other 2 guys.
And Tibbs is I looked at his numbers last week, and he's playing Double-A, and he's hitting about 210 in Double-A, so he took a step up in the level of play, and he's not been ripping the cover off it, which is fine. He's still a very young player, and that's kind of the way that goes. Yep. But for the Giants, you look at pitching, you go back to May, and they had Hicks and Harrison, you had Verlander and Webb and Ray, and you had all these other arms that you were waiting for, and you were hoping they could do it, and Roop was great, and all the rest of it. And now, we got Carson Whisenhunt tonight making his debut, and it's more than just hey, this is kind of cool. It's a rookie. It's a debut. This feels a little bit more like, we need you to pitch well, we need you to win, and we need you to be the real thing, because we're going to count on you now.
You're not wrong. I hate the idea of putting that on his shoulders as he goes out to make his debut.
But that's kind of where we are, as a Giants team right now.
I mean, we could have a trade at 5 o'clock that changes that dynamic.
And he could be traded tomorrow. He can go out and pitch great, and he could be dealt with Doval. And, you could totally, change. You could change a lot of things between now and Friday.
You could. I'd rather not.
Thursday, right?
I'd rather Whisenhunt does not get traded. And Bryce Eldridge, I would put. I know that Manassian said we don't do untouchable, but I'd like to think Bryce Eldridge in this process is pretty untouchable, especially you're 2 games over 500. You're not trading Bryce Eldridge, especially because he seems like a tremendous guy. I didn't really meet him. No. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
But so here's how the Bryce Eldridge thing plays out. So we get married on a Thursday. Family's in town. We're doing all of our stuff on Friday or whatever, and then the family leaves the town on Saturday, and then we're not leaving for Jamaica till Monday night. Well, so Monday comes around, and my kids are already off going to where they are going to go. They're all tucked away with family. So I had a day that does not ever exist in my life, which was you're on a red eye tonight at 10 o'clock. It's Monday. You don't work, and there are no children in your house. The dog has been picked up. There's nothing. Nothing.
It's you, no kids, no pets, and your now 3-day-old wife she's doing what she's doing.
She's packing, and she's got kids still, her family, her dad's still in town. And I'm looking around, and people are like, you can pack. I'm like, but I'm a guy. So now that's 6 minutes.
Right.
So now what are we doing? The whole day.
You had a day?
So, like, I'm just.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, when you ever get those days where you're like, all that crap that goes through your mind every day that you're like, I'm going to get to that one of these days. That was one of those days. It finally arrived. So I'm running through the house, and I'm getting to things that I've never gotten to since we moved there. At one point, I go to get gas. Let's fill up the car because I like to come back home to a full tank of gas.
Yep.
Right? So we go get the gas, and a buddy of mine hits my phone because at Tam High in Mill Valley, they've got something called Tam Hawks baseball camp. Jude goes to this all the time. Wonderful camp. They have a great time. Great baseball program. Good job. All of that. But he's not going this week because he's gone, I'm gone, we're gone. But they're having the camp opens up. So one of his buddies is at the camp, and the dad hits me and goes, you're never going to guess who stopped by Tam Hawks baseball camp. And I'm like, you're right. I'm not going to guess. Who is it? And then he hits me with a picture of his son standing with Bryce Eldridge. And I was proud of myself because how many people, if you're not given a name, just there's a picture.
Right.
Like, would you know? Would you know Bryce Eldridge?
Of course not.
If somebody just T-shirt and a hat standing next to an 11-year-old.
I would have thought he was a Golden State Warrior because he's 6'7".
I tested it. With my two sons. I sent them the picture. I'm like, you know who that is? You want to know what Abe's first reserve? He goes, that's not Brandon Belt, is it? No, it's not Brandon Belt. It's not Brandon Belt. So anyway, I'm like, oh my God, is Bryce Eldridge? And he goes, yeah, he's here saying hi to all the kids right now. Well, I'm around the corner. So I do, on the down low, turn into creepy dork guy.
Oh, boy.
I did. Because literally have to drive by the field to go home. I've got to drive by. And I'm just driving by, and that parking lot was looking at me. Parking lot's like, do it.
Pull in.
Just do it. And so I'm like, all right, we're going in. Going in, just take a little look. And the campers are still filing out. And there's Bryce just chilling with the head coach.
Hi, Bryce. Hi, Mark.
Right, so I'm like hiding around the dugout, like holding my phone out. I'm like, I see you, Bryce. And I'm just creepy behind the dugout guy. Whatever, I hung out for 2 minutes because what I really wanted to know is what I'm sure a lot of you are asking. The hell is Bryce Eldridge doing here? Because I didn't look it up. Like last Monday, Lucas, will you look this up? Ken, will you look it up? What were the River Cats doing last Monday? What the hell were they doing? They have a game?
Was it their All-Star break?
I don't know. I don't follow the River Cats schedule closely enough to know what the hell they were doing last Monday. And boy, I hope I'm not outing anybody with this story. But anyway, what do they got, Lucas? They were off. Okay, so it's an off day. You still wonder, the hell is Bryce Eldridge doing in Marin County? Like, what are we doing? Well, it turns out there's a brand named Everyman Jack. Y'all heard of this? Hair products, things like that for men. And I guess Bryce is an ambassador for Everyman Jack. And come to think about it, I've actually seen his stuff on Instagram right, Ken? You've seen it. He's out there. He washes his hair. Yeah, Everyman Jack, which it's headquartered in Mill Valley, California. So he's down the street from headquarters where he is probably, I don't know, collecting checks or something, and then decided to take a little spin with some buddies over to the local baseball camp and say hi to all the young Giants fans who were populating the field at the moment.
Yeah.
Seemed like a great guy. The kids had a blast hanging out with Bryce Eldridge. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's why I ran into Bryce Eldridge, even though I didn't
great story.
Yeah, I didn't really run into Bryce Eldridge.
Well, I mean,
I didn't go talk to him.
No, but that's fine, and he's out there, and whatever happened at Tam High obviously propelled him to what happened for Bryce the next night, where I'm looking at it, he went 2 for 4, he drove in 3, he homered, and he had a double. So
was that the walk-off night? He had a walk-off homer last week.
No, this was a game that they won 8-0. Over the Aviators at home.
Okay.
And so they've won 5 of 6, though, since he went to that little camp. And he's been knocking the ball all over the place. So that might have been it. A little Mill Valley love.
Yeah. Either that or he was scared of the weird dude in the parking lot who was was like peeping around the corner.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, I don't like that. I better lock in. I need to get out of these small towns as quickly as possible and get to the big leagues where they got better,
get to the show.
better security.
Much better security.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What's up, Lucas?
Oh, absolutely nothing to do with the conversation on air.
Okay. When you give me that look, I think that means that you had something to say.
Oh, I had something to say in your ear. You want me to say it over the air?
Sure. Is it embarrassing? Probably.
You can pump up our guest coming up in about 7 minutes, and if you wanted to pivot to what we're going to talk about there, we have some sound talking about Whisenhunt's start tonight.
Okay.
From Melvin.
Oh, from Beaumel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear it. Which one is it? Oh, right here.
Look, we've been waiting for this for a little bit now. I mean, we thought maybe he'd be here last year too. So, he's our top pitching prospect, I believe. And, with what's gone on, here with the injury and certainly, Bird going down, there's a need for it. So it'll be exciting to see him pitch.
Well, it's also the perfect landing spot. Like Ephraim and I were having this conversation last night because you know how the New York Giants announced that Russell Wilson is their starting quarterback?
Yep.
Like you always do that to take pressure off of the young kid that you drafted and also not let him assume that he's got a shot at it's just to take all the pressure off of Jackson Dart. But we were having a talk of okay, what's the over-under on Russell Wilson starts before they switch to Jackson Dart because the Giants are going to be the worst team in their division.
Yep.
And somehow their fourth-place schedule, by the way, does not look like the 49ers' fourth-place schedule. Go look at this thing. It's bananas. They start at Washington, then they go to Dallas, then they play the Chiefs, then they play the Chargers. I'm looking at this thing, and I'm going, good God. You're not going to win any football games. So I was
it just depends on the crossover, and it looks like they're crossing over with the AFC West. So
right, but they're also playing the Lions and the Packers later in the year,
which would be the NFC North.
Right. So
that's just a bad year. That's a bad beat.
It's
right
a bad beat. So week 5 they had the Saints, and I'm like, yeah, they might stick them in there. But 4 days later they play the Eagles on Thursday Night Football, and then they get the Eagles again, 2 weeks later. So what I bring it up to say, Ephraim's when you're going to hand the reins to a rookie, you look for a landing spot. Home game, bad team. That's what you're looking for. What do we got tonight at Oracle Park? Home game, bad team. Tonight's the night for Carson Whisenhunt.
The New York Giants don't have that. I'm looking at their whole schedule. They have no home game, bad team all year.
Right. So what he guessed was after they play the 49ers, I think it's week 10, it's road game.
Chicago.
Bad team.
Yep.
That was his prediction. The Chicago Bears.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Lots more on the Giants ice cream cone that we need to work on here. But coming up next, the Senior Director of Player Development. He's basically in charge of all Giants that haven't become Giants yet. So Carson Whisenhunt will check in on Bryce Eldridge, Marco Luciano, anybody else who might fit our fancy. We do that with Kyle Haynes, Senior Director of Player Development for the Giants, joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area flooring authority. Selection, expertise, price, guaranteed installation. Visit floorstores.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you.
Great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, and it's time to ask more questions. And we're excited to do this with our next guest. It's Willard and Dibs. Glad you are with us. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco, and we're thrilled, as you know, here at the game to be working alongside Laughing Monk Brewing. It's been an absolute blast to check their place out. Let's check this out. We mentioned it a few minutes ago as he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. The Senior Director of Player Development for the Giants is Kyle Haynes, and especially with Carson Whisenhunt making his debut here in a matter of hours over at Oracle Park. Good day to catch up with him. Kyle, thanks for doing it, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Yeah, appreciate it. So what are we looking at with Carson Whisenhunt, and how has his year been going so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think the PCL is a tough place to pitch for those unfamiliar. The AAA league the River Cats are in, and, you know, the ERA just over 4. But when you put that in the context of the hitter environment, it makes the Little League World Series look very pitcher-friendly. You know, he's pitched really well. His strikeouts are down a little bit from a year ago in AAA, but the walks are half of what they were. So I think tonight, just, you know, we'll see how the fastball command goes, and really how the fastball command goes is really going to dictate his night. And that's kind of what we've seen from him this year, that if he's commanded his fastball, you know, he can do a lot of other things to get chase with the breaking ball, but especially the changeup's a very plus pitch for any level. And it's very throwback. I mean, it's you know, one of those changeups you used to see maybe more 10, 15 years ago from a lefty. And if he's commanding his fastball, he'll get a lot of chases on that changeup. If he's not, then, you know, big league hitters are going to be a little bit more of a challenge for him early in his big league career here.
How much of this move tonight is merit, and how much of it is need based on, you know, what's happened with, you know, Birdsong and Roop's injury?
I'd say it's both. It's kind of where both collided. I think, you know, he's been on the radar for a while now. He's been a known name to those Giants prospect followers for a while. He's very polished and advanced, and he has been for a little while. But I think it's a unique mix where he's ready for this challenge, and then the team really needed him with, you know, the starting pitching starting pitching depth goes fast, and early in the year we had a lot of it, and now all of a sudden we look up and we need it, and we're really excited that we have someone of that caliber, because most teams are searching hard for someone just to throw innings right now at the trade deadline, and we're fortunate that you know, we have that internal option of someone not just good for now, but maybe good long term for us as well.
Senior Director of Player Development, Kyle Haynes of the San Francisco Giants, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kyle, is there a ramp up when someone goes from AAA to the bigs in terms of how stretched out he is? I know he's been starting down there. Like, if he's on, is there a pitch limit, or can he ride 6 or 7 innings tonight?
If he's efficient, I think we could get to there for that 6. I think 6 probably more a little realistic than 7. I think you know, 80, 85 pitches is probably, you know, on the total. You know, a couple considerations for him was the All-Star break really sets us back because we missed 4 days, and then he pitched in the Futures game only 1 inning. So it kind of you know, it kind of threw a little wrench in the build-up. He went 7 innings multiple times this year, but his last outing we kind of had to build him back after that 4-day All-Star break, which throws off a lot of the starters across all levels. But you know, combine that with he threw a 1-inning stint, and so we're probably looking at more in the 80, 85 range tonight. I wouldn't expect him to go, you know, up to 100 or something this outing, but within a couple outings, I have no doubt that he can be 6, 7 innings.
What's it like for you on a night like tonight? Is it like being a parent where you've got this prospect and you have him in the system, and now he finally gets to go up there and pitch with the big club? Do you have the nerves of a parent watching a game like tonight?
Well, I think the parents definitely have it probably worse than me, but I'm next in line. So I'm on pins and needles. Yeah, I mean, our amateur scouts, they get really excited when the names are called on draft day because it's a byproduct of their hard work. But when someone makes their big league debut, it takes a village, you know, to see these stories out. And me personally as a part of that village, and all of our pitching coaches and managers and the teammates he's had in the minors, they're going to be glued to the TV tonight, and we'll be probably more anxious and full of anxiety more than even he is.
Kyle, speaking of those parents, are you involved in what happens when someone is making their debut? Are we expecting the Wisenhunt family to be in the building tonight?
I believe so. I haven't checked in to make sure that they're going to make it. I know them extremely well, too, actually. I used to see them around all the time from the day he signed. One thing I know about the Wisenhunts is they're going to be here if they can. So his dad works overseas a lot, so I'm hoping we can get him in here. But I expect him to be in the building.
Where's he from? Where are they from?
They're from North Carolina, but his dad travels a lot for work. Yeah.
I love that you know, like, all the way down to what people are doing for a living. Like, do we know aunts and uncles, too? What else do you know, Kyle?
I don't go quite that deep unless they're heavily involved. But, yeah, Carson, I'm a little closer with his family than maybe some others. But we try our best to meet the families and let them know that we're going to take good care of their guys. I mean, especially the ones that sign out of high school. Carson signed out of college, so it's a little different. But, someone signs out of high school, you kind of, the parents are kind of handing them off to you a little bit. So you want to make sure that they feel supported.
Kyle, I don't want to make it all about tonight or even all about the next few months, but how bullish would you describe yourself on Carson Wisenhunt's future as a big leaguer?
Well, I think Carson, the one thing is it's a pretty high floor. I mean, he's left-handed. He throws a lot of strikes. He's got 3 to 4 weapons. If you squint hard enough, you can maybe dream that he could turn into a Cole Hamels or a Johan Santana with a changeup if you squint hard enough. But that would probably be by far the best case scenario. But the good thing is, like, if you're left-handed, you got multiple pitches for strikes. He's a strong kid. He has a chance to pitch for a long time. At least at the back of a rotation. So, their ceilings, though. The ceiling for him really isn't limited, just because we've seen lefties. We've seen Chris Bubik comes to mind, a local kid who pitched for the Royals against us at Oracle, a month or two ago. It's very similar to that.
How does it happen where you find a player like this? In other words, what's the process for you in discovering Carson Wisenhunt and deciding to use draft capital on him? What's the backstory for how you guys went about finding Carson out of East Carolina?
Yeah, Michael Holmes and his group, they've known Carson for a long time. Our amateur scouting director, Michael Holmes, and I remember that spring, Holmes, he kept talking all the time, Carson Wisenhunt, and I didn't even know him. I'd never heard of him, and then this name stuck with me for some reason. It's one of those that just sticks out, and then the draft comes around, we talk about him, and the one thing that I remember is we even talked about picking him with our first pick that year. That's how much we liked him, and then he fell to our second pick, and we were able to get him there significantly over slot signing. But I really wasn't familiar with him until the day he showed up, and I sit him down and we signed the contract because Holmes and his group, they did phenomenal work on this one.
Kyle Haynes is with us, the Senior Director of Player Development for the Giants on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Kyle, how do you handle a situation like Hayden Birdsong, and what is your initial reaction to what has happened?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really close with him. We actually went to the same college and everything, so I have to lean on the personal side and just say, hey, man, let's take it through. What do you got for us? And try to connect. And, he's really good. I mean, everybody's seen him when he's at his best. He's as good as maybe anybody in the National League. It stretches. So it was unfortunate to see him, the inconsistencies pop up the way it did. And the good news is I thought he looked much better. Was that yesterday? I'm losing track of the days in Sacramento and his start. And we're going to keep working with him. But, one thing I think we're going to work more on is he's always pitched only out of the stretch for majority of his college and minor league career, and he started throwing out of the windup more, and maybe that threw him out of sequence a little bit. And he went back to the stretch only yesterday, and he seems much more comfortable and simpler in his delivery, where maybe he can make a little better adjustments.
Everyone talks about Bryce Eldridge, and I know he had the injury and missed a little bit of time, but just checking the numbers, he had 4 home runs in his last 6 games. How much do you keep an eye on that, and how much is he pressing to maybe get a crack at the major league club this year?
Well, he's definitely had some learning curves. I mean, the lower levels, there's a lot more fastball-heavy approaches. Most kids get signed for their fastballs, and then the upper levels are very heavy off-speed approaches. And his adjustments to AAA was those AAA guys were not going to throw him a fastball because they were just going to junk ball the daylights out of him. And the big leagues is a combination of all of it. And I think the refreshing part from the development mind is that he's making adjustments, live in the season as he moves levels and faces more advanced players, different styles. And, now he's those homers mostly are on off-speed pitches. So I think just the league adjusted to him really quick in AAA, and that's what AAA does. That's what the big leagues is going to do. The refreshing part is that he adjusted to the league, and now we're starting to see him get hot. And he's also healthy, so we need to keep him on the field so when he gets his timing down and everything, he's not having to, rehab a hamstring strain or a sore wrist or something.
Well, I think whenever we talk about him, Kyle, it automatically, and for good reason, it goes to offense. But what about defense? What kind of a project is first base for him, and do you see that as his future?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a lot better. It seems like every 2-3 weeks, even when I'm not personally there, I'll get videos. Ron Wotus was just there with him with JT Snow, and they had a lot of positives that were moving in the right direction there. I think sometimes, unfortunately, no player seems like they ever get to the big leagues where the offense is ready, the defense is ready, the base running's ready. It's always one of them tends to push the other one. And, we're just trying to make sure that, he's given the opportunity to develop his pace through the minors, because his bat, to your point, I think his bat's pushed him so fast through the minors that, one day his bat's probably going to be big league ready, and his glove is going to need to be big league ready or as close as possible. But his offense has been so good that it's sped up the defensive expectations and timeline.
You're probably aware of, if not a believer in, the farm rankings that all these various sites and outlets put out. But I just want to ask you what you think of the status of the farm right now, as far as not only players coming up next year, but the year after, and maybe a couple of years down the road.
Yeah, I'll say this: the farm rankings. I haven't put too much stock in it. I remember Jack Hyatt a long time ago, 20 years ago, told me, he's like, I don't put much stock in it. I kind of brushed it off, but now I know what he's saying. Is I remember when I first started, I kept telling everybody that would listen that Logan Webb was a top 100 prospect, or I keep naming names. I mean, I'd mention all these guys, and they would the prospect people would just push me away. And now Webby's finished second to Cy Young one year. He's pitched an All-Star game. We've had Elliot Ramos in All-Star games, and these guys weren't guys that were celebrated and including in those rankings. So personally, I kind of like the underdog element of our farm system, that the guys have a little chip on their shoulder and ready to prove them all wrong. And I'd much rather have it that way. I'd much rather, under promise and then over deliver. Is we haven't had the the MVP or candidate, but we've had a lot of guys come through the system that are on the roster or contributed in some shape or form, and we love the underdog status from our minor leaguers. Ryan Walker, 31st round pick, Tyler Rogers, you keep naming it. All these guys that are in the pen, Randy Rodriguez, Elliot Ramos, Doval, they all played in the All-Star game with Webby, and that's just maybe our MO is we're maybe ranked lower than some of the other big market teams, but we tend to still produce. And the overall state of the system now, we're a little thin. Don't get me wrong, but I think we can find some good underdogs in there to help emerge.
I think that's a fair answer. I will say, though, one thing that has to be uncomfortable for everybody is to look at a top 30 prospect list right now and not even see Marco Luciano on it at all, considering where he was just a few years ago. Kyle, how would you put into words both what happened and what plan still remains?
Yeah, I think the back injuries really set him back a lot more than all of us realize, including myself. I think we are seeing a healthy version of him. I just think the defense, I thought we were always going to have the option to move to second base or left field. And, the shortstop, I don't think anyone ever really planned on that being a long-term solution, and that's what ended up happening. And we're just trying to be average defensively somewhere. He's still a massive threat in the batter's box, and I think the platoon bat is not a great thought, but it kind of, I don't want to say I'm not going to exactly predict this future, but it does remind me a little bit of Elliot Ramos's learning curve a little bit, where he had a bad year in AAA just 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And and then was able to to learn, and I'm still hoping for something like that from a bounce back from him. But yeah, it's not been ideal. I mean, I still think that he had multiple stress reactions in his back, and I think anybody that's had back issues know that those aren't just healed and go away. You still have to manage those day to day, and I think that those had effect, but hopefully we're getting past those.
Fair on that. So, Kyle, before you go, those are all the names that everybody sort of knows about. Who are you really excited about that Giants fans don't even know about yet?
Well, I think we got a lot of really good diehard fans who know the names as good as anyone. I'll say that. But I still stare at Bo Davidson's name. I mean, this guy was a non-drafted player. Wasn't even picked. We signed him after the draft. And what he's done in high A and now double A Richmond, this is a true 5-tool player, left-handed hitter, and he's definitely not short on athleticism. And when he steps on the field and plays, he can beat a team many, many ways. And it's been a while since maybe we said that about a player. Usually we're saying, well, the defense is behind, or if he can limit swing and miss or whatever it might be. This player doesn't swing and miss. He's got power. He's got speed. He's playing plus center field, left-handed hitter. I mean, he's got a chance to be as well-rounded as a player we've had in a long time.
Love that. That's not a name that I think a lot of people know a lot about. Hey, Kyle, great stuff. That was really interesting. Thank you so much for doing it.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, Kyle Haynes, the Senior Director of Player Development, the guy he just mentioned there. Bo Davidson is their number 5 prospect right now, and he is in Double-A Richmond, 23 years old. Left-handed hitter, but I love listening to 5-tool player.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even know when the last time the Giants sent up a 5-tool type player from their farm system.
Trying to think about who would be the closest to that right now, and you would maybe go to Elliot Ramos, but one of the tools is base running, and so.
Defense.
You take away 2 tools right away, we're down to 3 tools. And
what are the 5 tools?
It's hitting,
know what they actually are.
Hitting for power.
Yeah.
There's hitting and hitting for power.
Right, so that's 2. It's two different hitting ones.
Then it's fielding.
And the arm.
And then the arm, and then it's running.
Just your running.
Yeah. I think those are the 5 tools.
But you have to run the right direction.
And you have to run at the right time, right?
Like if the ball is to the left of you and you run to the right, that's not productive.
If there's a dribbler to third and you're on second and the third baseman is kind of chilling by the base, you don't run. That takes away a tool.
Like if I'm Willie Adames and Elliot Ramos is about to throw the ball to me, I would run.
Right.
Like run the other way and hope that it would be a completed pass.
Catching over the shoulder,
right.
Like not a back shoulder, but a front shoulder sort of throw. And, you think about Rafi Devers, and right now he doesn't possess all 5 tools. Fielding and running, those are going to be no's from me, dog.
Right.
So I don't know who would be the closest to a 5-tool guy. Maybe Jung-Hoo Lee, but he doesn't really have consistent power, even though he uppercuts at everything.
Is Matt Chapman a 5-tool player?
That might be the closest one.
You know what I mean?
He can run a little bit too.
Yeah, I mean, I like he hits for power. I think the just regular hitting is just kind of like so-so. But the OPS is up over 800 after last night. So he hits for power. He's obviously got an unbelievable glove, unbelievable arm, and he is a plus runner. I give Matt Chapman 5 tools.
Give him the nod.
Yeah.
Bo Davidson with an OPS of 919.
Okay, Bo.
That was in High A this year.
Yep.
He's only been up in Double A for 6 games, but his Eugene, his High A stats, he had 10 homers. He drove in 56 in 72 games, so he was very productive there.
Exciting.
Yeah.
It's exciting. Did you catch what he said about Did you see what he said about Luciano's defense?
Yeah.
There were 2 things that jumped on me. Okay, 2 things. First off, Kyle Haynes was like, dude, he's never going to be the shortstop. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Like, yeah. I was standing right next to Farhan when he was like, so next year, like, we're not going to do Brandon Crawford anymore because we're going to give Marco Luciano the runway to be the shortstop. And here's their director of player development be like, wow, I mean, that was never going to, like that maybe for a minute.
Right.
But you weren't going to do that for a long time. And then he finished the comment by saying, now what we're trying to do is be average defensively somewhere. That was the statement about
Marco. Yeah.
Just be average defensively somewhere. We don't really care where.
Yeah.
Just somewhere.
And it won't be shortstop.
No.
But if you look at his career log of minor league games, he's played 347 games at shortstop.
Right.
So
That's
they've tried.
where he played.
Right. And now it's left field DH, second base. He played first for a game. And
well, the Giants will give a first base mitt to almost anybody.
Yeah, and
they're just like, how about you?
Didn't make an error in that one game at first.
Good for him.
So there you go.
Yeah.
But 39 games at second, 75 now in left. So feels like just another corner outfielder who is probably a below average defender.
I mean, he mentioned the idea of being a platoon bat. He said that. You know, maybe Marco Luciano. Is like a Wilmer Flores type player someday.
Yeah.
Is what they're now. I mean, it's
that's
tough,
kind of what
dude.
Luis Matos is, right?
Yeah, but he's not very good at it.
Well, would Luciano be as good, if not like...
I don't know. I mean, he's a more powerful bat. I don't know if he's a better bat. You know what I mean? But this is, to me, when we talk about, and this works both ways on trade deadline week. Like, this guy was not just the Giants' top prospect. This was one of the top 10 prospects in baseball. He is now not on the Giants' top 30 list. Now, maybe that's because he's ineligible because he's spent enough time in the bigs. I don't know how those rules work, but he is not on the list at all. So that's a cautionary tale, both from the idea of who you might be giving up in a trade and from the standpoint of who you might be receiving. So all of this like, oh, replenish the farm system. Well, I mean, unless you're getting somebody's absolute 100% blue chipper, I don't know, man. I'm just not all that interested. I'm not all that interested in using this week to replenish the farm system.
Right.
With what?
I mean, with who?
Names?
Right. I mean, hopefully players who can come up and be a part of a team next year, if that's what you're looking for. But, you know, Kyle was basically saying what I was hoping that he would say about those rankings. You know, what do you think about these rankings, Kyle? Because they don't have you ranked very high.
Like they're a bunch of Casey Bullshmidt is what they are.
Pretty much.
That's what he said.
And then
it's
he threw out,
Lucas.
He threw out names of players who, you know, had actually not been highly touted, like Logan Webb. Turns out he's pretty good little player.
Right.
And he was never a top 100. So it is, a lot of it is hooey. But when you look at what the Giants have in the farm and what has come up, it hasn't been great. And the move has been made. It's Carson Ragsdale who has been DFA'd.
Oh.
So the dream of 3 Carsons on the Giants.
Too many Carsons.
Yeah, so one of them had to go.
Okay, so that's
Carson Ragsdale has been designated for assignment.
That's to open up a 40-man spot for Carson Whisenhunt. So,
and that was from Alex Pavlovich.
Okay.
I saw that on Twitter. So the move has been made.
You look at the roster right now, and so you could do this. You could go the farm system. And okay, but what I would rather do is go to the roster and look at how many players are homegrown.
Yep.
And then what do you think of those players, right? So, yeah, Logan Webb. And then, he mentioned Ryan Walker. I don't know if it's the best time to mention that. Ryan hasn't been great this year, but Rodriguez, fantastic. Rogers is one of the great success stories in Major League Baseball. Doval, again, I know there are a lot of different thoughts about Patrick Bailey and whatnot, and Casey Schmidt has taken over at second base, at least for the moment, and then there's Ramos and whatnot. So, I mean, yeah, okay, not a great farm system right now, but it's feeding players. You don't like some of them, but it is feeding players.
It is. It's not completely bereft of guys who've come up and actually been productive major leaguers, and yet you're 2 games above 500. And if you go back post 2021, you're almost absolutely dead flat at 500 ball.
Yeah.
For almost 4 straight years.
Which is
tough to do.
Super annoying.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. All right, 888-957-9570. I know some of you want to weigh in on farm system stuff after Kyle Haynes. We will come directly to your calls coming up next. And also, like with all the talk about defense and the trade deadline, I still think we haven't gotten to the thing that ills the Giants the most right now. We'll do that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water, northbound 101, backed up from before Cesar Chavez.
How much of this move tonight is merit, and how much of it is need based on what's happened with Birdsong and Roop's injury?
I'd say it's both.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Listen,
it was a great question.
It really was. And he clearly felt it was. And then Kyle Haynes did the same thing that Elliot Ramos does. He committed an error. You can't.
He went halfway on a fly ball.
I don't know if y'all know this. On Willard and Dibs, that's the worst thing that you can do. The most famous one we have came from Mark Schlereth. You cannot start with the full intent
that's a
great question, and then just completely changing your sentence in the middle of it. And I'm with you. I believe that that's what Kyle Haynes was about to say.
And he should have, because...
It was.
Thank you. It was a great question.
It was a good question.
And actually, when you texted the group earlier that we were going to have him on, that was the first thing I thought of, is it need? Is it merit? And I probably could have asked it more directly, but, is it something where, he's ready to come up. He's pitching great. Or, God, we're desperate. And he said, well, and that's, it's probably both. Come on, Kyle.
I mean, I thought Kyle Haynes had some honesty to him. There's little things in there because you just never know. You never know what somebody within an organization is going to be willing to say. It was a funny moment that, again, our audience can't see, but Lucas is sitting in there because Lucas is just like us. He's a huge Giants fan.
Yep.
And he's sitting in there, and Kyle's talking about Wisenhunt tonight, and we're trying to dig. We're like, is this guy is he going to be awesome? Is he going to be super awesome? Do you see him in 3 years being like that dude? And he was kind of like, the floor is high. In other words, I definitely think he's a big leaguer, but he might just be someone's fourth starter, and his fastball command is going to kind of be the thing. Now, he goes, if it goes really well, he goes, if you squint.
I love it.
If you squint, you could see, and that was like when time started to go real slow for us. Because that's when you lean into the radio and you're like, what's he about to say? If you squint, you could see, and he goes, Cole Hamels. And then Lucas goes, I wanted Mad Bum.
Oh.
And I'm like, and then he goes, or Johan Santana. And Lucas is like, my God. And I'm like, those are great pitchers.
They're great pitchers.
Cole Hamels and Johan Santana are really good left-handed pitchers. But Lucas wanted it to be Mad Bum because he was a Giant and he's from the same area of the country as Carson Wisenhunt.
And I love the idea of if you squint, and it made me think of two words. Beer goggles. Beer goggles, because that's basically what you're doing when you got the goggles on. You're basically squinting, and you're half in the bag, and you look across the bar, and you're like, yeah.
Look, this is kind of like
squinting.
It's like being at an all-inclusive in Jamaica. I'm going to separate my lovely wife from this conversation because I think she is absolutely gorgeous.
Is she all right?
It's one of the reasons it's one of the many reasons that I married her. But if you go to an all-inclusive in Jamaica, if you squint, you might find some good-looking people. If you squint, most of the people are just sunburned. That's what you can normally see. Most of the people are middle-aged, and they are the wrong color. They have been out in the sun for too long, and they got drunk, and then they either fell asleep and they forgot, they forgot the can of whatever that you're supposed to spray on your body to protect yourself. So if you squint.
Yeah, and if you want to play the squint with Carson Wisenhunt and you want to squint about Johan Santana, two-time Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah, dude, he was great
and,
pitcher.
I'm looking at 4 All-Stars, and he was top 15 in the MVP race 3 times.
Dude.
So if you want to go ahead and Wisenhunt me into Squint and Johan Santana,
I'm in. Yeah.
You're taking it.
I'm in.
You're taking it right now.
By the way, speaking of things that we see if we squint, I just saw something for the first time. There's a new addition here at the office since I was last here that I would like to discuss briefly with everybody in the room, but I'm going to hold it because I don't want to make Mark in San Francisco wait through that conversation. Let's go to the phones on the Giants farm system here on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. It's Mark in San Francisco, which is where I am right now as well. But this is a different Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, Willard Dibs? Listen, I've been frustrated with the Giants farm system since this guy named George Foster. Remember him? I don't know if you remember him.
Oh yeah. Yes,
okay.
you're talking to two people who've been around long enough. Right? Yes.
Yeah. And still, I'm just baffled. Why don't they just take a page from the Dodgers or even the Padres from like a year or two ago and let those young players play? Let them play, and if they can play, they will win, right? How many 5-tool players are in the major leagues now? I don't even know. I mean, they don't really talk much about 5-tool players. But if you can hit and if you can catch, that's good enough for you to play at least, right? If you can throw, then that's another benefit. But all this 5-tool stuff and let's wait and see and let them develop, man, they can develop in the major leagues if they give them an opportunity to play. I remember Gary Matthews, and Gary Maddox, right? And what happened? They got rid of both of them. Didn't even give them a chance to develop here. And then when they were great, when they were all-stars, they were representing Chicago and Philadelphia.
Okay, but Mark, hang on a sec. You can't tell me you're frustrated with the farm system since basically, like, for people who don't even know the names you're talking about, like, you are going back to the 70s and very, very early 80s. And you can't be frustrated with the farm system that entire time. Like, you were here in 2010, right? Like, the farm system spit out Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, Madison Bumgarner, and Buster Posey. Were you mad?
And Pablo, too. Yeah.
Were you mad at that time?
No, I was proud.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I cried when they won the World Series, right? However, what are they doing now? We almost missed out on Heliot Ramos because he was hurt. The guy who was playing before him was hurt. They almost left. They almost didn't even bring him up, right? The guy Matos, give him a chance to play, or whoever they're going to play. Let the boy from Eldridge, let him play. Let him play. Let him play with.
Mark, he's 20. Like, he's 20. Like, they're, you know what I mean? Like, you got it. Like, they're going to. I don't think that, like, there's going to be plenty of a ramp up and an avenue for Bryce Eldridge.
Because I remember I played, right, and I played college baseball too, right? I remember when you're 20, 21, these guys, they can hit. They can hit. And then the Dodgers bring up 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds. These guys can play if they give them an opportunity to develop with Devers and with the third baseman. Like, I was at the game yesterday, man. I was there. And Chapman, he just knocked the ball out of the park like it's nothing. But then they have no support. The shortstop, who's the shortstop? I'm so nervous I can't even remember the shortstop.
Willie Adames. Willie Adames.
This man go in the background. He was there. He was upset too, right? So, I mean, we got players. We just let them play.
Is that Mark? Did you say that that's a dog in the background, or is that your friend?
No, that's a dog.
Oh, that's your dog, Mango.
Yeah, Mango. He's a red-nosed pit bull and boxer.
Yeah, he's not happy about the farm system, is he?
Is he a prospect, or has he been around for a minute?
He's only 2.
Okay.
So he gets upset when the Giants lose. But you guys are doing a great job, man.
All right.
If they would just let the players play and give them an opportunity and not trade them or not send them up and down on that roller coaster, they would. I guarantee they'd be players.
Well, Mark, they're bringing up one of their kids to pitch tonight, right. So you should be excited about this.
I am. I'm going to watch too. And hopefully he does well. And if he doesn't do well, they don't send him back down right and mess his mind up.
I don't think they will.
All messed up, frustrated.
They've got no options. Yeah.
All right. Happy birthday to Mango.
Yeah, high for us.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah. George Foster was traded by the Giants in 1971.
Right.
And honestly,
Big Red Machine.
Well, and I'm old enough to have been alive at that time, but I never realized he was a Giant.
You didn't?
I just remember him as a Reds.
I know. I
don't
knew
remember him.
And I was not alive when they got rid of him.
Right.
But I was a baseball card aficionado in the early 80s, and George Foster, that was one of the ones you wanted. And that was one of those back of the baseball card moments because these guys are heroes when you're like 9 and 10 years old. And or actually, I guess in 81 or whatever, when I started, I was 6 years old when I started. And you turn the baseball card over and you're like, get the heck out of here.
Totally.
That guy used to be on the Giants?
I had no idea.
Why is he not still on the Giants? He's really good.
Because they had a chance to get Frank Duffy and Vern Geichert.
Well, if you can get somebody named Vern, you do it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good Major League players named Vern.
George Foster for Duffy and Geichert. It's a Farhan special.
George Foster for Vern? We gave up George Foster for Vern?
Yeah. You got Vern Geichert.
I mean, if it were Vern Glenn, I'd have been in.
No doubt.
But it was not Vern Glenn. It was Vern Geichert.
Mr. Involvement. Yep. So that's what he went by. You know, back in the day when he would go out there and do all the things.
Do all the stuff. Yeah, I know.
Vern Geichert would go 1-1 as a major league pitcher. All for the California Angels.
Dude,
hello, friends.
That's a bad trade.
Yeah, you
That's
think?
a really bad trade. Jeez.
Yeah.
Who the hell pulled that off?
I don't know.
You said that was in 71?
1971.
Lucas, be honest. When he said George Foster, do you even have any idea who that is?
The guy with the grill?
That's George Foreman. That's not George Foster.
That was accidental comedy. That was really funny on accident.
Ken, why did you do you know who George Foster is?
Yeah, he used to be a New York Met.
Yeah, that's true.
Ken is sneaky old.
I know.
No, like,
well, that's not a.
I keep hearing that, by the way.
It's not a young beard, Ken. That's a beard that, like, you know what I mean? That's like Bryce Eldridge, kind of every man Jack type of a beard.
Yeah, it's been around the block.
It's been around. Yeah. Did you enjoy the Mets sweep over the weekend, Ken?
I did.
Or were you not a Mets fan this weekend?
On Sunday, I was not a Mets fan.
Okay.
I was working, so I had to put my
working for the station.
All right. Speaking of the station, this is completely random, but I was struck by it.
Oh boy,
I've never seen anything like this before. Lucas, do you know what I'm about to say? When I said
100%.
You do. Okay.
Yeah.
Lucas is thinking through the process. He knows what I just did during the last commercial break.
Oh, yeah. I know where you went.
This is new. Yeah.
No, it's brand new, and it was necessary.
It's maybe it was necessary, but it's unsettling. It's not what I want to see when I'm using the facility.
You need to yuck in.
Well, I usually do. I don't think that sign or signs, I don't think they're for me.
You don't think it's aimed at you?
I do not, but I've never seen it phrased that way, and I wonder who... Because, like, y'all don't even... I wonder how many people would know this.
What sign are you talking about?
There are multiple signs in the restroom now.
Yep.
I'm sorry. In the men's room.
Wow.
I haven't been in the women's room, but I'm going to take a leap and say that these signs are not in the women's room.
Oh, they'd better be.
But they're not.
Otherwise, we're dealing with gender inequity.
And what do those signs say?
The signs say, please aim carefully. And then I didn't take a picture of it, so the paraphrase is something along the lines of, let's keep the floors clean
and dry
so that everybody can remain comfortable.
Exactly.
Or something along those lines.
Right.
And there is one posted over each urinal and toilet in the men's room. So it's in there like 4 times.
That's 3. Yeah.
Okay, is it 3?
Yeah.
It's in there 3 times so that when you go to wash your hands, the mirror shows all 3 of them, and they're bright orange.
Yeah.
Right? Because they do not want you to miss them. And I don't know if I've ever been told when going to the restroom to please aim carefully. Because, again, like Steve Kerr, I do.
Right.
I do. But as you know, sometimes that is a more difficult execution than others.
Can be based on pressure and angle and splashback and other various factors. But the thing about signs like that is they go up because of a need. It's necessary. Like if you go into a restaurant and there's a sign in the bathroom that you use that says, please only flush toilet paper in our toilets. It's because people are putting in like cell phones and paper towels and like wadded up napkins and like socks and
apparently people flush things.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so those signs go up because of a need. It's obvious that something happens where they're like, you know what? We're fed up. Jim, make a sign. Let's put this sign up.
Well, but I tell you, there's 2 pieces of that made this very uncomfortable, and one of them is that I did not notice that there was a problem. But that's kind of the way I roll. Like I'm not the most observant human being that lives out there. Like there'll be stuff that get by me. Christy will drive by me in town and she will wave, and then there's another wave, and then there's a text that comes 6 minutes later. It's like, hey, dummy, I was next to you on the road. And I'm like, well, I was yacked in.
Right.
So I didn't see you. And apparently this goes to that as well. I did not know that. Dude, are people... Has that been happening a lot?
Apparently. And, I think about it in terms of, like, free throw shooting. And the Warriors this year, they had a real hard time shooting free throws.
They did early on.
I think they were dead last at one point. And so I don't know if Steve Kerr had to put up a sign in the locker room, hey, guys, do me a favor, aim a little better so we can make more free throws. But listen, he probably should have put up a sign.
This conversation is going somewhere that I did not know that it was going to go. No joke here. Now I am actively interested to know if those signs are also in the ladies' room. And I know that this is San Francisco, and I know that this is corporate environment.
Yeah.
But I'm going to think outside the box here for a second.
Don't do it.
No, I'm going to be annoyed if they're in there. I'm going to be annoyed.
If they are in there?
Yes.
Oh, I'll be annoyed if they're not in there.
No, they should not be in there. That's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Okay.
It's not. If you're going to use the word aim, that is aimed at us. That's a man thing. Like, I don't even think...
I'm just going to say this from a cisgender standpoint. You don't know? Like...
Yes, I do.
Dude, I am currently living with a 2-year and 11-month-old, and I'm thinking about taking that sign home with me.
Well, that's fine. Those are kids. We don't have any of those working here.
She's a toddler.
Yeah, we don't have any. We don't have any 3-year-olds working here, 2-year-olds, or whatever's going. Is she 3 yet? She's 3 pretty soon.
Next month.
Okay. Yeah. We don't have any of those here. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope that Odyssey. I love you, Odyssey. And in fact, our number one, like our boss here at Odyssey San Francisco, is a woman.
Yep.
And I hope that everybody had the courage to only put those signs in the men's room. Please aim carefully.
I will ask the person who put the signs up, somebody who...
Oh, you know? Why do you always know this stuff? People don't know this about you. You should tell the audience. Like, you know the 18th employee who is at a different radio station, who's not even on this floor, who is on a leave of absence, and you'll know why, and you'll know who, and know their kids' names and their brother and their sister. And you probably went to school with them. I'm like, I've never even met that person.
Yeah.
How do you know who did it?
5 degrees of Dan Dibley. It's because I've worked in this market for almost 30 years, and I am a people person. As much as I come across at times as grumpy and curmudgeonly, I enjoy talking to and meeting with our coworkers. And so when this sign got put up, I know the person who put up the sign, and I was encouraging him to do exactly what he did, because obviously aiming is an issue. And he just walked by, actually, the guy who did the sign. There he goes.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And he's yacked in.
Yeah, but he was told to do it.
I don't know.
It was not his idea.
All it takes is for one errant effort to culminate with one higher up who has to sit down, and maybe they get their shoes wet, and then it's like, hey, we need to get everybody to lock in a little bit here.
I know some of you are thinking, why are you having this conversation? And how long are you going to have this conversation?
A couple more minutes.
But this is the reason. The reason that sometimes we or I decide to bring this to the audience is because I do think that other things that do become more relevant do come from this. I think like this is a little bit of an audience participation thing. I'm very intrigued right now by the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and there are a number of things coming in that I think are worth discussing. First of all, 510 Willard, you are trending on thin ice. Yeah, so listen to me. Like I've almost been here for 4 years, and I'm just feeling confident, and it's okay. So don't worry about that. Number two, 510 Willard must forget he works in San Francisco. There's no such thing as a women's restroom. No, but there is here. There is. We have a men's room and we have a women's room. And then The last one, 650. What was the motto of this station before I went on vacation? I know without a shadow of a doubt you'll be able to finish this sentence. All roads lead to
Kuminga.
Okay. 650. Speaking of aiming and missing, I had a revelation.
Oh, boy.
Jonathan Kuminga is the second coming of Kelly Oubre II, making him Kuminga Oubre III. I just wanted to read that. I just wanted to read that. That's all.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, all roads really do lead to Kuminga.
Right.
And please aim carefully is going to be, if he's on the team, that is going to be my phrase for Jonathan Kuminga when he lines up to shoot a basketball next year.
Yeah.
Especially from three-point range and the free throw line. Jonathan, please aim carefully.
If all of us here at Odyssey San Francisco had the shooting percentage of Steph Curry, there's no need for that sign in the bathroom.
Fair point.
But unfortunately,
Apparently
some among us have aim issues.
All right.
There you go. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you.
Lots changed.
A lot.
Yep.
Neon signs. Damn. What the hell were we all doing while I was gone?
Missing.
Missing me? Thank you. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Okay. Coming up next. I don't even think we've gotten to this yet. Did y'all hear what Jung-Hoo Lee said through an interpreter after Saturday night's game? I think it might be one of the most relevant things that I've heard a Giant say all year long. We'll tell you why coming up next. 888-957-9570. Remember, always please aim carefully. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so I was actually sitting on the tarmac in Dallas, Texas. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night.
All right.
I don't want to go through the whole planes, trains, automobile story. It's a long story. It was difficult, but my gosh,
Right.
we're coming back from Jamaica, so I'm not going to get upset about it.
Can I just give you 8 seconds on my take on all this? The idea of flying is a miracle. Like the idea that you can put on a seatbelt, sit in a seat in a metal object and go 34,000 feet in the air and take a nap and wake up miles and miles and miles away?
In a different country, right.
A miracle.
It's a miracle. Do you know that Louis C.K. did an entire bit years ago on this idea that you're talking about?
Right.
And it actually takes, the whole bit starts on an airplane where he's sitting next to a guy who tries to fire up his Wi-Fi at 10,000 feet. And when it doesn't work, he's like, well, this thing's a piece of crap.
Right, throw a tantrum.
And he's like, do you realize that you're on a bird right now? It's very, very funny.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, all kinds of issues and delays, and apparently people who fill planes with fuel who didn't show up and whatever. The point is, we ended up on a plane, stuck on a tarmac, right as a Giants game was starting. And that worked out well because we hadn't left yet, and so I could just plop my phone in that little thing that flips down now right above your right above the tray, and I stuck the phone in there, and I watched the Giants game, and it made time go by. And they were actually doing pretty well for a period of time until they weren't. But I happened to be watching when a scoreless tie was broken in the what inning were they in when the Giants got that RBI ground out from Jung-Hoo Lee? Was it 4th, 5th inning? Something like that on Saturday night, okay, when the Giants scored their lone run of the game. Okay. So I was watching, and I'm listening to Kruk and Kipe, and Jung-Hoo Lee comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out in a scoreless tie. And the first pitch, he squares to bunt. And he glances it off his bat, and it goes foul. And I don't even think Kipe was able to make words. He just didn't say anything. And Kruk gives kind of like one of those, right? And then I think Kruko said something along the lines of, I got nothing for you on that. I don't know why you would do that. And Andy Baggerly wrote a piece on The Athletic that actually talks about, and he goes through the numbers, the history of the last handful of years of baseball of how many times somebody has attempted a bunt with the bases loaded. Like, why the hell, essentially, would you ever do that? It's almost never, ever, ever done. Okay? So, Jung-Hoo Lee does it. It doesn't work. Later in the at-bat, slow grounder to second base, slow enough that they can't turn to. Giants score a run. They're up 1-0 until they end up losing the game 2-1. But Jung-Hoo Lee is asked about it after the game. Why did you do that? And through a translator, the first sentence out of his mouth was, quote, a ground ball can make it into a double play. That was his response. And I thought to myself, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the one glaring problem for the San Francisco Giants. If you want to know why this is so frustrating, so hard, and not going so well, you can come up with, there have been runners in scoring position, endeavors at first base, and and the injuries, and Bob Melvin, he doesn't know. You do anything you want. I would trump all of those comments with this. They don't believe in themselves. And I don't really want to hear them say otherwise. Because I know that every single one of them would be like, well, no, yeah, of course we do. But no, you don't. No, you don't. And we've brought this up, Dibs, have we not, before? Have we not watched Matt Williams send people that they know are going to get thrown out? Have we not watched Bob Melvin with runners ducks on the pond and less than 2 outs, send people in Detroit to the plate to try to bunt. Let's do a safety squeeze. The Giants are begging so hard to push 1 run across the plate in the 4th inning of a tie game. That's all I need to see. They do not believe that they're going to get a hit. And I know that you may say, well, they're right most of the time.
Yeah, and he's also right about a ground ball could be a double play.
It could be.
A double play. And in this case, it wasn't.
It wasn't. But my thing is this becomes very chicken or the egg conversation. What comes first? Do the hits lead to the belief, or do the belief lead to the hits? Because I very much am a believer. There's that word again. I'm a believer that no matter what the hell you're doing in life, if you don't believe it, if you don't see the vision, if you don't have faith in whatever the hell you're about to go do, well, then it's not going to happen. You can't trip and fall your way into being good. So here we've got a bunch of highly paid San Francisco Giants offensive players. And for lack of a better way to say it, I kind of think that right now they think they suck. That's what I think about the Giants.
Well, not all of them, but the majority of them. Like Matt Chapman right now is probably not thinking, oh, boy, I suck. 2 home runs in a game. He's hitting it great. Adames has been hitting great, but
not with our ISP.
No one is.
Right.
I mean, that's
those guys came up at the end of the game,
right,
and they couldn't get a bat on the ball with everybody on the bases.
Yeah, against a very nasty closer.
Yes.
Not to make excuses, because there are people who have been able to get hits off Diaz and the rest of it. But yeah, right now I don't know if it's a collective lack of confidence or if it's just that self-fulfilling prophecy of you're not getting hits with runners in scoring position, and so nobody's feeling confident, and it doesn't happen again, and so it starts to pile up on itself, and it becomes more of a thing than it really is. I don't know. But it's clearly a problem.
Right. And to me, that has to be a shining sign of why they keep striking out when there are runners in scoring position. Because even Matt Chapman, you're right, he hit 2 home runs last night. But what did he do in his final 2 at-bats, both of which came with runners in scoring position? Strikeout, strikeout. Those were his last 2 at-bats. So what's going on? Why do these good hitters, in some cases who are even hot, they're hot, but how are they when there's a runner at second? They're not hot anymore. Like what are the numbers for Chapman and Adames with runners in scoring position over the last 3 weeks? I know they're hitting the ball well, but are they doing it with runners in scoring position? Well, they went 0 for the whole series. So I don't care what their name is, they didn't get a hit with runners in scoring position. That's a moment where you're going to get somebody's best pitches, and you have to have a presence at the plate and feel very confident and believe in yourself. But I think right now the Giants are suffering from a horrible snowball effect, which is when runners get on base, it's almost like they're looking at each other going, well, how the hell are we going to screw this one up? And then they do it.
Yeah. It's because they don't have confidence, and even the guys who are the good hitters, they don't have the confidence right now. And then the problem, I think, is when you get to the bottom of the order, you've got too many automatic outs. And so those guys aren't going to be as likely to come through in the clutch. But it's the big boppers. It's Chapman, Adames, and Devers. Those are the guys you're really looking to. And yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee trying to put down a bunt with the bases loaded and 1 person out, that's crazy. Unless you're going to go safety squeeze or, suicide squeeze, which you don't normally do with the bases loaded anyway. But that was clearly not a called bunt attempt, and he's just trying to get a bunt down to avoid hitting into a double play.
I mean, literally, what you're saying is I don't even like my chances to hit a fly ball. Right. You're not even saying, I'm not going to get a hit. You're like, I don't even think I can elevate the ball. And he is rolling over a lot of balls. He's hitting a lot of ground balls to the right side of the infield. And so his confidence is shot on his ability to either go the other way or elevate the ball, because that's going to be an automatic, at minimum, 1 run. But why not try? Because who knows, maybe you're going to find a gap out there like he did later in the game when he whacked one off the wall 400 million feet out there into the alleyway. If you do that in that previous at-bat, you win the game.
Yep.
You win the game, but you're completely taking out of your hands the ability to have a big inning or change the baseball game, because what happens if you lay that bunt down? Let's say it goes perfectly, because here was his full quote. Quote, a ground ball can make it into a double play. So what I was thinking is maybe do a sudden bunt like that. Also, if you saw Pete Alonso, he was back at first base. So maybe I could have gone for that chance, but I made a foul ball. That's the exact quote from Jung-Hoo Lee through an interpreter. But what happens with Pete Alonso back? If you lay down a perfect drag bunt to first base, what do you get?
The base hit.
You get bases loaded and 1 out again and a 1-0 lead. Not a game changer.
Totally.
Not a game changer.
But what he actually did was what he didn't want to do, which is hit a ground ball to second. And, they went to the shortstop for one, and there was no chance to get Jung-Hoo Lee at first, so it wasn't a double play. And that ultimately was what he was trying to avoid. Just looking at the numbers on the year, they are third to last in batting average with runners in scoring position.
Crazy.
They're ahead of the White Sox and the Rockies. The two worst teams in baseball, and they're 229 with runners in scoring position. The White Sox are 227. The Rockies are 226.
What are the Pirates?
The Pirates are, with runners in scoring position, they are hitting 235. Well above.
Watch out.
Right?
Here come the Pirates. They're hitting 235 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. It's terrible.
888-957-9570 is the number. How does that quote hit you, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I want to go out to the phones. We're talking Giants baseball, but a little bit later on this hour, I need to bring something to you that has essentially sort of developed on the Sunday Fox show with Ephraim, who has become America's #1 F1 racing fan. He and his wife. You know, the movie is out. I haven't seen it yet. Have you all seen the movie?
No, I've not seen
Luke,
it.
Did you see the movie? Ken, did you see the movie? F1? Did you see F1? No. Okay, so we got 4 no's in the room. Whatever, that's fine. I'm planning to see it. Bottom line is, though, Ephraim and his wife have become massive fans of this Netflix series called F1 Drive to Survive. It's been going apparently for 7 years. And he asked me on the honeymoon, he goes, check it out with your lady. Let me know what you think. And she tiptoed in with a very yeah, dude, whatever. What do you want to put on? Like, we're laying here in the bed in Jamaica. Like, what? I'm like, here, let's check it out. So we check it out, and she immediately is like, let's watch another one. And then we watch another one, and now we're home. We're back home, and she's like, don't watch any more episodes of F1. We have to sync up, and we have to watch them all. You cannot move ahead of me on the process. We're almost done with season 1. It's the most incredible storytelling. I'll leave it there except for one thing that I want to bring up in a little bit.
Okay.
That I didn't know about F1 because I'm not an auto racing fan.
Sure.
I didn't know, and I think it's relevant to all other sports, and all roads lead to
Kuminga.
All roads lead to Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
So
probably too tall to drive a Formula One car, but somehow all roads do lead to Kuminga.
They do. So anyway, we'll get to that in a sec, but I know some of you want to weigh in on, again, this quote that really stood out to me through an interpreter from Jung-Hoo Lee after he tried to bunt with the bases loaded and 1 out on Saturday night, and he did not get the bunt down. He ended up having an RBI ground out, but they asked him, why would you bunt in a situation like that? Because that is objectively the worst possible idea you could think of, to bunt, and they're like, Jung-Hoo, why did you bunt? Quote, a ground ball can make it into a double play. And I was like, well, that's just the most negative thinking I've ever heard in my entire life. You make over $100 million over the next 6 years. You see that as your job with the San Francisco Giants, to go up there and, hopefully not ground into a double play? Wow. That's the most anti-professional athlete thinking I've ever seen. And if that has worked its way into the Giants clubhouse, poof, we got a problem.
We do have a problem, and it reminds me of the person who won't leave their house because they're afraid, if I leave my house, I might get run over by a car.
That's a good point.
And that is possible. And for Jung-Hoo Lee, you could hit into a double play, and the Giants have hit into 74 of them this year, which is not number 1 in the bigs. It's about 9th or 10th in majors. So it's not like they do it more than other teams. They do it a lot, and that is something that could potentially happen.
Right. It's on the table, yes.
Absolutely, especially for this team. So, I mean, that's like the person who won't get in a vehicle because, I'm afraid the car could crash, and then that would be it. It's yeah.
Right. You know this. This is kind of how my mom plans when to leave for something. All right, well, Mom, what time's your flight? Well, it's at 7 o'clock. All right, well, how far away is the airport? Oh, about a half hour. When should we leave? Probably noon. Why? Well, because there could be, and then
there's the voice.
It could be traffic. Right, there could be. There could be 8 accidents. There could be. I actually, you know what this reminds me of when you just said it the way that you did? Someone's afraid to leave their house because they could get hit by a car. This ended up being the great debate coming out of COVID, I think. For a lot of people, it was like, you have to live. And this is not a judgment on how anybody handled COVID and masks and all that. But yes, at a certain point, bad things can happen. But as we navigate this, do y'all just want to stay inside for the rest of your lives? Do you want this, that, or the other? Or are we going to have to try to figure out a way to live with this? And I heard a lot of that debate at times and that conversation of look, at a certain point, you're right. You have to take chances every day to do anything.
Right? Absolutely.
I mean, getting on a plane.
Right. And
it could crash.
Eventually, we all came back in the studio, and we had those plastic barricades in between all of our workstations, to avoid spittle, which will fly. And you and I are about 7 feet apart, so tough for me to get unless I really project with a full mouth. I'm not going to
try. You could go for it.
I don't want to.
You don't, but you could.
But I'd rather not. And I think
want you to swing for the fences.
You and I have a nice thing going here where your spittle stays over there, and as does mine. But we went from that to okay, now the barricades come down, and now we're just back and whatever. And the one that still makes me scratch my head is when you see a solo driver in their vehicle with a mask on. That's what I don't understand.
There could be someone hiding in the back seat.
Could be.
Or,
and you know me, I actually have a mask on my backpack.
Yeah.
Right now. Occasionally, if I get on a very full BART train, I might pop it on.
Mask up, sure.
You got Sneezosaurus, and you got, Cophosaurus over here, and,
right.
The snot guy and all the rest of it. Sometimes, you want to just be a little bit more safe and secure.
I get it, yeah.
But you're right. Coming out of it, it's like, okay, now we got to go back to work. And it's like, even right here, I got a bottle of Purell next to me, which we didn't have this in 2018.
Dude.
I don't even know why this is in here.
The CEO of Purell is one of the people who probably...
Cha-ching!
Right, like COVID went pretty well for that person.
Yeah. That and the person who was pumping out those KN95 masks.
Yeah. And
the people who had the tests, the at-home tests,
Pfizer,
all that.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, that's the quote. Kirk in Los Altos Hills. Hi, Kirk. What's going on?
Hi. Good afternoon, and thanks a lot. I was actually after last night's game just beside myself waiting for some time today when I had the chance to give a call in, and this is tangentially related to the Lee situation with the bunt. But I thought, about if I was to a time capsule for the chaotic lunacy of this entire baseball season, where you've got your murderers row all batting about 240, that it would be that last spot of the ninth inning with the bases loaded and a chance to do something spectacular, and you've got all those people making all that money who comes to the plate and strikes out in 6 pitches. So anyway, I think I'm done for the year. I'll see what they do with the trading session, but that's about it.
Well, Kirk, first of all, I'm never wanting to tell people what to do, but can I make a suggestion real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, don't ever be done. Don't ever be done. No, don't ever and that's not about what you do with your money, for example, but this is something that I do think about sometimes because I know that seasons get frustrating and people just go I don't want to do this anymore. But truly, Kirk, what are you going to do? Are you going to pick another team? Are you just not going to watch sports for a month and a half? I would argue, and Kirk, are you a longtime Giants fan?
I was in the 1962 World Series game against the Yankees. I wasn't in the game. I was in the stadium.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you almost changed that conversation big time. I'm like, who Kirk? I'm Googling. Okay, so you've been a fan for a really, really long time. Did you shed a tear in 2010 when the Giants won the World Series?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know why you shed a tear?
Because it had been so long.
Exactly.
Or never.
Because you went through the wars. You have to stick through the wars. Kirk, that's what makes what's on the other end so much sweeter, no?
Oh, that's true, though. But I'll go work on the garden for a while.
Okay.
And if they win, I'll come back.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I mean, Kirk, thank you so much. You're a delight. You're allowed to live your life and do your chores. That's fine. But I'm always my ears just perk up whenever someone goes, I'm done with this team. No, you're not. Don't be done. You get mad. You can talk about it.
He can be done. That was 63 years ago.
Right.
When he was at the World Series game.
Right.
And even if he was, I don't know, a day old, that puts him at 63. And I would imagine that he was probably at least 12.
He was at the game.
He was at the game, and so he's been a fan long enough to where if he wants to shut it down, he can shut it down.
He can do whatever he wants. Absolutely.
I'm going to go garden. Enough of this crap. Bunting with the bases loaded.
I'm gonna go move some dirt. Yeah, that's fine.
That was the Willie McCovey game, I think, when he hit the line drive to end it.
I mean, that one's painful, and I wasn't even born for another 13
I wasn't
years.
born then.
Yeah, Steiny was. But
Almost.
Actually, was he or no? No. Okay.
My brother Mikey 1.0 was.
Oh, was
he?
he?
Was born in 62.
How did he feel about that line drive?
I think he was ticked off, to be honest. And that's kind of like, was that the Saturday night game where they had those 2 hits? I think it was the Saturday game where Jung-Hoo Lee hits that big shot off the bricks.
I thought you were still talking about 1962.
No, I was talking about this weekend where
what day of the week it was.
They had 2 of the 3 outs in the ninth were absolute seeds.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey whacked the line drive that Alonso caught it.
He actually jumped up. He had left the ground.
Which is
big boy off the ground, and he made the stab.
Not what Alonso normally does.
No, and that's where okay. I mean, you're a little bit snake bit, and then, yesterday went the way it went.
But you're not snake bit. You know what I mean? Like, again.
You were in that moment, that inning.
That inning. Like, okay, but line drives get caught. Like, the Giants have caught line drives off the bats of other teams, too. That's why I brought up that thing earlier today where in the month of May, in the month of June, in the month of July, the Giants have been like 22nd or worse in runs scored in all 3 months. That's not snake bit. You're just not very good at hitting the ball. You're not very good at hitting the ball. And, they've got some players on their team who are pretty accomplished at hitting the ball. So I know that's what leads people to go, well, is it the ballpark? And we can ask any of those questions, and I don't know if we can ever definitively come to an answer because this is kind of abstract, and we don't play for the Giants. So I don't know, but I do know that this really caught my attention. That really caught my attention. When you have got supposedly one of your big names, somebody who is the marketing arm of the Giants. He's got the hooligans and the Jung-Hoo crew. He got all that going on in the stands. Okay? There are people wearing feathers on their head in the stands to see him play. And his thought process, when that opportunity presents itself, is, I hope I don't hit into a double play. I mean, if you really boil it down, it's kind of offensive, to be honest with you. And I don't mean to come down his road that way. This is the tricks that your brain plays on you. But as a Giants fan and a paying customer who might have a hat on his or her head because you're inspired by Jung-Hoo Lee, it's kind of offensive that you would go to the plate in that moment with that thought process. That is not what you're being paid to do at all.
Yeah, but that speaks to not only where he is, but kind of where they are, where, it's only the 4th inning and it's scoreless, but you're thinking, geez, if we can just scratch out a run here, then we can play for the 1-0 victory because they know they're going through it. They see how bad their offense has been, and I mentioned this during the crossover. Since May 1st, they are 26th in baseball in total runs scored. They're only ahead of Cleveland and basically the crap of MLB. And the Giants are right down there. So the fact that they're still 2 games above 500 speaks to great pitching and a phenomenal bullpen, but it's not sustainable, especially now that you don't have Birdsong is gone, Roop is hurt, you're starting a rookie tonight, Verlander finally got a win, Logan Webb is throwing too many balls in the middle of that rectangle, and so you can't expect your pitching to be this good for this much longer. It's time for the offense to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the other thing. And again, offended might be too strong of a word, but if I'm a pitcher for the Giants, and that's how one of the middle of the order supposed stars is approaching the bases loaded with 1 out, I'm annoyed. There's no problem in baseball with scratching out a run, but you scratch out a run when whoever's hitting 6th gets a double. And your 7th hitter hits a ground ball to second, and your 8th hitter hits a medium deep fly ball, and you scratch out a run.
Yep.
But when your $100+ million center fielder comes to the plate with the bases drunk and 1 out, my man, swing the bat. Swing the bat and hit the ball hard.
Especially in the 4th.
Yes. You are trying. You have an opportunity to break a game open. And you have to. You have to do that. And they have to get better at those opportunities. And so that's what is hardest for me to read about this, because even if what he tried to do had gone well, you really didn't. I mean, you didn't do anything. Now you're up 1-0. and you handed the baton to whoever's next, and where Jung-Hoo Lee hits right now, you're handing the baton to the bottom of the order. I think you might have handed the baton to Patrick Bailey. You handed the baton to Patrick Bailey?
Right. What's he going to do about it?
Woof.
Well, and that's where I think the deeper problem is, beyond the micro moment of bunting with the bases loaded and just one out. The macro for me is, if you look at this lineup, and I glanced at the lineup that they have coming out tonight, and the bottom of it is Bailey and Wisely, and I think Casey Schmidt's in there as well, and you've just got too many guys in your lineup on the regular who are most likely going to get out. And this is no disrespect. They're major league hitters, and Patrick Bailey has surged to where he's now hitting, 210 or so, and he had to get hot to get there, but you've got just too many automatic outs on your team right now.
Is he that high? I don't even know if he's that high. We got him up to 204.
All right.
204. OPS of 557.
Yeah, that's not good, Mark.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is so bad. Lineup tonight, by the way: Ramos, Devers, Adames, Chapman, Lee, Flores, Yaz, Bailey, Wisely, and then Carson Wisenhunt, wearing number 88, will be on the mound for the Gigante. First time in the history of the organization that somebody will wear number 88.
Yeah. Well, you start to run out of numbers, especially in the era where,
Not at any one given time, though.
Sure.
Like, I wonder. I wonder what inspired Carson Wisenhunt to wear number 88.
Double Ocho. I wonder. And
Michael Irvin, Cowboy fan.
Could be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was it Freddie Solomon, I think, wore 88 for the Niners?
Yeah, there you go.
Back in the day. So.
And then that'll be where my knowledge ends, as you know.
Not a big number guy.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Whatever.
Yeah, and...
Does anybody wear 88 for the Niners right now? Nobody? I mean, probably somebody at camp. I just mean in general. Any of the receivers wear number 88?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, and you mentioned the bottom three. You got Yaz, Bailey, Wisely is your bottom three. And, Yaz has the ability to hit the deep ball. He can get hot. He hasn't in a long time. And, Bailey's just been flat bad all year. And, Wisely's a guy who you have him in there to hit righties. He's kind of in your platoon spot.
Platooning with Casey Schmidt, I guess. But yeah, Wisely's hitting 205 this year. OPS 612. It was the national broadcast last night where I guess Wisely told the broadcasters, "I'm just trying to have quality at bats. I'm just trying to have quality at bats." And again, I'm going to go, okay, there's another quote that I'd like to put in the "we don't have any confidence" bucket. And by the way, I don't even mean this as some sort of a criticism. If you've played sports at any level in your life, you know that confidence is really tough. It's easy to lose and it's hard to get back. So I get it. We agree with you, Giants. We don't have any confidence when you have the bat either. We really don't. So I get why you don't. At the same time, you're not allowed to do that. You can't be good at the professional level if you literally don't think that you can succeed. And that's what it feels like a lot of these hitters feel like right now, especially when it comes to a big moment where there are runners in scoring position.
And it's too many of them having these feelings. And when you look up and down the lineup and you think about, okay, if this player is struggling, like Yaz is a good example. He's going on a month of being really, really, really bad offensively. Okay, let's go with Luis Matos instead. Well, Matos has been terrible.
He's been worse.
And defensively, Matos he's a problem.
Worse.
So, all right, you have to kind of play Yaz and, Casey Schmidt, he's really leveled off, and now his OPS is below 700. So you go with Wisely in a platoon spot, and, well, Wisely's been not very good either. And you want to give Bailey a day off every now and again. So you go to Kisner. Kisner is hitting 178. And so Bailey, who's hitting, 204, I think you said? 204. You're going to replace him with 178? The problem is when you want to give a guy a break, and this is where Evan and Guru had such a great debate earlier today, and Guru was mad at Elliot Ramos and for the base running. You got to sit him down, like a parent. Evan, I don't think you're a dad yet, but as a parent, sometimes you got to be tough on these kids. And it's like, okay, I don't think you're wrong, but you're going to sit down Elliot Ramos and play whom?
Who playing left field?
Whom, right?
Right.
Wilmer? Seriously, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Who are you putting out there?
Yeah. No, you would have to put Luis Matos out there.
Right. And so, you take a guy who is young and has made mistakes, and you're going to replace him with a guy as young who's made as many mistakes, who doesn't hit nearly as well.
How many hits do you think Yaz has since America's birthday?
America? That would be 24 days. I would say it's not 24 hits. Probably, oh, God. If the music comes on, that means there's a buzz or a ding.
Yeah.
And
I give you plus or minus one.
It's funny because last week, Grandy was in, and we did a couple of these, and Lucas didn't know where the buzzer was. And so, oh boy, he's found it. Darn it.
They found the ding.
Well, and the ding is next to the buzzer. So,
okay.
Since America's birthday, and shout out America.
Yeah.
For,
what's up, America?
249, I think America is. The old lady?
Yeah, next year is 250.
Holla.
Yeah.
I remember
think there's a big old party being planned.
I'll tell you my story about 200 maybe next year. When America turned 200, I remember that one. Oh, yeah, I'll never forget it. We actually moved to Petaluma the day before.
You're going to have to answer the question at some point.
6, Mark.
Yeah. I said plus or minus one. He has 5. He has 5 hits.
Give it to me one more time, Lucas.
No, you don't get it twice. You got it.
Hit that ding again.
You got the ding.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah. You want to do how many extra base hits?
You always do this.
Why? I didn't do it.
No,
Why?
you always do this. I get one right.
Yes.
And then you double down, and I get the second one wrong, and then you guys all make fun of me.
Exactly.
Nah.
I mean, don't you want to?
Sure.
You want to double down?
It's less than 5 extra base hits. It's not more than 5.
That's correct.
I'm gonna say number 2.
I didn't do plus or minus one.
This one's got to be exact.
That's wrong. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's 1.
4 was unnecessary.
1.
Yeah.
One of the great phrases in the history of the show.
1 EBH.
1. Yeah, he doubled against the Dodgers. 1 time.
I mean,
yeah.
Again, it goes back to my point though of, all right, so Yaz is struggling. Who are you going to put in instead of him?
Yeah.
Somebody who's struggling more, who doesn't play defense?
No.
You got no options, kid.
That's correct. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're not done with the Giants yet at all. However, there are things to be said about both the Warriors and the 49ers. And yes, coming up next, how does the Netflix F1 series relate to Jonathan Kuminga? I'll explain. This is Willard and Dibs.
We finally switched to T-Mobile
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Okay.
Hey,
okay. You don't have to welcome
Dibs.
Willard back with those rejoins.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Coming up Thursday, the first Fade the Dibber pick is we got real live, air quotes, NFL football. Ska-da-da-da. It's the Hall of Fame game, my friends.
Lucas is looking at you like, we didn't do the preseason last year. What we doing? You give us I don't even know who's in the game, let alone the spread.
Nor do I, but I'll have a lock for you on Thursday. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Do you like making money?
I do. I do. But
well, then just sit there.
I do. But
shut your mouth and let me make a pick that you'll fade.
Okay.
Okay?
I mean, probably not going to fade it.
Whatever. Take the under. I don't even know what to do.
Oh, no. No, listen, I actually do. Lucas is right. I have an axe to grind.
With?
You.
Okay.
And everybody here.
Well, I did make promises before you went on your little...
All of you acted exactly like my children do, which is that when I give them a to-do list and I leave, when I come back, they haven't done it. Dan Dibley could win at nothing. Don't go there. That's for later.
I still haven't revealed that. Okay.
That's not... I knew you were good. That's not for today. Listen to me.
It's the longest tease ever. I just... You know, you happy a guy comes back. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks, and this is the way you treat me?
Yeah, I'm going to give him a stray because he's not here. Right. Dan Dibley could win at nothing. That makes it worse when you make it longer. It makes it worse.
And knowing you, there's another 3 minutes surrounding that because there's nothing that you do that is brief.
Thank you. Yeah.
Verbally.
No. I'm here for the
long form.
For the extra.
Sure.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's kind of like when waiter or waitress, the server brings you, a little something on the side. Like, more. Let's do more. Give me more.
You're like the guy who goes into a restaurant and spends 2.5 hours there.
Oh, I love that.
Right.
I love that.
And the poor waiter and the management's like, can we turn this table over?
The first flight delay that we had on Saturday, I was actually thrilled with it. Because I'm like, now I don't need to rush when we sit down and eat. Now we got time.
You were in Jamaica for that first one?
No, we were in Dallas. We went Jamaica to Dallas, and then everything went haywire.
It was supposed to be Dallas to SFO?
Yeah, and it was, but it was just a billion hours later than it was supposed to be.
Gotcha.
Right, but the first delay, we're like, well, now we don't have to go to one of them walk-up places. We're going to sit down. We went to TGI Fridays.
Okay, that's so great.
Inside Dallas. And we split meals and pulled out playing cards. Oh, we had time.
That's a delay. That's a delay right there.
Yeah. Turns out we could have stayed there and had another meal if we wanted. But we didn't know that at the moment.
Okay.
Anyway, I asked you all to do something. You did none of it. And the number one item on the to-do list. While I'm gone, please figure out this Kuminga stuff.
Yeah.
So that when I get back, we can focus on the trade deadline and the opening of camp, and we can have a quick conversation about how Al Horford is going to mix in or whatever. Please do that. And all we got out of these 2 weeks away was Shams saying that he went to see Jonathan, and Jonathan's in no hurry.
Right.
Well, thanks.
And also the news that Jonathan had a good workout. Which
good sweat.
That was my I think that was my pet peeve of the day. It's like the idea of successful surgery.
I was just going to say that.
Which not every surgery is successful. And apologies to Steve Kerr because I brought it up last week. His surgery was not successful.
Well, but you can't know how successful or unsuccessful it was until later.
Usually.
Successful surgery is no different than, they get an A on their draft grade from last night.
Same idea.
What did the players do? Did they score a touchdown today? Or are we waiting 6 months to find out if they can actually play?
So Kuminga had a good workout, according to Shams, and he was in no rush. And so last week was all kind of Kuminga camp news. It felt like everything that came out was from the Kuminga camp. And, the Warriors they're still chilling. And Kuminga's in no rush to sign. And so I did want to apologize to you because you asked me to get that done before you got back. And not only did we not get that done, we got no closer. We might be further away from a resolution.
Well,
and that's on me.
I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on JK today at all, but I just have one question, and this is for both sides. This is for Jonathan, his agent. This is for Mike Dunleavy. This is for everybody involved. What is it that y'all think is going to happen by waiting? What is it that you think is going to happen? You think somebody's going to blink? Is that like everybody is sitting here and knows all the particulars? We literally know the people who the Warriors have signed that they haven't signed. We know what they're going to do after he signs. We know what the Suns and the Kings and everybody else is offering. Everything is sitting there on the table. I guess you have the option to just let it get cold, or at a certain point, Jonathan and Warriors, you can select an item and eat it, right? It's like being at the buffet at the all-inclusive. Yep. We can stare at the 18 different options that we have, and we can wait for the lunch hour to close, or make a pick. You're right. None of them are perfect, but you got to make a pick. So do you want the qualifying offer? Do you want the whatever 18, 20, 22 million that the Warriors might be offering over 2 years? Do you want to hope that the Warriors will change their mind on what Phoenix is offering? I'm not saying, like, yes, I guess time could change something in terms of the makeup of all of this, but if everybody is just openly like, so I don't want to do that, and then the other side's like, right, but we don't want to do this, and okay, that's it. So, like, that's it? Like, it just feels like everything's on the table. And when Jonathan says to Shams, I'm not in a hurry, well, okay, but, like, at a certain point, you do have to select something. Or you just don't get to play basketball this year.
Or he just selects the qualifying offer. And, right. I mean, he can wait until September to do that.
How does that help him?
I don't think any of it helps him right now. If his goals are go somewhere where he can play a lot and get a lot of money because he's really good at basketball, if those are his top two items in no particular order, that might be the actual order. Well, so far, no team that has a lot of playing time has gone out of their way to acquire him, and no team that has a lot of money has gone out of their way to give him a lot of money. So if you're Kuminga, and those are your top two goals, then what are you supposed to do?
But are you under the idea, the perception that may change at some point? Like, we've all been told for months, nobody's got any money. Does that change in September?
It might. And
really?
What could potentially change is the Sacramento part of it, where you're looking at DeMar DeRozan and you're looking at Zach LaVine, two guys who are, similar in the way they play basketball, and LaVine makes a ton of money, and DeRozan is somebody that they have been fairly open about looking to move. So if either one of those guys comes off the Sacramento books, they might have a little bit more room to where they would be able to execute a sign and trade with Golden State that the Warriors might actually be open to, because the previous offer of Dario Saric and some guard who never plays, the Warriors aren't going to do a sign and trade for that. And the other interesting one is Phoenix, where they've shed a lot of the payroll off their books, and they've got Grayson Allen, they've got Royce O'Neal, so those are players who potentially could be still part of a sign and trade. So I do think that those things are still out there and not completely dead.
Okay, sure. And, so maybe, I guess you're at a staring contest. You're waiting for someone to blink.
Right.
It doesn't really feel to me like someone's going to blink. And if everybody seems to agree also, the most likely thing, everyone will say this, is that he does end up back with the Warriors on some sort of a short-term deal. If you're going to do that, Jonathan, does it help you to then do whatever you can to crater the rest of the Warriors off season so that your team sucks next year?
I don't think he is looking at it from that standpoint.
Yeah, I guess not. I guess not.
And if you're Kuminga and you're in this spot where your qualifying offer is $7.9 million, and if you end up playing on that, you have the right to refuse a trade, which is a powerful thing, and then at the end of the year you are a free agent. Or you sign a 3-year, $45 million deal, and you make less money than you thought that you deserve, and then the Warriors have all the control over where you might go to your next destination. So you sign a deal like that, and then you get to the trade deadline, and they trade you to Washington, or they trade you to Charlotte, or they trade you wherever they want to trade you, and you go to basketball purgatory, or you grin and bear it, and you play on the QO, and you hope to God you don't get hurt, and then you're a free agent.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to sign the qualifying offer. Like, nobody ever does that. And so I very much doubt that, but who knows? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. So that's the last time I ask you to do anything while I'm out of town.
Yeah, my bad.
That's right. Next time, maybe just like water my plants or something like that, but even that's probably a little bit out of your range. But
it's a little bit of a long drive for me to get over there.
Yeah, I don't like the plants that much. But
one final piece to this, and I just was looking at the schedule. Kuminga is set to play for the Republic of Congo in the upcoming Africa basketball tournament. They play on August 13th, and there are some out there that think he's going to want to have this all signed, sealed, and delivered before then.
Damn right. Go out there and break your leg in the middle of that?
Yeah, they take on Cape Verde in the opener, and so, that could be one of those things where a Cape Verdean stumbles underneath him and it's an ankle again, or who knows what, right?
Exactly. Now, what if I threw this at you, and here's my F1 Netflix comp. What about the idea of the Warriors signing and trading Jonathan Kuminga, but then he still plays for the Warriors? How do you like them apples?
I'd like to know how that's possible.
It's not, but it is in F1. And this is the number one. This is the last thing I'll say about this, because I'm not going to make this into a commercial for a Netflix series. But the storytelling and the drama of this series is absolutely next level. I would hope that should be enough for you to go check it out if you want. If you do, great. If you don't, great. If you love it, hate it, whatever in between, I'd love to hear your thoughts. We're enjoying it. We're about done with season 1. I didn't know this about F1, but essentially it's the first time I've ever seen in all my life of watching sports an actual sport that conducts free agency in the middle of the year. In the middle of the year. So imagine Jimmy Butler gets traded to the Warriors, but then has to finish the year with the Miami Heat, knowing that he's already a Warrior, but it doesn't take effect until next year. That happens throughout the F1 season, as drivers' contracts will be up, or someone's not performing well, or somebody as a free agent leaves for a different driving outfit, and they will announce this in the middle of the year at a press conference sitting next to their adversary, and then after that press conference literally head back down to the garage together to go race in the place that you're leaving.
That's wild.
It's bananas. And I don't know if, did you know that that's how it worked?
Didn't know that.
It's not once. It's just constant throughout the year. Throughout the year, people are just backstabbing each other and doing this and that and high-level dollars, and we're not going to let you do this anymore, but then let's go race together. It's crazy.
Right. It's just business, right?
Yeah.
It's just business. So it's a sign and trade, and then he just still is a Warrior.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
For like 4 months.
Right.
And then you go.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can't imagine it in a team sport like that, but I'm looking forward to seeing some of this F1.
Check it out. And then check this out. We'll get back to Giants in a little bit, but I wanted to run this by everybody in 888-957-9570. Would love to know what you think. I don't know why. Maybe it's just my dumb, optimistic homer nature, but I am not as worried about this 49ers wide receiver room as everybody else seems to be. And I think maybe try this trick, because I've done this. Expect nothing from Brandon Ayuk. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
The report last week, I don't know if you caught it, was probably closer to 8 weeks as opposed to 4.
Yep.
Mid-year.
Yep.
And I think based on all the research I've done about the 2 ligaments and the repair, that sounds much more reasonable. So,
but then what do you get when he comes back?
That's the other piece of it.
Yeah.
So he sits for 8, and he's there for the final 10 weeks, which would be 9 games, and there's a ramp up. And so, yeah, I'm kind of with you on expect nothing from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, expect nothing. And not that that's a good thing for the wide receiver room, but maybe it helps provide some clarity. I also hear a lot of people say, well, you're going to need Ricky Pearsall to be your wide receiver too. I don't really believe that. Just the way I look at it, I think Ricky Pearsall is your wide receiver 1. And I know that that's uncomfortable because he's only started 4 games in his career. He's only participated in 11 games in his career. He's only got 400 yards in his career as a wide receiver. I'm more kind of projecting the finish than I am at the start. I'm not saying you put all that pressure on him at the beginning. I just happen to believe that that's the way it's going to play out. I think that Ricky Pearsall is going to be your leading receiver this year, at least wide receiver. Maybe George Kittle leads the team in receiving. I don't know. But instead of thinking about it in those like right out of the gate terms, week 1, what if you expand that a little bit to week 3, 4, 5, let the season sort of open up? If you're high on Ricky Pearsall, and I am, and you believe that one way or another, the Juwan Jennings thing will stay calm and he will play, and I believe that too. And then you believe that whatever happens at the start of the year with Demarcus Robinson will come and then it will go. And then do you believe that any of the other names on the list, from Jacob Cowing to Watkins to Nair, there's a bunch of guys. Now they've gone out and signed a few more with Equiminius St. Brown and Cephas, and they've got all these wide receivers in camp. Can you get 1/2 of those people to contribute at the back end of your room? If you can do that, do you feel like this can be, patchwork though it may be, a wide receiver room that succeeds, knowing that the 49ers don't really structure their offense around that group anyway? Like, if you ask me, granted health, Pearsall, Jennings, Robinson, do you feel good about the game? I do.
Yeah, not me.
I really do.
Yeah, I really don't.
Why?
Because Pearsall has shown so far through his early year and now a camp, he's shown that staying healthy is a challenge. And I'm going to put aside the gunshot because that was just a freak accident, a crime, a felony, and that's something that you don't put on the player as far as injury history goes. But 2 straight camps, 2 straight off seasons, he has been hurt. He's come in and had injuries, and he's had some durability issues. So for me, thinking about 17 games for Ricky Pearsall, I would take the under.
Sure, I would take under 17.
I would put it closer to probably 12 or 13 games.
And hope for more.
Okay,
yeah.
You hope for more. Juwan Jennings is going to step up and be wide receiver 1, and you could put him and Pearsall, if you're going to start the season like the Niners do a lot, which is 2 receiver sets. Either it's 2 running backs or 2 tight ends or whatever it is. They do a lot of just 2 receivers. Those are your 2 starters. Juwan Jennings right now has a calf, which it's just a minor thing. I don't know how long he'll be sidelined, but it's definitely a 1 eyebrow up for me. Robinson's going to miss 3 games, most likely. That's the boilerplate DUI suspension from the league. That's usually the way it comes down. He's never been in the system, so I'm not sure how much he's going to be a reliable third option. And then all the other guys you mentioned, I mean, Jacob Cowing, he's also hurt right now. And every other rookie and new guy, they're not frontline guys. So for me, I look at the wide receiver room, and I think that it's one of the weakest ones in football.
Yeah, see, and again, that's why I look at, like, Brandon Ayuk, I look at that as like anything you get from him is a complete bonus.
Agreed.
So if you think of that almost like a trade deadline acquisition that the 49ers are going to make, and they'll mix him in however they can mix him in, and maybe by the last 5 games of the year, he looks full speed and he's able to do Brandon Ayuk things. That's wonderful. If that happens, that's gravy. Great. I think what people forget about Ricky Pearsall, because of the fact that so many odd things have happened at the beginning of his career, it's easy to forget this is a first-round draft pick. This is supposed to be a wide receiver 1. You do not take someone in the first round unless you believe he has that in his repertoire. And I believe that the 49ers believed that when they drafted him, and I think how can you not love what you saw, at least in glimpses at the end of the year last year? So you said, for instance, Juwan's going to come in and be your wide receiver 1. I say in a perfect world, no. And in fact, it's probably why the 49ers have balked at any sort of salary demands that he's made. I don't think they see him that way. It was wonderful what he did last year. He showed things that a lot of us may not have thought he could do. He showed more than I thought he could do. But I don't think the 49ers view Juwan Jennings as a wide receiver 1. Like in a perfect world, he is still third in Juwan. And he can moonlight in other roles and whatnot, but he is not the downfield threat that a wide receiver 1 needs to be. That makeup is Ricky Pearsall. And I love hearing that Robinson and Purdy, because I did hear this in camp, look like they have a really good vibe with each other. They have that kind of feel and that chemistry that's building. And yes, it may take a few games for him to get in there, but if he's slotting in as WR2 or WR3, I think that's a pretty high-level player too. And I'm going to bet on someone else on that roster also being a contributor prior to Brandon Ayuk getting back in the fold. Sure, the injury issue, like always, and for all positions is there. That's there. And so fingers crossed. But if you do get some luck there, because we can say, Ricky showed up hurt. Well, it just started, and he's fine.
Yep.
He's good now. Well, fingers crossed. But I don't know that just because he missed a little bit of OTAs, I'm now going to say Ricky Pearsall's an injury-prone player. Like, once Ricky got through the gunshot, Ricky didn't get hurt last year. Ricky played in 11 games.
Right.
And he did not get hurt. So
yeah, he played in 11 games, but he didn't play a ton of snaps.
No,
and now you're going to ask him to be a guy who's out there for 80-85% of snaps if you don't have Ayuk and the rest of it. And the idea of him being a first-round draft pick, to me, it doesn't even matter now because the 49ers have had first-round draft picks that have not worked out.
Well, of course.
So just because they took him in the first round, well, I mean, they think he's that kind of talent.
Exactly.
Now he has to go show it.
Right.
And they thought Javon Kinlaw was that kind of a talent. And they thought that Trey Lance was that kind of a talent. They both were first-round picks.
Oh, I'm not saying they're right, but I'm
saying that they've been wrong before.
Sure, and as has every team. But
of course.
They could be wrong, but my point is that's how they projected him. And then when you saw him get just a glimpse, a little bit of time as a somewhat featured player, I thought it looked really exciting. I thought
he looked good.
I thought he looked great at the end of the year last year. So, that's just me. Sure, part of it is fingers crossed, but I see that guy, like, if you really think about this from the framework of the 49ers brass and their mental approach, if you do that, if you use a first-round pick on that guy, I would argue you're planning on him being your wide receiver 1.
Well, then he needs to go out there and actually be a wide receiver 1.
Sure,
so
of course.
And then you have Juwan as your wide receiver 2 in theory, and your wide receiver 3. And this is all considering Brandon Ayuk is going to be out for maybe half the year. Who knows when he actually comes back. Reports are that he's been there every day and great and coaching. You coaching? He actually is doing some coaching. And beyond that, you're talking about a guy in Demarcus Robinson who is going to be your wide receiver 3, I guess. And then a bunch of rookies and retreads are there behind them, including Jordan Watkins, who will do some kick returning. And he's brand new and still learning the playbook. I just look at the overall collection of the room, and I don't see a real difference maker among the group. And Ricky Pearsall is drafted to be that guy. So go out there and have an 80-85 catch year and 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns and prove everyone that you were worthy of a first-round pick.
Absolutely. absolutely. And sure, injuries could get in the way, or who knows what could get in the way. But I just want to remind everybody that's the skill set. Doesn't mean they're right. Doesn't mean it'll work. But I hear a lot of people, first of all, say, well, here's Ricky Pearsall's actual rookie year. And my response to that would be like, well, no, this is not a rookie year at all. At all. Rookies don't get what Ricky has. Ricky has had a full year of learning Kyle Shanahan's system. How often do we hear how hard that is on wide receivers? Did Kyle not just say yesterday, all of these young receivers that are in the room, he said their heads are spinning right now because it's very, very difficult to get a grasp on this whole thing as a wide receiver in this offense. This is what we're told. Well, Ricky's already got a year under his belt, and then got to moonlight in more than half of the games, and then almost get a little featured there at the end. So I don't look at this as a rookie year at all. I look at this now as a first-round draft pick who basically had a full year to kind of test drive everything, figure it out, get a little glimpse. It looked great. If blessed with health, come on, man, go time. And that's who Ricky, at least in the minds of the NFL, that's who he is and was. That is a first-round talent.
In the minds of that team in the NFL.
Everybody thought
there were 29 teams that had a chance to take him before the Niners.
Sure, but he was never going to get past the middle of the second. He's a prospect. He's a pretty big-time prospect, is my point.
Well, my point is, it doesn't matter where you are in your career. I'm with you, like rookie year, second year, whatever you want to label it. You are a starting receiver for a team that desperately needs a receiver. So that's you. They traded Debo, and Brandon Ayuk is hurt, and Jawan Jennings is the other guy opposite you. And if I looked at every team, all 32 teams, and they're starting 2 or 3 receivers, and you want to just rank them based on what you think and what they've done, this group to me is near the bottom of the barrel as of what they've done so far in their career. So now it's up to Ricky. Yeah, first-round pick, second-year guy. Go out there and be the dude. Be the dude that the Niners thought you were when they used a first-round pick on you, when at the time, none of us thought that they would take a wide receiver with that pick at the end of that draft. We all were thinking about other positions that they needed. They obviously loved the player enough, and they had a plan for their wide receiver room, which involved giving Brandon Ayuk a ton of money and then, having Debo go to Washington. So this is something that they did by design.
Do you like the other wide receiver cores in the division more, like clearly more than the 49ers?
I haven't poured through all of them, but...
Yeah. I can give you some names.
Yeah,
obviously, the Rams are headlined by Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams now.
Right.
Now, Devontae still looked pretty good last year.
Yep.
But he's getting up there.
You throw in Tutu Atwell. Who,
Sure. Well,
I mean, if you want to do like 3 receivers, because the majority of teams will do 11 personnel, which is 3 receivers. The Niners are a team that doesn't do that as much. But in general, when I think about receiving cores, starting receiving cores, I think about the 3 receivers. But... we can go as deep as you want.
I mean, okay, let's go to the Cardinals. Because I actually thought, even though there's some promise there, I think there's a pretty high floor. I'd also argue that the rookie year for Marvin Harrison Jr. was a little uninspiring. And what else does Arizona have at the wide receiver position? Greg Dortch and Michael Wilson. I mean, they signed Zay Jones.
Yep.
That's their wide receiver core.
Yeah, not great.
Okay. And then Seattle, out are DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. In is Cooper Kupp. And then you elevate the young kid, Jackson Smith-Njigba, who showed some really cool signs, I think, as a young player. But, go back to the 49er receiving core? Do those receiving cores stand out?
Oh, Seattle's is definitely better.
You think?
Yeah, Smith-Njigba is better than Pearsall. He's better than Jawan. And Cooper Kupp is one of the best. You can't stop Cooper Kupp.
Oh, sure you can. You can't put the injury label on Ricky Pearsall if you're not going to stick it all over Cooper Kupp.
Oh, no, you put it on him. I'm not putting the label on Ricky Pearsall.
He hasn't been able to stay on the field in 3 years.
I'm not putting the injury label on Ricky Pearsall. I'm just pointing out that so far in 2 camps as a professional football player, he's been injured in both of them. And they're soft tissue. And, he came in, he had a shoulder, he's had a hammy, I think he had a groin as well. And, yeah, I would take the Seattle receiving core over this one for sure.
Okay. Yeah,
Arizona becomes interesting. And I think more highly of Marvin Harrison Jr. than you do. Coming off his rookie year, he had a better rookie year than Ricky Pearsall did, that's for sure.
He didn't get shot, so he played all the games, and he was also given a starting role right out of the gate. But considering where he was drafted and the hype that, yes, was certainly around his name, I would argue that 885 yards is a little disappointing. A little disappointing.
Well,
which is what he did last year.
He's dealing with
okay.
a much worse quarterback, which I do think you have to add in the mix. Brock Purdy far better than Calamari already, so I think that becomes a part of the Harrison Jr. story.
Yeah. Again, he's not a bad player.
No.
But to me, if we're going to rank receiving cores in the NFC West, that's number 4.
Arizona?
Sure.
No, I would take that over the 49ers.
You would?
Dortch? You can't stop Dortch. Dortchy?
Greg Dortch.
Come on, Lucas.
Marvin Harrison is 885 yards, and the other group is just like whatever. There's nobody else that you can even really count on in the rest of that room. So anyway, Juwan Jennings had a better year last year than Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, almost got 1,000 yards.
Yeah, he had a better year. He was a better player than Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. Not even close.
Yeah, I like Michael Wilson, too, as a receiver.
Huh?
And, I'm not saying that it's a slam dunk. Arizona's far better, but I just look at the 49ers, and when you get past Pearsall and Jennings, assuming health, and we'll assume health for all these guys, all these teams, but I see a lot of question marks. And
that's fair. I'm not
putting Ayuk aside
otherwise.
because we don't know
exactly
if and when he'll return, but like Jacob Cowing, 4 catches last year. He was unable to ever really get out there and even get, much action in garbage time.
Let's go out to the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 650. Let me ask you guys, are you assuming that the NFC South and the AFC South are not going to be better and the Niners will just roll all over them? That's Pops in Union City. Are you just assuming that the NFC South and the AFC South are not going to be better and the Niners will just roll all over them? I don't know how you'd answer that. I'm not assuming right now the Niners rolling over anybody. I will continue to talk about the schedule the way that I always have, which is not to denigrate the teams that are on it, because there are certainly things that will be surprising that we don't know. What I love about the 49ers schedule is actually to look more at the people who aren't on it as opposed to the people who are. And the list of quarterbacks that you can make around the NFL who the 49ers don't play is it'll blow you away. It will blow you away. You can just roll them all out. Josh Allen.
Well, of the top 10,
and Tua,
how many do they face?
None. None.
Pretty much.
Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Tua, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert. If you want to put Bo Nix in there, rock and roll, do that. Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Jaden Daniels. None of them are on the schedule. None of them.
Well, when you run down who is on the schedule, you've got Stafford twice.
Right.
And we got
C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Got C.J. Stroud.
Okay. You've got Tyler Shook, in theory, with New Orleans, if he ever comes in and signs.
Sam Darnold's on there twice.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Seattle.
Trevor Lawrence is on there. Baker Mayfield.
Kyler Murray, sure. Couple of Kyler Murrays.
Michael Penix. You might see Russell Wilson. You might see Jackson Dart. You've got whoever the hell Cleveland is going to play at quarterback. You've got, assumingly, Cam Ward, I guess. Maybe Daniel Jones, maybe Anthony Richardson.
Yep.
Got some Caleb Williams in there.
Caleb Williams, that's right.
Bryce Young.
Yeah.
This is who Robert Saleh's defense needs to beat every week, and I think that they're going to beat him more often than not. That's how I would sort of sum up the what I see right now. And again, all of these things are assuming health and the journey that needs to unfold.
So of those 8 teams that the texter was mentioning, because you play the South and the South that will comprise 8 of your games, I think a 6-2 would be a safe bet. Then you split your division and you go 3-3 against the West. Now you're 9-5 with your remaining 3 swing games being the Giants, the Bears, and there's one more craptastic team. Even if you just go 2-1 in those games, that's 11-6 right there. You roll out of bed and you're 11-6.
Yeah. Oh, you're looking for the other team that's outside of those divisions?
Yeah, it's your last place schedule.
Yeah.
It's the Giants, it's the Bears, and it's
Cleveland.
Thank you, Cleveland
Browns.
The teams the Niners faced this year, last year's winning percentage was .415. .415. Now, I only say this because it's cautionary, because last year, the Niners' schedule, their teams were .505 the previous year, but by the end of the year, the teams that they actually played wound up with a .578 winning percentage.
Yep.
So there were teams that they faced last year that were markedly better than the year before.
No doubt.
Even though your schedule looks soft now, it may wind up to be tougher. It could wind up to be even easier.
Could be, yeah. No, there's definitely surprises. We know that's coming around the corner. Speaking of what's coming up around the corner, 888-957-9570, couple things. We are just about a little bit less than an hour and a half away from Carson Whisenhunt's Major League debut. I would think that all of us here at Willard and Dibs and 95.7 The Game would like to invite you to do one of two things or both. A, you can stay tuned for Best Of at 6 o'clock, where you will hear Kyle Haynes. If you don't know who that is, he is the director of player development for the San Francisco Giants, which means he is intimately knowledgeable about each and every one of the farmhands out there, the overall state of the farm, the young guys, what they're working on, what they're going through. And he made it very clear that he doesn't just know Carson Whisenhunt, but he knows his whole family. And his dad works overseas a lot. So I don't know if he's going to make it to Oracle Park tonight. If you're not going to listen to Best Of at 6 o'clock, go check it out, YouTube, or download the Odyssey app if you haven't already. Check out that interview, because I think it is pretty eye-opening, not just about Whisenhunt, but some of the other names out there as well, ranging from Hayden Birdsong to Marco Luciano to Bryce Eldridge and others. So there's all of that. But then there's kind of, I think, what you brought up earlier today, which is that they have found what on paper is a great landing spot for Whisenhunt's Major League debut. A home game on a Monday night against a bad squad. The other side of this, though, is that Whisenhunt does drop himself into a little bit of a pressure cooker for his Major League debut, because you could easily argue that the Giants need this. They need this to go well, and it really could change the outlook of the rotation the rest of the way if this kid can Bumgarner this thing. Like, if he can come up and you know, he's not, I mean, he's young, he's not that young, but I mean, like, if he can come up and grab this position and stabilize what's happening with the rotation a little bit, then maybe something changes with the outlook for the Giants, because that's what I see right now. I see a team that is being overwhelmed by its own confidence problems.
And I think that it has kind of bled into other areas, not only the offense, but it puts a lot of pressure on the pitching staff. And Logan Webb, the last 3 times out, has not been the Logan Webb we're used to seeing. Robbie Ray still is lights out, but then you drop that game 2-1, and then you have to go to a bullpen game for the first time this year. And Birdsong has been sent down, and Roop is on the IL for at least another week or so. We don't know what his return is going to look like. So even beyond the wins and losses of tonight, you do need Whisenhunt to come up here and look ready, look like a major leaguer, and be able to get you some length, even just tonight, right? Because you threw, I think, 8 pitchers yesterday. It was a bullpen game, so
did it end up being 8?
7 or 8. I don't have the box in front of me right now, but you ended up throwing a lot of different arms out there, and so even just in the short run, you need to kind of protect the bullpen a little bit just tonight, and you need Whisenhunt to look like he is ready. You need the bullpen to get a break. You do need the win, and also I think it provides some clarity for Buster Posey and the front office heading into the deadline. If Whisenhunt doesn't look like he's ready. If he, gets cuffed around and goes 3 2/3, and you think, geez, he may not be the short-term answer in the rotation. We may need to go out and get a pitcher.
I wonder how much you take out of just tonight's spot because, even if it goes really, really well, are you now like, okay, there's one of our rotation guys. It's like, yeah, maybe, or like a rookie, he beat the Pirates, and they have no scouting report on him. So I actually would expect Carson to do pretty well tonight. Kyle Haynes, the farm director, really insinuated this is what you want to look for if you're a Giants fan tonight. Look for Carson's fastball command. If he is commanding his fastball, he's going to be very hard for the Pirates hitters to figure out because they don't have a scouting report on him, and the pitch that is the big pitch that we've been hearing about for a couple years about Whisenhunt is the changeup. And if the fastball is under control, the changeup is going to devastate Pirates hitters. If he's not controlling his fastball, then Major League hitters are going to have a much easier time against him. So that's kind of what you're looking for, but I don't know how much information you get just out of tonight. They're home against the Pirates, and I could look at this and say right now, this is a monstrous series. It's a monstrous series, and it's not necessarily because, you're not wrong. The clarity going into the deadline for Posey is a thing, but I also think that clarity to a degree is already here. Buster Posey is not going to sell. Buster Posey may trade off of the Major League roster. Your Doval idea is not crazy. He may get moved. Absolutely. Things can happen like that. Schmidt could get dealt. Doval could get dealt. They could handle something like that in the bullpen. But I think that whatever conversations he's having, he's already been having them. I think it's pretty clear what the Giants are going to try to go after. They're going to bolster this thing. But now is huge. The homestand ends with these 3 games. By the way, you do not face Skeens in the 3 games.
Right. Which is a bummer from an entertainment standpoint.
Totally.
But it's a win from you don't have to face Skeens.
Exactly. So you get Whisenhunt tonight. You hope for another decent outing from Verlander tomorrow. And then you hope for Logan Webb to refine whatever he's got going on for the day game Wednesday. And then you got a day off and you hit the road and you find yourself in New York to take on the Mets. And then you go to Pittsburgh. And so 6 of your next 9 games are against these Pirates. And with a record that's only 2 games over 500, I got to think that if you're going to realistically have a shot at something, things are going to have to go pretty well. Because even, by the way, after Pittsburgh, then you come home for 3 against Washington. 9 of your next 12 games are against teams that you should be able to handle pretty well. So in those 12 games, I think I got you got to see 8 wins. Now, don't you? You probably got to see 8 wins before the Padres get to town, because then you've got 2 series against the Padres in really near view, and that's going to be you got to be ready for that, and then you're going to have to play well. Whatever's going on with their staff, they have to figure it out by that time.
Yeah, you'd like to think 8 wins of the 12, but then you remember such series as the Marlins when you got swept, and the Blue Jays, they cuffed you around, and you just got swept by the Mets, and you were mentioning a crisis of confidence. So just go out and see if you can get tonight behind the rook, and then throw him in the shopping cart and hit him with the ketchup and the mustard and everything else that you're going to smear him with in the shower, which is the tradition, and then come back tomorrow and see if you can't secure a series win, because right now as a team you're reeling. And I actually shared this with the group on our text thread earlier about the crisis of confidence for me is as much the offense as it is the fans, because you're watching those games against the Mets over the weekend, and you see your guy bunting with the bases loaded, and you lose 2-1, and even yesterday where you started to have the same feels that you've had where the Giants fall behind, and you're thinking, oh boy, woe is us, they can't possibly come back in this one. So I think fans are feeling a certain way about things, and so tonight you get, like you're saying, we've been waiting for this changeup. We've been waiting to see this changeup be thrown by Whisenhunt for years. Yeah. So it's going to be exciting tonight.
You're absolutely right about the fans, but the fans are also absolutely right. We are right to feel the way that we feel when guys are coming to the plate right now. And I know that some of you may respond the ballpark, but here's something that I really wish would just stop with Giants baseball. I feel like the ballpark, combined with the recent decade and a half history, has made it so that a Giants fan is just used to and okay with the idea, well, we don't hit much here. I don't know what to do, but that's got to stop. It has to stop. This uniform is allowed to hit. It's allowed to hit. There's a freaking song that plays when the ball goes over the fence. When the Giants come to town, it is bye, bye, baby. But not anymore. When the Giants come to town, it is whiff, whiff, baby, is what has happened. And I don't know if that's the ballpark. I don't know if it's just kind of leaning into pitching and defense. You know, here's something I want to point out. Take Devers at bat in the 9th inning last night. This is a fascinating at bat because we were all thinking the same thing. There's 2 on and there's 1 out. And Devers is up, down by 2 runs. And you're all thinking the same thing.
2, a double play.
No, that's not what I was thinking. I'm thinking, dude, hit the ball in the water, and you will have your signature moment. Welcome to San Francisco. Hit the ball in the water. Now, what did Devers do? He walked, but he walked on a full count pitch after swinging and missing at 2 pitches. So you can say, this is a plus at bat. He got a walk. You could look at it that way. You could also be like, dude, he put 2 balls in the strike zone on you, and instead of affecting the game, you whiffed. And then he missed on 3 and 2, and you moved someone over to third so that Adames and Chapman could strike out instead and that we could all go home. Like, yes, that's a quote-unquote good at bat, but it's also not what was needed at that time. What was needed is for your big stick to make loud contact, and he couldn't do it. And I just don't know what the hell it is that's gone on with this organization that right now everything needs to lean so hard into the pitching, and for whatever reason, they cannot get loud contact when it's needed. Nobody swaggers to the plate. You watch Juan Soto walk to the plate? That dude swaggers to the plate and then takes an all-star reliever, Oppo Taco, and then runs around the bases with his left shoulder in front of his right. That's who Rafi Devers is supposed to be. We finally got that guy, swagger guy. Lost the swagger right when he got here.
Well, you can't swagger when you're not hitting. So
gotta hit.
And that is, you got to hit to have that swagger and get that rolling. And Adames, I do think over the past, it's almost 2 months now where he's got that swagger. And Chapman, with the 2 home runs, he's pretty locked in right now. He's got the swagger. But unfortunately, you've got to go through 9 players in your batting order. You don't just get to have Adames and Chapman hit all the time. And so if your other big stick, Adames, and Jung-Hoo Lee, you're paid to be more productive than you are. And then you've got 4 or 5 guys who, honestly, if you look at the back of their baseball card, this is mostly who they are. Like Patrick Bailey, even when he hit well last year, he still wasn't a good hitter. He was better than this, which is abysmal. And Yaz, I don't know what's going on with Yaz. He's playing himself out of his first free agency's coming up, and he's slumping at the wrong time.
Well, he's 35.
I know, but I'm not saying he's going to get $100 million.
Yeah.
But he's better than what he's been showing of late. And then, you got Wisely and Schmidt. You've got Ramos, who is kind of leveled off. And so you go up and down. If the big boys aren't delivering, then you're asking lesser hitters to try to come through, and it's not what they do.
Let me ask you something about Patrick Bailey, right? So now you're using the review system in the All-Star game. We all know where this is going. I don't know how many years it takes, but we all know we're heading for robo-umps, right? All right, so what happens to Patrick Bailey when you've got robo-umps? Because we're being fed constantly with, you have to put up with the 198 batting average because he is the best framer of pitches in baseball. All right, now we got robo-umps. So now who are you?
Well, he's a guy who can throw people out, and that still is
still valuable.
Yes, and I wonder if his pass balls will decrease once he stops trying to frame, because some of those pass balls are because he's trying too hard to frame. and he just sometimes misses these pitches because he's trying to pull them in before he actually catches them.
I mean, Busty, look, you're president of baseball ops as a catcher, and he clearly has an appreciation for Patrick Bailey, and I don't want to diminish all the different aspects. The Giants have long made a big deal about their catcher being the head of the pitching staff, and clearly they think Patrick has done a good job with that, and I can't argue. They've got a very good pitching staff. So Patrick, that's a win for him. He has a big part in that. But if the framing of pitches goes away, then to what level do you continue to put up with all of these catchers around baseball who are hitting somewhere between $195 and $215? Do you continue to put up with that when that's no longer something you're even looking for on the defensive side?
I think you become,
I don't know.
You become less tolerant for sure. And ultimately, as a catcher, you do have to have that great relationship with the pitching staff. But at some point, you've got to be able to provide more than hitting 204. I wonder if the next stop for Patrick Bailey isn't that they have him focus on one side of the plate as a hitter. He's a switch hitter, and he's not that effective on either side.
No.
And you have to, when you're doing it, now you're maintaining two different swings, and you're working on the pitching staff and all the rest of it. Might be too much on his plate.
888-957-9570 is the number. Carson Whisenhunt's debut is just about an hour away. If you haven't already, please subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. You can do that with all the shows and check out what they had to say about the Mets sweep of the Giants over the weekend. Whisenhunt come into play, and, of course, our conversation with the Director of Player Development, Kyle Haynes, which happened earlier today on Willard and Dibs.
I'd say it's both.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
The worst error in the history of this show.
That's a great. He
did it twice.
I'd say it's both.
Yeah. He did it twice.
Yeah. I thought I had one coming my way today.
You deserved it.
That's it. I think it's both. I asked if
I'd say it's both.
Yeah, I asked if it was merit or need for the Wisenhunt call-up today. I thought I had him locked up to where he was going to have to, that's a good question, his way into the answer, but didn't quite get it all the way there.
No.
I'd say it's both.
Yeah, he made that noise. Yeah, the noise, which I take as an interviewer as a compliment in and of itself, because you got him to think.
Right.
You got him to think.
And make a noise that isn't normally associated with a human being.
No.
It was part sigh and part
little Animal Planet going on. Yeah.
That's
here's what he said later when we said, hey, okay, there's tonight, but we're more interested in not just tonight. What's this whole Carson Wisenhunt career going to look like, you think?
It's a pretty high floor. I mean, he's left-handed. He throws a lot of strikes. He's got 3 to 4 weapons. If you squint hard enough, you can maybe dream that he could turn into a Cole Hamels or a Johan Santana with a changeup if you squint hard enough. But that would probably be by far the best-case scenario. But the good thing is, if you're left-handed, you got multiple pitches for strikes. He's a strong kid. He has a chance to pitch for a long time, at least at the back of a rotation. So, their ceilings, though, the ceiling for him really isn't limited.
Okay, so I think worthy of our time is he didn't say if you squint hard enough once, he said it twice. And I think they had a lot of emphasis on them, too. He was you really got to squint to see Johan Santana with a changeup. But high floor.
Yeah.
High floor. In other words,
lefty with strong kid, a lot of pitches.
He thinks this is a major league pitcher.
Right. And if he is Cole Hamels, 4-time All-Star, and 4 times he was in the top 8 in the Cy Young, and the guy who pitched for 15 years. So if you are a Giants fan and you look at Carson Wisenhunt, would you take 15 years of solid productivity? Cole Hamels with a 3.43 ERA for his career.
Oh, my God, of course you would.
Yes, exactly.
Beyond, yeah.
Even if you have to squint to do it, you'd take that.
You want to take the Carson Wisenhunt challenge?
Sure, why not?
All right, let's, Lucas, I don't know, come up with something in there. Let's take the Carson Wisenhunt challenge. If you want to do game show music or something along those lines. Let's see how many of these that you can get right. In what state was Carson Wisenhunt born?
North Carolina.
That is correct. Okay. How old is Carson Wisenhunt?
Thank you, Lucas.
How old is he?
24?
No, that's correct. Lucas wanted that one to be wrong.
Really bad. Yeah. Come on.
Worst part is I knew the answer and I knew it was right.
You still buzz me.
You hit it so fast. That was so fast. All right. Do you know where he played college baseball?
Oh, boy. I looked at this yesterday. It's one of those directional Carolinas. I think West Carolina.
Oh, sorry.
North Carolina?
Sorry, no.
South Carolina?
No.
Eastern Carolina?
Well, actually, no. It's not Eastern Carolina.
East Carolina?
It's East Carolina, yeah.
I was going to guess Central Carolina, but I don't even... I didn't.
South, North, West.
Yeah.
And then you still found a way to get it wrong.
Southeast
North
Carolina?
A&T?
Well, some of those states do have Southeast this and Southwest Missouri State and whatever.
What was Carson suspended for to start the 2022 season?
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would say sticky ball. Sticky ball.
No.
Peds, PDs?
No, performance.
Really?
Yeah, just like Logan Webb in the minors, by the way.
Oh,
and that worked out.
Should have asked our guest about that.
Do you know what round in the Major League Baseball draft for Carson Wisenhunt and the Giants?
He's a second rounder, number 2.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Give him a ding.
Yeah.
Give him a ding.
Surprised that he fell that far.
Yeah.
I had him mocked as a first-round player.
I
like the player. I like the pick.
I want you to give me a window this year for 18 appearances for the Sacramento River Cats. Give me a window of what his ERA was. I'll give you a half a run in either direction.
I think it was about 4.3.
Give him a ding. This is a 4.42.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah. I don't know if I've got any other questions. Let's see. What does his dad do for a living?
Oh, boy. Encyclopedia salesman?
I don't know. I just know that he travels.
Okay.
I know that he I know that he travels. Carson Wisenhunt will debut tonight for the Giants.
I'm really...
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you did great, except for that whole Eastern Carolina debacle.
I kind of mucked that one. Thank you. Kind of made a mess of that one. And I should have gotten it right because our guest today had mentioned that he and Carson went to the same college, I think? Or he and somebody went to the same college.
I think he was talking about Hayden Birdsong.
That might be right.
Give him a buzzer.
Whatever.
I was going to give him a buzzer. That was a Hayden Birdsong.
Sure.
Hayden Birdsong.
Yeah. And, man, Hayden Birdsong, hopefully he can get down there and figure it out. And
what recent honor was Carson Wisenhunt given?
Oh, I think he earned his Eagle Scout. Man.
Yeah, that's a buzzer. No, he represented the San Francisco Giants in the All-Star Futures game this year.
Oh, that's right. He actually pitched an inning.
Yeah. And get ready. I don't know if y'all know this. Get ready for some hair. This guy's got some hair flying out the back of the hat. Right?
He got some hair.
He can get out there and do the damn thing.
Yeah.
He's going to have a little swagger. Maybe I should have waited till tomorrow night. They could wear those Fun City Connect jerseys.
Yeah. That would be cool.
Yeah.
You were mentioning other debuts, and so I just was taking a quick gander at a couple of them. Madison Bumgarner